Samael traversed 11 years before realizing he had entered the world of Harry Potter and had become a descendant of the wandering Gunter family. When Parseltongue encounters the basilisk, what kind of sparks will fly? When lycanthropic venom combines with the blood curse, what effects will be produced? Chapter 1. Confrontation with Snape. 1991. In the Royal Berkshire bungalow garden of London, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on a handsome face, with raven black hair and deep emerald eyes. The youth appeared strikingly handsome, his slightly upturned lips curving into a charming smile. However, an odd sight accompanied Hema, 30-foot-long python, coiled beneath him, as he affectionately stroked its head, displaying an intimate bond. "Cole, relax, I want to eat you," he said, a smile playing on his lips as he emitted a hissing sound reminiscent of serpentine whispers, causing the python to tense even further. "Cole, be careful, the master is the best." The giant snake quivered, its scales trembling in apprehension. It could not afford to let its guard down. The last foolish serpent that harmed its master had long since met its demise. "Dinner is ready, Samael." "All right, mother, coming right away." "Darling, hurry for dinner. It's the Chinese cuisine you've been longing for. Your father spent a long time searching for the recipe." "Indeed, do savor your mother's cooking." The golden-haired woman beamed at her son, affectionately ruffling his hair while the man beside her smiled, albeit with an odd expression. "Mapo tofu. Wonderful," Samael exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he took a bite, only to furrow his brows in dismay. What on earth? Why is there strawberry in this? Having lived in England for over a decade, he had encountered mostly normal food, and despite the monotony of ingredients, he had never tasted anything so peculiar like stargazing. Pie, which was scarcely eaten even in England. Noticing his mother's expectant gaze, Samael swallowed the strawberry with tears in his eyes, casting a discreet glare at his father, who was stifling a laugh. He refused to believe that his mother had prepared this dish without letting him taste it first at that moment. He felt his stomach protesting. Determined, he resolved to sneakily feed the entire dish to Cole later, as the deer they had consumed the previous week had likely digested by now. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks. Just as Samael rose to greet his savior, he paused, furrowing his brow, and spoke gravely. "Mom, Dad, could you please go upstairs for a moment? They'll come find you shortly." Samael's expression was serious. He sensed an exceptionally powerful and dangerous presence outside, one devoid of goodwill. Seeing their son's demeanor, his parents quickly concealed their smiles, casting worried glances at their handsome boy as they ascended the stairs. They were well aware that their adopted child possessed extraordinary abilities. The 9-meter-long Burmese python was proof enough. As a distinguished surgeon and a renowned lawyer, the couple were considered upper class in England. After adopting their son 5 years ago, they discovered his ability to communicate with snakes. They had never minded, as every time they gazed into his handsome, wise eyes, all they felt was affection. Their decision to move away from the city was to provide their son with a nurturing environment in the mountains behind their villa, where he could care for a host of small creatures. Their son was mature, never causing them concern over 5 years, and occasionally used his unique abilities to help them out of tricky situations. Yet, they never believed such powers were exclusive to Samael. Now, with their son's grave expression, it was evident he had encountered a formidable foe. As ordinary people, they could only choose to trust him. Serpent Sorcia. Samael subtly moved his hands, forming simple sigils, as his right arm transformed into a venomous green serpent, extending infinitely and crashing through the expensive wooden door with unstoppable force. Faced with malevolence and strength, he had no choice but to strike first. Snape was thrown back by the splintered door, his expression one of befuddlement. This year, the arrival of his nemesis' son had already irked him, and now Dumbledore had dispatched him to this desolate place to welcome new students. His temper was notoriously poor. Handling new students in the Muggle world was not his role, but Professor McGonagall was preoccupied. The presence of Gunter in the newcomer's name destined him for Slytherin, compelling Snape to make the trip. Seeing that the intruder posed no immediate threat, Samael struggled to rise and launched another attack. The serpent's jaws agape, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Protego. Snape was no novice as a professor at Hogwarts and a former Death Eater. His prowess was unquestionable. He swiftly countered, the serpent colliding with an invisible shield, producing a resonant clang without breaching it. Petrificus totalis. Seizing the moment, Snape immobilized the extending serpent in midair, and Samael felt his body stiffen. Samael Gunter? Snape's eyes widened in surprise. He had expected to stumble into a trap laid by a dark wizard, but was instead confronted by a mere child. He cautiously inquired. Samael stared at the shadowy figure exuding a chilling aura, resembling a bat, and was momentarily taken aback. Harry Potter? This was indeed the world of Harry Potter? After years of rebirth, the Gunter surname combined with Parseltongue should have raised suspicions, yet the presence of a system had skewed his understanding of this world. Finding himself inexplicably in 1980s England was already misfortune enough, and to top it off, he had been reborn as an infant. He had presumed himself to be reincarnated, but his instincts told him he had merely crossed over, detached from his former world. As a traveler, he naturally had a system accompanying him, known as the achievement system, which provided reward upon accomplishing specific feats. However, having spent these years familiarizing himself with his skills, he had rarely pursued achievements, and it had been 2 years since his last reward. Now, the system finally reacted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the title of Rebel Student. Reward. Snape's gaze effect. Mental intimidation increased by 70. Panel updated. Host. Samael Gunter. Occupation. Wizard. Achievements. King of the Orphanage. Street Hero. Rebel Student. Talents. Parseltongue X. 3. Skills. Orochimaru's Ninjutsu Collection Incomplete X3. Free Fighting X4. Snape's Gaze X1. Magical items. Blood Orchid X12. Pets. Cole Burmese Python, Rebecca Green Anaconda, Ilia Reticulated Python, Finn Rock Python. Samael silently cursed the system for not informing him that he was in the Harry Potter world sooner. He could have prepared much earlier. Even updating the system panel in advance would have sufficed. The mere sight of the word magic would have been sufficient. Now, he had already assaulted a professor before the start of school, and not just any professor, but the most troublesome one. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Though Samael was aware, he could only feign ignorance that a professor at Hogwarts. Snape spoke tersely, his face dark with anger, and casually lifted the petrification curse. Following suit, Samael's parents, having seen the scene through the upstairs window, sighed in relief as they rushed downstairs to embrace him tightly, their eyes warily fixed on Snape. Chapter 2. Who is the professor from your family? Is there something you require, sir? Despite his trepidation, Daniel, as the head of the household, bravely positioned himself in front of his wife and child, though the slight tremor in his voice diminished the firmness of his words. Mr. Morgan, as Mr. Gunter's adoptive father, you must be aware of his extraordinary abilities. Mr. Gunter has been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Although severe as Snape exhibited impatience towards the muggle before him, he nonetheless took the time to elucidate the matter. Is my father, though Daniel allowed Samael to retain his surname. He was loath to be looked down upon and argued his case vigorously. A magic academy? Hogwarts? I have never heard of a teacher arriving with malicious intent, interjected Claire, equally displeased. Moreover, what kind of decent person possesses such a demeanor? That greasy hair has clearly not seen a wash in ages. In truth, she had already half convinced herself, for her son's circumstances were difficult to explain through scientific reasoning, and she was aware of his acute sensitivity to malevolence. Her dissatisfaction was merely directed at Snape. As she gazed at the shattered door, "Are you blind? Did I break this door?" Snape silently seethed, an additional layer of frost settling upon his countenance, exuding an aura that invited no approach. "Mom and Dad, I wish to go," Samael quickly interjected, fearful that his parents might venture further down a perilous path. Severe as Snape was a tragic figure. In his former life, he had relished this role, though it was undeniable that he harbored some agreement with Voldemort's ideologies. Else he would not have joined the Death Eaters. The Death Eaters' disdain for muggles is well known, and he had no desire to test Snape's character with the lies of his parents. To this place, procure what you require. Snape left behind 2 notes, one detailing the address and the other listing the necessary items for the upcoming term, before turning to depart. Tell your serpent not to feast upon owls. He seemed to recall something else, adding this remark before vanishing from sight. He was not blind. The robust python at the staircase loomed menacingly, bearing no semblance of hospitality, but rather appeared poised to strike. The Morgans exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The oppressive presence of the man before them was overwhelming. They were reluctant to allow their son into this enigmatic school, yet they understood that this other world might indeed be more suited to him. Moreover, with their son's temperament firmly established, it was clear he would not easily be swayed. Samael also breathed a sigh of relief, though his heart simmered with indignation. No wonder there were no owls delivering messages. Apparently, they had been devoured by snakes. The hissing that emanated from his mouth was akin to a demonic whisper, carrying far and wide, while the serpents bowed their heads in submission at the warning. He had now confirmed it. The surname Gunter, along with the ability to speak Parseltongue, indicated that he was a descendant of the Gunter family, a branch of the Sacred 28, long thought extinct in a magical realm. This lineage was a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin, with the last known heir being Voldemort. However, rumors suggested that the family still had heirs in North America who retained the gift of Parseltongue. The serpent tongue is not merely a means of communication with snakes. It is also a conduit for magic, capable of flawlessly commanding their behavior, even to the point of inducing death, a phenomenon he has long witnessed. The forest behind the villa is teeming with snakes, both venomous and non-venomous, numbering at least 500, all under the dominion of Samael through the Serpentongue. Among them are those that strike with lethal precision, and others of considerable size, showcasing a vast variety. Yet, his preference lies with the majestic python. In addition to Cole, the forest is home to Rebecca, the green anaconda, Elijah, the reticulated python, and Finn, the rock python, 3 colossal serpents ever ready to serve. Claire harbors a deep-seated fear of pythons. Had it not been for Cole being a rare albino Burmese python with his appealing golden-white hues, she likely would not have permitted him entry. A 9-meter-long Burmese python would invoke trepidation in anyone, transcending the boundaries of species. 2 years prior, while playing the gallant hero on the streets of London, he earned the title of Street Hero and acquired 20 blood orchids. These orchids not only extend the lifespan of pythons, but also expedite their metamorphosis. In the span of 2 years, all 4 pythons have surpassed their species limitations, each reaching approximately 10 meters in length, with Rebecca, the largest of the Amazonian anacondas, now an astonishing 15 meters long, a sight to behold. Moreover, after consuming the blood orchids, the pythons have experienced significant enhancements in both their skeletal and muscular structures, shedding their former clumsy and stout appearances for a more harmonious and slender form, exuding a sense of aesthetic power. Even Rebecca, known for her sluggishness, can now move with the swiftness of the wind, showcasing a remarkable improvement reminiscent of the monstrous pythons from the film Anaconda. Samael harbors great expectations for her. As Samael's distant figure recedes, the Morgans sigh in resignation. Their son possesses all the virtues, yet his maturity diminishes their joys of parenthood. With Samael's calls echoing through the tranquil forest, an eerie atmosphere begins to envelop the surroundings as shadows emerge from the darkness. Surveying his surroundings, Samael finds himself encircled by a multitude of snakes, as if in reverence to their king. Rebecca, Elijah, Finn, you 3 shall remain here, and shortly, you shall accompany me to witness another realm. Samael gazes affectionately at the 3 magnificent pythons, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He has nurtured them since their youth, admiring their intricate patterns, scales, and heads, each a paragon of beauty. All shall heed their master's command. The 3 colossal pythons bow, their imposing figures radiating an air of authority, while Rebecca affectionately nestles against him, resembling an oversized child seeking comfort. Samael tenderly caresses her cold serpent head, finding an inner tranquility as Elijah and Finn gaze at him with envy, yearning for a similar embrace, yet lacking the courage to voice their desires. Little Spicy, come forth. After soothing the 3 titans, a modest serpent slithers out from the throng. This diminutive creature, vibrant in hue and measuring only 50 to 60 centimeters, is adorned with sharp scales reminiscent of the fabled dragon. Known as the Kivu tree viper, Little Spicy is the only serpent, aside from the 4 titans, to have consumed a blood orchid, small in stature yet possessing venom that, under the influence of the orchid, has become exceedingly formidable. It would be no exaggeration to say that it can induce death upon a mere scratch. At this moment, the Little Spicy strip trembled as it ascended onto Samuel's arm, under the envious gazes of the 3 giants. The rigid scales did not induce discomfort. Rather, they were surprisingly pleasant. As they were about to embark on their journey to the wizarding world, he did not believe that a flawed version of Orochimaru's package would safeguard him and his family. The abysmal system showed no mercy in its treachery. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, he found the incomplete collection of Jutsu to be limited to merely the Shadow Snake Hand, Shadow Multiplication Technique, the Great Snake Substitution Technique, the Serpent's Array, and Summoning Technique, lacking even the fundamental Transformation Technique. During this trip to Diagon Alley, the 4 giants presented themselves in exaggerated forms, rendering them less than ideal for the task. The Little Spicy strip was both discreet and effective, with toxins that acted swiftly. Wizards, despite having greater vitality than ordinary humans, did not possess significantly superior physical attributes, particularly in terms of toxin resistance. He had yet to encounter this particular notion. 5 years may not be an extensive period, but the love of the Morgans for him was genuine and remained etched in his heart. Chapter 3. The Journey to Diagon Alley. Son, where's the address mentioned here? Could it be that the Bat Professor made a mistake? Dad, hold my hand and take another look. I refuse. You're already an adult. You must learn to hold hands with the opposite sex unless you prefer the same sex. Daniel proudly grasped his wife's hand while casting a disdainful glance at his foolish son. Samuel's face darkened as he reluctantly took hold of his father's hand. Son, I see it. It's truly marvelous. Let us hurry. The leaky cauldron materialized before Samuel the moment he touched it. Daniel hurried inside, exploring this and that, with Claire exhibiting remarkable curiosity. The patrons of the bar, upon noticing their attire and Samuel's presence, easily deduced their identities. As the start of the term at Hogwarts approached, such a combination was not uncommon. Mr. Tom, I'm a new student at Hogwarts. Could you assist me, please? Samuel behaved quite appropriately, at least more so than his unreliable father. Tom, as the proprietor of the leaky cauldron, had the obligation to manage such matters. He readily opened the passage to Diagon Alley for them, while Daniel pondered whether someone might forget how to open the passage should a trash bin be stolen. However, Mrs. Morgan clearly sensed his intentions and denied him the opportunity. First, let's exchange for galleons. Have you brought enough gold, Dad? Rest assured, son, everything is prepared. Daniel patted his suitcase, indicating his reliability. Samuel was uncertain whether Muggle families faced restrictions in exchanging galleons, but it was likely there were limitations. Pounds held no value for wizards. A simple duplication spell was far quicker than counterfeiting currency. Yet, gold was a different matter. Goblins were notoriously greedy, and gold should serve to pry open their mouths. Samuel Gont exchanged galleons. Though Gringotts was the domain of goblins, Samuel did not wish to squander time. He simply could not comprehend why wizards would relinquish economic power to another race, particularly given that goblins had caused disturbances throughout history. Was it merely because wizards were inept at arithmetic? Samuel shook his head, glancing at the unfriendly fairy before producing silver pounds from his pocket. Hogwarts students? Pureblood wizards are not permitted to exchange pounds for galleons. What about gold? Yes. Samuel had anticipated this before arriving and remained undeterred. Daniel, without uttering a word, opened the chest containing gold. 5,000 galleons. Not enough. 6,000 galleons. Samuel smiled and shook his head. 6,700 galleons. Deal. But I require a container with at least 400 cubic meters that possesses the undetectable extension charm. The fairy gritted its teeth, but ultimately acquiesced to his terms. Without the Ministry of Magic's approval, any container imbued with the undetectable extension charm is deemed illegal. A legitimate container is indispensable. Samuel had inquired about the market conditions at the leaky cauldron with Mr. Tom. Asking Snape about such matters might not yield a response. The gold they carried could be exchanged for approximately 7,000 galleons, while a space-enhanced container would cost around 200 galleons. In the wizarding world, the purchasing power of galleons is not trivial, ensuring that this transaction would net the fairy at least 30 galleons in profit. Soon, the desired item was ready. As long as the fairy profited, the efficiency of service was remarkable. After declining to deposit the gold into Gringotts, the three turned away, leaving the fairy with a look of regret. Son, are you a pure-blood wizard? Yes, though the Gunner family has gone extinct. The couple noticed their son's lack of sorrow and refrained from further inquiries, though they were curious about his extensive knowledge of the wizarding world, fearing it might evoke painful memories. Next, they proceeded to purchase a wand, for who in the magical realm could resist acquiring a suitable wand? Welcome to Ollivander's Wand Shop, where you are destined to find the wand that suits you best. Please stand here. Upon entering, the trio was warmly received by Ollivander. Samuel Gunter, a new student at Hogwarts. Gunter, it seems you require some sensitive wands. Ollivander first measured his dimensions, the length of his arms, and even touched his calves, thankfully having placed the spicy strip on his father's shoulder beforehand. Otherwise, he might have bitten him. As time passed, Ollivander recorded a series of seemingly unnecessary data. Who knows why one needs to measure the distance between one's nostrils to purchase a wand? It is the wand that chooses the wizard, so please be patient, Mr. Gunter, Ollivander remarked, sensing his impatience. I forgot to ask, Mr. Gunter, do you prefer your left hand or right hand? Left hand. Before long, Ollivander handed him a wand. You would, dragon heartstring, 14 inches. Suitable for a powerful and sensitive wizard. Samuel gave it a vigorous wave, and the once tranquil wand shop appeared as if ravaged by a tempest. No, that's incorrect. It merely yielded to you, not suited for you. Willow wood phoenix feather. 14 inches. Willow is fitting for those with immense potential and lofty ideals. Samuel waved it again, distinctly sensing a resistance. Ollivander furrowed his brow and retrieved a wand box, thick with dust, from beneath the counter. Crafted from black walnut and infused with the nerve of a serpent, this 15-inch wand was a creation from my grandfather's early years. The moment the wand was exposed, he distinctly felt an unseen force beckoning him. The wand, entirely obsidian, was entwined with a serpent, and its most peculiar feature was its sharpness, resembling a long spike, coupled with the inherent hardness of black walnut. He even believed it could prove fatal without the casting of magic. Samuel waved it gently, and a refreshing breeze enveloped him, providing immense comfort, as if the wand were an extension of his arm. This remarkable synergy typically chose wizards who were sensitive and possessed a strong mastery over magical energies. And he was confident that Mr. Gunner would achieve remarkable accomplishments in transfiguration and potions. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander," Samael bowed in gratitude. The Ollivander family was one of the Sacred 28 and a prominent supplier of magical weapons. He had no qualms about fostering a cordial relationship with them. 10 galleons, Ollivander stated, harboring a fondness for this young Gunter, yet aware that the dues must be paid. Samael promptly settled the payment and, accompanied by his family, ventured to procure the remaining items. Along the way, Daniel gazed curiously at the wand in his son's hand, wishing to seize it for a moment's amusement. Upon hearing his son's remark, Daniel quelled his desire, while Claire rolled her eyes at her husband, naturally taking her son's hand and choosing to ignore him. Chapter 4. Harry Potter Mom, Dad, stop arguing. Let us name them Kate and Lisa. After exiting the owl shop, his parents had been embroiled in a constant debate over the names of the two owls. Indeed, there were two, a tawny owl and a snowy owl. Without a doubt, the tawny owl was chosen by his father, Daniel, who insisted that selecting a pet of such grandeur was paramount. Its impressive wingspan of 2 meters and a length of 90 centimeters could only be described as enchanting, a sentiment with which Samael wholeheartedly agreed. In their home, none of the 4 majestic beasts were smaller than 9 meters, while the 15-meter Rebecca was particularly dear to him. The snowy owl, of course, was selected by his mother, Claire, whose pure white feathers and noble demeanor captivated her at first glance. Thus, the couple decided to purchase both owls, one to accompany them to Hogwarts and one to remain at home for convenient correspondence. In the matter of naming, the two remained steadfast in their opinions. And to avoid attracting undue attention on the streets, Samael decisively determined the names of the owls. The family continued their stroll, and aside from the essential textbooks, he did not linger excessively in the bookstore, purchasing merely a copy of Intermediate Spell Casting, knowing he had ample time to explore the magical realm in the future. Purchasing cauldrons and potion ingredients was uneventful, save for Daniel's immediate infatuation with a gilded cauldron that stirred itself, insisting that Samael acquire it. However, to him, such ostentation seemed utterly unnecessary. He believed that if he dared to bring such an item to potions class, the esteemed Professor Snape would not hesitate to submerge his head into the cauldron. "Mom, I still need to buy clothes. Let us go have a look." Throughout the journey, Claire's curiosity about everything did not truly engage her until the topic of clothing arose, at which point she promptly urged him to accompany her to Madame Malkin's robe shop. Upon entering, they were thoroughly pleased with the tidy ambience. Their shopping expedition had revealed the wand shop to be chaotic, the pet shop excessively noisy, the potion ingredients store rather filthy, and the bookstore overcrowded, leaving them with a rather disheveled first impression of Diagon Alley. However, the cleanliness and orderliness of this establishment invigorated them. "Ah, my dear, what can I assist you with?" 3 plain black robes for Hogwarts, please." "Of course." Madame Malkin warmly welcomed them, and immediately began to take Samuel's measurements with a tape measure. Samuel felt as if Ollivander had unwittingly stepped into Madame Malkin's realm. The plain robes were quite simple. Once she had completed the measurements, she merely waved her wand, and the workbench sprang to life, promising that the robes would soon be ready. Claire, filled with curiosity, explored various garments, utterly enamored. Ignoring his father's eager gaze, Samuel selected a stunning sapphire blue dress for Claire. Though the style was vintage, it perfectly accentuated her figure, and it was enchanted with a perpetual cleaning charm, alleviating any worries about stains. "Excuse me, is anyone here? I need 3 Hogwarts robes." As the family awaited the completion of their new attire, a timid voice called from behind. A boy, dirty and clad in ill-fitting clothing, stood there. He had striking green eyes and appeared rather frail, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition, with a lightning-shaped scar gracing his forehead. "Harry Potter? Do you know me?" Samuel unconsciously uttered the child's name, which Harry overheard. "Hello, I'm Samuel Gant, a new student at Hogwarts. It's a pleasure to meet you." Samuel introduced himself with grace, extending his right hand. "I'm Harry Potter, also a new student at Hogwarts." In contrast to Samuel's confident demeanor, Harry seemed somewhat flustered. "You're quite famous in the magical world." As they waited for their garments, the two engaged in quiet conversation, with Samuel primarily steering the dialogue, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. Samuel neither felt a particular fondness nor aversion towards Harry. His greatest asset was his achievement system, compelling him to stir things up to gain accomplishments. Harry Potter, being a natural troublemaker, could potentially lead to unexpected rewards through early acquaintance. Samuel was never one to trust easily. If their interactions proved comfortable, friendship might blossom in the future. If not, he would extract whatever value remained and then part ways, unwilling to compromise his own comfort for others. To Harry, Samael appeared as a beacon of light, radiant and handsome. Despite being of the same age, there was an inexplicable maturity about him. Most notably, he towered a good half a head taller than Harry, and Harry mused that if he possessed such stature, Dudley might think twice before bullying him. What is truly astonishing is the Morgan couple, who possess the deepest understanding of their son. Beneath his seemingly radiant exterior lies a heart of indifference. Over the years, they have never encountered any friends of Samael. It was only through 3 years of sincere engagement that they truly penetrated the depths of their son's soul. "You must be Harry Potter. Is the towering figure outside your servant?" As they conversed, a golden-haired youth approached, his hair slicked tightly to his head, undoubtedly aided by an excessive amount of hair gel. "Draco Malfoy, you should be aware of the wisdom in choosing the right companions," he remarked haughtily, casting a disdainful glance at Samael and his family, clad in Muggle attire. Perhaps the Malfoy upbringing could benefit from some refinement. At the very least, they ought to grasp the concept of politeness. Wouldn't you agree, Mrs. Malfoy? Samael paid little heed to the insolent remarks of this spoiled child. Instead, his gaze was fixated on the approaching Narcissa Malfoy, instinctively employing his newly acquired skill, Snape's gaze. A chill enveloped Narcissa, the formidable pressure compelling her to take a step back. At that moment, Samael radiated an aura of coldness, his emerald eyes reflecting a profound disregard for life. "I believe I am well aware of the kind of friends I should associate with, Mr. Malfoy." Despite the slight trepidation Samael instilled in him, Harry resolutely chose to stand by his side. "Samuel Gont, please convey my regards to the head of the Malfoy family." Observing Mrs. Morgan retrieving the garments she had prepared, Samael felt no inclination to engage further. He simply took the clothing and departed. Although the Gont family had fallen from grace, their influence remained substantial. It was certain that upon reaching adulthood, Samael would claim a position within the Wisingamot, irrespective of his abilities or accomplishments. Witnessing that Samael had not been at a disadvantage, the corners of the Morgan couple's mouths lifted as they intertwined their hands and exited Mrs. Morgan's robe shop. Chapter 5. Practicing spells in the Royal Berkshire area of the Zijou Villa district, the natural beauty is undoubtedly exquisite, adorned with sunshine, lush greenery, and tranquil waters that create a picturesque landscape. Yet, it seemed that Daniel was determined to oppose him, for each night after he fell into slumber, he would stealthily abscond with Samael's wand, an overzealous act despite his lack of magical aptitude. Clad in nothing but his undergarments, Samael burst into the Morgan couple's bedroom, embarking on a search. His tall figure, tousled hair, alabaster skin, and the subtle definition of his abdominal muscles elicited a mix of envy and shyness in the awakened Harry. Samael had never adopted the habit of wearing sleepwear in his previous life, nor did he in this one, were it not for his inconsiderate father frequently invading his room. He might not even don underwear. Claire's work hours commenced early, and without a hint of hesitation, he rummaged through the bed. After all, he was a 4th-level free combat practitioner, possessing strength comparable to that of an average adult. Even though Daniel remained asleep, he was still subjected to Samael's antics. Daniel rubbed his bleary eyes, appearing groggy. "Too many lies render your words less credible. You have lost my trust." Samael's expression was grave, and he would not believe a single word his father uttered, casting a fleeting glance at his obviously guilty father. A raspy hiss escaped his lips as a golden python slithered into the duo's bedroom. "Cole, please retrieve my wand." The serpent's sense of smell far surpassed that of humans. Swiftly locating the wand from within a vase, Samael glanced at the awkward Daniel before turning away to leave. "Dear Mr. Morgan, I have sent you your favorite magical snacks, so kindly refrain from coveting my wand." "Really?" Daniel exclaimed with delight as he hurriedly changed clothes upon seeing Samael nod. "Good morning, Harry." Returning to the room, Harry Potter blushed and quickly turned his head to begin dressing. He had initially assumed that Harry would decline his invitation, yet to his surprise, he witnessed Harry that very evening, burdened with bags of various sizes. Clearly, he had underestimated Harry's aversion to the Dursleys. The Morgans exhibited no excessive enthusiasm towards Harry Potter, yet they attended to him with great care, making him feel utterly at ease. Harry was there to blush about. We're all grown men here. Samael, having been deeply influenced by the bathing culture of the North in his previous life, found nudity to be far from embarrassing. It had been 2 weeks since Harry's arrival, and he pondered what there was to be bashful about. Since Harry's arrival, the serpentine inhabitants of the forest had gained another companion capable of understanding Parseltongue. Excluding the 3 main figures, he had conducted an experiment. As a Horcrux of Voldemort, Harry's ability to communicate in Parseltongue seemed limited to mere dialogue, and he could only exert control over a few newborn snakes. Samael intended to keep certain cards close to his chest, as only Cole among the four main figures had not been exposed. After all, he had raised them himself and held a bond with them. Upon entering the magical realm, he would undoubtedly enhance their abilities. Although they appeared to be formidable in size, they were, at best, only half-magical creatures. Noticing Harry's silence, Samael finished his grooming, and the two shared a simple breakfast. After a brief sparring session, they commenced their magical practice. Thunderous explosion. Thunderous explosion. Samael diligently practiced the repetitive incantation without pause, while Harry remained perplexed as to why he needed to rehearse a spell he had already mastered. Samael's focus was now entirely absorbed in the panel before him. Host, Samael Gunter. Profession, wizard. Achievements, King of the Orphanage, Street Hero, Rebellious Disciple. Talent, Parseltongue LV3. System skills, Orochimaru's Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant LV3, Free Fighting LV4, Snape's Gaze LV2. General skills, Transfiguration LV2, Alohomra LV1, Petri Ficus Totalis LV2, Stupefy LV2, Shock Absorption LV2, Cleansing LV2, Shrinking LV2, Pure Water LV3, Shielding Armor LV3, Lumos LV4, Wingardium Leviosa LV4. Thunderous Explosion LV4. Magical items, Blood Orchid LV8. Pets, Cole Burmese Python, Rebecca Green Anaconda, Ilya Reticulated Python, Finn Rock Python. In astronomy, flying, and divination classes, he barely even skimmed the texts. While his interest in potions and herbology, the two main subjects, was negligible, having only given them a cursory glance. In the morning, practicing spells, and in the afternoon, honing transfiguration skills, one could say life is exceedingly fulfilling. The system possesses an intriguing feature. Once a spell is successfully cast, it is permanently recorded, thus eliminating the possibility of forgetfulness. Furthermore, after casting a spell 100 times, the system imparts an understanding of the incantation, elevating a first-level spell to second level, and so forth, with 1,000 repetitions resulting in a third-level spell. Naturally, there are also techniques. Should one thoroughly grasp the theoretical aspects of a spell, the number of practice repetitions required diminishes correspondingly. Take for instance the likes of Dumbledore, whose profound understanding of spells allows him to wield power equivalent to that of a third-level spell, even on his first attempt. A first-level spell merely reflects the capabilities of a magical apprentice, akin to that of a first- or second-year student. A second-level spell does not differ significantly, roughly corresponding to the proficiency of a fourth- or fifth-year student. Third-level spells enable silent casting without compromising the spell's potency. Fourth-level spells are on par with an aura's abilities, allowing for instantaneous casting, with some spells capable of being executed wandlessly. Fifth-level spells reach the caliber of Hogwarts professors, showcasing an advanced comprehension of spellcasting, with specialized spells capable of transformation, such as Snape's Sectum Sempra or Harry Potter's Expelliarmus. Sixth-level magic denotes the realm of powerful wizards, with figures like Voldemort and Dumbledore often found at this tier. Seventh-level wizards undergo a metamorphosis, becoming a unique breed of magical beings, merely a step away from divinity. Samael's repertoire of practice spells is limited. Aside from a few that do not require extensive mastery, most have reached a second-level proficiency. To experience the potency of spell variations, he has advanced the Levitation Charm and the Lumos Charm to fourth level, with the Levitation Charm not only enabling levitation, but also imparting kinetic energy, akin to a combination with the Accio spell. The Lumos Charm allows him to project luminous orbs and alter their colors, even performing an impressive 857 on his fingertip. Spell practice is time-consuming and drains mental energy, leaving him utterly exhausted after each session. Nevertheless, the rewards are plentiful, bestowing not only confidence, but a profound sense of accomplishment. However, he remains vigilant. A once candid account from Sirius Black noted that despite Snape's Muggle upbringing, he arrived at school with a greater repertoire of spells than most students who had undergone 7 years of training. That is true genius, especially considering Snape's accomplishments in potion mastery. Upon reflecting on this, his resolve tightens once more, prompting Harry, nearby, to intensify his efforts as well. Chapter 6. The Hogwarts Express. September 1st, 1991, Royal Berkshire Villa Gardens. Harry, hurry up, stop dawdling. Samael and the Morgans have already packed their belongings, and one must admit, the list of necessities is extensive, including a brass scale, cauldron, and telescope. Were it not for his undetectable extension charm bag, it might not have accommodated everything. Harry Potter, he called, anxiously searching along the edge of the woods for his owl, a cherished gift from Hagrid for the new school year. There's no need to worry, Harry. There are no beasts in the forest that can harm your owl. Samael consoled Harry, and soon, a large and a small owl emerged from the forest, alighting upon their arms. As they walked, Harry muttered, while Samael pondered what they might consume. Perhaps snakes? He wondered who had foolishly spread the rumor that owls feasted on nuts. They were indeed raptors, carnivorous creatures, and the most easily captured prey in the forest was undoubtedly snakes. His indifference towards the serpents of the woods was palpable. His true focus remained steadfastly on his 4 formidable companions, and, oh yes, perhaps he should also consider a little spicy treat. He often slept in the nude, thus the little spicy treat was inevitably exposed. Host, Samael Gant. Profession, wizard. Achievements, king of the orphanage, street hero, renegade. Talent, Parseltongue level 4. System skills, Orochimaru's ninjutsu collection, level 3 remnant, level 4 free fighting, level 2 Snape's gaze. Ordinary skills, transfiguration level 2, Alohomora level 1, Petri ficus totalis level 2, stupefy level 2, reducto level 2, refresh level 2, flock of birds level 2, shrink level 3, living rope binding level 3, clear water level 3, shielding armor level 3. Lumos level 4, Wingardium Leviosa level 4, Thunder Explosion level 4. Magical items, Blood Orchid level 8. Pets, Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Green Anaconda, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python. The past fortnight had been exceptionally tranquil for him, having only acquired 2 new spells, one for living rope binding and another for summoning a flock of birds. His Parseltongue had ascended to level 4, a feat attributed to the exchanges he and Harry had in the Serpentine tongue, though Harry's Parseltongue was somewhat flawed, rendering him speechless in the presence of others. Thus he was compelled to hang the little spicy treat around his neck. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit, and he finally achieved level 4. Heaven knows how uncomfortable the process had been, as the sharp scales of the Kivu bush viper had left him with numerous crimson scratches upon his neck. Moreover, his shrinking spell had successfully reached level 3 through ardent study of spell theory, albeit barely sufficient to reduce Cole to a height of approximately 1.5 meters. Indeed, he intended to take Cole with him, as well as Rebecca, Ilya, and Finn. What use was Parseltongue if he did not bring along his serpents? With level 4 Parseltongue, he had effectively bound his 4 formidable companions in an invisible contract, one that even other Parselmouths could not breach. Fortunately, the crate was ample enough to accommodate the trio, and throughout the month, the 4 had each consumed a blood orchid and had already shed their skins, promising an imminent new phase of growth. Is there really a Station 9? His father questioned Samael, bewildered by the bustling throngs at the train station, as even his mother regarded him with the same curiosity. Rest assured, the ticket states as much, and Harry's does too. Samael produced his ticket and gestured for Harry to do likewise. After examining the tickets, the 2 parents finally felt at ease. Mom and Dad, you needn't see us off. I shall write to you. Without waiting for their response, Samael seized Harry's hand and dashed away, leaving his parents speechless. The magical realm posed too great a peril for ordinary folk. Should his parents insist on accompanying them to the train and encounter an Auror on duty, he would have nowhere to weep. The level of the oblivion charm practiced by Auron is somewhat mediocre. Those affected by such spells inevitably experience a decline in memory. The duo, a doctor and a lawyer, find their promising futures at stake. Samael and Harry sprinted between stations 9 and 10, with Harry panting heavily while Samael appeared unfazed. After all, he had trained daily, running far greater distances. Samael, where's the station? Harry inquired, perplexed. Do you see the wall between 9 and 10? Close your eyes and run through it. Trust me. Samael himself had reservations. It was merely a depiction in the films, and its veracity was uncertain. With a serious expression, Harry decisively charged forward, and upon witnessing the unmistakable ripples in the air at the wall, Samael promptly followed suit. Observing the stark contrast of what seemed to be 2 centuries, Samael could not help but lament the backwardness of the wizarding world. One wonders whether magic elevates wizards, or if wizards hinder the advancement of magical civilization. Setting aside his musings, the 2 found a casual spot to sit, arriving early enough to avoid the crowd. With a wave of his right hand, a textbook titled Introduction to Potions and Elixirs soared from the suitcase, while Cole, unable to contain his boredom, also emerged from the open trunk. Thanks to the shrinking charm, there was ample space. Otherwise, it would have been truly cramped. Harry, it's still early. You should take a look at the potions textbook. I have a feeling you will find it useful. Samael had already surmised the house he would be entering, Slytherin, known for its ambition and thirst for power. If the Sorting Hat were to suggest anything else, it would surely be malfunctioning, although he was the head of their house. Samael doubted that Snape would overlook the closeness between him and Harry. Better to prepare now than later, he thought. Harry, upon hearing this, obediently retrieved the textbook from the suitcase. At that moment, he had yet to awaken the reckless attributes of Gryffindor and still held a considerable trust in Samael. However, he lacked Samael's wandless magic abilities and the seamless expansion of his trunk, causing him to search for some time before finally locating the book. Kate and Hedwig, bored, fixated their gaze on Cole. Perhaps it was the diminutive form that had emboldened the two birds as they began to tease him incessantly. Cole, despite his small stature, retained an imposing presence that sent them retreating. Samael shot them a glare, and both the snake and the owl fell silent, each mentally chanting, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me," including Hedwig. Cole's fear was a long-standing trait. In addition to their intelligence, owls often exhibited traces of tracking spells in their delivery capabilities. Hedwig, being Harry's pet, had not been subjected to torment but served as a lesson to the others. Perhaps it was the two engrossed in their reading that created an overwhelming aura of academic pressure, for despite the bustling traffic of students in the Hogwarts Express corridor, none dared to join them. Chapter 7. Atmosphere. The Hogwarts Express had set in motion, its whistle blaring outside, yet inside, an unusual tranquility prevailed, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of turning pages. Many students traversed the corridor, but the intimidating presence of the two studious scholars was so profound that no one dared to disturb them. "Hello, is anyone sitting here? May I take this seat?" A young girl with dark hair slowly entered, dragging a heavy suitcase, beads of sweat dampening her forehead. The space was empty, so she casually took a seat. Given the circumstances, there was no reason to send her away. Samael glanced at the girl, and with a flick of his right hand, the cumbersome suitcase levitated to the top. The girl's eyes sparkled. "Beverly Crouch, was that a levitation charm?" Samael responded, "This is Harry Potter." Beverly naturally settled beside Harry, watching Samael, while Harry blushed, uncertain whether it was due to the proximity to a girl or if he had developed a crush. After all, he had never heard of the savior being shy. Gont? Potter? Laura felt a tumult of emotions. One was the savior who astonished the magical world, and the other was a recently sensationalized member of the extinct Gont family. Who would have thought they would meet together? "What relation does Barty Crouch have to you?" Samael inquired, perplexed, as pure-blood families were few, and the Crouch family's reputation had dwindled to just old Barty active in the Ministry of Magic. "He is my father's uncle," Beverly replied confidently, embodying the poised demeanor expected of a noblewoman from a pure-blood family. "Wow, what a beautiful snake. What species is it?" Just as she was about to inquire further, a magnificent and regal python coiled upon Samael's lap, as if sharing a secret. Unable to resist, Beverly gently stroked the snake's head. "Aren't you afraid?" Samael asked in surprise. Even Harry Potter wouldn't show such fondness for a slippery creature. "I am not frightened. My father graduated from Slytherin, and the symbol of Slytherin is the serpent. This is an ordinary python from the Muggle world." He wished not to let Cole feel neglected, while Beverly appeared to yearn for more interaction. "Is anyone here? There are no seats outside." At that moment, a red-haired boy walked in, and Samael recognized him as Ron Weasley. He was taken aback by the whimsical twists of fate that brought them together once more. "There's no one here. You can sit," Samael said. Compared to Beverly, Harry was much more welcoming towards Ron. Ron felt exasperated. Had it not been for the lack of seating, he would have preferred to stay outside. The three of them were distinct. One was cold and aloof, another exuded nobility and grace, while the last bore a prominent lightning scar on his forehead, unmistakably signaling their significance. After a round of introductions, Ron grew more anxious. He wished to be seated beside Harry Potter rather than Samael. The Gont family, known for breeding madness and with such a robust python nearby, were evidently not to be trifled with. Isn't Hogwarts only supposed to allow cats, owls, and toads? How did you bring a snake? Ron questioned. Samael replied without raising his head, not angered by Ron's remark. Hogwarts' motto does not prohibit snakes, just as it does not ban mice. Ron remained silent, tightening his grip on his pet rat, the atmosphere in the compartment growing increasingly awkward. "Children, would you like to buy some snacks?" As the atmosphere approached a freezing point, the voice of the cart lady shattered this peculiar tension. No, I brought some." Ron's voice came out slightly hurried. "2 portions of each snack, if you don't mind. I would like to exchange snacks for your sandwich, if that is permissible." Samael believed in the irresistible allure of snacks for children. It wasn't that he was socially inept, but rather that he genuinely disliked being disturbed while reading. Snape's gaze, when he was in a foul mood, unconsciously exerted an oppressive aura. To be frank, he was indeed hungry, having missed breakfast due to a late wake-up, and with the Hogwarts Express only arriving in the evening. He was uncertain if he could endure until then. Everyone was quite fond of the snacks. Even Beverly began to indulge heartily, and Ron's eating habits were beyond mention. As Samael munched on his sandwich, he couldn't help but admire Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills. Although it lacked visual appeal, the taste was undeniably exquisite. If it were his mother's cooking, he dared not even imagine the outcome. Prior to their departure, he had asked a friend of his father to procure a proper Chinese cookbook, the kind that didn't include bizarre recipes like strawberry-infused mapo tofu. Upon arriving at school, he would be content if the house elves could replicate 60 of the flavors. After finishing his meal, Samael found no desire to continue reading and join the trio's conversation. Albeit Ron remained cautious in his glances towards him, his words laden with prejudice against Slytherin. Each of the four houses had its merits and flaws. Gryffindor prided itself on justice, yet it produced a fair share of dark wizards. Ravenclaw, renowned for its cleverness and diligence, had a literal translation as Raven's Claw, which subtly implied greed and plundering. In terms of dark wizard production, they surpassed even Gryffindor, thus a rational perspective was essential. Harry Potter would eventually require elucidation, without clarification. He would undoubtedly be swayed by Ron, disrupting his plans. Samael was indifferent to Ron's feelings and, noticing Harry's contemplative expression, decided to set his mind at ease. Nearby, Beverly harbored similar disdain towards Ron. Her ambition also aimed at Slytherin, wishing to tread the path once walked by her parents. As Ron and Harry engaged in lively discourse, Samael, feeling bored, placed Cole on the table and conversed animatedly in Parseltongue, much to Cole's excitement, whose serpentine tail instinctively thumped against Samael's arm. He felt little of the impact, but heard the plaintive cry from the small creature. Although tempted to intervene, he ultimately held his tongue. The little creature felt aggrieved. Being small in stature, how could he withstand Cole's strength? He yearned to voice his grievances, but feared alarming his owner's friends, thus silently enduring it all. Cole, with a smug expression, watched the little creature, flicking his tongue as if to taunt. What are you even, to think you can stand beside me? Observing the two serpents, on the verge of a quarrel, Samael hurriedly separated them. He retrieved his book once more, focusing on the key points of potions class. While Beverly found the scene entertaining, not perceiving any awkwardness, as she glanced down, she caught sight of the emerald tail peeking from Samael's sleeve. What lay inside was all too evident. Chapter 8, Conflict. Children undoubtedly possess the finest ability to navigate an atmosphere, and Ron gradually became accustomed to Samael's presence. While the volume of his conversation with Harry steadily increased, Beverly, intrigued by Samael, engaged him in a conversation about his past, to which he candidly responded, sharing all he could. Their lively exchange allowed him to gain considerable insight into the privileges of the sacred 28 families. Excuse me, have you seen Neville's Toad? A group of animated individuals was startled by the sudden opening of a door. We haven't seen the so-called Toad, and who are you? Samael's expression remained inscrutable as he regarded the young girl who bore a striking resemblance to a beaver. Hermione Granger. I believe Mr. Granger has taught you about manners, Samael replied in a calm tone, observing the visibly flustered Hermione without a ripple of emotion within. He was not a lecherous old man to develop feelings for a young girl, and besides, Hermione's prominent front teeth and disheveled hair left much to be desired. I sincerely apologize. Hermione's face flushed crimson, yet she promptly offered her apology. Turning to Harry, she evidently recognized him and joined the conversation with him and Ron. Behind her, the slightly bewildered Neville Longbottom appeared somewhat at a loss. Recognizing Neville's discomfort, Hermione stood and went off with him to search for the Toad. Who is Samael Gont? Amidst the cheerful chatter, a haughty voice pierced through. Samael furrowed his brow, wondering why the day had taken such a turn and if they could not enjoy a moment of peace. May I ask who you are? Samael suppressed his annoyance, casting a cold gaze at the blond boy, who, despite his handsome features, bore an air of arrogance that made one want to strike him. I am Blaise Zabini. You're the one raised by muggles, are you not? It is indeed a disgrace to the pure-blood families to be nurtured by such filthy blood. Behind Zabini, a group of flamboyantly dressed children gathered, some displaying calm expressions while others wore sneers, clearly not of the same ilk, merely there to witness the spectacle. Samael's demeanor remained composed as he waved his right hand, causing Zabini to stumble forward with a startled gasp, crashing into the table. Seizing the moment while Zabini was disoriented, Samael pressed his hand onto the table, forcefully driving his tightly clenched wand downwards, the sharp tip piercing through Zabini's palm and into the tabletop. Zabini's screams echoed, reminiscent of a child deprived of milk, as sweat and tears streamed down his face, blood trickling from the table's edge. The onlookers gasped. Was such brutality necessary in a duel among young wizards? You're truly obnoxious. With a swift motion, Samael brought Zabini's forehead into intimate contact with the table, abruptly silencing his cries. At last it is quiet. Samael gently brushed aside the stray hair from his forehead, his expression remaining serene. Not only the onlookers, but even Harry Potter was taken aback. To him, Samael was perpetually genteel, never one to lose his temper. Even when emitting an icy demeanor, it was merely an expression of emotions. Ron observed the calm Samael, and the fear he had managed to suppress reignited within him. What transpired? Who was engaged in a brawl? A student, resembling a gorilla, squeezed through the crowd, ostentatiously inquiring of those around him. The onlookers chattered animatedly, yet their words distinctly favored Zabini. Come with me to meet the upperclassmen. It's utter chaos, they exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the prospect of a senior confronting a freshman. Samael deftly sidestepped the curse, his skills in free combat not having been honed in vain. He was nimble, unlikely to be easily struck, and he had already deduced that this brute had been lurking all along, clearly allied with Zabini. Harry, witnessing the scene, drew his wand as well. Over the past month, he had diligently studied magic, making rapid progress in the realm of spells, particularly excelling in weapon usage. Beverly also brandished her wand, her speed surpassing even Harry's. She was unaware of the reasons, but instinctively chose to aid the individual before her. Samael offered them a reassuring glance, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a brilliant light collided with the gorilla's curse. With a thunderous explosion, the wand remained lodged in Zabini's possession, yet this did not hinder his ability to retaliate. Upon reaching the 4th level of spell casting, one could perform wandless magic. Aside from the illumination and levitation spells, only the thunderous explosion remained. In a confined space, Samael exerted utmost control over the spell's power, fearful of inadvertently damaging the train. Wandless casting? Impossible. The gorilla was startled. Under the guidance of a conspirator, he resolved to strike at Samael, merely seeking a favor from Lady Zabini. Yet he had miscalculated. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Samael unleashed the explosive curse directly upon his wrist, inflicting minimal harm while causing the wand to fall to the ground. With a swift kick, Samael sent the wand flying, then propelled himself off the wall, delivering a fierce kick to the gorilla's neck, rendering him unconscious. Malfoy, go summon the Slytherin upperclassmen to take him away, Samael commanded. Noticing Malfoy lurking behind, he pondered whether the gorilla possessed some extraordinary lineage, given his remarkable defenses. Relaxing against the backrest, Samael mused that wandless magic was indeed impressive. This was the epitome of a wizard's elegance. Congratulations, host, you have achieved the Avenger accolade and received the Akatsuki Fire Cloud Robe. For the first time, Samael found the system's voice melodious, relishing this lucrative turn of events. Regaining his composure, a hissing sound escaped Samael's lips, complementing the brutality of his earlier actions. Akin to a demonic whisper, he drew his bloodied wand, wiped it upon Zabini, and with a casual flick, transformed Cole's slender form into a massive 6-meter-long python, ensnaring the gorilla not far away. Parseltongue, the crowd gasped, anxiously observing their upperclassman tightly wrapped by the serpent, fearing he might be devoured. At this moment, revealing his ability to speak Parseltongue was tantamount to showcasing his pure lineage among the noble offspring, dispelling any lingering fantasies some might harbor. He did not believe that Zabini's actions were devoid of external influence, thereby serving as a warning to certain individuals. The upperclassman has arrived. Amidst the crowd, a tall student began to emerge, his meticulous appearance from his hair to his attire betraying a sense of precision. I am Ian Blogg, the head of Slytherin. You have yet to officially enroll, and I lack the authority to punish you. However, I shall inform the professor of this incident. With that, an incantation caused the unconscious Zabini and an unidentified gorilla to levitate, making their way into the throng with an air of decisiveness. Samael instructed Cole to release the gorilla, which slowly crawled to his side, transforming into a more manageable size of about 1.5 meters, as it was simply too cumbersome. Gentlemen, do you have any further matters to address? Samael inquired, casting a glance around the gathering. As he spoke, the crowd dissipated, revealing a variety of expressions among the noble youths. The other students quickly realized that Hogwarts had gained a formidable presence not to be trifled with. Chapter 9. The Sorting Ceremony. The Hogwarts Express chugged along as twilight descended. Samael resolutely decided to let Beverly step out, and the three of them changed into attire that consisted of simple English waistcoats and shirts, complemented by black wizard robes that lent them a more formal appearance. Samael's mindset, spanning from his past life to the present, had never adhered to the notion of chivalry unless it involved those close to him. Samael, your wizarding robe bears a pattern, Harry remarked, his gaze fixated on the dark crimson cloud motifs with curiosity. It's custom-made, Samael replied succinctly, as the system had thoughtfully altered the Akatsuki robe into the style of a wizardess cloak, maintaining a distinction that was not overly ostentatious. Observing Liv's displeasure, the trio remained indifferent. Ron was oblivious, Harry was yet to awaken to the nuances, and Samael, while aware, chose not to engage, leaving Beverly with the impression of being angry for the sake of a ghost. Samael paid them no mind, and half an hour later, the train arrived at its destination. Gazing at the magnificent castle in the distance, even his composed demeanor could not suppress a sense of exhilaration. Hogwarts, I have arrived. In the night, this ancient edifice, steeped in 1,000 years of mystery, filled Samael with excitement, though his visage remained serene. On the boat, Samael distinctly sensed a vast wellspring of magical energy communicating with them, forging a robust bond with the castle. He was uncertain of the pack's specifics, but it likely pertained to the protection of the students. Upon reaching the opposite shore, Professor McGonagall awaited them, her black wizarding hat lending her an added air of authority. Mr. Gunter, following the sorting, you will lose 20 points for your house, in addition to a week's detention, the details of which will be conveyed by Mr. Filch. Professor McGonagall announced with a stern countenance. Samael merely nodded and smiled, concealing any other emotions. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, each embodying distinct qualities. As the newcomers walked, they listened eagerly to Professor McGonagall's elucidation of the sorting ceremony. Ron, do you know how the sorting is determined? Samael overheard Harry inquire of Ron about the entrance examination. I'm not sure. Fred told me it involves dueling a troll. But Bill mentioned that their year required subduing a dragon. I suspect they might be pulling my leg, Ron replied, even as Samael could detect the tremor in his voice. The students eavesdropping around him began to tremble as fear swiftly spread through the air. He could even hear Hermione reciting spells. The collective deception accepted in the wizarding world struck him as rather amusing. At the very least, watching others shiver was an entertaining diversion. Professor McGonagall entered the hall, ready for the sorting ceremony. Associating with pure-blooded scoundrels like Potter and Weasley would only diminish one's own standing. He had thought that befriending the heir of the Gunner family would elevate your taste. With McGonagall absent, Malfoy grew restless, continuously provoking Harry, a fitting display of their lifelong rivalry. I believe I know what sort of friends I should choose. Harry remained calm, restraining Ron, who was eager to confront Malfoy. Samuel, however, discerned Malfoy's attempts at manipulation. He chose not to involve himself in the quarrel of these young children. For Malfoy's gaze still darted away from him. Now was not the time. Just as their bickering continued, the grand doors of Hogwarts swung open. The ancient castle, steeped in a millennium of history, welcomed them, its walls, corridors, and ceiling infused with a rich magical aura. A group of young witches and wizards trembled, and the upperclassmen relished the scene, having experienced their own share of deception at the hands of unscrupulous elders. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Professor McGonagall produced the enrollment list. Hannah Abbott, the little girl, nervously approached the chair, and the sorting hat shouted, "Hufflepuff!" Samuel cast a glance at the young girl. Indeed, she was the iron-willed Hannah, quite charming in appearance. As she walked toward her seat amidst the cheers of Hufflepuff, perhaps being the first student sorted into Hufflepuff made their enthusiasm particularly warm. Samuel's gaze drifted to Dumbledore, momentarily lost in thought. Could this man, hailed as the greatest wizard of contemporary times and known as the White Lord, truly accept him? An ambitious Slytherin, he mused. The other families were manageable, but he was acutely aware that the Gunter family was considered Voldemort as progenitor, and Dumbledore's scrutiny would undoubtedly be significant. Samuel Gunter. Samuel Gunter? Dumbledore winked at him playfully. Samuel straightened his attire and approached the chair under the gaze of countless eyes. All attention was focused on this handsome newcomer. The girls, precociously interested, admired Samuel's looks, while the professors expressed concern for this student who had already been embroiled in a scuffle before the term even began. Professor Quirrell wore a particularly inscrutable expression. An impudent lad, yet I do not mind your use of a cleansing charm upon me. The sorting hat began its incessant chatter as it settled upon his head. Can you read minds? Samuel inquired, puzzled. No, I possess no such advanced magic. I can only sense your superficial emotions. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. To which house do you wish to belong? May I choose? No, you may not. Ambitious, a Parselmouth, in pursuit of glory, yearning for immense power, you are a true Slytherin. Slytherin. The sorting hat bore a teasing expression. How could you ask me if I cannot choose? Samuel, unaccustomed to indulgence, casually discarded it onto the ground and delivered several forceful kicks before elegantly casting a spell. Clean and pristine. A profound silence enveloped the room. Even Professor McGonagall stood momentarily stunned. Samael was known for his vendettas, yet he often found himself in the headmaster's office, and future opportunities for retribution were uncertain. Thus, it was prudent to seize the moment. He gracefully approached the Slytherin long table, met with neither applause nor cheers, as all gazes were fixed upon him with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Professor McGonagall intercepted the hat, which seemed poised to unleash a torrent of invective, and continued with the sorting. Once the sorting concluded, Dumbledore delivered his customary platitudes, admonishing against the use of magic in the corridors and the prohibition of entering the Forbidden Forest, which Samael already understood and thus did not pay much heed. Ultimately, he only half listened as Dumbledore cautioned against traversing the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor due to potential life-threatening dangers. Samael felt his eyes nearly roll to the heavens. With Gryffindor's brashness, his warning would surely transform the 4th floor into a haven for daring exploits. Chapter 10. The Shadow Prefect. Slytherin was a bastion for pure-blood wizards, with even the least among them being half-bloods. The table exuded a sense of decorum, maintaining a hushed atmosphere that starkly contrasted with the raucousness of other houses. Since Samael aspired to assimilate into the academy as a member of the nobility, he had prepared meticulously, mastering the etiquette of pure-blood aristocracy. His interactions within Muggle society had also been among the upper echelons, allowing him to adapt swiftly to these social nuances. Bevy, having successfully entered Slytherin, occasionally stole glances at Samael as they sat side by side, both adhering to the custom of dining in silence. As a practitioner of martial arts, his appetite was considerable, and having subsisted on merely a sandwich throughout the day, he was quite famished. He consumed his meal with remarkable speed, yet maintained an air of elegance, even as Draco's 2 boorish lackeys feasted with exaggerated gusto. "Mr. Zabini, please refrain from gazing at me in such a manner. It disrupts my dining experience." Even without raising his gaze, Samael could feel the intensity of Zabini's stare, infused with fear and animosity. "You will regret this. I shall not let you off easily." Zabini seethed, his fork scraping against the plate with a sharp, grating sound. "Mr. Zabini, if you take issue with me, I propose a duel under the ancient rules of the Black Glove. I shall gladly accept your challenge." The other Slytherins gasped, for the Black Glove duel was an archaic custom among purebloods, concluding only upon one party's demise, a practice that had lain dormant for half a century. Zabini, though arrogant, was not foolish. He possessed a keen awareness of his own limitations. With a huff, he resumed his meal. "Be wary of Marcus Flint in the 5th year. He is the captain of the Quidditch team," Malfoy whispered from the side. "Who?" "The one you knocked unconscious." Samael momentarily faltered, until Malfoy clarified. The gorilla. However, the Flint family is known to possess giant blood. It explains his rather unfortunate appearance. Malfoy paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter, prompting Samael to nudge him with his elbow to regain his composure. Samael harbored no objections to befriending Malfoy. Marcus aided Zabini solely for monetary gain and could just as easily collaborate with Malfoy for the same reason. After all, who would decline a lucrative opportunity? "Shall we strike a deal?" "What kind of deal?" Malfoy paused, momentarily taken aback. He was uncertain of the worth of a shadow prefect in the eyes of the Malfoy family. Samael persistently teased Malfoy's nerves. The shadow prefect was a tradition within Slytherin, elected from each year, possessing no tangible authority, yet all students of that year were obliged to obey him. In a house that revered power, the selection process was, of course, through dueling. 2,000 galleons. "It's a deal, but I require that single room of the Shadow Prefect." Samael had too many pets and did not wish to share a room. The two joyfully concluded their agreement. For the Malfoy family, the 2,000 galleons purchased not only glory but also power and connections that would endure even after graduation. Although Samael was short on funds, he did not place great value on those 2,000 galleons. In comparison to wielding power, he preferred to control those who possessed it, and Malfoy was an exemplary candidate. Gazing at the ominous fortress before him, Samael wondered if one could truly reside in such a place without succumbing to rheumatism. Ian waved his wand, clearing the sofas in the common room, and exclaimed with a hint of madness in his eyes, "Slytherin wizards, I trust one need not provide much introduction. Anyone wishing to withdraw from the competition for Shadow Prefect may leave now." Not a single one of the 20 or so young wizards chose to depart. Most Slytherin students were pure bloods, and even the rare half-bloods were well aware of the advantages conferred by the prefect's title. hence no one opted to forfeit. Snape stood nearby, his expression cold as he observed the young wizards. Begin. Disarm. Stun. Concuss. Aside from a few who had yet to react, the majority of spells were directed towards Samael. His prowess was evident to all, and they sought to eliminate him first. Most wizarding families opted for magical training upon awakening their powers. Thus, despite Slytherin's smaller numbers, their combat strength was formidable. Samael evaded left and right. The spells cast by the young wizards were still unstable in power, let alone accuracy. His level 4 free combat skills granted him exceptional reflexes, allowing most spells to miss their mark. Armored Shield. Some spells, with decent precision, were effortlessly deflected by his barrier. A few unfortunates were rebounded by the shield, lying on the ground in despair. Flock of Birds. A swarm of crows erupted from Samael's wand, casting a dark shadow over the area. The young wizards could barely target him, let alone the more agile flying creatures, resulting in chaos. The spell Flock of Birds was particularly unique, as each summon manifested different birds, effectively distracting the enemy. The raven was reputed to be the largest, creating significant trouble for the young wizards in the confined space. Binding Vines. A tangle of hemp ropes shot forth from Samael's wand, swiftly ensnaring the young wizard like a serpent. With a flick of his wand, Snape sent the fallen students retreating from the battlefield. Now, standing among them were not only Malfoy, but also Beverly Crouch, Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, and Theodore Nod, members of the Sacred 28, each excelling in their respective fields. Notably, Theodore demonstrated remarkable prowess with the Thorn Curse, inflicting numerous injuries upon the crows. The group remained vigilant, their gazes primarily fixed upon Samael. Just as they exchanged glances, preparing to take down Samael together, two female voices shattered the silence. Stupefy. Petri Ficus Totalis. The spells collided, and the two girls simultaneously exited the fray. Both the combatants and the audience outside were taken aback, as the duo showed no intention of evading, presumably confident in their safety. Indeed, beautiful women often harbor mutual animosity. Samael shook his head, continuing to wield his wand, executing non-verbal spells with exceptional finesse. Malfoy and Zabini struggled to evade, while only Theodore managed to counterattack occasionally. Avada Kedavra. A sickly green light shot towards Zabini, sending him flying. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon Samael. Even the usually composed Snape was thrown into disarray, with fear and tension erupting, prompting tears from a watching young witch. Seizing the moment while Theodore was momentarily stunned, Samael waved his wand casually, transforming the carpet into a massive python that coiled tightly around him. Mr. Gunter, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Snape's expression was icy, his cloak billowing behind him like bat wings. Rest assured, Professor, Mr. Zabini is not dead. I employed a stunning spell, while simultaneously casting a green light. Samael's demeanor remained serene, and after Snape's inspection, he silently sighed in relief. Mr. Gunter, you have successfully earned yourself a month of detention. Snape's words were laced with irritation, yet Samael feigned ignorance, subtly communicating with Malfoy, who finally grasped the situation. Disarm your weapons. Samael's wand flew into Malfoy's hand. Very well, I concede. It seems the position of first-year Shadow Prefect is yours. Samael declared the prefect's title with an exaggerated tone before turning to seek his own private quarters, leaving Snape in disarray and Malfoy grinning like a fool. Chapter 11. The Wailing of the Banshee. Snape strode briskly along the corridor of the 7th floor, his cloak billowing as if animated by an invisible wind, his expression fierce, resembling a demon in search of prey. Honeydukes, he uttered in disgust, gazing at the stone troll before him, muttering a command that repulsed even himself. Severus. It appears the Shadow Prefect of Slytherin has been chosen. I assume it is Mr. Gunter. To his surprise, our esteemed headmaster is not infallible in his predictions. The previously disgruntled Snape seized the opportunity to mock Dumbledore when the latter made an erroneous guess. Please forgive an elder's ignorance. No one is devoid of mistakes. I kindly ask Professor Snape to relay this. Dumbledore remains unfazed by his mockery. In terms of temperament, this white wizard, who has faced two Dark Lords, is undoubtedly more composed than Snape. Snape, clearly lacking patience, swiftly seized the pensieve, decisively extracting his memories. Dumbledore, unperturbed, observed Samael's performance in his presence. Mr. Gunter possesses unique insights in the realm of spells. To be frank, even I was taken aback. Moreover, Mr. Gunter's talent in transfiguration is remarkable, reminiscent of your own in the past. A smile graced Dumbledore's lips, concealing his true intentions. I lack Mr. Gunter's prowess. He demonstrated considerable combat ability even without a wand. The position of Shadow Leader was clearly relinquished to recruit Malfoy. Dumbledore, have you the strength to confront a third-generation Dark Lord? Snape's tone remained calm. Yet his words carried formidable weight, rousing the former headmasters from their feigned slumber to engage in quiet discourse. Severus, this is a grave accusation. Mr. Gunter is but a child, and every Slytherin seeks fame and fortune. We cannot hastily determine a child's future. Dumbledore's smile faded, his expression growing serious. He had missed one opportunity. He could not allow suspicion to ruin another life. He is your student. I hope you will guide him onto the right path. The Gunner family wizards are all mad. Even the Dark Lord shares their bloodline. Snape met Dumbledore's gaze, spoke his piece, and turned to leave, with Dumbledore understanding his unspoken words. Indeed, I am growing old. As he watched Snape depart, Dumbledore exhaled deeply. Congratulations, host. You have earned the title of Junior Slytherin Undisputed King. Receiving rewards. Wailing Banshee Howl Enchantment Rune X3. Host, Samael Gunter. Profession, Wizard. Achievements. King of the Orphanage, Street Hero. Rebel, Eradicator, Junior Slytherin Undisputed King. Talent, Parseltongue LV4. System skills, Orochimaru's Ninjutsu Collection, Remnant LV3, Free Fighting LV4, Snape's Gaze LV2. Ordinary skills, Transfiguration LV2, Alohomora LV1. Petrificus Totalis LV2, Stupefy LV2, Cushioning Charm LV2, Cleansing LV2, Flock of Birds LV2, Rapid Shrinkage LV3, Living Rope Bind LV3, Pure Water LV3, Armor LV3, Lumos LV4. Wingardium Leviosa LV4, Thunderclap Explosion LV4. Magical items, Blood Orchid X8, Wailing Banshee Howl X3. Pets, Kate Owl, Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Green Anaconda, Elijah, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python. The rewards for merely being a Junior Slytherin Undisputed King are quite substantial. One wonders what he would earn should he challenge all of Slytherin or unite all of Hogwarts. As I venture forth, it appears the system is orchestrating a series of events, albeit with considerable difficulty in execution. Slytherin reveres the strong. Immense power can yield remarkable results, unlike other houses. Gryffindor has always been at odds with Slytherin, and sheer force alone cannot compel their submission. It seems the connection to Harry must remain unbroken. Samuel mused silently. System, can the wail of the Banshee be affixed to the surface of my memories? Affirmative. Samuel contemplated that if an adversary were to pry into his memories, they could unwittingly sustain grave injuries, thus sparing him the arduous task of mastering mind-blocking techniques. The more intense the intrusion, the greater the rebound of power. The thought alone brought him joy. Would the Banshee's wail affect me? Samuel worried that the haunting cry might linger in his mind. Negative. Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Samuel exhaled in relief. The Banshee, a type of female spirit, possesses a voice with profound penetrative power capable of generating formidable psychic shockwaves. Some claim she can foresee death, while others assert she casts death curses upon others. System, enchant the surface of my memories. Completed. Is that all? Why no discernible reaction? Samuel had anticipated some auditory hallucination or other phenomena, yet there was not even a sound, and the system appeared indifferent to his expectations. The system proceeded to enchant a second rune for Kate. His enchantment was passive. To discern its effects, he would have to await Snape or Dumbledore's assessment. As they were the only two in Hogwarts proficient in legilimency, both of whom harbored a penchant for prying. Kate, the owl, caught Samuel's attentive gaze. Yet he observed only a fleeting ripple, devoid of any notable change, causing Kate to shift uneasily. Samuel did not dwell on it. There were many owls at Hogwarts, and none would likely notice her. Perhaps, at some point, there would be unexpected results. Visions of Kate's shadowy forms surged in Samuel's mind. After cautioning her to remain silent, he quietly opened his suitcase. Rebecca, Finn, and Elia, three colossal pythons, emerged sequentially from his case, while Cole, in the corner, reverted to his original size under Samuel's wand's guidance. He gently caressed the four serpents, and at his behest, they coiled to form a serpentine bed, displacing the original four-poster bed into the corner. Samuel, unclothed, drifted into slumber, relishing the cool, soothing touch of the pythons as his Parseltongue skill reached level 4. He had grown increasingly fond of their icy caress, even cuddling Cole while sharing a room with Harry. By September, Hogwarts had begun to feel the chill. Samuel, wrapped in his blanket, savored the massaging effect created by the gentle movements of the little creatures beneath him, his heart tranquil. The benefits of sleeping nude are well known. Yet who could blame him for having parents lacking discretion? Now, with a private chamber, he could indulge his desires freely. Samuel had not anticipated embarking on a midnight adventure on the very first day of school. He still had 2 detentions to complete and suspected the professors might be keeping an eye on him. He was not like the foolish Gryffindor lions, eagerly courting capture. Chapter 12, Hagrid. The initial experience with the serpent bed, both in its tactile sensation and its passive massage effect, enveloped Samael in a blissful slumber. He vaguely dreamt of Rebecca transforming into a colossal python, recklessly wreaking havoc on the Empire State Building. In another vision, he envisioned himself as a grand wizard, vanquishing Voldemort with a punch and trampling Dumbledore beneath his feet, the entire wizarding world prostrating at his feet. Uncertain of what else transpired in his dreams, drool cascaded down onto Elijah. "Samael, are you awake?" A melodious voice chimed from the doorway, swiftly followed by a shriek. As Samael blinked his sleep-laden eyes open, he beheld Malfoy in a state of panic. With a casual flick of his wrist, the open door promptly shut, silencing Malfoy's screams, which are now replaced by a gaze filled with trepidation. "Mr. Malfoy, have you forgotten the courtesy of knocking before entering?" Samael said, rubbing his eyes while donning his attire. For enormous serpents began to stir, rearing their heads, as if prepared to swallow Malfoy whole at a mere command from Samael. "I came to wake you because I noticed you were still asleep," Malfoy stammered. On the first day of school, even a pure-blood wizard with prior magical enlightenment found it difficult to sleep soundly. It was common knowledge that Samael was the unacknowledged king of the first-year Slytherins, and his fierce demeanor had left a lasting impression, deterring anyone from disturbing him. Draco, feeling a sense of camaraderie, took it upon himself to wake Samael. This act subtly showcased the depth of the relationship between Malfoy and the king of Slytherin. As Samael dressed, he chatted with Draco, casting envious glances at his well-built physique. With his left arm cradling an owl and his right hand gripping a box containing 3 heads, he was followed by the now smaller Cole. It seemed more prudent to release them into the Forbidden Forest. Despite the dangers, the enormous creatures could thrive through teamwork. Moreover, Kate also needed to venture to the Ollery or the wilderness to survive, while other houses could simply keep their owls in the common room, opening a window to let them out. "Samael, where are we headed?" Draco inquired, puzzled. "The Forbidden Forest." "The Forbidden Forest? Students are prohibited from entering, and I have heard tales of werewolves lurking within." Draco's expression was one of astonishment, his face etched with resistance. "I only intend to place my friends at the edge of the Forbidden Forest to bask in the sunlight." As Samael and Draco exited the common room, younger students instinctively parted ways, gazing at the duo with reverence. Witnessing this, Draco felt a swell of pride and walked even closer to Samael. Upon reaching the periphery of the Forbidden Forest, they felt the cool breeze tinged with a hint of chill, instinctively tightening their wizarding robes. Suddenly, a booming voice mingled with the barking of a dog startled the slightly distracted Samael. A giant, towering over 3 meters, approached them, accompanied by a lively dog. "You must be Hagrid. I'm Samael Gont, a friend of Harry's." Samael extended his hand toward the somewhat flustered half-giant. "Oh, hello. I've heard of you from Harry, but even so, I cannot allow you into the forest." Hagrid gently clasped Samael's hand, speaking with unwavering resolve. "Rest assured, Hagrid, I have no intention of entering. I merely wish to release my friends into the Forbidden Forest." Samael's tone was calm as he cast a warning glance at Draco, who seemed poised to speak, before proceeding to open a box. Rebecca, Ilya, and Finn emerged slowly in response to the call, while the nearby hound shrank back in fear, retreating quite a distance. As did Malfoy. "Oh, what delightful creatures. Did you raise them yourself? They are truly beautiful." Samael noticed a spark of excitement in Hagrid's eyes upon seeing the 3 giants. "I raised them with my own hands, but alas, they have grown too large to be accommodated in the common room. If possible, I hope you might keep an eye on them for me." As he spoke, Samael brimmed with pride, pondering who else could cultivate such perfect serpents in merely 2 years. "Not a problem. I adore them. They're simply charming." Hagrid had no resistance against large creatures, and under the influence of the blood orchid, the giant serpents shed their cumbersome forms, breaking free from their genetic constraints and evolving towards the direction of the great python disaster. Though they possessed no extraordinary abilities, their speed, strength, and defenses underwent a significant transformation. Samael emitted a raspy hiss, cautioning them not to wander too far and sternly reminding them not to harm wizards. Draco and Hagrid shivered involuntarily. No wonder it was said that Parseltongue was a symbol of dark wizards, a truly unsettling notion. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Samael waved Kate away and, along with Draco, made his way towards the castle. "Samael, Why let that giant know about such a crucial matter? I have heard he is Dumbledore's man, Draco whispered as he took a few steps forward. Once you see it, I have no intention of concealing it. When a secret is known to a second person, it ceases to be a secret. There is no way to keep something like a giant python hidden from Dumbledore. It is better to be forthright than to be discovered in the end. Even with Voldemort prowling the Forbidden Forest this term, he felt no worry. His Parseltongue had long since made a pact with the four giants. Just as Voldemort commanded the basilisk, Harry, despite also speaking Parseltongue, could not exert control over it. Draco curled his lip in dissatisfaction at Samael's words. He was not one to betray. If you seek to draw attention, I suggest you befriend him. As a proper Slytherin, you should learn to cultivate your connections. Samael pretended not to notice Draco's expression as he continued. Why? He is Potter's friend. Though Draco resisted the bloodline of Hagrid, he could accept it. His only concern was Harry Potter. Hagrid possessed profound knowledge of magical creatures. Do you see the dog beside him? That is merely an ordinary hound, yet has grown to such a size. He is friends with most creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Being his friend brings only advantages. Samael spoke earnestly, revealing that he had his own motives in confiding in Hagrid. Firstly, it would allow Hagrid to help look after the creatures. Secondly, he was curious to see if Hagrid could raise the giant python as well, for Hagrid had the ability to nurture any creature to greatness. In his hands, the blood lily was dwindling, and he prepared to present it to Professor Sprout to see if it could be cultivated in bulk. If successful, that would be fortuitous. If not, Hagrid would serve as the last line of defense. Chapter 13, Transfiguration Class, Part 1. The educational experience at Hogwarts is commendable, yet the cuisine truly excels, offering an abundance of variety and balanced nutrition. Observing the swaying figures of Crabbe and Goyle approaching, Draco's expression turned sour. These two fools had the audacity to sleep in until now. Good morning, Samuel. Beverly and Daphne strolled towards them, intimately linking arms. Was the camaraderie among girls truly so peculiar? Just last night, they had been hurling spells at each other. One could mistakenly believe they were bitter rivals. Or was it merely my imagination? Samuel regarded this curious duo with a smile and greeted them, finding solace in Draco's equally perplexed expression. It appeared that I am not alone in my bewilderment. Girls, indeed, are fascinating creatures. Before long, the tardy Theodore not joined their little group, and despite their initial awkwardness, they found a certain harmony in their interactions. Daphne was a proud individual, often addressing others with a cold and didactic tone. The group, hailing from well-to-do backgrounds, was reluctant to engage with her excessively, only doing so out of respect for Beverly. Theodore was not one for many words, but when he spoke, he struck at the heart of the matter, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Samuel recalled how Theodore's impressive thorn curse had caused him some trouble. His combat instincts were commendable. Had it not been for his exceptional killing curse, perhaps he would not have managed to subdue him so effortlessly. After finishing their meal, the group departed together. As they passed, younger Slytherin students would step aside in deference, their faces reflecting awe. Upon reaching the Transfiguration classroom, a few students were already present. Slytherin shared this class with Ravenclaw, although Ravenclaw students typically preferred to ignore them. Among the four houses, aside from Gryffindor and Slytherin, there were no significant conflicts. However, Slytherins were too proud to mingle with others, and those from other houses were equally disinclined to engage. Wow, what an adorable cat! Just as Samuel and the others were searching for seats, Beverly had already approached the podium. No, Samuel and Theodore exclaimed in unison. Before their words had fully registered, Beverly had already begun to pet the cat. Samuel, despite his intention to intervene, found himself too late to stop her. The innocent tabby cat was lifted amidst a chorus of astonished gazes. What? Beverly was wholly focused on the cat, oblivious to their protests. Samuel and Theodore chimed in. Nothing, as long as you're happy. Samuel struggled to suppress his laughter, stifling it as their shoulders trembled awkwardly. Draco and Daphne observed them, bemused, as if watching fools. Millicent Bulstrode had a small black cat that never allowed him to touch it. Who would have thought there would be such a beautiful cat in the castle? This must belong to Professor McGonagall. Dear one, do indulge in the cat treats. The feline of the Millicent household seems to have missed the opportunity. If you fancy them, I shall offer you all I possess. Bellafleur, drawing forth a multitude of cat treats from an unseen source, waved them enticingly before the tabby cat. Unable to resist, the tabby leapt and transformed into the stern Professor McGonagall. Miss Crouch, I believe it would be prudent for you to find a seat rather than disrupt the forthcoming lesson. The metamorphosis from cat to cat which left Bellafleur in a state of shock, her eyes glazed as if she were a mere specter, stumbling to sit beside Theodore. The onlookers stifled their laughter, shaking with suppressed mirth. Malfoy, Relieved, silently exhaled, thinking to himself how narrowly he had escaped the mockery. "Curse you, Theodore. Why did you not stop me?" Bellafleur's face flushed crimson as she pinched Theodore sharply. "It was your swift hand that caused this, not my fault." Who would have thought the esteemed heiress of the Crouch family was unaware of Professor McGonagall's inimicus form? Theodore retorted defiantly. "You are as reckless as a foolish Gryffindor lion." Daphne interjected mercilessly. As the bell rang, Professor McGonagall chose to ignore Bellafleur's rudeness, casting a quizzical glance at Samael and Theodore. Having vaguely heard a murmur of "as long as you are happy." Transfiguration is a discipline of utmost precision. I expect no frivolity in my class, she stated with grave seriousness, her wand flicking to transform the large podium into a majestic lion, which roared fiercely as if poised to pounce. Sitting near the front, Samael could almost feel the primal energy emanating from the lion. Gasps filled the room as the lion leapt, morphing into a soaring eagle, then into a python and a honey badger, each transformation executed with remarkable finesse. Observing the students saw, Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. As a seasoned educator, she understood that genuine interest is the most effective teacher for these children. As a distinguished master of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall was not hurried to have the students attempt transformations themselves. Instead, she elucidated the theoretical foundations of the discipline with clarity and accessibility. Even Samael, who had already grasped the basics of material transformation, found considerable value in her teachings. His greatest talent lay in transfiguration, yet he had not progressed beyond level 2, lacking a deeper comprehension of the theoretical aspects. Now, the next task is to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. I expect everyone to practice diligently. Samael gazed at the matchstick, and with a flick of his wand, it transformed into a sharp needle, the wider end entwined with a gleaming little serpent, its scales vividly distinct. An impressive transformation. It is hard to believe a young wizard could achieve such a feat. 10 points to Slytherin, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she admired Samael's accomplishment. "Professor, I practiced before the term commenced," Samael humbly replied. "Even so, that is still quite remarkable. Who can resist practicing a few spells once they wield a wand?" Transfiguration tests one's inherent talent, and since the graduation of Lupin's cohort, there had been no remarkable prodigies in this art. Beside them, Malfoy inquired anxiously, "How did you accomplish that?" He possesses a certain pride. Disparities may exist, yet they should not be so vast as to render one unable to see the end. He vigorously waved at the matchsticks, rendering several of them unusable. Do not panic. Magic is the power of belief, and transfiguration is no exception. Samael's experience in spellcasting derives entirely from the system, and through his narration, it becomes remarkably comprehensible. "Theodore, do you understand?" Draco, listening intently, turned to Theodore with a puzzled expression. Theodore, contemplative, had been bested by Samael's transfiguration, coming from a well-educated family. He had a modicum of understanding regarding Samael's intent. The onlookers turned their heads, quietly observing his demonstration. In Chapter 14, the Transfiguration Lesson, Part 2, Samael refrained from being overly verbose, assisting the group in deciphering Professor McGonagall's key points. Professor McGonagall, a seasoned educator, stands as a paragon within the realm of transfiguration. Her course material progresses from simplicity to complexity, meticulously dissecting a subject that is not overly intricate, striving earnestly to implant all knowledge into her students' minds. However, Samael perceived McGonagall's explanations to be somewhat formulaic. While he did not dispute her expertise, her teaching method seemed challenging for novice wizards to fully absorb. "Do you know why incantations are necessary for spellcasting?" At this juncture, Samael began to survey the students nearby. All were raised in pure-blood families, naturally not uttering foolish comments regarding the absence of incantations in spellcasting. "Is a steadfast belief?" Theodore ventured tentatively. "Precisely. Magic can, to an extent, be described as the embodiment of emotion. Young wizards, with their immature minds, often struggle to wield this power effectively, necessitating tools such as incantations and wands." Samael cast a surprised glance at Theodore, finding him increasingly intriguing. In truth, basic transfiguration magic is not particularly difficult. It does not involve an excess of theory. As long as one believes in what it should be, that conviction will render it so. Samael articulated this in an accessible manner, prompting the onlookers to eagerly attempt the task. Theodore progressed the fastest, already forming a complete semblance of a needle, while Beliv also demonstrated significant improvement, as her matchstick had ceased to resemble mere wood. "Why is it that my progress is so minimal?" Draco lamented, grasping Samael's theories but struggling to produce tangible results. "You." Draco Malfoy, sole heir of the esteemed Malfoy family among the Sacred 28, your lineage and status are your proud assets. Now, summon the pride that belongs to the Malfoy name and command it to transform into a needle. Samael locked eyes with Malfoy, instinctively channeling Snape's penetrating gaze, and spoke to Draco in an elegant, haughty tone. Draco, absorbing Samael's words, felt a surge of emotion. His face flushed, and his demeanor grew increasingly assertive. "Transfigure now," he shouted. Draco's matchstick did not change, yet the table instantaneously morphed into a long needle. "I have succeeded. I have succeeded." The students from both houses were taken aback by Malfoy's commotion, and Samael was momentarily stunned. Such a large table. He thought perhaps he had exerted too much force. Slytherin gains 2 points. She was also curious to learn the insights of this extraordinary student. Samael's viewpoints were refreshing and his explanations clear, earning her considerable admiration, until she heard his interpretation regarding Malfoy, which made her uneasy. "Mr. Gunter, the school does not endorse the propagation of pure-blood rhetoric. Please visit my office after class," Professor McGonagall said gravely. The combination of noble lineage and formidable power, along with his provocative words, necessitated her vigilance. "Rest assured, Professor. I merely wish to clarify the key points of spell casting. I have no ulterior motives," Samael replied, maintaining a composed demeanor and bowing slightly in apology. Professor McGonagall did not respond further and turned her attention to assisting other students. Nearby, Malfoy and his companions displayed expressions of concern. "Samael, what did Professor McGonagall say?" "You aren't being expelled, are you?" Malfoy inquired, a hint of protectiveness creeping into his tone as he followed Samael out of McGonagall's office. "Don't worry, Malfoy. My father is one of the governors. If the school intends to expel Samael, I will certainly discuss it with him," interjected Theodore, his expression also betraying a degree of worry. "Indeed, my father is a governor as well. We can collectively exert pressure on Dumbledore," Malfoy realized. "Rest easy. I have neither been expelled nor punished, and Professor McGonagall has excused me from my transfiguration assignment." Upon hearing this, the others swiftly shifted from concern to indignation. Observing his classmates' complaints, Samael experienced a moment of clarity regarding the notion of friendship. Reflecting on the events in the office, a smile graced his face. "Mr. Gunter, I believe you understand why you are here," he mused. It was not as if she had summoned him, though he resisted the urge to roll his eyes, maintaining a tranquil expression as he addressed Professor McGonagall. "Professor, my intentions were solely to help Malfoy solidify his belief in spellcasting. I did not intend to advocate for the supremacy of purebloods. I am aware that my surname raises concerns among the faculty, but I assure you, I shall not become the nameless one who threatens the wizarding world. I am Gunter, a fallen noble. My actions are merely for survival." Samael, sensing that Professor McGonagall wished to speak, boldly expressed his thoughts. He recognized that he had much growth ahead, needing to alleviate the professor's apprehensions. Whether his words would reach Dumbledore's ears was inevitable. Professor McGonagall paused, her previously stern gaze softening. Having long navigated the wizarding world, she understood the extent of the control held by noble wizards over the magical community. The rise of a fallen noble would inevitably encroach upon the interests of other aristocrats. A daunting prospect. As long as he bore the Gunter name, he would forever be subject to the onslaught of rival nobles. Now, she comprehended this child's pursuit of power. "Mr. Gunter, I do not intend to question your actions, but I recognize the noble qualities inherent in Slytherin." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. May I seek your guidance regarding transfiguration?" Seizing the opportunity, Samael showcased his transformation prowess to Professor McGonagall, demonstrating a seamless transition from material alteration to size modification, and from the living to the lifeless, and vice versa. He left the professor utterly astonished. "Mr. Gunter, I must say your talent is truly remarkable in terms of transformation skills. You are already on par with an outstanding third-year student." Professor McGonagall, despite her high expectations of this pupil, found herself underestimating his capabilities. "Professor, the creatures I conjure from the inanimate lack a certain spirit. They require constant control," Samael remarked, casually waving his wand, transforming a quill into an owl, which merely swayed its head without performing any other actions. He had embedded this specific movement into the magical intent, thus limiting the owl's behavior. "Achieving this is already quite impressive, Mr. Gunter. However, I suggest redirecting your focus toward the theory of transformation," she advised, jotting down the titles of 3 books on the subject and handing them to him. Samael bowed in gratitude, preparing to take his leave. "Thank you, Professor," he said, his face alight with unexpected joy. Although Hogwarts would not make exceptions for students to skip grades, It did not imply they would not nurture exceptionally gifted young wizards. Chapter 15, The Attempt. The upper year students, burdened with heavy coursework, seldom frequented the common room, spending most of their time in the study hall, and Slytherin was no exception. The spacious common room had only a few lingering, as the rest were ignored if they wished to join in. Draco and his peers had already solidified their exclusive circle. Samael's remarks during the transformation class had stirred excitement, not only in Draco, but also in Theodore, who often cast fervent glances his way, making Samael feel somewhat uneasy. It was disconcerting to be scrutinized in such a manner by another man. "Theodore, why do you look at me like that?" Samael teased, casually addressing him while Cole, fortunate for his good looks, remained at his side, having not ventured into the Forbidden Forest. "I believe you could become the king of Slytherin." As soon as these words left his lips, the previously murmuring occupants of the common room fell silent, and even Draco, who had been bullying Crabbe, ceased his antics. The sudden hush startled Samael. He valued Theodore's opinion and was curious about his thoughts. "You possess strength, lineage, and most importantly, your ideology is quite compelling." Theodore pulled the hood over his head, obscuring his pale face in shadow. "I have already articulated my stance in transformation class. My intention was solely to fortify Draco's conviction in his magic, nothing more." Samael maintained a calm demeanor while inwardly lamenting the irony of the situation. Having just assured Professor McGonagall that he would not become a figure like Voldemort, only to now discuss forming a group based on bloodlines. "I am willing to follow you and assist you in achieving greatness." Theodore's gaze was resolute, while those around them exchanged uncertain looks. Most of them are heirs to prominent families, where a single thread pulled can affect the entire fabric. Thus, they dare not make such commitments. Theodore, however, stands apart. He has an elder brother already designated as the heir, leaving him with the prospect of merely becoming a well-fed wizard aristocrat. Dissatisfied with this fate, he yearns to achieve greatness and bring pride to his family. Yet he possesses the self-awareness to recognize that no matter how hard he strives, he may never surpass his equally gifted brother. Now, at last, he sees a glimmer of hope. If he could follow in the footsteps of a great wizard, perhaps he could elevate his family to new heights, and the ideal candidate for this mentorship is undeniably Samael Gant. "I do not know what you have experienced, but I must decline your proposal." Samael, disinterested in elucidation, merely observed as Theodore stepped back, a look of unwillingness etched on his face. "I have no desire to be the person you envision, yet I yearn for a trusted friend to share my burdens. Would you be willing?" Unlike subordinates, Samael yearned for a companion worthy of his trust. "I am willing. I am willing." Theodore's reluctant expression quickly flushed crimson as he exclaimed in excitement. The lounge returned to tranquility, with Beverly discussing the transfiguration lessons while Draco and Goyle critiqued Harry Potter. Samael suspected that the bond between these two was either born of madness or true affection. He leaned towards the latter, for this was indeed the realm of peculiarities. And Malfoy had spent at least half of his youth at Hogwarts embroiled in a love-hate relationship with Harry. Samael engaged in their conversation while quietly perusing the transfiguration tomes brought by Goyle, which provided him with newfound insights into the art. Extracting a blazing log from the fireplace, he waved his wand, transforming it into an eagle that soared above the lounge, only to swoop down and morph into a python slithering across the ground, eliciting a gasp from Draco. It resembled Professor McGonagall's demonstrations in class, albeit with a rather stiff execution. The secondary transformation does not alter the material itself, but rather refines it based on the nature of the magic, Samael mused. It seems, then, that upgrading transfiguration is not as urgent. Perhaps integrating it into combat would be more advantageous. Is localized transformation feasible? As he flipped through the pages, he waved his wand again, turning a stick into a long thorny vine, one of its spikes abruptly transforming into a bright silver, gleaming with metallic luster. The larger the object, the greater the difficulty of transformation. Not only does it require intense concentration, but the casting time also extends. The energy expenditure for altering an entire tree versus a single leaf is astronomically different. To him, transfiguration seemed a versatile discipline. Imagine if one could turn land into marshes, clouds into dew, or rocks into sharp spines. How terrifying that would be. Given that even the Ministry of Magic prohibits transfiguration torture, it suggests a vast potential for development in this field. Moreover, he was not among those naive young wizards who believed that the most powerful spells were the most formidable. If that were the case, modern magic would not have supplanted ancient practices. Samael's desire to experiment began to stir with fervor. Samael watched Draco, who was chasing after Goyle, and with a gentle wave of his wand, the button on Draco's chest instantly transformed into a slender, elongated serpent. The emerald snake's body appeared to be only half formed, as if it were growing out of his clothing, its gaping maw revealing sharp, venomous fangs. "Careful, Draco." Draco, bewildered, looked down to find a gray-brown slit pupil meeting his gaze, an icy breath enveloping him. Ah! A thunderous scream reverberated throughout the common room as he flailed and stumbled backward, inadvertently knocking over several unfortunate young wizards. Samael had not issued any attack command for the transfiguration, so the serpent would not harm Draco. In his frantic tugging, Draco managed to pull the serpent off, reverting it back to a button. "My apologies, Draco. This was merely an experiment. I assumed that a prestigious Slytherin shadow leader would not fear a snake." Samael, recognizing he may have crossed a line, offered a sincere apology. "Who is afraid? Who is afraid? I am the heir of the Malfoy family. How could I possibly be frightened by a mere serpent? I forgive your actions, but you must teach me the spell you just performed." Draco feigned calmness, as if he had not just been the one screaming, his exaggerated arrogance eliciting a chuckle from those around him. Samael took out his notebook to document the incantation process, allowing Malfoy to observe. Theodore also joined in, contemplating that had the serpent's venom been lethal, Draco might have very well met his demise on the spot. Samael did not hinder them. The success of this spell had broadened his horizons. Chapter 16, Bloodroot Cultivation. Samael smiled lightly, not overly enthusiastic. He found little interest in the herbology class, but listened intently. Professor Sprout was a short, plump witch, her demeanor warm and friendly, often speckled with dirt, resembling a farmer more than a professor, exuding an aura of nature. However, Samael sensed magical waves from her that rivaled those of Professor McGonagall. Though this professor made infrequent appearances in the original text, Samael had no doubt of her formidable strength, especially in herbology. The magical world is full of wonders. Some peculiar plants possess fragrances that could lead to death, and he had no desire to meet an untimely end. Thus, he deemed it prudent to engage with this subject, acknowledging that while he may not be particularly interested, he could not afford to remain uninformed. During the lesson, Professor Sprout frequently glanced in Samael's direction, likely having heard of his exceptional performance in Transfiguration and eager to see if he would excel in herbology as well. It wouldn't be fair to say she was disappointed, as he maintained a commendable standard, without any notable errors in practice. "Professor Sprout, I discovered some unusual flowers in the Muggle world that may contain magical properties. Could you assist me in examining them?" After class, Samael lingered to help Sprout tidy the first greenhouse, perfectly timing his inquiry. "Mr. Gunner, what kind of plants are you referring to?" Professor Sprout looked up, curiosity shining in her eyes as she regarded Samael. Samael produced the 4 bloodroots he had prepared in advance and quietly observed Professor Sprout. "Oh, I have never encountered anything like this, Mr. Gunter. I require some magical detection, though it may consume 1 or 2 blossoms." Professor Sprout, with an expression of astonishment, having immersed herself in the realm of herbology for years, had never before seen such a plant. The rich, intoxicating aroma of potion wafted through the air, leaving her utterly delighted, and she eagerly turned her gaze towards Samael. Of course, there is no objection to this. In fact, he possesses another 4 blossoms to spare. Should he uncover the method for cultivation, it would yield significant rewards. Upon hearing this, Professor Sprout clasped her hands together, her eyes gently closing as she began to chant an unfamiliar incantation. What she uttered resembled a melodic chant, and a soft green light enveloped her, shimmering with transparency and emitting ethereal specks of light, both sacred and dignified. An elixir of longevity? No, there seems to be some limitation. Professor Sprout pondered, sensing that this fiery red flower was far from ordinary, and resumed her incantation. At that moment, the blood orchid underwent a profound transformation. Its petals began to detach, weaving into crimson threads that fused with the seeds, while the calyx, receptacle, and even the style followed suit. In a brief while, Professor Sprout found herself holding 4 or 5 seeds, plump and brimming with the essence of life. This flower, to be precise, could be classified as a serpent S longevity herb, capable of sustaining continuous growth in serpents and facilitating their metamorphosis. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, Professor Sprout exclaimed with delight, "This is an entirely new magical plant, one that pertains to the extension of life. Although there are limitations, if some potion masters were to conduct research on it, they might very well invent a longevity elixir." Metamorphosis? What kind of metamorphosis? The 4 titans of the Samael family had all undergone a transformation, yet he yearned to comprehend the specific levels of metamorphosis and its restrictions. Speed, strength, and defense. An all-encompassing transformation. Most crucially, The potential to elevate ordinary serpents into magical creatures, Professor Sprout joyfully proclaimed. Could such a possibility truly exist? Samael appeared dazed. The essence of magical creatures should inherently contain the magic within their bloodlines. Yet his forekin had merely grown in size. Numerous examples exist within the magical realm. When an ordinary cuckoo reaches the end of its lifespan, it will cough up its blood onto a white rose. Once the blood stains the rose red, consuming it will induce a transformation within itself. Of course, the process is not so simple. Most cuckoos in their twilight years lack the vitality required, and it seems they must also undergo natural prayers, rendering the entire process rather intricate, yet undeniably real. Professor Sprout elaborated confidently, recounting the cases she was aware of. Professor, is this plant easy to cultivate? Samael hesitated for a moment before voicing his most pressing concern. It varies. In the Muggle world, it may take 7 years to fully mature, but with magical enhancement, it can yield a harvest in as little as 57 days. Professor, what conditions are necessary? Samael inquired eagerly. It is quite easy to care for. A slightly damp environment will suffice. I possess dragon dung and growth elixirs, thus my supplies are quite comprehensive. However, a crucial ingredient remains elusive. The potent venom of serpents. The more formidable, the better. You may procure it yourself or consult Professor Kettleburn from the Care of Magical Creatures class, as he possesses some ashen snakes. Professor Sprout, diligent in her duties, has clearly articulated the cultivation conditions for bloodroot. Samael is aware of the presence of the Niven snake in the Forbidden Forest and is fluent in Parseltongue, rendering a visit to Professor Kettleburn unnecessary. Nonetheless, he lacks experience traversing the Forbidden Forest, and having a professor accompany him instills a sense of security. As Professor Sprout spoke, she transformed the remaining 3 flowers into seeds and proceeded to transplant them into pots. This indeed places an obligation upon the professor. Samael is unperturbed by the possibility of Professor Sprout being avaricious, while he cannot vouch for other professors at Hogwarts. He finds the heads of the 4 houses to be of trustworthy character. After bowing, Samael turned to leave, anticipating that in 2 months, he would harvest at least 16 bloodroots, complete with rhizomes, ensuring a boundless supply for the future. Besides nourishing the 4 giants, he also plans to cultivate a new batch of venomous serpents. Chapter 17. The Dream Fulfillment Organization. Where on earth am I? Samael exclaimed in frustration, as the staircases of Hogwarts shifted once more. He could only wonder which original headmaster had lost their sanity to transform the staircases into this chaotic state. He had been navigating the moving stairs for half an hour. Having a slight tendency towards being directionally challenged, he now found himself utterly lost and, for the first time, was grateful to be in Slytherin, thus avoiding an excessive number of stairs. What are you doing here, you Slytherin brat? A handsome young man approached, perplexed. Greetings. I am Samael Gant. Please inform Percy Weasley that someone awaits him in the potions classroom on the 2nd floor. Upon completion of this task, you shall receive a silver sickle. With that, Samael hastily departed from the distressing staircase, leaving Wood in a state of bewilderment. He had never witnessed such courtesy from a Slytherin towards a Gryffindor, and if he heard correctly, he would also receive a handsome reward. The loyalty of Theodore inspired new thoughts within him. He did not require servants, but friends were another matter entirely. He envisioned establishing a mutually beneficial group dedicated to collective growth. To alleviate Dumbledore's concerns, the members of this group would not be limited to Slytherin alone. In Samael's view, Percy Weasley was an excellent candidate. He possessed capability and ambition, achieving 12 OS in the Newt examinations, a feat worthy of distinction. The lineage of the Weasley family, however, destined his political aspirations to be limited, and Samael valued him, willing to elevate him further under the name of the Gant family. Bored, Samael drummed his fingers on the desk, awaiting Percy Weasley's arrival. Are you seeking me? Percy inquired, his expression serious, surprised that a Slytherin would be the one looking for him. He had heard of Samael, the unofficial king of first-year Slytherins, but as a Gryffindor prefect, he felt it was beyond his concern. Greetings, Mr. Weasley. I am Samuel Gunter, and I trust you have heard of me. Samuel offered a gentle smile, formally introducing himself. Indeed, I have heard of you. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? As a prefect, my responsibilities are numerous, and I am reluctant to squander time with a young wizard, particularly one from Slytherin. I wish to establish a student organization and would like to extend an invitation to you, Mr. Weasley. Samuel, perceiving Percy's impatience, directly articulated his intentions. I am already in my 5th year and have no desire to partake in the frivolities of children. Moreover, I am a Gryffindor. Percy's demeanor remained composed. His statement was not without merit, as it is often challenging for students of different years, let alone different houses, to bond. The first and second years may find some common ground, but by the third year, with the addition of elective courses and a significant increase in homework, it becomes more complex. The fourth year marks a pivotal transition, with the difficulty of magic escalating considerably, and by the fifth year, the burden of OWLs looms large over the students. The sixth year brings the pressure of career guidance, while the seventh year S-Newts directly influence future prospects. Thus, he truly had little interest in entangling himself with a Slytherin. Mr. Weasley, I urge you not to hastily dismiss my proposal. The formation of this society holds no ulterior motives and will not constrain anyone's freedom. It is merely intended to foster mutual assistance and collective growth. Samuel spoke eloquently, his gaze brimming with confidence, drawing Percy S. attention to the depths of his eyes. We are worlds apart. You may not be able to assist me. Although Percy felt a flicker of intrigue, his reservations remained. He yearned for power, yet a segment of Gryffindor remained skeptical of him. He could easily envision himself ostracized for mingling with Slytherins. Consider extending your vision, Mr. Weasley. To speak of mere numbers, Hogwarts will simultaneously have 24 prefects serving, and it is highly probable that next year's Student Council President will be chosen from among them. As Gryffindor's greatest rival, Slytherin, I am confident in my ability to persuade them. With the support of other members, attaining the position of Student Council President would not be insurmountable. Should you look even further ahead, I will naturally inherit the position of head of the Gunter family in Wisingamot upon reaching adulthood, which would provide you with significant leverage in your aspirations within the Ministry of Magic. Samuel's tone was laced with seduction, as he believed these prospects held a deadly allure for one who craved prestige and wealth. Percy Weasley, who had initially appeared indifferent, now bore an earnest expression, his breaths growing heavier. He recognized that the individual before him possessed the capability to deliver on his promises. His father, Arthur Weasley, serving as the office head in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures under the Ministry of Magic, would offer little assistance for his future and could potentially hinder his progress. The pureblood families of the Ministry would be unlikely to welcome him, a descendant of their so-called disgrace, into the upper echelons of the magical world. What do you seek in return? Though Percy longed for the opportunities Samuel proposed, he was not naive and understood that nothing comes without a price, cautiously inquiring. You should be aware of my circumstances. I merely wish for you to lend me a hand in your moments of triumph. This, in essence, constitutes my investment in you. Samuel spoke with remarkable candor. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning that certain things, particularly those offered freely, become increasingly burdensome to repay. I shall join, Percy declared with unwavering resolve, convinced that this transaction was devoid of risk. What would he possibly lose? Our organization is called the Dream Realization Society, dedicated to fulfilling the aspirations of its members. Upon hearing his agreement, Samuel's countenance brightened with joy, and he promptly conceived a name that was somewhat grandiose. Simple yet clear, exuberant and dignified, it was, in his view, far superior to monikers such as Death Eaters, and far more reassuring. Besides yourself, another member of the organization is Theodore, not from Slytherin. To bolster the organization's credibility, Samuel also mentioned Theodore, as the Knot family's influence is not insignificant. In his estimation, Theodore would certainly not decline, and it served as an opportunity to enhance their standing. This is 50 galleons. I know your old textbooks are with your younger siblings. I hope we can exchange your study notes from years 1 of 4, Samuel proposed, initiating their first act of mutual assistance by retrieving 50 golden galleons from his bag. Percy's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered such a sum in his lifetime. There is no need for that. It's hardly valuable. I could simply give it to you, Percy stammered. I exchange my authority for your future assistance, and I trade galleons for your knowledge. In my eyes, you have not taken advantage of me, Samuel reassured him, observing Percy's discomfort and stepping in to alleviate the tension. Percy flushed, his crimson hair adding a humorous charm to his demeanor. I notice your robes do not fit well. Here is a specially tailored wizard's robe I crafted, a sort of alchemical product that can withstand a degree of malevolent curses. It is a gift for you. Samuel placed the fire cloud robe down, and before Percy could utter a word, turned and walked away, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Percy gazed at the robe, identical to Samuel's, determination flickering in his eyes. Oh, and remember to give a silver sickle to the classmate who relayed the message. That is the reward I promised him. I shan't provide you with anything extra. The voice echoed from a distance, eliciting a smile from Percy, who no longer fretted over the loss of that single silver sickle. Chapter 18, Filch and Peeves. As dusk fell, The corridors of Hogwarts were sparsely populated with students. "Greetings. Are you Madame Loris?" Just as Samael pondered this, a frail cat approached him slowly, scrutinizing his every movement. It remained uncertain whether Filch had a fondness for cats or was inclined towards their mistreatment. Madame Loris was a Maine Coon cat, with male specimens reaching an impressive length of 1.20 meters, while females were slightly smaller, yet still substantial, resembling small lions. Nothing like the emaciated creature before him. Could it be that Filch truly mistreats you? Here, have some cat treats. Samael gently stroked the fur of Madame Loris, which had become matted, and presented her with the cat treats he had acquired from Beverly earlier that morning. Argus Filch is regarded as one of the least favored individuals at Hogwarts, second only to Professor Snape. His feline companion, Mrs. Norris, naturally shares in this unpopularity. Moreover, Mrs. Norris often employs her keen sense of smell to assist Filch in apprehending wayward students, further diminishing her appeal. Therefore, whenever a young wizard offers her a treat, he remains highly vigilant. However, this occasion feels different, as she can distinctly sense the goodwill emanating from the person before her. As she licks the cat treat with her delicate pink tongue, she affectionately rubs her head against Samael, expressing her fondness. With a flick of his wand, Samael magically cleanses Mrs. Norris, rendering her fur free of grime and remarkably dry. He then plucks a button from his attire, transforming it into a quintessential grooming comb for feline fur, gently brushing through Mrs. Norris's coat. The sound of her contented purring fills the air as she rolls over, revealing an even more tangled patch of fur on her belly. "Are you a cat or a dog?" Samael muses. Having only witnessed dogs display such affection by exposing their bellies, he had never considered that cats might do the same. With the aid of his spell, Mrs. Norris's fur becomes incredibly smooth, and as he gently strokes her head, he feels an inner tranquility. He possesses far greater patience with animals than with people, particularly with such a majestic yet endearing creature. The thoughts of animals are much more pure, and their loyalty to him is unwavering. He prefers their company to that of humans, free from the treachery and deceit that often plague human interactions. "Release my Mrs. Norris. What have you done to her?" Filch comes barreling from a distance, howling as he runs. You're Mrs. Norris?" In a swift motion, Mrs. Norris leaps from Samael's arms and dashes towards Filch, her flowing fur dancing in the breeze, resembling a small lion. Were it not for her familiar and delicate feline face, Filch would scarcely believe this was indeed his Mrs. Norris. Observing Filch clutching Mrs. Norris tightly, Samael cannot help but softly interject, "Mr. Filch, I assure you I have not harmed Mrs. Norris. However, if you do not loosen your grip, you may inadvertently suffocate her." At this, Filch hastily relaxes his hold, allowing Mrs. Norris to resume her breathing. "What have you done to her?" Filch inquires anxiously. To him, Mrs. Norris is not merely a pet, but a profound emotional bond, and he fears for her safety at the hands of the young wizard. "Nothing of consequence. I merely noticed that Mrs. Norris appeared somewhat malnourished, so I offered her some food and tidied her up a bit," Samael responds calmly, unfazed by Filch's menacing demeanor. To him, Filch's enraged outburst lacks any semblance of intimidation, portraying merely a pitiable soul yearning for magic. "Malnourished? How could that be? I feed her the finest cat food from the magical menagerie." Filch roars in frustration. Cats require more than just cat food. They also need various trace elements. You might consider purchasing some cat treats or dried fish. These would greatly benefit Mrs. Norris, Samael offers, opting to enlighten Filch with a touch of feline knowledge rather than stooping to his level. Without further ado, he indeed harbors a strong fondness for Madame Loris. "Ha!" The little wizard quarreled with Filch. A transparent specter emerged from behind the wall, adorned with a comical hat, laughing as it splashed ink from its hands. "Armor, protect me." Samael reacted swiftly, conjuring a transparent barrier that shielded both himself and Filch from the inky barrage that splattered the ground, sparing them entirely. A ghost capable of interacting with the physical realm? Damn that Peeves. I shall report this to the professors. Samael was astonished, while Filch behind him hurled a string of invectives at the specter. So this is Peeves. He had heard tales of this mischievous poltergeist in his previous life, yet had not encountered him until now. Peeves remained unperturbed, producing two small, grayish-black spheres and tossing them towards the duo. Samael, not one to be outdone, activated the iron armor charm once more, sending the spheres flying far away. Upon hitting the ground, a tremendous noise erupted as the spheres released a massive cloud of yellow smoke, a foul stench permeating the corridor. Even from a distance, it caused Samael considerable discomfort. "Whirlwind sweep." A clear voice rang out from behind them. Even before Peeves had begun his raucous antics, a portion of the crowd had already been drawn to the commotion, including Penelope Clearwater, the head girl of Ravenclaw and Percy's future girlfriend. That pesky little imp, Peeves complained as he soared away. The students of Hogwarts found themselves powerless against him, allowing his departure unchallenged. Samael, not known for his patience, waved his hand, sending brooms, dustpans, and remnants of dirt and ink soaring towards Peeves. It was not in his nature to let a grudge go unpunished. Peeves possessed the ability to shift between corporeal and incorporeal forms, yet he mostly wielded his prankster tools, maintaining a solid state, only becoming a phantom when passing through walls. At that moment, Peeves was caught off guard, and everything came crashing down upon him. The crowd of onlookers was left in stunned silence since their enrollment. They had never witnessed Peeves in such a predicament. Who dares to ambush the great Peeves? Peeves transformed into a specter, emerging from a pile of refuse. Surveying the surrounding wizards, the young witches and wizards showed no fear, laughing at his ludicrous antics. For they had all been victims of Peeves' mischief at one point or another. It is I, Samael Gont, a first-year student of Slytherin, greeting the illustrious Peeves. Samael bowed gracefully, speaking slowly. In truth, he had not yet encountered the infamous blood traitor, Barrow, but given Peeves' notorious nature, it seemed the perfect moment to invoke his name. Peeves, please do not inform Lord Barrow of this. A flicker of fear crossed Peeves' visage, and with that he vanished in a flash, leaving the group of young witches and wizards gazing in admiration at Samael's retreating figure. Chapter 19. The Injured Cole. The reason is quite simple. As they journeyed halfway, Felch instructed a student to deliver a note to Samael, which granted him permission to employ magic during his daily confinement tasks, provided he would compile a guide on how to care for Lady Loris and submit it to him. For Samael, this was a trivial matter. Most confinement tasks involved mundane chores like cleaning the trophy display room, merely a matter of tidying up. Beside him, Beliv tugged eagerly at his sleeve, sharing the details of the situation. Well done. In a time when other houses face setbacks, you have valiantly defended the honor of Slytherin, remarked Ian Bach, a fifth-year prefect. Samael felt somewhat incredulous. While he understood the pursuit of glory was integral to Slytherin, he questioned if this was an overreach. As he did not perceive his actions as particularly honorable, he maintained a composed demeanor, offering a smile as he shared his experiences with the group, neither overly modest nor exaggerating the truth. However, to the eyes of other Slytherins, this was a manifestation of a strong confidence. Hisses, Master, save me, please quickly. The urgent calls in Parseltongue echoed, laced with weakness. Samael's expression instantly shifted, a palpable tension enveloping the room. Everyone, save for Theodore, instinctively took a step back. The cold indifference and lifelessness in Samael's gaze sent shivers down their spines, and wands swiftly emerged from sleeves. What is it, Samael? What happened? Beliv inquired, stepping forward, her concern tinged with unease. Even during his previous confrontation with Zabini, Samael had worn a smile. She had never witnessed him in such a state. Though their acquaintance was brief, she recognized him as a composed individual. Samael ignored her, responding in serpent tongues, and hastened to the fireplace, where he discovered the ailing Kale among the firewood. Kale was battered and weak, with multiple injuries, and in addition to the wounds emitting smoke. Several bones were missing, even his fangs had been extracted. Who did this? Who is responsible? Samael's tone remained calm. Yet Snape's penetrating gaze inadvertently intensified the chill in the room. Kale had been subjected to a shrinking spell, rendering him incapable of unleashing his monstrous power. Yet the essence of the beast remained evident in his current state, which spoke volumes of the torment he had endured. Samael, I have some restorative potions and white lichen. You should administer them to Kale, Beliv suggested, retrieving 2 vials from her small bag. Without hesitation, Samael poured the contents into Kale's mouth, noticing a slight revival of spirit. His expression softened as he glanced at Beliv with newfound warmth. Drawing out his wand, Samael made a deliberate incision on his palm, smearing the blood across his left arm, forming intricate hand signs as he proclaimed necromancy. Slapping his hand upon the ground, a complex array of magical sigils unfurled beneath him. 3 colossal figures emerged amidst a cloud of smoke, causing the previously spacious room to feel rather cramped. The imposing figure, standing at a height of 15 meters, exuded an air of oppression that rendered everyone present breathless. Clad entirely in black, adorned with intricate purple patterns, was Rebecca. Intertwined in hues of yellow and black was Finn, and the orange-hued form marked with dark green patterns belonged to Ilya. These 3 colossal serpents fixed their icy gazes upon the crowd with an unyielding intensity. Naturally, Samael would not easily forgive the perpetrator. Among the 4 great leaders of his family, His fondness for Rebecca was evident, yet his closest bond was undoubtedly with Cole. Their relationship had deepened with the formation of their contract. Even Samael's mother, Claire, held a particular fondness for Cole. The gathered individuals either genuinely did not know the identity of the assailant or were unwilling to disclose it. Samael could not interrogate each person individually, and thus had to devise his own means of discovery. The serpentine's sense of smell vastly surpassed that of any wizard. So he summoned Rebecca and her companions for assistance, aiming to both seek the culprit and instill fear, a dual purpose. As the three great serpents formed a formidable presence behind Samael, they advanced forward. "Mr. Gunter, let us put this matter to rest," Ian Bork, the only prefect present, asserted, determined to prevent any chaos. "Are you certain you wish to impede my progress?" he retorted, and with that, the three serpents coiled, ready to strike. Ian found himself in a predicament. As a half-blood wizard who had earned the position of prefect in Slytherin, his popularity and formidable abilities were noteworthy. Yet, truth be told, he lacked the confidence to repel even a single giant serpent. "I believe it would be most prudent to leave this matter to Professor Snape. Do not invite trouble upon yourself." Ian's reasoning was sound, but Samael, still seething with anger, had no intention of heeding his counsel. Consulting Snape would likely trivialize the situation. Ian, feeling the weight of the three serpents' gaze, resolutely abandoned his resistance, watching as Samael swaggered towards the upperclassmen's common room, flanked by the three serpents. Following closely were Theodore Nott, Draco Malfoy, Beverly Crouch, and Daphne Greengrass, who insisted on witnessing the spectacle. This gathering of individuals, each more distinguished than the last, prompted Ian to hasten his steps, fearing unforeseen consequences. The throng of spectators behind him grew, including several upperclassmen. Chapter 20, I Will Assault You All. In the Slytherin common room, the trio of magnificent beasts moved swiftly through the dimly lit corridor. Their immense size, spanning several meters, instilled a sense of intimidation among the young wizards, who parted ways in their presence. Samael, observing the burgeoning crowd behind him, paid them no mind. The greater the commotion, the more advantageous it was for him. Although Dumbledore had focused on self-cultivation in recent years, the pureblood families would never forget his illustrious history of resisting two Dark Lords, which instilled a sense of trepidation towards him. Even the longest hands of a pureblood wizard cannot reach the inner sanctum of Hogwarts, unless the stakes are so high that all the board members choose to dismiss Dumbledore, which is, of course, a most improbable scenario. Samael's philosophy is that there are tolerable grievances, yet some are simply intolerable. To endure a moment might bring tranquility, but to retreat only breeds further frustration. With Dumbledore as a shield, he resolved to act boldly. Any who dared to extend their claws would find them severed. This was the fourth-year common room, home to David Gondy, Sean Opre, John Travers, and Nelson Rosier. At this juncture, Theodore hastily interjected, his tone laced with caution. Samael did not believe he would speak without cause regarding the specifics of the situation. John Travers was no ordinary individual. Not only was he a member of the Sacred 28, but he also held the position of Shadow Prefect in his fourth year, possessing formidable strength. He had once challenged a sixth-year prefect and emerged victorious. Theodore, with a grave tone, paused before continuing, "Does the Gunther family, now fallen from grace, truly dare to flaunt themselves so brazenly?" The door to the common room swung open, and four youths emerged in succession, their expressions haughty and their demeanor arrogant, though their gazes momentarily narrowed upon Rebecca and the colossal serpents. "I have no interest in your idle prattle, nor do I care for your reasons for provoking me. I hereby challenge you in the name of the Gunther family. Will you dare to accept?" Samael's expression remained tranquil, his aura subdued as he donned a sweet smile once more. The surrounding crowd gasped. It was not uncommon for students to challenge shadow prefects, for the cream of each year would never settle for mediocrity. Yet, witnessing a first-year student challenge a fourth year, particularly the notorious John Travers, was unprecedented. "I accept your challenge, but I wish to raise the stakes. Should you lose, the Gunther family must become vassals of the Travers family." The four youths rejoiced at this, thinking that tormenting a wretched serpent was but a simple maneuver, merely to provoke Samael, never anticipating that he would so readily fall into their trap. To them, the Gunther serpent was as foolish as Gryffindor's dim-witted lions. Meanwhile, Malfoy and his companions attempted to intervene, but were silenced by Samael's steely gaze. "I too agree, but if you lose, I demand a magical estate, a shop in Hogsmeade, and 4 young house elves." Samael stated his conditions with remarkable composure, the content of which incited ire among the four. Only the Travers and Rosier families could command such assets. The other two were mere half-bloods. The total value of these demands rivaled the income of the two families over 2 years, and they dared not acquiesce lightly. Has the Gunther family gone mad? Such conditions are audacious. Nelson Rosier scoffed. In my view, it is the Travers who seem more deranged. The Gunther family, though diminished, remains a descendant of Slytherin and still wields considerable influence in the magical realm. If I truly align with the Travers family, they stand to gain far more than I. By that logic, I would be the one at a loss. Agreed. However, during the course of battle, you may not command your serpents. John Travers expressed his apprehension towards the three colossal beasts. Fool, you allow a serpent-tongued individual to wield a snake. May I not request that you refrain from using a wand? Samael cast him a sidelong glance, his expression akin to that of one observing a simpleton. Very well. I understand your cowardice. However, I shall not look down upon you. You may summon those three imbeciles behind you to join in the duel. Remember, it is I who am besieging your group alone. Samael's tone dripped with disdain. He had no intention of sparing anyone who had harmed Cole, convinced that none among the four were innocent. But even if they were, what of it? Better to err on the side of caution. He recalled that members of both their families had once followed Voldemort, and thus were not to be trifled with. All right, exclaimed Travers, his complexion alternating between crimson and pallid, as he gritted his teeth and produced a magical contract, inscribing his name upon it. Samael scrutinized the terms of the contract, noting that any breach would result in dire consequences. He had no intention of violating it, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities, just as John did, being the sole heir to the Travers lineage. Though 4 against 1 would invite ridicule, the potential gains far outweighed such trivialities. Having both signed the contract, they proceeded toward the Slytherin common room, the only space ample enough to accommodate their 3 imposing forms. As they approached, they encountered a scowling Snape, the infamous Mr. Gunter, not only fervently yearning for fame and fortune, but also foolishly aspiring to dominate Slytherin. It seems he must have had an unfortunate encounter with a troll in his youth. Snape observed as they unleashed their vitriol, his expression betraying concern, yet his words were merciless. Professor, as a true Slytherin, I do not perceive the pursuit of fame as an error. Moreover, I did not instigate this provocation. Since you are here, perhaps you might serve as a witness for us. Samael swiftly interrupted his discourse, for Snape's oratory always resembled a monotonous recitative, and he had no interest in enduring it further. Snape faltered, taken aback. Never before had a student interrupted him mid-speech. However, upon noticing the contract floating beside Rogier, he realized it was too late for intervention. With a flick of his wand, he banished the furniture from the fireplace and expanded the common room several-fold with a silent extension charm. He believed that, with him overseeing the proceedings, neither side would overstep, and he felt confident in his ability to manage any unforeseen developments. The two parties exchanged glances. Within the dimly lit common room, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. They each offered a slight bow. Had it not been for the keen observations of an outsider, one might have thought they merely swayed momentarily. Samael's expression turned grave. He would regard his adversaries with tactical disdain, yet strategically he held them in the utmost regard. After all, they were heirs of pure-blood families, capable of besting a 6th-year shadow prefect, their prowess undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 21, The Duel. Stupefy. Thunderous explosions. Petri Ficus, Totalus. Protego. The 4 executed their maneuvers with remarkable synergy. Sean Opry was ruthless in his assaults, simultaneously aggressive, casting spells while narrowing the distance between himself and the 2 opponents. David Gandy, on the other hand, enveloped the remaining 3 in protective charms, retreating swiftly. Samael deftly evaded the assaults, foregoing incantations. His reflexes allowed him to dodge the majority of spells. The 3 colossal pythons, in perfect harmony with his intent, required minimal guidance, their own sensitivity surpassing that of any human. Like an elegant artist, Samael wielded his wand, transforming the buttons on David Gandy, the only unarmored wizard, into a venomous serpent that swiftly sank its fangs into his throat. A piercing scream escaped David's lips as the lethal poison coursed through his veins, turning his complexion a ghastly shade of purple. The remaining 3 were taken aback, preoccupied with fending off the python's relentless attacks, entirely unprepared for David's swift incapacitation. David Gandy is out, Snape declared calmly, waving his wand, causing David to reappear at his side. A vial of antidote was hastily administered, restoring his pallor. Shattered, a spell struck Ilias's tail, eliciting a pained response that awakened the primal instincts of the reticulated python within him, propelling him toward Nelson Rocher with alarming speed. The 3 pythons, having recently transformed into magical creatures, possessed moderate magical resistance, but exceptional velocity. Obstacles loomed. The remaining trio labored to thwart Rebecca's onslaught, while simultaneously guarding against Samael's sporadic spellcasting. A harrowing scream resonated as Nelson Rocher's right arm twisted into an irregular shape, blood spilling profusely, his wand lost in the chaos. Ilya clamped down on his shoulder, ensnaring him tightly. At Samael's command, Rocher would be consumed. Given the substantial size of the reticulated python, which could reach lengths of around 10 meters, it was entirely feasible for it to prey upon a human. Historically, man-eating pythons were known to devour the frail or young, and Ilya, nearly matching Rebecca in size, was more than capable of swallowing a small wizard whole. The onlookers gasped in horror. The visceral sight of blood combined with the constricted form of Rocher led them to instinctively conclude his demise was imminent. Even Snape tightened his grip on his wand until the python merely held Rocher captive without consuming him. At Snape's silent direction, Samael released him, allowing the young wizard to be escorted to safety. Sean O'Prey and John Travers, the strongest among the four, exchanged glances and retrieved vials of purple potions from their robes, smashing them onto the ground before hastily consuming 2 each. Poisonous? Retreat. The pythons exhibited moderate resistance to toxins, but certainly not enough to tempt fate. Samael summoned the serpents to retreat from the shrouded purple mist. As he waved his wand, explosive sounds reverberated through the lounge. His explosive spells having reached level 4, enabling wandless casting with power rivaling that of any ordinary auror. Within the purple mist, flames flickered and the fog swirled chaotically. The two struggled to evade the blast while simultaneously shielding themselves from the debris. Samael, without reciting incantations, cast spells with remarkable speed, making any attempt at retaliation on their part futile. They could never have imagined that a mere first-year student could achieve such feats. A barrage of arrows unleashed. Flocks of birds soared. Amidst the mist, the incantations of 2 individuals echoed, as a multitude of red hawks burst forth from the purple haze, their talons and sharp beaks glinting ominously. Flocks of birds. Samael, too, summoned a swarm of crows to engage the red hawks in combat, feathers, blood, and severed limbs strewn across the ground. The lounge was saturated with an atmosphere of bloodshed and brutality. No, Samael gasped in alarm, noticing that with each clash between the crows and red hawks, a crimson arrow shot forth from the beak of the hawks, draining the life from the crows in its wake. Transformed swiftly. Thunderous explosions. Realizing the grave danger, Samael instinctively uttered a spell, causing a nearby sofa to instantly morph into a steel shield that flew toward him. The explosive spell shattered the flock of red hawks, yet no blood was spilled. Instead, the blood coalesced into arrows of varying sizes, all aimed at Samael. Most were intercepted by the iron shield, but some darted through the air, forcing Samael to evade with great difficulty. This spell was clearly not white magic. He believed that being struck would result in an immediate extraction of his blood. It seemed that contact with inanimate objects could effectively mitigate the damage from this dark magic. Wielding his wand, Samael transformed more sofas into steel crows, fortifying his defenses. The transformation of matter and shape, even for him, was a considerable drain, especially when controlling so many steel crows at once. As the crows circled, the blood arrows vanished, beads of sweat forming on Samael's brow. He pondered, indeed, any pureblood family should not be underestimated. Disarm your weapon. Samael's wand flew in response, soaring into the purple mist. As the fog dissipated, it revealed the disheveled duo. John Travers knelt on the ground, pale and bleeding profusely from both arms, clearly having paid a significant price to cast his final spell. Considering the nature of dark magic, sacrifices of blood were hardly surprising. Sean Aubrey gasped for breath, yet a triumphant smile adorned his face. As someone who thrived by associating with a powerful family, this grand achievement would surely earn him a handsome reward. Samael, without a wand, how could he possibly contend with me now? Blood trickled from the corner of John Travers' mouth, and in that moment, he could almost hear the praises of his parents and grandfather. Samael, however, remained unfazed, communicating with Finn and Rebecca in Parseltongue. The 2 small creatures moved with remarkable speed. Yet the duo was not without their own trump cards. They once again quaffed potions to regain their strength, unleashing a barrage of spells toward Rebecca and Finn. Did you truly believe that these 2 creatures could turn the tide for you? I shall make you suffer, Travers bellowed. The spells grew more ferocious. Dark smoke billowing from the ground, unmistakably the work of black magic. Sean, showing a modicum of wit, directed his spells towards Samael, aiming to take him down first. Fool! Serpent shadow! Samael smiled, and from the wide sleeves of his robe, 2 long serpents shot forth at lightning speed, ensnaring them before they could even react. The venomous fangs clamped down upon their throats, their complexions swiftly transforming into a shade of purplish blue, clearly indicating severe poisoning. It appeared that I had triumphed. Samael released his captives, casting them at Snape's feet. Clutching the contract, he gradually departed amidst the cheers of Draco, Theodore, and others, leaving behind Snape, whose face was ashen, along with the other Slytherin students who gazed at him in awe. Chapter 22, Water Release. As the melodious voice of the system resonated in his ears, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Congratulations, host. You have attained the status of intermediate Slytherin king without a crown and received a reward. Water Release Ninjutsu Collection. Incomplete. Samael was ecstatic. This marked the second occasion he acquired a ninjutsu collection from the world of Naruto. The previous collection from Orochimaru had not enlightened him on the function of chakra, leading him to awkwardly conjoin certain ninjutsu with body transformation techniques. He understood that chakra was the amalgamation of cellular energy and mental energy within the body, yet how to refine it remained a mystery. With the introduction of chakra refinement techniques, he believed that his serpentine ninjutsu would experience rapid enhancement. His free combat skills were at level 4. His physical strength surpassed that of an average adult, and his mental energy was even more commendable, constituting his forte. Though the ninjutsu collection was incomplete, it would suffice for a considerable duration, and it encompassed a well-rounded array of offensive, defensive, and supportive techniques, leaving him with no grievances. Few serpentine creatures were incapable of swimming. Thus, the water release would allow him to create advantageous battle terrains while simultaneously augmenting his serpentine ninjutsu. His 4 formidable allies could perform at 120% capacity in water, significantly elevating their combat prowess. In a state of elation, Samael rolled about with his 3 major allies, and after consuming a restorative potion provided by belief, Ilya's wounds had begun to scab. He had no intention of lifting the summoning technique at this juncture. After such a fierce battle, it would be prudent to wait until recovery had taken place overnight. After administering medicine to Cole and supplementing him with a couple of blood orchids, Samael gazed at his panel, lost in contemplation. Host, Samael Gant. Profession, Wizard. Achievements, King of the Orphanage, Street Hero, Renegade, Enforcer of Justice, Intermediate Slytherin King without a crown. Talent, Parseltongue LV4. System Skills, Orochimaru's Ninjutsu Collection, incomplete LV3. Water Release Ninjutsu Collection, incomplete LV1. Free Combat LV4, Snape's Gaze LV2. Ordinary Skills, Transformation LV3, Alohomora LV1. Full Petrification LV2, Sleep-Inducing LV2, Shock Absorption LV2, Freshening LV2. Flock of Birds LV3, Rapid Shrink LV3, Living Rope Binding LV3, Clear Water as Spring LV3, Armor Shield LV3, Glimmering Glow LV4, Accio LV4, Thunderclap Explosion LV4. Magical Items, Blood Orchid 2, Banshee's Whale 1, Akatsuki's Fire Cloud Robes 10. Pets, Kate, Eagle Owl, Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Green Anaconda, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python. In addition to the Water Release Collection, today also brought unexpected joy as his flock of bird skills successfully advanced to level 3. With the augmentation of the Water Release technique, the intricacies of spells have become less pressing. It is rumored that Professor Flitwick is a dueling champion, and it seems prudent to seek his counsel at a convenient time. A wave of excitement washed over him as he realized he was on the brink of becoming a wealthy figure in a magical realm, and with that joyful anticipation, he embraced Finn and drifted into a deep slumber. Samael slept soundly, while the atmosphere of Hogwarts was rife with chaos. The infirmary echoed with cries of anguish. Fortunately for the poisoned, Nelson Rocher had suffered grievously, with half of his bones shattered by Ilyar, and the incessant itchiness hindered his rest. Professor Snape reported the day's events to Dumbledore, as the arrival of an owl heralded the wrathful outbursts and tumultuous clamor from the Travers family. It was still early. The Slytherin common room was devoid of all but Theodore. He remained silent, his gaze ardent as Samael tossed him a set of fiery robes, and together they made their way to the edge of the Black Lake. Theodore, I have established a group called the Dream Realization Organization, aimed at mutual assistance and elevation. Would you care to join? Samael inquired casually as they walked. Theodore's face lit up with delight. Of course, I would be honored to. He glanced affectionately at the attire mirroring Samuel's. Upon learning he was the first member, he struggled to articulate his excitement, unaware that he was not the initial invitee. Had he not fortuitously encountered Samael, he might have even forgotten the matter altogether. At the lakeside, they practiced their respective magics, each with their specialties and varying rates of progress. Theodore's family ranked among the Sacred 28, steeped in knowledge and equipped with a tailored educational plan. Samuel's focus today was on chakra. As a wizard, he understood that the distinction between wizards and ordinary individuals was not physically substantial. He had yet to perceive the flow of magical energy within his body. All indications pointed to the notion that pure blood heritage resembled a legacy of the mind, wielding vast mental prowess to manipulate magical elements. Thus, every wizard possesses an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Samuel's sensitivity and finesse in controlling this energy allowed him to effortlessly extract chakra, soon sensing a subtle energy emanating from his cellular structure. Though faint, this energy was remarkably tenacious, and his formidable mental force enabled him to manipulate it with ease. With a newfound seriousness, Samuel, under Theodore's astonished gaze, stepped resolutely towards the Black Lake. Even he felt a twinge of anxiety. September in England was far from warm, and he feared an inadvertent plunge into the depths. With weighted steps, yet a heart brimming with resolve, he pressed on, and ultimately succeeded. Samuel strode briskly across the darkened lake's surface, not daring to relax his vigilance. Shifting from a quick walk to a jog, then to a sprint, the chakra energy flowed beneath him, harmonizing with the surface tension of the water, granting him a sense of ease and comfort. Water release, serpent's mouth. Samuel executed quick hand seals, conjuring a colossal wave that surged 5 meters high upon the Black River. In places abundant with water, the power of water techniques naturally flourishes. He was curious to experiment with the rumored dam, yet his meager chakra was insufficient for the task. Theodore, standing on the shore, was profoundly moved by the spectacle that resembled the grandeur of nature itself, reaching new heights of astonishment. Silently, he commended his own discernment. As the time drew near, Theodore dried Samuel's robe, and the two set off together towards Hogwarts Castle. The consumption of chakra was also a drain on physical strength, and he hoped that breakfast would be particularly sumptuous that day. Chapter 23, Potions Class, Part 1. As Samael entered the Hogwarts Hall, the crowd had swelled, and all gazes upon him were tinged with anxiety and awe. Unfazed, Samael reveled in the attention he garnered. Hail to the great king of Slytherin. Two identical figures approached him, greeting him in an exaggerated manner that appeared comically absurd. The Weasley twins? Samael pondered, observing their identical features, fiery red hair, and the Gryffindor crest, easily deducing their identities. My goodness, the king of Slytherin recognizes us. One exclaimed. Indeed, indeed. I suppose we must be quite famous in Slytherin as well. The brothers chimed in, their tones theatrical yet not off-putting. In fact, in his previous life, he had admired these two. They possessed ambition, talent, creativity, and, most importantly, a knack for making money. The entire Weasley family's savings amounted to less than a galleon, while these two managed to wager over 30 galleons during the Quidditch World Cup, showcasing their prowess, not to mention the expenses incurred during their inventive endeavors. Fred, if you intend to prank with dung bombs, I advise against it, he remarked, subtly indicating Professor McGonagall, who was already seated at the staff table. Fred discreetly tucked away the dung bomb, his tone awkward. I am Fred, and this is George. No, you are Fred, Samael asserted firmly. How do you know? Even my mother cannot tell us apart. Samael smiled in silence, recalling an amusing notion from his past life, which suggested that George was slightly more mature than Fred, who tended to attract more attention. Thus, when the Weasley twins were together, it was often Fred who spoke first. However, Samael was acutely aware of their magical signatures and silently noted the distinctions between them, allowing him to identify them even when they were silent. After passing the twins, Samael and Theodore enjoyed a delightful breakfast while the Slytherins regarded him with mixed expressions. Throughout the year, apart from Theodore, Draco, and Beverly, most had distanced themselves from him to varying degrees. Even Crabbe and Goyle sat quietly eating while observing him, for despite their youth, the bloody scene from the previous night had indeed left an impression. After breakfast, Samael and his companions walked together, as the morning's potions class awaited them. In this class, even Slytherins were reluctant to provoke their own Serpent King. Samael, are you all right? As Harry approached from outside, he inquired with concern about Samael's well-being, having heard numerous rumors from Gryffindor, fearful that Samael might be injured. I'm fine, Harry. Take a seat. We can talk after class. Professor Snape will be here shortly. The potions classroom was dim and gloomy, with the walls adorned with an array of unknown biological organs. And he even caught sight of a large eye staring back at him. In such an unsettling environment, coupled with Snape's oppressive demeanor, excelling in potions evidently required formidable psychological resilience. Suddenly, a loud bang startled the quiet assembly. Snape strode onto the platform. His entrance ambiguous. Whether he had pushed the door or kicked it open was unclear. His cloak billowed behind him as he walked, reminiscent of a great bat. In my classroom, you are not permitted to wave your wands indiscriminately or mumble incantations without purpose. However, I suspect that few of you truly appreciate the profound science and intricate craftsmanship of potion making. Yet for those select few exceptional students with genuine ambition, I can teach you how to enchant the mind, ensnare the senses, and even instruct you in the art of concocting elixirs of immortality. Hearing this, Samael inwardly scoffed, thinking it absurd to boast so brazenly. After all, creating an elixir of immortality without the Philosopher's Stone was inconceivable, and he doubted that Snape possessed one himself. At this moment, Snape's icy gaze fell upon Harry, the only student not paying attention. His resemblance to James Potter igniting a silent ire within Snape for what he deemed an unworthy bearer of such eyes. "Mr. Potter, tell me, what would result from combining daffodil and powder with the stem of wormwood?" "I don't know," Harry replied, shaking his head. Samael mused that the draft of living death was sixth-year material. It was Harry's ignorance that was troubling, Hermione excluded, as she was indeed a true scholar. Snape pressed on. "Where would one find a piece of dungstone?" "I don't know," Harry repeated, shaking his head once more, while Hermione anxiously raised her hand above Harry's head, only for Snape to seemingly ignore her. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry again shook his head in ignorance, as he was not an avid reader, and even Samael's reminders had not prompted him to study much. Alas, it was evident that mere fame was insufficient. Snape's tone dripped with sarcasm, his expression tinged with resentment. While Slytherin students took the opportunity to mock, Draco's laughter ringing the loudest. Hermione clearly understood the situation. Why not ask her? Harry, equally frustrated, retorted. "Detention for disrespecting a teacher. 5 points from Gryffindor." Samael observed this spectacle, his teeth clenching in discomfort, truly embodying the Slytherin ethos. Even their methods of apology were uniquely audacious. Daffodils and wormwood, explained through the language of flowers, signified regret for Lily's death, a profound sorrow indeed. The Serpent King of Slytherin loved but one in his lifetime, waiting for that person unwaveringly, even unto death. Samael regarded Snape with a hint of pity in his eyes. "Mr. Gunter, if you continue to gaze at me with that repugnant expression, I would not hesitate to assist you in removing your eyes." Samael's attention remained unwavering until he was met with that repugnant gaze. The fusion of daffodils and powdered substances into the bitter wormwood stem yields an infernal concoction. Should one seek a piece of dungstone, one must delve into the stomach of goat. Both the fresh and wolf-bane belong to the same family, merely differing in nomenclature across regions. Samael spoke eloquently, disregarding the envious glances cast by Harry, Draco, and others. 5 points to Slytherin. Why don't you jot that down? His familiar refrain was ambiguous, neither praise nor censure. For Samael, the mere addition of points sufficed. He held little regard for the so-called House Cup. Yet he felt compelled to recuperate the 20 points deducted prior to the commencement of the term. A cluster of young wizards busily scribbled notes amidst the tranquil atmosphere. Chapter 24, Potions Class, Part 2. Mr. Longbottom, if your brain has not been supplanted by that of a troll, you should be aware that porcupine quills must be heated over a roaring fire before being added. 2 points off for Gryffindor. Miss Granger, it would be prudent to allow Mr. Longbottom to operate independently rather than perpetually flaunting your superiority. 1 point off for Gryffindor. Mr. Potter, does witnessing your classmates err without offering correction truly reflect your superiority? 2 points off for Gryffindor. Within the potions classroom, Snape unleashed his venomous remarks with abandon, and Samael observed Neville Longbottom's hands trembling incessantly. Harry felt utterly beleaguered. Assisting resulted in point deductions, while abstaining yielded the same outcome. He was uncertain whether Snape harbored animosity solely towards Gryffindor or directed it personally at him, as he seemed to find any excuse to deduct points. The term Potter seemed to erupt from Snape's lips, and Harry feared the spittle might splatter upon him. Yet, he remained undaunted, bolstered by the courage that Gryffindor instilled, locking gazes with Snape. Due to Ron's blunder, the potion in his cauldron had thickened to the consistency of molasses, prompting Snape to demand a redo. He was not the first from Gryffindor to falter. Merely the infamous Prince, Seamus Finnegan, had already attempted brewing 3 times. Even Slytherin was not immune, as the duo of Goyle and Crabbe illustrated numerous issues, yet fortuitously, no points were deducted. Samael, with reluctance, had to separate Draco and Beverly to guide the 2 fools individually. He discovered that potion-making was indeed a complex art. The addition of any ingredient could invoke a shift in magical properties, and the wand's movement was of utmost precision, both in exploration of the potion's essence and an adjustment of its magical fluctuations. Moreover, Slytherin's overall performance in potions class was commendable. Unlike Gryffindor, whose concoctions resembled mere glue, one could hardly hope to treat scabies with them, and Samael doubted whether they could even be ingested safely. In Samael's group, Theodore's potion-making skills were modest, relegating him to a supportive role, organizing materials. Samael's meticulous and sensitive grasp of magical nuances endowed him with a unique aptitude for potion creation. Of course, a significant factor was his exceptional instructor. The subtly adjusted magical ingredients on the blackboard rendered potion making both simple and efficient. He could not help but marvel at Snape, who was indeed a genius capable of refining potion recipes even during his own academic tenure. Mr. Gunter, if your mind still functions, you should recall that I previously instructed you to add the Thousand Night Grass only when the potion turned a pale green. Now, stir the concoction counterclockwise to modify its magical properties. Although Severus Snape's words are often laced with venom, he does offer valuable guidance. Samuel wiped the sweat from his brow and hastily stirred the cauldron. This task was far more exhausting than engaging in battle. Suddenly, a deafening bang shattered the tranquility of the potions classroom. Potions splattered, and shards flew in all directions. Armor, protect us! Samuel instinctively cast a spell, conjuring a massive barrier on the Slytherin side. The cries of distress echoed relentlessly as the panicked Simon Finnegan glanced around in alarm. Simon's potion exploded once more. But this time, it was not just the potion that erupted, but also the cauldron. At this moment, many Gryffindor students bore wounds from the flying fragments. A select few, splashed with potion, developed blisters at a visible rate, a ghastly sight, including poor Ron. Ironically, Simon, the instigator, emerged unscathed. The Slytherin students looked at their injured rivals, relieved that Samuel was on their side. Fool! Snape scolded harshly, his perpetually stoic face darkening. He had encountered those with volatile magical properties before. Yet this was merely a scabies potion. Samuel Gunter, escort these Gryffindor students to the infirmary. Samuel dispelled the shield and, as he left, did not forget to remind Theodore to complete the final touches. In some respects, his potion had already achieved success. It merely required cooling. As Samuel surveyed the groaning individuals in the infirmary, he pondered if this truly was Gryffindor. The superficial wounds hardly warranted such wailing. He feared that if he delayed any longer, they would heal before his arrival. Samuel made his way to the Quidditch pitch, basking in the warm sunlight and gazing at the beaming faces in the sky, feeling utterly content. He had no desire to return to the potions classroom and endure Snape's venomous tirades. In his view, after completing his task, a little relaxation was most fitting. Summoning the spirit, Samuel pricked his fingertip, formed a sigil with his hands, and slapped the ground. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing the robust figure of Cole before him. Having consumed advanced potions and benefiting from the animal's remarkable regenerative abilities, he was nearly healed. Master, my injuries are not yet fully healed. Cole hissed softly, flicking his tongue. I am not a heartless capitalist, denying you anything. The weather is splendid today. Come bask in the sun, Samuel remarked, somewhat irked by Cole's feigned illness, as though he had been cruelly treated. Last night, to aid in Cole's recovery, Samuel had dispelled the shrinking charm he had placed upon him. Now, his towering figure of over 10 meters still possessed an imposing presence. Having spent considerable time together, Cole silently mused, if you're not a capitalist, then who is? If you want me to serve as a bed, just say so. There is no need to act as if I am unaware. While mentally grumbling, he remained active, twisting his body to form a round bed that appeared exceedingly comfortable. In terms of adorableness, you still take the crown, Cole. Alas, such hospitality is hard to refuse. As Samael spoke, he naturally reclined upon the serpent's bed. The other students on the Quidditch field, intrigued by this extraordinary spectacle, refrained from disturbing him. It had become widely known that Samael had single-handedly challenged the entirety of Slytherin the previous day. While the initial rumors were somewhat plausible, they swiftly morphed into tales of Samael battling all Slytherin students alone. Some believed, while others remained skeptical. Samael, disinclined to clarify, simply relished in his fearsome reputation. He found solace in idleness, closing his eyes in slumber, basking in the warmth of the sun. The sunlight, the white serpent, and the youth formed a harmonious tableau. May I touch your serpent? A timid voice broke through Samael's reverie, startling him awake. Who on earth dares to be so forward? Approaching with the audacity to touch my serpent? Samael blinked, and before him stood a boy of similar stature, quietly gazing at Cole, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Samael, taken aback, noted that with Cole on watch, no one should have been able to approach him. Yet this boy had somehow evaded his warning mechanisms. Chapter 25, Drix Commander. Samael scrutinized the robust youth before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among his peers at Hogwarts, he was indeed one of the more formidable figures. Yet this individual appeared to match him in stature. Who might you be? Hello, I am Drix Scamander, a first-year student. The boy spoke haltingly, making it difficult to reconcile his impressive physique with the bashful spirit concealed within. Scamander? What relation do you have to Newt Scamander? Samael inquired, his curiosity piqued. The only Scamander he was familiar with was Newt, a former student of Dumbledore who had once participated in the capture of the first Dark Lord. The textbook for the third-year care of magical creatures class, Where Do Fantastic Beasts Go?, was authored by him. He's my grandfather. Drix's voice was soft, but pride radiated from him when he mentioned Newt. Samael observed the boy's expectant gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. Ever since the four great figures had transformed into magical creatures, he had lost track of subsequent developments. Drix's lineage suggested he might uncover insights that eluded others. Casting a glance at the quietly yearning Cole, Samael's expression darkened. Look at you, appearing so unremarkable. He muttered in Parseltongue. Master, he possesses a certain inviting aura. Cole replied, looking forlorn. Upon hearing this, Samael focused his mental energies to perceive Drix more closely and found it to be true. He had never exhibited familiarity with strangers, yet showed no sign of wariness towards Samael. After observing for a while, he shrugged it off. It was only natural for a scion of the Scamander family to possess an affinity for creatures. I have never encountered such a serpent. It clearly exhibits a magical response, yet resembles a muggle creature. Drix furrowed his brow, his expression intent, and his speech became less halting. It originated from the muggle world, but underwent a transformation after consuming certain magical plants. Samael stated candidly. So, this is a genuine, undocumented magical creature? Drix exclaimed joyfully, his excitement causing him to grasp Samael's arm tightly, inflicting pain. It was astonishing to imagine such a small frame could harbor such immense strength. Samael remained silent, merely observing the arm that was being grasped. One could say that his demeanor was remarkably calm. At long last, I have succeeded in discovering a new magical creature ahead of my grandfather, Derek thought, his joy akin to that of a child. Well, he was indeed a child, yet in this moment he radiated a cheerfulness that belied his heritage as a Scamander. Mr. Gunter, I have heard that you possess more than one python. May I take a look? He inquired earnestly. Rest assured, I shall offer a suitable reward. As he spoke, Derek began rummaging through his pockets. Samael was already inclined to let him conduct his research, and the prospect of such a discovery was an unexpected boon. Derek produced a vial of deep green potion and began his introduction. This is a nutritional elixir devoid of any miraculous effects. Yet it can sustain the physical health of giant magical creatures, allowing them to go without food for at least a month. Samael's eyes sparkled. Was this the foreign version of a fasting potion? After consuming prey, pythons endure an extended digestion period, during which they are particularly vulnerable. Although the four titans had transformed into magical beings, their digestive capabilities had not significantly improved. I possess only 3 vials, but I can provide the formula, Derek continued, noticing Samael's contemplative silence. It's a deal, Samael replied immediately, for he was well aware that his beloved creatures could distinguish between a hearty meal and a mere snack. Necromancy. Perhaps due to their upbringing in the Forbidden Forest and the numerous battles they had faced, the 3 titans now bore an air of menace. Master, did you summon us for a reason? We were just about to partake in our meal. Rebecca, the largest among them, was the first to speak. She was often favored by Samael, and after a night of transformation, the purple patterns on her skin had grown even more vibrant. Samael gently stroked her head and administered the potion directly into her mouth. Rebecca clearly sensed a feeling of satiety and nuzzled against Samael with increased affection. Finn and Elijah appeared to have feasted on something as well, their bellies round and full. After Samael calmed them, they began to circle Derek, scrutinizing the human who had inexplicably garnered their favor. Derek, unperturbed, touched this and examined that, his face aglow with a smile. Mr. Gunter, they're simply marvelous. Call me Samael, he replied, sensing Derek's genuine admiration and wishing to bridge the gap between them. Samael, did you know they share a common ancestor? Derek asserted with conviction. A common ancestor? How could that be? Samael was taken aback. His beloved creatures were far from being of the same species, their origins vastly different. The most peculiar of all, Rebecca, the Amazonian anaconda, was still a subject of debate concerning whether she truly belonged to the python family. While I may not know what magical plants they consume, have you not noticed how increasingly alike they appear? It suggests that they are not merely new magical creatures, but rather awakened descendants of some ancient, powerful serpentine lineage. Derek's expression grew serious, as though he longed to pledge his belief on the spot. Is that truly the case? Samael inquired with surprise, for this was undoubtedly good news for him. The mythical creatures of ancient times, akin to ancient magic, symbolized immense power. The four giants and Derek were playing merrily, either spiraling or entwining around one another. Samael observed them quietly. Although Derek could not speak Parseltongue, he was able to comprehend the intentions of the four giants. Samael couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of magic. Derek, I have established a small group where each member aids one another and grows together. Would you be interested in joining? Samael extended the invitation at an opportune moment. They shared common interests, and the Scamander family held significant weight, making it worthwhile for him to invite Derek. Will I be able to see them often? A glimmer of anticipation shone in Derek's eyes. Of course, Samael replied with a smile, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected joy that accompanied his brief respite. He then tossed the fire cloud robe directly to him. This is unacceptable. It is far too precious. Nothing is more valuable than friendship. Consider it a gift for our first meeting, Samael insisted, and Derek, unable to refuse, finally accepted it. To him, this gift was indeed precious. Having grown up in the Scamander family, he was no stranger to value. Although he was unfamiliar with the materials, he recognized the runes of purity, defense, growth, and temperature regulation etched upon it, which would undoubtedly fetch a fortune in the market. Chapter 26. Who the hell are you? In the corridors of Hogwarts, two groups of young wizards strode briskly, exchanging glances, a heavy atmosphere looming overhead. Ian Bork, you had better pray that Scamander is unharmed, or we Hufflepuffs shall not let this rest, Cedric Diggory warned. Are you threatening me, Cedric Diggory? Ian Bork's face turned ashen. He was a prefect, after all. Indeed, I am threatening you. Oof. If you're unsatisfied, come and fight. Ian Bork's expression grew grave. He had never anticipated that the usually affable Cedric could be so resolute. What was more crucial was that even though he was 2 years older than Cedric, he lacked confidence in his ability to win a confrontation. As the class period ended, both were prominent figures in the school, attracting an ever-growing crowd of students behind them. What is happening? Why is Cedric Diggory at odds with a Slytherin? Haven't you heard? Samael Gont is said to have sent a serpent to devour the Hufflepuff's cherished pet. What cherished pet? Don't you know? It's Derek Scamander. Scamander? Is he not the grandson of Newt Scamander? A spectacle was unfolding, and the crowd buzzed with speculation. Some believed it, while others did not. At least the students from Ravenclaw were skeptical, reasoning that if a life had truly been lost, the professors would have intervened long ago. Draco and Theodore intended to warn others in advance, but were closely watched by Hufflepuff students. Samael is being so reckless, sending a serpent to kill. It's impossible to suppress. Draco's face was grim. He knew Samael's ferocity, but had not expected him to lose his composure so easily. Calm down. Samael is not one to act impulsively, Theodore remarked, his expression devoid of any urgency. He believed Samael would not commit such a foolish act, and even if he did, he would ensure no one witnessed it. The two teams marched resolutely towards the Quidditch pitch, and as they stepped out of the castle, they beheld 4 enormous serpents coiling around Derek, their heads raised as if poised to devour him. Beside them stood Samael Gant, murmuring incantations, seemingly commanding the serpents. Suddenly, a broomstick soared into view. At the forefront, Cedric summoned his broom with a flick of his wand and sped towards Derek. Behind him, Ian Bach cursed Samael's foolishness. The latter's arrogance, stemming from Slytherin pride, had led to this spectacle of serpents attacking, and even Dumbledore would struggle to contain it. Obstacles loomed, armor provided protection, and disarming spells were cast. Just as Samael reveled in his game with the serpents and Derek, 3 spells hurtled toward them. The accuracy of the spells was remarkable. A shield charm protected Derek, while a barrier spell separated the serpents from him. A powerful, disarming charm struck Samael directly. Whether his bones were broken was uncertain, but he felt himself propelled at least 10 meters away. Who the hell are you? He exclaimed, anger boiling within him. Anyone would be infuriated at such an unprovoked attack. And Samael had never been known for his patience. His smile vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor as he glared at the young wizard above. With his left hand, he wielded his wand vigorously, the air filled with the sounds of explosions as he executed his spells with unparalleled finesse. Level 4 spells were not easily countered, even for a prodigy from Hufflepuff. Cedric, astonished by the potency of Samael's spells, did not forget his role as a Quidditch seeker and nimbly dodged the onslaught. Dodge? I'll make it difficult for you to do so. With a flourish of his wand, Samael transformed the grass on the pitch into shimmering silver, glistening like metal. The metallic blades of grass, under his enchantment, soared skyward effortlessly, as his levitation charm was also of level 4 caliber. Cedric, as an exceptional Quidditch athlete, evaded the barrage with agility, combining it with a shield charm, successfully escaping unscathed. Damn, are young wizards this ruthless nowadays? A few older students at the edge of the battlefield were taken aback, feeling overshadowed by the control over the battlefield and the application of spells displayed before them. Stop. Please, no more fighting. It's all a misunderstanding. Derek, bewildered, only grasped the situation through the accounts of others and hurriedly intervened. However, Samael, consumed by anger, paid no heed to his words, nor did Cedric, who was determined not to be overshadowed by a first-year student. Cedric's transfiguration was equally impressive. Everything around him could potentially become his weapon, presenting significant challenges for Samael. An unassuming blade of grass transformed into thorns, ensnaring his leg brutally, the sharp spikes piercing flesh and drawing blood. Samael struggled to break free, yet the deep marks remained, blood flowing swiftly. Transfiguration combined with growth charm? Intriguing. This was the first time Samael had been injured at Hogwarts, and he felt a hint of blood mist clouding his gaze. Serpentine shadows. For venomous serpents erupted swiftly from Samael's sleeve, appearing to extend infinitely, more agile than any curse, blocking Cedric's escape routes. The sharp fangs of the serpents deterred Cedric from daring to approach them in the sky. Unable to evade, Cedric was compelled to fly towards the Black Lake, casting formidable spells as he went. Humph. Samael pursued him closely, his chakra radiating from his feet, moving with such swiftness that onlookers speculated he possessed the blood of some mythical beast. The injuries to his legs did not hinder him in the slightest. At the edge of the Black Lake, everyone anticipated a cessation of hostilities. However, to their astonishment, Samael dashed across the surface of the lake, leaving jaws agape. Water release, serpent's mouth. Water release, water dragon bullet. The waters of the Black Lake spiraled into towering waves, where dragons and serpents entwined, encircling Cedric. Ancient magic? Elemental magic? Onlookers gasped, murmuring in disbelief. Cedric, caught off guard, was struck down by the colossal water dragon, plunging into the depths and losing consciousness entirely. Only then did Samael relax, knowing that his opponent stood no chance beneath the water. His four formidable allies remained on the shore, watching keenly. With a mere command, they could seal Cedric's fate. The Hufflepuff faction hurried to provide aid, lifting him towards the infirmary. Meanwhile, Rebecca dove into the Black Lake, using her large head to support Samael, still able to bear the weight of the 11-year-old wizard. Though her appearance seemed powerful, Samael was on the verge of exhaustion, having depleted his chakra with just 2 techniques. Theodore, noticing the signs, quietly followed behind to offer him support. Draco, Bellatrix, and others trailed closely behind. The onlookers watched their departure, expressions mixed, as if witnessing the emergence of a new Serpent King among the Slytherins. Chapter 27. After the battle. Atop the towers of Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore and Snape observed the thrilling duel between Samael and Cedric. Dumbledore, do you truly have such faith that he will not harm Cedric? It is not so much trust in him as it is confidence in the astuteness of Mr. Gunter, who will undoubtedly make the right choice, Dumbledore replied. The great Dumbledore has never hesitated to test a person's morality against the lives of students, Snape retorted with derision. Severus, he is your student. You should extend him a modicum of trust. Dumbledore maintained his usual gentleness, though it grated on Snape's ears. He is building his own faction, akin to the Dark Lord. Even the Dark Lord only recruited Slytherin students, yet he now seeks dominion over all of Hogwarts. Snape's gaze was resolute, his tone filled with forewarning. I believe we both understand his intentions. Consider if you were in his position. What would you do? The aged wizard remained impassive, as stubborn as a mule. Humph. Snape scoffed, turning to leave, leaving Dumbledore alone to grapple with his tumultuous thoughts, for how could he truly set his mind at ease? The arcane magic. Even the Tom of yesteryears could not wield it, and he has aged, as Severus aptly noted. He can no longer contend with the third Dark Lord. Samael, I hope you tread the path of righteousness. Samael, you are truly remarkable. Pray tell, what is the name of the magic you just performed? Samael, could you impart that spell to me? Draco chattered incessantly, like a loquacious child, gesticulating animatedly, while Goyle and Crabbe dutifully supported his theatrics from behind. Samael found himself disinterested in engaging with him. Be quiet for a moment, Draco, said Belif, clenching her fist and giving Draco a light warning tap. By the way, who was it that I just dueled with? Samael inquired, perplexed, for the opponent seemed far superior to Blaise and his companions. Oh, you were unaware? That was Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff. Before you arrived, he was the pride of Professors Sprout and McGonagall. Draco interjected, recounting the backstory. Samael was taken aback. So was he. Cedric was originally envisioned as a member of his dream organization. He must be the most exceptional student in the school since Percy's graduation, having earned the Triwizard Tournament's recognition with the Triwizard Cup, indicating that even seventh-year students could not rival his prowess. However, he had not anticipated that the thick-browed, wide-eyed Cedric would be so formidable. Even he admired Cedric's mastery of combat. What is the relationship between Derek and Cedric? Samael asked, bemused. Cedric's father is the head of the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures at the Ministry of Magic and has considerable ties to the Scamander family. Derek has practically grown up under Cedric's watchful eye, came the explanation. Samael's expression shifted slightly as new thoughts began to swirl within him. Yet, as they passed through the hall, gazing at the Slytherin house crystal, Samael sighed. It seems I must once again deduct points from the house. Is it fair that you were unjustly struck and are not permitted to retaliate? Moreover, Professor Snape awarded you 5 points for your potion project. If one were to calculate strictly, you have already compensated for the deducted points, Draco analyzed seriously, revealing Samael's potential as a teacher of logic. As long as there are no debts, it suffices. With Harry around, Dumbledore will surely ensure that the House Cup lands in Gryffindor's hands, crafting prestige for the savior, making it seem incomprehensible to others. Lying in bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the title of Hogwarts Mad Serpent. Beginner title, reward, ability, mirror traversal. Samael felt quite pleased with this reward, for it was indeed space teleportation, a rather impressive skill. He did not mind the beginner title of Mad Serpent. He estimated that when he truly asserted his authority in Slytherin, he would attain the intermediate level. If he could instill fear in all faculty and students, then this title would be complete. Looking at his panel, Samael fell into deep contemplation. Host, Samael Gant. Profession, wizard. Achievements, monarch of the orphanage, hero of the streets, renegade. Enforcer of justice, uncrowned king of intermediate Slytherin, Hogwarts frenzied serpent. Talent, Parseltongue level 4. System skills, Orochimaru's ninjutsu collection, incomplete level 3. Water release ninjutsu collection, incomplete level 1. Free combat level 4. Snape's gaze level 2. Mirror traversal level 1. Ordinary skills, transfiguration level 3. Alohomora level 1. Petrificus totalis level 2. Stupefy level 2. Shock absorption level 2. Clean slate level 2. Flock of birds level 3. Rapid diminution level 3. Living rope bind level 3. Clear water like spring level 3. Armor protection level 3. Glimmering lumos level 4. Wingardium Leviosa level 4. Thunderous explosion level 4. Magical items, Blood Orchid X2. Banshee's Wail X1. Akatsuki Fire Cloud Robe X9. Pets, Kate Screech Owl, Cole Burmese Python, Rebecca Green Anaconda, Elijah Reticulated Python, Finn Rock Python. To be candid, his prowess, despite just entering school, is indeed a source of pride. Reflecting on the past, prior to his enrollment, he had fiercely confronted Zabini on the very night of his admission. He bested all first-year students. On his first day, he defeated the fourth-year prefect, and the following day, he thoroughly thrashed Cedric. He surmised that if he continued this audacious behavior, even Dumbledore would find it intolerable. The immediate concern is how to quietly accumulate strength. He possesses an abundance of abilities, yet mastery eludes him. Samuel grasped a quill and meticulously documented the tasks for the semester. Firstly, elevate all system skills to level 4. Although the system's awarded ninjutsu is fraught with imperfections, its potency is remarkably formidable, and with the chakra extraction technique, he believes he can enhance his skills swiftly. Secondly, supplement foundational skills with additional effective abilities. His repertoire of spells is scant, and he lacks powerful area of effect spells such as the disillusionment charm. Thirdly, he aims to bolster the strength of the four heads. This point is purely selfish, for they are those he has nurtured, and the bonds of affection run deep. Lastly, entrepreneurial ventures and income generation. While not immediately pressing, it remains a priority. He possesses over 6,000 galleons, and with the additional 2,000 galleons from Draco last night, he has a modest fortune within the wizarding world. Yet, his financial foundation remains precarious, and he must cultivate wealth. As these thoughts weighed heavily on him, Samuel found himself increasingly fatigued, succumbing to weariness, his eyelids involuntarily growing heavy, and his shallow breaths gradually becoming rhythmic. Chapter 28, The Cold. In September, the damp weather of Great Britain casts a pall over one's spirit. In the dimly lit Slytherin common room, the cold underground atmosphere rendered Samuel uncomfortable, leading him to unwittingly shed his outer garments in his slumber. Even Cole, usually a source of comfort, failed to alleviate his discomfort. The sheets were damp with perspiration, and a flicker of pain marred his brow. Samuel, awaken. In a haze, he perceived someone calling his name, gently rousing him, and he caught a whiff of food's enticing aroma. Theodore, stop shaking me. I'm already awake. Theodore shook him gently, a look of concern etched on his face. This was not the Samael he was accustomed to. There was an unusual pallor about him. Samael gazed at the meat laid out on the table, its aroma enticing. Yet he found himself lacking in appetite. What troubles you? Have you caught a cold? Theodore inquired. Samael forced a chuckle, thinking he must be the first little wizard to fall ill just days after enrollment. The battle with Cedric had drained him considerably, coupled with the drenching he had endured, and the oppressive atmosphere of Slytherin likely contributed to his malaise. Perhaps you should visit Madame Pomfrey for some cold remedy, Theodore suggested softly, supporting him. Samael shook his head, summoning his strength to consume all the food before him. Throughout his past life, and this one, he had always believed that medicine contained a certain poison. For any minor ailments, he preferred to endure. Rumor had it that Madame Pomfrey's cold remedy produced steam from the ears, and he was already well known enough without drawing further attention. This was a contract offered by the Travers family. Noticing that Samael seemed to regain some vigor, Theodore retrieved a wooden box from his pocket. Godric's Hollow? Quite an investment, Samael remarked. He was uncertain what the Travers family intended. This area was highly coveted, being the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor and a renowned destination of the era. The ancestral home of the Potter family also lay here, and even the legendary Dumbledore's romantic entanglements had begun in this locale. Not only was the property valuable, but the shops in Hogsmeade were conveniently located near the Three Broomsticks, making it an enviable position indeed. The Travers family's audacious maneuver left him perplexed. It either signified a lucrative deal or harbored significant issues. The house elf will be delivered this weekend, Theodore noted, assuming Samael was contemplating the matter of the house elf. I'm not concerned about that, but I fear there may be issues with these properties. Do you have any recommendations? The best course of action would be to hire a team of Aurors. Their perception of danger surpasses our own, Samael advised. Aurors take on private jobs? Theodore asked, surprised. Certainly. In fact, such tasks to mitigate dangers are among their favorites, as the risks involved are considerably lower than those in apprehending dark wizards, and the rewards are often greater. As they conversed, their textbooks trail behind, garnering a trail of awed glances. Seated in the charms classroom, Samael faced an onslaught of drowsiness, feeling as though his head weighed 100 pounds. Struggling to restrain the urge to unleash a powerful jinx on Draco at the front of the class, he focused on Professor Flitwick's lecture. Professor Flitwick was undoubtedly the kindest instructor at Hogwarts. No Ravenclaw student was lacking in intellect, and through several attempts, the class succeeded in their endeavors. Samael, feeling lethargic, chose not to use his wand, instead conjuring a brilliant sphere of light at his fingertips. As he listened to the praises of his classmates around him, his head throbbed increasingly. He longed to toss the light sphere and shout a spell. Wow! 5 points to Slytherin, Mr. Gunter. What an exquisite illumination charm. Masterfully executed without a wand. I must ask, can you achieve even more? Professor Flitwick exclaimed animatedly. Absolutely, Professor, Samael replied. Professor Flitwick once again showered praise upon his exceptional students, never hesitating to commend their efforts. For Samuel, it was his inaugural visit to the Hogwarts library, and he felt he paled in comparison to Hermione, the quintessential scholar. The towering shelves were a testament to the rich heritage of Hogwarts, while the allure of the restricted section beckoned him with an irresistible charm. Samuel, have you not completed your homework? What are you writing now? Draco Malfoy inquired, peering curiously over Samuel's shoulder. This is a letter to Mr. Filch, Samuel replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, though a faint blush crept onto his pale cheeks. And the warmth radiating from his ears made him a striking sight in the library. Indeed, he had ultimately succumbed to fatigue, having dozed off during class. Professor Flitwick noticed his predicament but chose not to reprimand him, allowing Belinda to administer a dose of fever-reducing potion. Samuel pondered the peculiar assortment of items she carried in her little bag. She had previously produced a potion for Cole from it as well. Filch? He is one of the most unpopular figures at Hogwarts. You actually know him? Draco exclaimed, his surprise evident. As Madame Pants raised her feather duster, he reluctantly settled down. Lowering his voice, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, even Theodore and Belinda leaned in attentively. It was merely a brief exchange, nothing too familiar, Samuel mused. Considering that Draco was not much better off, he chose not to elaborate further, and the group ceased their inquiries, though Draco continued to murmur under his breath. I suggest you silence yourself, or I shall expect you to forfeit your potion's homework, along with your herbology assignment, Samuel retorted, his speed in completing his work astonishing. It baffled him how the professors could impose such extensive assignments measured in feet. Snape's alone required 3 feet, roughly 4 pages in length. Even within large handwriting and generous spacing, it consumed a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, having been educated in the esteemed universities of his past life, he was well-versed in crafting numerous papers. His potions assignment elaborated on the origins of the scabious potion, its developmental history, properties of the ingredients, notable enhancements by famous figures, and feasible improvements for future formulations. The others regarded his work with awe, treating it as a treasure, eagerly circulating it among themselves. Thanks to Professors McGonagall and Flitwick excusing his assignment, he was spared the agony of laboriously writing under duress. How can this be considered copying? I am merely drawing inspiration. Yes, inspiration. I am the illustrious heir of the Malfoy lineage. It is impossible for me to plagiarize someone else's work, Draco countered defensively, albeit reluctantly clutching Samuel's assignment without letting go. How does that not qualify as such? Belinda interjected sarcastically from the side. Samuel, disinterested in their banter, turned his attention back to his correspondence. After finishing his letter to Filch, he began composing one to his family, having not yet had the chance to reassure them of his well-being during his brief stay. So much had transpired in the past few days that he carefully selected what to include in his missive. The library gradually returned to its tranquil state, punctuated only by the soft rustle of writing. Chapter 29. The Flying Lesson. As September enveloped Hogwarts in a crisp embrace, Samael felt the gentle breeze and instinctively tightened his collar. Samael, are you truly all right? Inquired Theodore with palpable concern. Do not underestimate the prowess of Hogwarts faculty. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills rival those of the healers at St. Mungo's. Remarkably, after just one night, Samael's prior malaise had vanished, leaving him in awe of the wonders of magic. Draco, what has you so exuberant? The two strolled along the banks of the Black Lake, where Draco approached, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction, accompanied by his ever-loyal companions, Goyle and Crabbe, who mirrored his air of confidence. Theodore looked at Samael in surprise. No young wizard could resist the allure of flight. Since the commencement of term, students had eagerly anticipated this day, and Theodore was no exception. Flying lessons, indeed, are something to look forward to, Samael remarked, though Theodore could discern no hint of excitement in his demeanor. While Samael held a modicum of interest in flight, the notion of soaring on a broomstick did little to thrill him. Despite knowing that the broom offered an invisible seat, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. Besides, riding a broom could hardly compare to the grandeur of flying with a sword in the grand skies of the Celestial Empire. Samael, it has been an age, Draco exclaimed as he approached the duo, unable to suppress the grin that danced upon his lips. Samael was taken aback, and Theodore rolled his eyes. It had only been one night, after all. Samael, I excel at flying. You must promise me that if I perform well, I might earn a set of robes like yours. Draco said mischievously, casting a glance at him while discreetly turning his back to Crabbe and Goyle. He was no fool. Having witnessed Theodore clad in similar attire to Samael's daily, he had even spotted Percy Weasley from Gryffindor wearing the same ensemble that morning, along with Dirk Cresswell. It was evident to him that Samael had established a clandestine society. Samael and Theodore exchanged knowing smiles and silently brushed past Draco. I shall earn your approval, Draco vowed, bewildered as he watched their retreating figures, feeling slightly aggrieved, having known Samael first. Samael held no prejudice against Draco, yet he understood that mere lineage as the heir of the Malfoy family was insufficient for entry into the Dreamweaver Society. One required exceptional talents, lest they hinder the progress of others. Samael, how are you faring? In the distance, Harry approached, weaving through the astonished gazes of Gryffindor and Slytherin alike. It had been many days since he had exchanged earnest words with Samael since arriving at Hogwarts. He had heard about yesterday's events, but firmly believed that Samael was not as the Gryffindors portrayed him. His affection for the one who had taken him in remained unwavering. I am well. Thank you for your concern, Harry, Samael replied with a gentle countenance. Harry sighed with relief. He regretted not checking on his friend sooner. Harry, the lesson is about to begin. Shall we walk together? In the distance, Ron approached, his expression tinged with anxiety. Were it not for Harry's presence, he would have never dared to approach the Slytherin serpent. He had cautioned Harry numerous times about the madness of the Gont family, yet Harry remained unconvinced. To prevent his friend from straying, he reluctantly made his way over. When Samael's gaze swept over him, Ron felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Even Theodore's expression was far from welcoming. All right, Harry, it's indeed time for class. Let us proceed together, Ron declared, having no intention of greeting him, naturally avoiding any unnecessary discomfort, as his focus remained solely on Harry Potter. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, they instinctively separated. well aware of a long-standing rivalry between their two houses. "Good morning, everyone. What are you waiting for? Stand to the left of the brooms," commanded Madame Hooch, a formidable figure who was not only the flying instructor, but also the Quidditch referee. With her silver hair and golden eyes reminiscent of an eagle's, she commanded respect. As her right hand hovered above the brooms, she began to speak. The young wizards followed her instructions, attempting to mount their brooms. Draco succeeded on his first attempt. Looking smugly at Samael, remembering Theodore's words, Samael acknowledged that Draco indeed possessed remarkable flying aptitude. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that only Harry had managed to mount successfully on his first try. After several attempts, Theodore and the others eventually succeeded, while Ron and Hermione on the Gryffindor side struggled as their brooms tumbled about. Samael observed as Crabbe stealthily kicked his broom, which then obediently flew into his grasp. "Mr. Gont, why not give it a try?" Madame Hooch inquired, evidently displeased with Samael's inaction. "My apologies, Professor." "Up," Samael commanded, but the broom remained still. "Up, up." After several futile attempts, the broom did not even roll. Imitating Crabbe's forceful kicks yielded no results either. At that moment, he was the only one in the class who had not succeeded, drawing curious glances from all around. "Child, this broom may be defective. Try this one." Madame Hooch offered new broom. "Up, up." Yet, after numerous attempts and several broom exchanges, he continued to fail. "My dear boy, you might just be the first broomstick mute in Britain," Madame Hooch remarked, her expression a mix of peculiarity and sympathy. While she had heard of such occurrences internationally, it was her first encounter with one. At this point, both Gryffindor and Slytherin were murmuring amongst themselves, casting pitying looks in his direction. No one could have anticipated that the illustrious Samael Gaunt would turn out to be a broomstick mute. "It's merely a lack of experiencing the joy of flight. It's not a significant matter," Draco whispered, tempering his earlier arrogance. Samael's expression darkened. If one could not offer comfort, it was best to remain silent. "Who says I cannot fly simply because I do not ride a broom?" With determination, Samael formed hand seals and shouted, "Water escape, water sky." As the ground's moisture surged upward, it coalesced into a massive bubble that enveloped him. The bubble lifted off the ground, soaring rapidly into the sky, departing at great speed. Samael stood gracefully at the center of the bubble, deftly controlling its trajectory. This was his inaugural experience of flying in such a manner, and he dared not ascend too high. Although the absence of a gentle breeze was somewhat disappointing, he found contentment in the moment. Nevertheless, he silently vowed to master Snape's flying spell when the opportunity arose. Lacking a natural affinity for this art, he deemed it pointless to squander time on it. What he referred to as sleep was, in fact, the refinement of chakra. He had not forgotten the plan he had set for himself, nor had he neglected to summon Rebecca, for who could resist the allure of a soft serpent's bed? He would not allow anyone, including himself, to suffer undue inconvenience. Chapter 30. How does he curse? After a night apart, Samael perceived that Rebecca had grown considerably. The vibrant purple patterns on her skin gleamed even more brightly, and beneath her formerly smooth, python-like exterior, delicate scales were beginning to emerge. "Master, I can see so far now," Rebecca joyfully shared her newfound delight. "Is it truly to this extent that you have transformed?" Samael mused, stroking her head thoughtfully. He was aware that both pythons and boas were typically afflicted with severe myopia, and he had not anticipated that the transformative abilities of Blood Orchid could mitigate such biological disadvantages. Amidst his pleasant surprise, Samael reclined upon Rebecca, continuing his silent chakra refinement. However, the cacophony of anguished cries from above was truly vexing. Glancing upwards, he beheld Neville Longbottom of Gryffindor soaring clumsily through the air at an alarming speed. Madame Hooch attempted to intervene, but her spell failed to accurately target him. As Neville appeared on the verge of plummeting, Samael waved his wand with a flick, causing the grass below to grow rapidly and morph into a soft bed under his command. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Neville successfully landed on a makeshift cushion. Yet despite the cushioning, he still suffered a fracture, much akin to the original narrative. Yet, what did a fracture matter? To him, it was a trifling effort that garnered a wave of goodwill, truly a net gain. Excellent transfiguration, Mr. Gunter. Slytherin earns 10 points. I am certain Professor McGonagall will take pride in your skill. Without you, Mr. Longbottom would have sustained far greater injuries. Seeing that Neville was unharmed, Madame Hooch promptly awarded Samael additional points, all the while escorting Neville to the infirmary, and did not forget to caution the young wizards from the two houses, for they were hardly the most docile of students. Samael offered a slight bow to Madame Hooch before departing with Rebecca, his enthusiasm for chakra refinement having dissipated. As anticipated, Slytherin soon clashed with Gryffindor, and leading the charge were none other than Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Samael found little interest in the skirmish between the houses, nor did he wish to witness their displays of prowess before him. "Hagrid, long time no see," Samael called out, waving to Hagrid in the distance. "It's you, Samael. I saw your duel with Cedric yesterday. It was truly spectacular. But he's a good lad. It wasn't intentional," Hagrid replied, equally surprised, clearly informed of some underlying circumstances, and took care to explain Cedric's actions. "Rest assured, Hagrid, I took no offense," Samael replied nonchalantly. "Aren't you supposed to be in class? What brings you here at this hour?" Hagrid felt a slight sense of relief, yet he was perplexed as to why Samael had appeared before him. Samael, with a resigned expression, elucidated his predicament, subsequently attracting a fresh wave of sympathetic glances. After numerous explanations from Samael, the scrutinizing gazes began to dissipate. Hagrid found himself bewildered by the British fascination with broomsticks. Pragmatically speaking, he believed they paled in comparison to the flying carpets of India, which could accommodate several passengers. Having concluded that disheartening topic, Hagrid's attention shifted to Rebecca. Is this truly Rebecca? She is extraordinarily beautiful and seems to have matured. Heaven knows how he recalled her name, having struggled to distinguish between Theodore and others despite teaching him several times. Hagrid warmly enveloped Rebecca in his embrace. Her considerable weight posed no strain on him whatsoever. Out of respect for Samael, Rebecca did not resist. "Samael, could you teach me Parseltongue? I wish to communicate with this delightful little creature," Hagrid inquired cheerfully, undeterred by the stigma surrounding the snake language, as his sole desire was to converse with magical beings. "Certainly, that poses no problem," Samael replied, unfazed by the request. Even if he were to impart this knowledge, it would merely facilitate basic communication without any significant implications. "Hiss, hiss," Samael diligently instructed. While Hagrid mimicked his sounds, both Rebecca and Samael were momentarily taken aback. "Master, how is he able to insult me?" Rebecca inquired indignantly. "Do not take offense. I shall teach him again," Samael responded, puzzled as to how Hagrid could mispronounce despite the stark differences in sounds. "Samael, I assure you, my pronunciation is not incorrect," Hagrid replied, acutely aware of how Rebecca's grip on him tightened. "Hagrid, there's no need to rush. I will teach you anew," Samael gently reassured the kind-hearted yet sensitive half-giant. "Hiss, hiss," Samael meticulously taught, but upon hearing Hagrid's utterances, his expression darkened. "Master, this is utterly humiliating. How can he speak of me in such a manner? I cannot endure it." Rebecca was clearly incensed and appeared ready to bite Hagrid. "Release." Samael had no choice but to nullify the summoning spell. Although Rebecca posed no real threat to Hagrid, he wished to avoid any rift between them. "Samael, have I erred again?" Hagrid asked, feeling somewhat disheartened by the situation. "Fear not, Hagrid. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. There's no need to dwell on it." Samael kindly consoled him, having lost interest in continuing the lesson, as it was evident Hagrid lacked the aptitude. Even the simplest greeting had been misconstrued as an insult, making instruction exceedingly challenging. "If my words have offended Rebecca, please convey my apologies. It was unintentional," Hagrid said cautiously. "Rest assured, Hagrid, I understand your intentions are pure. I will clarify matters with her," Samael reassured him. Upon entering, Yaya greeted Samael with much more enthusiasm now that he had not brought the four giants along. Samael surveyed his surroundings. Though small, the place was adequately furnished. However, he was taken aback by the magical artifacts that signified fluctuations in magical energy. He was astonished to find that unicorn tail hairs, which cost 10 galleons each, had been haphazardly fashioned into a dog bed. Moreover, do not dare to suggest that the unruly growth in the corner resembles a dragon's claw plant. The tails of night riders, the horns of venomous beasts, and the spines of toxic leopards are carelessly strewn about the surroundings. Alongside these peculiar entities, which he does not recognize, emanates a magical aura that is undeniably extraordinary, leaving him utterly bewildered. This is no mere guardian of Hogwarts. It is clearly an invisible magnate of the magical realm. Among the heads of the four houses, perhaps only Snape's wealth could surpass that of Hagrid. "Samuel, do try my rockskin biscuits. They're particularly delectable." As Samuel gazed at the food Hagrid presented, he was momentarily taken aback, for the texture alone indicated that this was not fit for human consumption. The term rockskin could not be more apt, as it clanged upon the table with a resounding thud. To spare Hagrid's feelings, Samuel discreetly cast a softening charm. Upon taking a tentative bite, he was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite flavor, soft, glutinous, and sweet, with a rich aroma of cream that tantalized his palate. Samuel swiftly devoured the entire biscuit, feeling thoroughly satiated. Chapter 31. Defense against the dark arts. Hagrid's hut. It is hard to fathom that a half-giant would engage so amiably with a Slytherin. Both share a profound passion for nurturing large and perilous creatures. Strangely enough, it seems that any magical beast in Hagrid's care becomes devoid of reproductive isolation. Samuel listened intently to some of Hagrid's philosophies, astonished to discover that he contemplated cross-breeding a sphinx with a fire crab. Such an endeavor would require a series of extraordinary magical rituals. Otherwise, a sphinx would inevitably devour a fire crab at the first opportunity, rendering any thoughts of mating utterly futile. Hagrid, do you have time tomorrow? Samuel inquired, contemplating his venture into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid looked puzzled. Is there something amiss? I need to venture into the Forbidden Forest, but rest assured, I have obtained the professor's permission. Noticing Hagrid's inclination to decline, Samuel quickly invoked the professor's name. Little wizards are not permitted in the Forbidden Forest. If you wish to accomplish something, perhaps I can assist you. Hagrid hesitated, but eventually spoke. I am aiding Professor Sprout in cultivating a new magical plant and require the essence of a rare serpent, rumored to be found in the Forbidden Forest. I thought, given your talents in magical creatures, you might possess insights comparable to Professor Kettleburn, hence my inquiry. Samuel spoke with unwavering confidence, his demeanor calm as he scrutinized Hagrid. I cannot compare to Professor Kettleburn. Hagrid appeared somewhat bashful. Samuel's words flattered him, and indeed, he was quite adept in the realm of magical creatures. We have no classes tomorrow morning. I shall come to find you then. With Hagrid not refusing, Samuel promptly set a time and vanished from the hut before Hagrid could react, leaving him in a state of astonishment. The Rockskin biscuits were indeed filling. Even a lavish lunch did not tempt Samuel to indulge further, as he merely sipped a bit of beetroot soup. Yet, he felt no regret, for the taste of the Rockskin biscuits was simply too enticing. Samuel patted his distended belly, contemplating that it was time to exercise some restraint. Draco, are you looking forward to the upcoming class? In the afternoon, Belif, with a cheeky demeanor, inquired of Draco, seemingly unaware that this group relished in teasing him. What on earth is there to look forward to? The entire Hogwarts is abuzz with the rumor that the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts is a peculiar creature with a garlic bulb atop his head, utterly incapable of anything beyond reading from the textbook. Draco's previously languid form erupted with indignation upon hearing these words. He had hoped to glean some valuable knowledge in class to earn Samuel's approval, only to discover from a circle of upperclassmen such a disheartening answer. Fools! I wager he possesses genuine skill. Even if Dumbledore is a bit senile, he would not appoint someone utterly incompetent as a professor. Besides, the rumor has it he graduated from Ravenclaw. Theodore analyzed seriously from the side. Samuel, listening intently, regarded him with a peculiar expression, realizing that he was the true arbiter of truth. Stripped of the burdens imposed by old Voldemort, Quirrell's magical abilities were indeed commendable. I bet 1 galleon. Deal. Neither of them was particularly concerned about the galleon. They valued honor over money, casting triumphant glances at Samuel, as if victory was already assured. What do you think, Samuel? I shall observe, Samuel replied, ignoring the two. After all, Voldemort lingered ominously behind Quirrell's head. One could never know if Parseltongue might resonate between them. His presence at Hogwarts was not insignificant, especially given his surname, Gont. He had no doubt that Voldemort had heard of him. Upon entering the classroom, a pungent aroma of garlic assaulted the senses, causing tears to well up. Samuel exerted all his strength, pushing through the throng behind him, racing towards the last row. Theodore and the others followed suit, equally unwilling to endure the acrid scent. As anticipated, the entire front row was devoid of students. No one wished to engage in close proximity to Professor Quirrell. Equally unsurprising was his teaching prowess. The atmosphere of the classroom could only be described as excruciatingly dull. Defense Against the Dark Arts was meant to be a practical course, focusing more on confronting various magical creatures and dark arts compared to charms. What should have been straightforward content was rendered convoluted under his instruction. One could easily subdue a red cap by casting the Windchime charm to break its disguise, followed by the binding charm. Yet he insisted on reading verbatim from the textbook, stumbling over words and lulling everyone into a stupor. Observing Draco's self-satisfied expression, Samuel felt a wave of exasperation. The class was engrossed in their books, unwilling to engage with the stuttering Quirrell at the podium. Mr. Gont, if you were to subdue a red cap, what method would you choose? Just as Samuel was lost in the realm of textbook knowledge, the unexpected question startled him. Samuel narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Quirrell's stutter vanished, and his demeanor seemed to elevate significantly. If it were me, I would opt for a powerful curse to eliminate it outright. Samuel harbored serious doubts that Quirrell had been replaced by Voldemort, yet he still voiced his perspective. Quirrell's eyes glimmered with interest, his expression peaked. Please, elaborate on your reasoning. Samael spoke with utmost seriousness, having now confirmed that the figure before him, Chilo, was undoubtedly Voldemort. The small fiery strip entwined around his arm was incessantly constricting. The sharp scales of the viper-like creature grazed his skin like blades, and he was certain that his arm was a bloody mess. Mr. Gunter, if it were you, which spell would you employ? I would first opt for the exploding charm. It is straightforward and efficient. Samael's countenance remained calm, the wounds on his arm not affecting him in the slightest. A commendable choice. Yet the limitations of the exploding charm are glaring. The volatile magical energy can compromise the spell's precision. Chilo seemed to be deliberately challenging him, posing another pointed question. To put it simply, one would unleash a volley to resolve the matter. Samael's exploding charm had already reached level 4, nearing level 5. The variations of the spell were invariably tied to ancient languages like Runic. In fact, a level 4 proficiency was sufficient to handle most crises. However, he could not disclose his remarkable control to Voldemort. The exchange between Samael and Chilo delved into the profound theories of magic, leaving the younger wizards in awe, as Chilo appeared transformed before their eyes. Meanwhile, Draco, initially triumphant, now resembled a wilted flower, as Theodore basked in newfound confidence. A single galleon was not much, but the significance lay in having preserved their dignity. An impressive theoretical understanding of magic. I look forward to witnessing your practical application, Mr. Gunter. 10 points to Slytherin. The crowd gasped, never expecting the usually reticent Chilo to award points to Slytherin. Yet, witnessing Samael's performance, it seemed entirely justified. Chapter 32, My Inclusion After Class. Samael swiftly incapacitated the fiery strip and tucked it away in his pocket. The creature's behavior was highly unusual, indicative of something far beyond mere anxiety. It seemed controlled by an unseen force. Its venom was lethal, and lacking an antidote, Samael deemed it prudent to manage the situation directly. Mr. Gunter, are you adept at combat-type magic? Just as everyone was about to depart, the pungent odor of garlic assaulted the air once more. Draco and the others, lacking in loyalty, retreated hastily, leaving Samael to confront Chilo alone. Well, I possess a modest understanding, Samael replied evasively. Mr. Gunter, you are far too humble. Since you're interested in combat magic, why not join me in my office this Saturday for some collaborative research? Chilo's tone was smooth, imbued with an inexplicable allure. Samael felt a momentary daze, struggling briefly as he regarded Chilo with caution. Nonsense research. One might mistake you for having ulterior motives. Then we shall meet on Saturday, Professor. Caution aside, he felt obliged to comply. It was evident that Voldemort had become increasingly brazen, even resorting to the use of the killing curse on a first-year student. Refusing might lead to unforeseen complications. This arrangement might serve him well. He could always seek Snape's assistance, if necessary. Watching Chilo's retreating figure, Samael's expression turned grave. Samael, what were you discussing with Professor Chilo? Theodore proudly clutched the golden galleon in his hand, leaning in with curiosity to inquire. Oh, it's nothing. Professor Chilo simply recognizes my magical talent and wishes to provide me with some additional guidance. Samael, uninterested in engaging with these ungrateful individuals, made his way alone towards the Quidditch pitch. The oppressive aura of old Voldemort weighed heavily upon him, and he felt an urgent need for slumber to alleviate the strain. The Slytherin common room lacked sunlight, rendering his sleep uncomfortable. Lying quietly on the grass, Samael basked in the warmth of the sun, his pale skin taking on a hint of rosy hue, making him appear quite endearing. Occasionally, passing upperclassmen would pause to admire his face. No girl could resist the allure of beauty. Although Samael enjoyed a restful sleep, when he finally opened his eyes, the sky had turned pitch black. Gazing up at the brilliant stars, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Master, I apologize. I did not intend to harm you. A small snake, less than a meter long, slithered slowly from his pocket, its emerald scales glistening with a tinge of crimson, exuding an eerie charm. It's all right. I am no longer angry, Samael replied calmly, his arm's wound having healed under the influence of the white lichen. If Voldemort had spoken Parseltongue, he would have certainly noticed. From his actions, it was evident that the man had indeed employed the killing curse. The little snake, not yet a pure magical creature and lacking a binding contract with Samael, remained uncontrollable. Was this a warning or a display of power? Samael had no desire to know. The grudge had already been established, and he would eventually settle the score. The little snake hesitantly withdrew its head, rewrapping itself around Samael's arm. It was not foolish. Its master's earlier anger was unmistakable. Reflecting on the tragic fate of its kindred in the woods, the little snake tightened its scales, fearing it might inadvertently harm its master again. Samael offered no further explanation, rubbing his growling stomach. The nap had been so delightful that he had missed mealtime. The corridors of Hogwarts echoed with his footsteps, an eerie silence enveloping the space. Is this the kitchen? He must have been exceedingly hungry, instinctively wandering into the basement. Spotting the pair in the painting and recalling his knowledge, he surmised he had indeed arrived at Hogwarts' kitchen. Gently prodding the pair in the painting, the concealed door swung open automatically. The house elves bustling within the kitchen were momentarily taken aback upon seeing a young wizard, halting their tasks in astonishment. While it was not uncommon for young wizards to stumble upon this place, Hufflepuffs being frequent visitors, this was the first time they encountered a Slytherin student. Samael, what brings you here? Just as Samael was about to procure some food, a familiar voice reached his ears. Cedric stood there, his face flushed, appearing as though he had something to say, but was hesitant. Good evening, Derek. I missed dinner. What are you doing here? Samael's expression remained tranquil, harboring no animosity towards Cedric. Madame Pomfrey has just permitted Cedric to leave the hospital wing, and we too have missed dinner, Derek replied, his tone slightly sheepish, aware that the last altercation between them had stemmed from him. Esteemed little wizard, do you require any assistance? Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, a female house elf approached with a respectful inquiry. I desire 5 medium steaks and 1 rare, accompanied by a glass of lemonade. Thank you. The little wizard actually expressed gratitude. You are the finest little wizard I have ever encountered, Sila. Ecstatic, Sila began to bounce joyfully, even tugging at her own ears. Samael was taken aback, surprised that a simple thank you could evoke such excitement from this house elf, named Sila. Soon, she began conjuring food with her unique magic. Working at an astonishing pace, Samael had an ample appetite, comparable to that of an adult. 5 steaks were just right, with the remaining 1 intended for the spicy snack he had not consumed in several days. Samael ate swiftly, yet with remarkable elegance, each movement exuding an air of nobility. Mr. Gunter, I apologize for my previous misconduct, Cedric interjected, unable to bear the uncomfortable silence. You may call me Samael. I forgive you. Cedric is my friend, and you are merely concerned for him. Samael's expression remained unchanged, leaving Cedric unable to discern his current emotions. Such easy forgiveness contradicted the rumors, intensifying his feelings of guilt. This simple act of pardon troubled him more than a physical reprimand would have. Mr. Gunter, no, Samael, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Cedric seemed somewhat anxious. I assure you, I'm no longer angry. You may have heard about the organization I established. If you feel any remorse, I would be honored if you could join us. Samael thought to himself, ISNT this baiting? Who needs your compensation? What I desire is your sense of guilt. In his strategic contemplation, Cedric appeared to be the most challenging to sway. His father was the director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, holding a significant position within the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, Cedric lacked ambition, with both background and resources abundant, showing no fervor for power, rendering him far more formidable than Percy. This overwhelming sense of guilt arrived at the perfect moment. I shall join. Cedric nodded enthusiastically and resolutely. An organization that respects your decisions and freedoms, offering mutual support. What reason could he have to decline? Samael chuckled softly, a hint of color gracing his cheeks. Casually discarding a fire cloud robe, he departed the kitchen before Cedric could protest, leaving the two in relative silence. Chapter 33. The Forbidden Forest. The morning in the Forbidden Forest was still shrouded in lingering mist. Trees and vines intertwined, resembling a vast net, akin to the dark green depths of the ocean, with not a ray of sunlight penetrating, as if it were an entirely different realm from the outside world. Hagrid, why must we bring Fong? Samael inquired, gazing ahead at Hagrid's path. Do not underestimate Fong. Though timid, he remains quite alert in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid spoke while yawning, casting a forlorn glance at Samael. He had not anticipated being pulled out so early by Samael, especially as he had yet to partake of his breakfast. If you had mentioned it sooner, I have friends in the Forbidden Forest as well. What a ridiculous hound. It's nothing but a mangy dog. Friends? What friends? Hagrid inquired, puzzled, until a moment of realization washed over him. Samael, not one to linger, immediately formed a seal to summon his 4 formidable companions, including Cole, who had been lazily lounging in a lounge. Master, the 4 giants affectionately circled around him, lifting him up, and after Samael petted each one, they settled down somewhat. Upon seeing the 4 giants, Hagrid joyfully approached, shedding his earlier lethargy as he eagerly patted one and examined another, wondering how he could have forgotten about them. The 4 beasts were not averse to his attention, They often roamed the periphery of the forbidden forest, frequently encountering the towering figure who fed them. Aside from Rebecca, who was still irked by Hagrid's rudeness the previous day. Samael, why don't you summon them using Parseltongue? Hagrid inquired, gently lifting Ilia's body in curiosity. I could, but it is unnecessary. I'm uncertain of their exact whereabouts. If I were to call upon all serpentine creatures in the forest, it would likely incite chaos among them. Samael explained while stroking Rebecca's form. Samael, do you notice any changes in Ilia's appearance? He seems different somehow. Upon closer inspection, Samael confirmed that indeed, Ilia had transformed. Previously adorned with an orange body complemented by dark green stripes, he was striking, second only to Cole in terms of beauty. However, now the dark green markings had vanished, replaced by shimmering blue specks interspersed among his scales, creating a stunning sight. Ilia, when did this change occur? Master, I'm not certain. I awoke this morning to find myself like this. Samael's gaze faltered, as he realized he had often focused his attention on Rebecca and Cole, neglecting the changes in Finn and Ilia. Yet, this was not entirely his fault. Despite Ilia's usual docility, he possessed an underlying bloodthirstiness, having shown cannibalistic tendencies on several occasions, which was why Samael had refrained from keeping him close. After a thorough reassurance, Samael managed to divert the topic. Hagrid had previously encountered wondrous serpentine creatures at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but that had been quite some distance away. To hasten their journey, he had to hoist Samael onto his shoulder. The 4 massive pythons encircled them like bodyguards, forming a protective barrier. I discovered the scales of a naga here last time. I wonder if they still remain. After 2 hours of arduous travel, Hagrid pointed toward the pond nearby and spoke. Samael felt as though his body was on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for the training his chakra provided, he would have long since succumbed. The sinister underbrush, the murky pond, the towering giant, and the youth encircled by colossal pythons, combined with the faint hissing reminiscent of a demon's whisper, created an undeniably eerie tableau. Be cautious, Samael. Hagrid raised his small red umbrella. Most of the creatures in the heart of the Forbidden Forest were formidable, and many did not deign to show him respect. Even he could not guarantee the absolute safety of Samael. Samael nodded cautiously. He sensed that one of them had already approached him, yet he failed to detect it, not even hearing the sound of scales scraping against the ground. What was this? Could a bird snake be considered snake? Samael gazed at the diminutive creature at his sleeve, feeling perplexed. Nevertheless, he understood. Parseltongue could control even the most monstrous of serpents, let alone a bird snake. This peculiar being, entirely a product of toads hatching rooster eggs, bore no genetic relation to snakes. The little creature gently pecked at Samael's hand with its sharp beak, applying just enough pressure to elicit a ticklish sensation. Its bright blue skin and well-proportioned body endeared Samael to it further, aside from the bizarre bird head perched atop its neck. As Samael tenderly stroked its smooth scales, the little one instinctively recoiled when his hand reached its wings. What an adorable little creature. I have encountered it before. It must have been raised by Professor Ketter. Do not underestimate it. It can alter its form, reaching up to 60 meters in length. Hagrid leaned closer, playfully teasing the little one, which wriggled in delight, making it hard to believe how Hagrid recognized it. This could be considered a foreign, low-budget version of the magical creature fate in Earth. Samael longed to graft this ability onto his own beloved companion. As the two amused themselves with the bird snake, they both heard the sound of scales scraping against the earth, faintly perceiving the swaying of trees. Clearly, the approaching entity was not small in size. Indeed, it was the naga, still lurking nearby. The serpent measured a staggering 82 feet, adorned with sharp scales resembling a viper from the Muggle world, and most notably, it possessed 3 heads. Hagrid and Samael were both exhilarated. The naga perfectly matched Samael's expectations for a powerful serpent. Hiss! The naga's tongues flicked wildly, and the left head excitedly accused Samael of his actions. Silence! Do not move! Samael retorted dismissively, commanding it to remain still in Parseltongue. This was far more effective than petrification. Cole, Finn, and Ilia circled behind the naga. At Samael's command, they would not hesitate to sever its head. Although the naga was larger than they, its neck was not particularly robust, making it an achievable task with their biting strength. The naga struggled to break free, but its body refused to obey, the scent of death lingering around it, quelling any desire to resist. Isn't this a bit excessive, Samael? Hagrid observed softly. There's nothing wrong with it. It should have obeyed. It's ugly, and as long as it behaves, I shall not harm it. The naga, being clever, wished to nod in agreement upon hearing this, but found itself unable to move, gazing innocently at Samael. Chapter 34. The Naga, a trembling giant serpent. A giant with a heart full of sorrow, and a youth wearing a sinister smile. This scene in the heart of the Forbidden Forest was indeed quite peculiar. The three-headed Naga possesses a lethal venom. It typically employs its central head for offensive actions. The left head serves as the strategist, responsible for contemplation, while the middle head acts as the dreamer, executing the attacks. The right head plays the role of the critic, evaluating the actions of its two counterparts. Thus, the intelligence of a Naga is not to be underestimated. Observing the pitiable creature, Hagrid's compassion surged forth. "Samael, do you know how to extract the serpent's essence?" Samael paused. Taken aback, "I must admit, I am rather clueless about that." "Hagrid, do you know how to extract it?" Hagrid was equally bewildered, pondering why Samael, who had come for this very purpose, would inquire of him. The two exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions amusingly comical. "I am unsure of the extraction process, but I do believe that the serpent's blood contains a significant amount of its essence," Hagrid finally remarked after some contemplation. "Hagrid, I haven't brought any storage reagents. Do you have any?" Samael felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had come unprepared. "I lack the reagents, but I do have other items." He then produced 2 wooden barrels, each as tall as Samael, from a small pouch at his waist. Samael was astonished, never expecting such a dark-hearted approach from someone with such a striking visage. At this rate, the Naga will likely be drained to a mere husk. Yet, when the moment called for action, he was never one to hesitate. He promptly punctured 3 holes in the creature's massive form, the seemingly adorable bird snake being no exception. He was not one to shy away from making difficult decisions, especially when it concerned his beloved treasures. As the blood cascaded down, Samael felt a profound satisfaction. However, he was not the type to exploit his resources. He tossed a blood orchid into each serpent's mouth, the last of his supplies. Instinctively, the serpents recognized it as a valuable offering, thus their resistance diminished. After filling half a barrel with blood, Samael decisively released the bird snake. Observing its unsteady retreat, he felt a momentary pang of guilt, though it was fleeting. The Naga was less fortunate. As he departed, Samael retrieved a large pot from Hagrid's bag, instructing him to extract all the venom at once. After all, it would recover by the next day, and given its inability to resist, it ceased to struggle. Watching Samael's departing figure, the Naga sighed in relief, thinking, "This demon has finally left. It must be time to relocate." Meanwhile, Samael walked ahead of Hagrid, his previous composure replaced by an exuberant demeanor, unable to suppress his smile. "Samael, be careful. Why are you so joyful?" Hagrid inquired, puzzled. "Hagrid, I have struck gold. The Naga is a treasure trove. Its venom fetches 200 galleons per pint in the market, and we have half a pot of it. The renowned cognitive-enhancing potion, the brain-awakening elixir, relies on this very ingredient. Such a commodity is priceless and rarely available, generally sold by the pint. Now we possess several pounds of it. This is a windfall." No wonder Samael was elated. While he was not in need of money, he certainly would not turn away from such a rare resource. In special circumstances, it could also enhance his connections. He had no problem with Severus's request to be exempted from confinement. He was not the type to specialize in potions like a scholarly overachiever. The system was inadequate, preventing him from gaining upgrades, and time was limited. He had no interest in squandering excessive time in the realm of potion making, rather than investing countless hours inventing potions or improving formulas. He preferred to recruit a genius proficient in the craft. "Congratulations, Samael." Hagrid, lacking comprehension of such matters, was nonetheless pleased for Samael as a friend. The return journey was significantly swifter than their arrival. Samael was reluctant to ride on Hagrid's shoulders again, fearing a potentially perilous fall. Chakra adhered to his feet, allowing him to dash or leap between the trees, making it arduous for Hagrid to keep pace. The duo reveled in their playful escapades, while 4 enormous pythons unleashed their full presence, sending woodland creatures scattering in fright. A hoarse hiss echoed in Samael's ears as he noticed a shadowy figure tightly entwined around a creature behind him. "Centaur? Release him, Rebecca," Samael commanded, recognizing the creature. The centaur instinctively retreated a couple of steps upon seeing Samael. Centaurs do not harm foals, yet the Forbidden Forest did not welcome him or his serpents. "Carlos, he is my friend," Hagrid interjected, having evidently recognized the centaur and hastening to explain. "I mentioned that the Forbidden Forest does not welcome him, even if he is your friend." This centaur named Carlos was not swayed by Hagrid's words and even drew his bow, aiming it at him. In a flash, Samael shifted to Severus's intense gaze, waving a hand as an explosion curse detonated against Carlos's wrist, sending the sharp arrow flying far away. "Samael, he was just joking. Do not harm him." Hagrid rushed forward to assess Carlos's injury, instinctively shielding him. "Rest assured, Hagrid, I merely cannot tolerate anyone pointing weapons at my friends. If I wish to harm him, I would not have targeted his hand, Samael explained calmly, his icy demeanor now subdued as he addressed Hagrid. His patience with friends was surprisingly commendable. The Forbidden Forest did not belong to the centaurs, regardless of their acknowledgement, and should my friends or my serpents be harmed, I would ensure the centaur pays the price. You, adept in astrological prophecies, must know I possess the power to do so. As the centaur stood, Samael quickly pulled Hagrid away, though the atmosphere had shifted from its previous lightness. Hagrid felt deeply touched by Samael's recognition of him, yet his inherently kind nature deterred him from wishing harm upon anyone. The two traveled in silence, frustration mounting. Damn it, why can't we get out? Deep within the Forbidden Forest, a massive serpent resembling a python lay languidly among a stone grove. With each inch it advanced, it felt an overwhelming weakness, its body resisting the commands from its brain. Reluctantly, it could only retreat, its left head adorned with an expression of irritation. Samael's final command before departing was to ensure it did not leave its territory. What a joke! How could he possibly allow this moving treasure to slip away? This was a sustainably exploitable wealth. The territory of a Niven snake is sufficiently vast and devoid of migratory habits. Thus, the biodiversity of that region would certainly prevent it from starving. However, the pursuit of freedom proves to be a formidable challenge. In Chapter 35, The Transaction, he first presented the blood to Professor Sprout, who greatly approved of his actions. The rationale was simple. Blood-irrigated blood orchids exhibit far superior effects compared to mere serpent venom. Professor Sprout had thoughtfully prepared a large storage vial for him, alleviating potential future dilemmas. He had been troubled by how to store the venom of the Niven snake. But now that issue was resolved in one fell swoop. Samael, with the snake shed securely at his side, approached Snape's office with a demeanor akin to that of a warrior facing death. He felt compelled to visit. The punishment administered by Filch was nearing its end, and he wished to avoid excessive toil and potions, not to mention the prospect of enduring Snape's confinement. This headmaster was known for his unforgiving nature, and even Slytherin students were not exempt from the venomous wrath of this Serpent King, especially not a representative of the problem students like him. Gazing at Snape's office, which seemed to meld with the surrounding darkness, Samael felt a surge of resistance. He knocked forcefully on the office door, fearing that the occupant might not hear him. The door swung open, revealing Snape's chilling voice. Mr. Gunter, if you have received any semblance of etiquette education, you should be aware that disturbing a professor during their leisure time is an exceedingly disgraceful act. Snape's voice was as cold as ice, implying that Samael was lacking in manners. Unperturbed by Snape's words, Samael surveyed the surroundings and noted that apart from the black door, the office's furnishings were equally dark. He couldn't help but think how fitting it was for the dark lore of Hogwarts. Snape appeared to be concocting a potion, with wisps of purple mist wafting from the cauldron, creating a captivating sight. His movements were methodical as he arranged the potion ingredients, a fluidity to his actions that was oddly soothing. Samael also caught sight of the stack of assignments on Snape's desk, all of which had been graded. It must be said that while Snape's character left much to be desired, his dedication to teaching was commendable. The topmost assignment belonged to a familiar name, Ron Weasley, whose grade was boldly marked with a glaring D. The accompanying remark read, "If Mr. Weasley's eyes have not been stolen by a thief, he should know that the correct answer lies on the third line of the second page." Samael wore an expression of resignation. Indeed, expecting commendation from Snape was akin to expecting a pig to climb a tree, utterly improbable. "Mr. Gunter, should you continue to gawk, I won't hesitate to ensure your eyes remain here indefinitely." Snape's eyelids flickered slightly as he appraised Samael. "I believe, Professor, your collection would not suffer from my absence," Samael retorted, asserting his presence. "State your purpose." Snape's tone remained frosty. "I wish to propose a transaction with you, Professor, to absolve me of my confinement," Samael stated, taking a seat on the sofa, prompting a slight twitch of Snape's brow. It had been some time since he had encountered such audacity in a student. "I do not believe you possess any conditions that could possibly sway me. Do not be hasty in your rejection, but rather take a moment to consider this." Samael produced an ancient serpent's shed skin from within his robes and placed it upon Snape's desk. Beyond his suitcase, he possessed no additional equipment, necessitating its concealment in his garments, secretly pondering the prospect of acquiring another when the opportunity arose. The shed skin of a naga, perhaps? Snape approached swiftly, his gaze fixed upon the object with a sense of astonishment, his inquiry firm and resolute. Indeed, observing Snape's reaction, Samael inwardly rejoiced, confident that his plan was secure. "What do you desire?" Snape refrained from posing the foolish question of the origin of the item, instead scrutinizing Samael as if seeking to unveil some hidden truth. He was acutely aware of the value of the Naga shed skin and did not believe that Samael was ignorant of its significance. If his sole intention was to evade 30 days of confinement, such a sacrifice seemed unwarranted. I require nothing from you. The exemption from confinement suffices, and the remainder shall serve as my gratitude for your instruction as a student. Samael met his gaze unflinchingly, inadvertently mirroring Snape's intense scrutiny. Their eyes locked in a cold, desolate stare, as if to freeze the very air around them. Depart. Snape methodically folded the serpent's shed skin, issuing a sharp command. Samael inclined his head slightly, retreating slowly. The atmosphere was far from pleasant, and having secured the transaction, he had no desire to linger in this wretched place. Indeed, Samael sought to establish a favorable rapport with the professor, yet he discerned the underlying wariness emanating from him, for his talents and demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to another. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed, confident that time would afford him the opportunity to prove himself. As for the worth of exchanging a serpent's shed skin for a month's reprieve from confinement, that was a matter of personal perspective, and he deemed it valuable. Upon entering the hall, Samael was met with wary gazes from all around, as though he were a remorseless fiend. Though puzzled, he paid it no mind and proceeded towards the Slytherin direction. Regardless of whether the Forbidden Forest excursion was exhilarating, he was undeniably fatigued and ravenous. Samael, I hear you have slain a half-breed giant named Hagrid. Is it true? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Draco rushed over, breathless, inquiring between gasps. What nonsense! Samael's eyes widened in shock at the accusation. Ridiculous. That blood belonged to a magical creature. Hagrid remains in the Forbidden Forest. Samael was at a loss for words. Had his reputation at Hogwarts sunk so low that such absurd claims could find credence? You truly did not dispatch that fellow? Draco's skepticism lingered, as many had witnessed Samael's fearsome reputation. Dismissing him with an eye roll, Samael took a seat at the dining table. Surrounding Slytherins regarded him with doubtful expressions, speculating on the truth of the matter. Yet, the sensation of being misjudged was far from pleasant. He could sense eyes upon him, fingers pointing, and the sumptuous meal before him suddenly felt unappetizing. The urge to lash out was tempered by the recognition that it was scarcely worth the effort. Chapter 36. The Gathering, Part 1. The scope of the History of Magic course is vast, encompassing subjects such as the Goblin Rebellion and the medieval witch hunts, alongside the biographies of renowned wizards. Professor Binns, the only ghostly educator at Hogwarts, is said to have forgotten his corporeal form by the hearth during a lecture. While Samael pays little heed to the professor's past, his teaching prowess leaves much to be desired. He tends to drone on monotonously, his breathless delivery and drawn-out cadences rendering it exceedingly difficult for students to maintain focus, ultimately succumbing to drowsiness. Initially, Samael found himself engrossed, but the professor's peculiar intonation, coupled with the slumbering classmates around him, soon lulled him into a stupor. Indeed, drowsiness can be quite contagious. Theodore was tasked with delivering messages to Percy Weasley of Gryffindor, as well as to Derek Nott and Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff. Samael retrieved a note he had prepared, suggesting it was time for a gathering of the Dreamweavers. Theodore's expression transformed from confusion to elation. He had awaited this day for quite some time. It would be prudent to enlist someone from another house for Gryffindor, Samael cautioned, as it was difficult to imagine the repercussions of a Slytherin lingering too long at the door of the Gryffindor common room. Draco, watching Theodore sprint away with envy, hesitated to voice his thoughts. Samael regarded him silently. Despite their amicable rapport, he would not lower the standards for the Dreamweaver selection. After dinner, they convened in the potions classroom on the second floor. Following his duel with Cedric, Samael had become acutely aware of the advantages of dual wand magic and felt compelled to practice, albeit alone. Behind him, Theodore stared intently at Samael's wand, lost in thought, resembling a specter. As the classroom door creaked open, perhaps due to frequent kicks from Snape, it added an eerie ambience to the dimly lit room. Good evening, Percy, Samael greeted as Percy entered. With a flick of his wrist, 5 orbs of light burst forth from his fingertips, illuminating the entire classroom. Good evening, Samael, Percy replied. Hello, Percy Weasley. The two exchanged pleasantries with great formality, introducing Theodore as well. Theodore Nott, having been raised in a noble environment, Theodore, though not overly talkative, held his own in formal settings. Initially, the atmosphere was somewhat tense, but with Samael's light-hearted banter, they soon found themselves at ease. After Samael gifted Percy 50 galleons, the latter grew markedly more confident, treating his younger siblings with less severity, resulting in a harmonious, brotherly dynamic. Percy understood the source of this newfound camaraderie and expressed his gratitude towards Samael in their conversations. Before long, Derek and Cedric arrived together, their surprise not at Theodore's presence, but rather at Percy's amicable interactions with the two Slytherins. Following introductions, the group's rapport blossomed, appearing quite amiable on the surface. This marks the inaugural gathering of our Dream Realization Organization, and I earnestly hope that everyone can coexist harmoniously. Given that we are united under the banner of dreams, I encourage each of you to share your aspirations. At this juncture, Samael deftly interjected, for if their dialogue were to persist, the conclusion would remain elusive. Derek had even ventured into the realm of postnatal care for sows, and notably, Percy was listening with great interest. Percy, please articulate your dream. In that moment, Samael seemed to embody the spirit of Wong Feng. My dream is to become the Minister of Magic. Percy felt a twinge of anxiety, yet no one mocked him. It was well known among the group that Percy harbored ambitions, but the magnitude of his aspiration was unexpected. Cedric and the Weasley family, being somewhat acquainted with Percy, were not taken aback, but reflecting on the Weasley family's circumstances, they could only shake their heads inwardly. My dream is to become a herbologist. Although my father hopes I will dedicate more effort to the study of magical creatures, Cedric stated candidly, without needing any prompting from Samael. Samael was aware of Cedric's exceptional prowess in growth spells, having long suspected it as Professor Sprout's prized pupil. I aspire to be a magizoologist who surpasses my grandfather. Derek's ambition did not surprise the others. I wish to become powerful. At Theodore's turn, he stood up with fervor, his expression earnest, his determination evident to all. The group turned their gaze to Samael, who had yet to speak. With a gentle smile, he merely stated it was a secret. In truth, he was uncertain of his own dreams. Fame? Power? Strength? He yearned for them all, yet felt they were insufficient. However, he would gradually clarify his desires through his journey of self-discovery. I have come to understand everyone's dreams, and I hope we can support one another in our collective progress. Percy, I hope you can compose a paper on spells, ideally one that could be published in prominent journals. If your talent does not translate into recognition, your political career will be exceedingly arduous. Theodore and I will persuade Beverly to allow you to intern under Mr. Crouch. Samael earnestly conveyed to Percy, skillfully painting a vision of the future, and he truly believed he could aid Percy in achieving this before graduation. At the very least, it would not mirror the past he had known, where Crouch could not even recall his name. Cedric, you too must demonstrate the requisite abilities to earn the approval of your elders. While I am not particularly adept in this regard, we shall do our utmost to assist you. Samael reassured Cedric. This was not mere empty rhetoric. The growth of herbs is an exceedingly slow process, with some requiring months and others years. Without assistance, the passage of time could extinguish his enthusiasm. Cedric nodded enthusiastically, for he lacked not talent, but rather the support he needed. Derek, Hagrid possesses profound knowledge in magical creatures, and I will facilitate an introduction between you two. However, the immediate priority is to enhance your combat prowess. Recklessly engaging with formidable beings without the necessary strength would be a foolish endeavor. Derek nodded in agreement, recognizing that even his esteemed grandfather had suffered injuries when confronting magical creatures, let alone himself. But I'm not skilled in combat. Derek wore a distressed expression, but his family truly lacked the aptitude in this regard. Rest assured, I will conduct specialized training for you and Theodore every Tuesday and Thursday. Derek and Theodore nodded excitedly, for Samael's combat prowess was evident to all. Samael actually hoped that this group would convert their inherent advantages into combat skills, thereby alleviating some of his own pressures. The crowd had no objections to Samael's arrangements, each brimming with enthusiasm. In the potion classroom, a group of young wizards donned in identical attire busily scribbled away, pausing occasionally to ponder. They possessed the tenacity and drive, yet they did not wish to squander their time and energy. Samael, how about I focus on research related to explosion spells and the killing curse? Percy expressed his dilemma, lacking experience in publishing papers. Not advisable. You should be aware that the Ministry of Magic has clear restrictions on more potent spells. They do not wish for such spells to proliferate widely, Samael replied solemnly. I truly have no direction, Percy said, scratching his head in frustration. His learning had always been conventional, devoid of in-depth exploration of magic, unlike his two brothers. I have a topic that suits you well, the levitation charm. It is quite common and lacks significant power, allowing you to conduct a comprehensive analysis. Samael elaborated on the research direction of the levitation charm, which was also a subject of his own study. The levitation charm was one of his few level 4 spells, and if it proved feasible, he would essentially gain the versatility of the summoning charm, the binding curse, and telekinesis. Percy's eyes lit up. As an academic overachiever, his comprehension skills were certainly commendable, which was why he held a position of authority. He had never considered that his simple levitation charm could possess such depth. He hurriedly began to jot down Samael's insights. If you wish to publish a paper, I recommend Innovations in Spells. Although its remuneration has diminished compared to analysis of spell theory in recent years, its influence remains significant, and its editor, Ephias, has extensive connections in Wisenham. Samael, who lacked a deep understanding of magical theory, happened to be subscribed to these journals and was well aware of their merits and shortcomings. At that moment, Percy was filled with admiration for Samael, whose sensitivity to politics and profound understanding of the essence of magic was remarkable. In just a few sentences, he had clarified what Percy needed to analyze next. The other students looked at Samael with similar astonishment. I specialize in transfiguration. What should I do? Cedric, unable to remain still, also sought guidance, finding Percy's path equally applicable to himself, yet he lacked direction. His gaze conveyed a sense of wanting to avoid favoritism. Have you heard of natural magic? Samael pondered for a moment before inquiring. Isn't that the natural magic of the Druidic school, which has long since vanished. Cedric initially appeared bewildered, then voiced his question. Regardless of whether he has vanished, your growth spell is commendable. Perhaps you could replicate the ancient Druid's natural magic using a combination of transfiguration and its variants. Professor Sprout once mentioned the Druidic school. Perhaps I should inquire further. Cedric, with a resolute expression, diligently noted this research direction. An epiphany struck him as he occasionally waved his wand, causing vines to miraculously sprout from the dilapidated desk before swiftly decaying. Theodore, intrigued, approached to observe, and the two engaged in hushed whispers, sharing secretive discussions. Derek, however, remained quiet, introspectively analyzing his strengths and weaknesses. He recalled his grandfather's words, that Dumbledore could vanquish 90% of the wizards in the world merely through transfiguration. Thus, he understood he must identify his advantages and amplify them to their fullest potential. Samael glanced at the small group and then inquired, Cedric, are you capable of creating communication devices? Relying on Theodore to deliver messages each time would likely exhaust him. I can craft communication bookmarks, which involve the application of intermediate transfiguration spells, but their durability is limited, Cedric replied, expressing his concerns about his own skills, knowing that even if he succeeded, their utility would be fleeting. I might be able to assist. Branson Hall, a second-year Ravenclaw known for his proficiency in alchemy, offered. My brother often seeks his counsel. Percy recognized this individual, noting that Penelope had a good rapport with him, and he hoped to contribute to the group. Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. If you require funds, do not hesitate to inform me. It would be ideal to enlist him in our organization, Samael remarked, valuing such technical talents, which were exceedingly rare at that moment, with only Derek currently being of any utility. In terms of potions, the group was relatively uniform in their capabilities, all performing adequately, though Theodore was the exception. His contribution was primarily limited to handling potion ingredients. It would be best not to mention his potion brewing skills. If they had an adept alchemist among them, many tasks would become significantly simpler. Percy nodded with satisfaction, deliberately ignoring Cedric's forlorn gaze. This society, built on mutual support and growth, thrived on the notion that the more they flourished, the greater their collective sense of achievement. Who would not wish to lend a hand? Having fulfilled a personal ambition, Samael felt a sense of relief, yet upon surveying his surroundings, he realized the pressing need to locate an ideal meeting place. The potions classroom, while tranquil, was ultimately beneath Snape's watchful eye, rendering it impractical. The room of requirement could only be a last resort, for it was situated on the 7th floor. Coincidentally, where the headmaster's office resided, was that not akin to walking into a lion's den. Despite their organization's legitimacy, he remained wary of the centenarian. As for the Slytherin chamber, that was equally untenable. Who could ascertain whether the basilisk had any pact with Voldemort? If so, they would be in grave peril. Samael shook his head, dismissing such impractical notions. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time. If all else failed, convening within his suitcase could serve as a viable alternative. Since expelling the 4 prominent figures, he has made new adjustments to his suitcase, dividing it into 4 distinct areas: a relaxation zone, a study, a reception room, and a reptile house. The entire structure is meticulously arranged to mirror his actual living quarters. Even if placed in the wilderness, his quality of life would remain unaffected. A gathering is merely an occasion to add a few chairs and sprinkle some water. By the way, does anyone know the disillusionment charm? Just as Samuel was about to announce the end of the meeting, he suddenly recalled this nocturnal charm. Without the disillusionment charm, What good is a night outing? I don't know it. Neither do I. The atmosphere grew awkward as everyone exchanged glances. However, upon reflection, it made sense. They were all top students from various grades, and such a spell, clearly not intended for serious matters, was unnecessary for them. I shall take responsibility for this. If the restricted section is unavailable, I suppose I could only search the small bookshelf in the Ravenclaw common room. Cedric accepted this task, finding it rather simple to apply for a permit to the restricted section, and entering the Ravenclaw common room posed no challenge either. Cedric cast a self-satisfied glance at Percy, implying that who in Ravenclaw lacks connections? Samuel nodded in approval, announcing that every Monday would be the designated meeting time before everyone dispersed, not forgetting to leave Percy a firecloud cloak. If they could indeed recruit the esteemed Branson from Ravenclaw, it would be a tremendous gain. Chapter 38. Is it true love? It is true love. A new day dawned with rare sunshine over Hogwarts. Samuel, buoyed by his good mood, strolled alongside Theodore outside the castle, while Cole, having minimized his form, leisurely followed behind, basking in the sunlight. What is wrong with Draco? Has he eaten too many pigtails? Why is he so irate this early? From a distance, they spotted Draco approaching, visibly displeased, flanked by his two formidable guardians. You're not aware? Last time, Gryffindor's Potter not only escaped punishment, but was also appointed by Professor McGonagall as Gryffindor's Seeker. Theodore remarked, a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes. So that's it. Samuel, though indifferent, found the situation unjust. It was agreed that the Quidditch selection would start from the second year. Why should Gryffindor be allowed to flout the rules? As expected, upon reaching them, Draco began to incessantly lament to Samuel about Gryffindor's unfairness, though his expression revealed more discontent towards Harry. His two guardians, acting like supporting actors, either mimicked or chimed in, aiding Draco in his tirade against Harry. If you perceive it as unfair, you could always petition Professor Snape, provided you're confident in your ability to win. Can that actually work? Draco questioned, sensing that Samuel's words lacked credibility. Why not? The rules were first broken by Gryffindor. If you possess the requisite skill, the headmaster would have no reason to deny you. Samuel replied candidly, having observed Slytherin's Quidditch training sessions. Their seekers were quite average, and this role did not require extensive teamwork. If Draco truly had talent, it was entirely feasible for him to replace the current seeker. Draco found merit in Samuel's words, primarily because he did not consider himself inferior to that scar-headed boy. If he were to be selected, it would be entirely feasible for his father to finance a complete overhaul of Slytherin's equipment, given that his family was not lacking in wealth. However, it was imperative that this matter be settled before the selection. Otherwise, not only would the sentiments of their own house be disrupted, but other houses would also seize the opportunity to criticize him. Samuel recalled how, in their second year, Hermione had ridiculed Draco for relying on connections to join the team. To him, Draco was merely a sensitive and spoiled child. Their current amicable relationship did not warrant subjecting him to such unfounded rumors. Draco nodded in agreement and then hurried towards the castle. As he watched Draco's retreating figure, Samuel felt an inexplicable notion that Draco's heart was consumed by thoughts of Harry, fixating on every little matter. Could this be true love? Yet if it were not, it was difficult to explain. Do you think Draco has feelings for Harry? Samuel pondered for a moment before voicing his curiosity. Huh? Theodore paused, momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Was the wizarding world still so traditional? No, it seems unlikely, he hastily clarified. He had known Draco since childhood and had never perceived anything of the sort. Consider this. Doesn't Draco often bring up Harry, intentionally provoking him whenever he gets a chance? It's clear he seeks to draw attention. Samuel leaned in, glancing at Beverly, who had approached to eavesdrop and analyze the situation with gravitas. Isn't it because they have a rivalry? Theodore questioned. You don't realize this, do you? What rivalry could there be? As far as I know, Harry merely declined to befriend him, which hardly constitutes enmity. The only plausible explanation is that he harbors feelings for the boy, Samuel concluded, lowering his voice as if to shield their conversation for prying ears. At this moment, Beverly and Theodore fell into contemplation. They were reluctant to believe it, yet Samuel's observations rang true. As friends, they ought to support him, yet the entire situation felt peculiar. Both wished to articulate their thoughts, but found themselves at a loss for words. Cole, observing the smile at the corner of Samuel's mouth, discerned that his master was clearly playing a trick. However, considering that the young man had been transfixed when he saw his master in a state of undress, it was not entirely implausible. As anticipated, by midday, every Slytherin student was aware of the rumor. The young scion of the Malfoy family harbored unrequited affection for the savior, leading to resentment born of love. Samael found this version of events quite amusing. He had not expected Beverly to possess such storytelling talent. She would be wasted not pursuing a career in narrative arts. Theodore, who was not typically loquacious, acknowledged that such swift dissemination of news could only be attributed to the connections of the Crouch family's daughter. Beverly, let's ensure that we do not discuss this in front of Draco. The affections of youth are often sensitive and pure, as friends. We should facilitate the smooth progression of their feelings, Samael urged, suppressing a smile as he spoke to Beverly. You're quite considerate. I'll clarify things with Daphne and the others right away. Beverly nodded in agreement and dashed away, for a young girl often harbors delightful fantasies about love, even if such love does not quite align with her expectations. Samael, have you been speaking ill of me? Why do they regard me with such strange expressions? He was not foolish. Only those of significant influence could evoke such peculiar gazes from others, and his initial suspicion fell upon Samael. What nonsense are you spouting? As the scion of the Malfoy family and the future head of the Malfoys, it is only natural to attract attention, Samael replied. Indeed, it was true. After all, few dared to dismiss the Malfoy name. Malfoy nodded seriously at this, letting go of his concern regarding the odd looks he had received. Cole, who was sprawled across Samael's lap, cast a disdainful glance at the fool before falling back asleep, silently lamenting his master's poor choice of friends. Such a simpleton would hardly survive a day in the wild. Samael suppressed a chuckle and continued to peruse his book. After all, it was not he who had spread the rumors, so he had no cause for alarm should the situation escalate. Chapter 39. The Pompous Draco. In the Slytherin common room, Samael, having completed his assignments, idly practiced his magic. The blue flames conjured by the bluebell spell flickered harmlessly upon Cole's body, causing him no harm whatsoever. In fact, Cole mischievously licked at the enchanting flames. This spell bore no real damage, possessing not a trace of heat, only a mild effect of dispelling illusions. Making it perfectly suited for dealing with the red-cap, Samael found this spell, reminiscent of a gas canister, particularly intriguing, and with his grasp of incantations, he effortlessly elevated it to level 3. With full force, he soon ignited the entire common room. Aside from a startled upperclassman who had just entered, everyone was astonished to discover the versatile application of the bluebell spell. A certain unscrupulous upperclasswoman even pondered the possibility of masquerading it as a blazing fire spell, given that Samael's earlier imitation of the killing curse had truly opened their eyes and ushered them into a new realm of understanding. The absence of assignments felt liberating. Samael extinguished the flames and deliberately proclaimed aloud, "What a relief!" Several furious glares shot his way, as if they wished to bore holes through him. The owners of those glares were none other than Bellevue and Daphne, who had spent most of their time idling, resulting in their transfiguration assignment remaining unfinished. Although tomorrow was Saturday, it mattered little, for these two young ladies had already filled their schedules to the brim. What is Draco laughing about? Sometimes, I truly wonder if the water in his brain is solely meant for nurturing the verdant tree of his heart, Samael mused, unable to refrain from commenting on Draco's foolish demeanor. Perhaps Potter has acquiesced to his request for a date? Theodore chimed in with a teasing tone. Though he did not fully grasp Samael's jest, he recognized it was not a compliment. The two refrained from approaching. Draco's nature was such that he could never conceal his affairs, much like a Gryffindor. Samael, you would hardly believe what I have done. This evening, I have arranged a duel with the Scarhead to take place in the trophy room. Should I divulge this information to Felch, it would undoubtedly result in the deduction of Gryffindor's already scant points. Draco regained his composure, casting a smug glance at Samael. Despite your foolishness, your courage to be yourself fills me with pride. Samael regarded him as if he were a simpleton. Could such matters truly be discussed in a common room? What would the other nobles think of you? Draco stifled his amusement, looking at Samael with confusion. As a pure-blood aristocrat, one cannot forsake one's honor. A sacred affair like a duel should not devolve into a mere game of wits. Would others merely perceive you as fearful of Potter? As Samael elucidated, he surveyed the others, who indeed regarded him with peculiar expressions. Am I afraid of him? What nonsense! Draco felt as though his tail had been stepped on. He could endure many insults, but to be compared unfavorably to that Scarhead was more unbearable than death itself. Yet, he was uncertain whom Potter might enlist as allies. Weasley would suffice, but if it were upperclassmen, he harbored no confidence. Therefore, Samael, you will assist me, yes? He was not foolish. Having Samael as his second was a certainty. Samael, disinterested, ignored him, leaving Draco to reluctantly turn to Theodore. Theodore, you shall be my assistant. Were it not for Crabbe and Goyle's utter ineptitude, he would not have sought help. They shall not be coming. I have stated clearly that this is undoubtedly a Slytherin scheme. As the time for the duel approached, Hermione cast an exasperated glance at the two. Whether it is a plot or not, I will attend. I refuse to be bested by that Malfoy. Harry, you must teach Malfoy a harsh lesson. Should Samael arrive, it would indicate his complete allegiance to Malfoy, necessitating a distance from him in the future, his family. While Ron encouraged Harry, he simultaneously disparaged Samael. Having observed that the latter was rather formidable, which decent person would dare confront a fourth-year student so soon after the term commenced? Mr. Weasley, it is not wise to speak ill of others behind their backs. Perhaps Mr. Weasley should reflect upon this aspect of education. Upon entering, Samael and his companions overheard Ron speaking brazenly about him. Forgive me, Samael. Ron did not mean it. Harry quickly clarified upon seeing Samael, wishing to prevent animosity between his friends. Whether it was intentional or not, I can discern the difference, Harry. Samael's expression remained calm, his dark eyes revealing a strength that Harry had never witnessed before. Beside him, Ron's face flushed crimson. He wished to protest, but lacked the courage. Potter, I believe you are prepared to taste the bitterness of defeat. Draco and Theodore stepped forward, eyeing Weasley confidently, certain of their impending victory. Harry wished to continue explaining, but, upon seeing Malfoy's aggressive demeanor, opted to wait until after the duel to address Samael privately. Petri Ficus Totalis, accept your weapons. The Enlightenment training for heirs of pure-blood nobility is no simple matter. Thus, Draco possesses a considerable repertoire of spells, certainly more than Harry. While Harry may only wield the disarming charm, his innate talent in defense against the dark arts surpasses Draco's abilities, whether in evasion or spell control. Although he finds himself in a precarious situation, he does not sustain any substantial harm. Rather, he continually absorbs experience from a duel. Soon, Draco perceives this trend, and his smug smile diminishes somewhat. The disparity in their magical prowess is not overt. If he cannot conclude the duel swiftly, victory may not be assured. Potter, you slither like an eel, unable to confront me directly? Obstacle upon obstacle, living rope-bind. Draco, displaying cleverness, seizes the moment when Harry is momentarily distracted to unleash 2 consecutive spells. Harry stumbles as the ropes coil around him like a serpent, binding him tightly from foot to head. Observing Harry ensnared like a pupa, Draco beams with satisfaction, especially relishing Harry's expression of shame and fury. Samael, shall we hoist him up? You fool, Expelliarmus. Just as Samael's words leave his lips, a powerful spell strikes Draco, sending him soaring through the air in an elegant arc. His wand lost to the unknown. Duels have always been a one-sided affair. When one party falters, the next steps in. Draco, in his hubris, had completely overlooked Ron's presence. In truth, Ron's prowess in defense against the dark arts is commendable. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of Gryffindor prefect, and even Dumbledore's favoritism would not be so egregious. Chapter 40, A Standoff with the Three-Headed Dog. The Trophy Room. Observing Ron ensnared by black thorns, Theodore's spirits lifted considerably. As a loyal friend to Samael, he had heard Ron's earlier remarks. But out of respect for Samael's restraint, he chose to overlook them. The black thorns writhed incessantly, their sharp spikes rapidly growing and leaving trails of blood upon Ron's body. Theodore, hoist him up, Draco commanded, his expression grim as he approached, harboring an inexplicable obsession with the act of hanging. We concede. If you do not release him, I shall certainly inform Professor McGonagall. From a distance, Hermione raised her wand, her voice trembling as she addressed the trio. Theodore, enough. Samael interjected, sensing the situation had escalated. It was not fear of Hermione's warning that prompted his intervention, but rather the dark mist emanating from the thorns, clearly indicative of dark magic. Should this continue, the situation could spiral out of control. Although Draco felt a twinge of regret, the sight of the scarred boy leaning on his companions brought him unmasked delight. Potter, from this day forth, should you see me, meow? Before Draco could finish, an eerie feline cry echoed through the air. At this hour, a cat? It must be Mrs. Norris. Panic surged through them as they instinctively fled. Samael was no exception. Today, amidst the throngs of people, some were injured, and even Felch found it impossible to suppress the chaos. In their frantic dash, despite Ron's wounds, he moved swiftly, soon arriving at a tightly locked door. Sensing something amiss, Samael barely had time to intervene when he witnessed Hermione triumphantly unlocking the door. Draco and Theodore, in their panic, blindly followed the Gryffindors into the room, and Samael had no choice but to trail behind. This was a trap indeed, as Samael followed their gazes. The sight of the colossal creature ignited a surge of fury within him. If he had not realized the peril, it would have been his folly. The trophy room was on the second floor. How could they have stumbled upon the fourth so quickly? Clearly, they had fallen victim to a confundus charm. Observing the three-headed beast, Samael initially contemplated slipping away unnoticed, but his companions were anything but discreet. Draco's voice boomed louder than Hermione's. Samael cursed inwardly, lamenting that such a splendid voice was wasted on a future devoid of soprano aspirations. The awakened Cerberus was no fool, and the Gryffindors swiftly retreated. Just as they prepared to escape, a resounding bang echoed, and the door slammed shut, rendering Theodore's frantic pounding futile. Water release, water barrier. Samael swiftly formed seals, conjuring a wall of water to separate his companions from the beast. No matter how fiercely the creature clawed, it could not penetrate the barrier. Theodore, use the exploding curse. Make as much noise as you can. Samael cast the water barrier to buy him time, fully aware that someone had meticulously orchestrated this ambush against them. While punishment was certainly undesirable, it paled in comparison to death. Without these two burdens, he could have fought unfettered. Serpent's shadow, conjuration, thunderous explosion. Samael's right hand summoned several enormous serpents, binding the heads and limbs of the beast. Despite their sharp fangs, they could not pierce the creature's hide. With his left hand, he unleashed a barrage of explosive spells, the sounds reverberating throughout the chamber. As a level 5 magical beast, Cerberus possessed magical resistance on par with dragons and giants. Typical attacks struggled to inflict harm. The level 4 curse did not disappoint, however, as blood poured from the beast, unleashing a horrific howl. The door won T-Budge. It seems to be ensnared by advanced sticking and protective charms, now linked to the entire castle. Samael's expression darkened at Theodore's voice. The sheer magnitude of magic contained within this ancient castle was unfathomable, and he knew that a level 4 spell was woefully inadequate. Meanwhile, though wounded, the beast's ferocity was awakened. With a sudden surge, its right paw broke free from the serpentine bindings, its razor-sharp claws shattering the serpent's head. The left head twisted at an impossible angle, viciously tearing apart the constraining serpent. Samael gritted his teeth against the pain, wielding his wand in an attempt to remedy the situation, but the results were far from satisfactory. It was now or never. Serpent's wrath formation. Samael crouched low, his mouth opening at an astonishing angle, feeling the surge of magic boiling within him. The mental and physical energies swiftly transformed into chakra, which manifested as a multitude of venomous serpents slithering forth from his mouth. With remarkable speed, they soon enveloped the three-headed hound. The creature, in a state of panic, shook its body. Although these serpents could not penetrate its defenses, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Some were burrowing into its mouth, while others sought entry from behind. Theodore, bring forth the mirror, Samael commanded. Ever since acquiring the ability to traverse through reflections, he had instructed Theodore to carry a mirror with him, and now it proved to be fortuitously useful. Observing the dazed expressions of the two, Samael was not surprised. The commotion of the serpent array was indeed striking. After a brief moment, Theodore retrieved a full-length mirror from his pocket. Though he was uncertain why Samael required the mirror in this urgent situation, he chose to place his trust in him. Close your eyes, and no matter what transpires, do not open them, Samael instructed the two before guiding them toward the mirror. Rather than shattering as one might expect, the mirror enveloped the three of them like ripples in water. The guardian, Kalcha, noticed the intruders and was initially startled, but upon seeing Samael, his expression shifted to one of indifference. "Is this your dormitory?" Draco inquired, perplexed. He then sighed with relief and naturally seated himself on Samael's bed, feeling as though he had survived a calamity. Apparition? No, that cannot be. Apparition is prohibited at Hogwarts. Could it be the mirror? Theodore pondered, feeling a sense of relief as he subconsciously contemplated these questions, his gaze fervently directed at Samael. Samael was utterly exhausted. The serpent array, executed using chakra, was immensely taxing, depleting both his physical and mental faculties. He had little interest in Draco's suggestions about persuading his father to dismiss Dumbledore, and after cautioning the two not to divulge this incident, he sent them on their way. As they exited, he caught a glimpse of a group of four led by Travers, but he paid them no mind. With his growing strength, Samael was unconcerned about any petty machinations from behind, provided they could bear the consequences of provoking him. Chapter 41. The Temptation of Quirrell. Tonight was shrouded in mystery. It was certain that their inadvertent intrusion into the corridor on the 4th floor was orchestrated by old Dumbledore. His cultivation of Harry Potter had commenced the moment the boy entered Hogwarts. As a savior, it was only natural for him to enjoy certain privileges, though it remained unclear why Samael was entangled in this affair. Samuel was confident that the subsequent events were not instigated by Dumbledore, despite his wariness of a centenarian. The man's character was undoubtedly trustworthy. Quirrell? Voldemort? Samuel mused. It was these two whom he suspected would take action against him at Hogwarts. He had some enemies within Slytherin, but their strength was insufficient to orchestrate such events. In comparison to Voldemort, Samuel was more suspicious of Quirrell, yet he knew further observation was necessary before drawing any conclusions. He turned his focus inward, delving into his newly acquired skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the title of Hogwarts Dog Handler. Granting the reward skill, Magical Creature Dissuasion. The skill can be fused with the original ability, Snape's Gaze. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Fusion. Fusion complete. The skill has been upgraded and will trigger legilimency and occlumency to a certain extent. Samuel gazed at the newly fused skill, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. He had anticipated acquiring a formidable ability, yet it paled in comparison to the rewards for vanquishing the 4 imbeciles of Traverse. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Having something was preferable to having nothing at all. Host, Samuel Gant. Profession, Wizard. Achievements, King of the Orphanage, Hero of the Streets, Rogue, Enforcer, Uncrowned King of Intermediate Slytherin. Hogwarts Serpent, Hogwarts Beast Hunter. Talent, Parseltongue LV4. System Skills, Orochimaru's Ninjutsu Collection, partial LV4. Water Release Ninjutsu Collection, partial LV2. Free Fighting LV4, Snape's Gaze LV4, Mirror Passage LV1. Ordinary Skills, Transfiguration LV3, Softening Charm LV1, Alohomora LV1, Petri Ficus Totalis LV2, Stupefy LV2, Dampening Charm LV2, Blue Bellflower Charm LV3, Clean Slate LV3, Flock of Birds LV3, Rapid Shrinkage LV3, Living Rope Bind LV3, Pure Water Charm LV3, Shielding Armor LV4, Glimmering Light LV4, Wingardium Leviosa LV4, Thunderclap Explosion LV4. Magical Items, Banshee's Wail X1, Akatsuki's Fire Cloud Robe X7. Pets, Cole, Screech Owl, Rebecca, Green Anaconda, Elia, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python. Samuel examined his status panel. The past week since the start of school had not been wasted. In his leisure moments, he had refined his chakra, successfully elevating Orochimaru's Ninjutsu Collection to level 4. And even Water Release had reached level 2, a commendable pace. In addition to acquiring several practical spells, guided by magical theory, the Shield Charm had also advanced to level 4. Content with his accomplishments, Samuel ceased his daydreaming and succumbed to slumber. Cole wriggled his body, attempting to ensure Samuel's sleep was undisturbed. The scene was warm yet tinged with an eerie quality. Samuel rubbed his eyes, wishing he could sleep until the afternoon. However, it was Saturday, the day he had arranged for tutoring with Chilo, and he intended to test the mettle of this theatrical master. Leaving Cole to guard the premises, even foregoing his beloved spicy snack, he resolutely made his way to the defense against the Dark Arts office. In truth, while Chilo's office was somewhat skewed, it was far superior to Snape's. Mr. Gant, I am pleased you could arrive punctually, Chilo exclaimed as Samuel entered, his tone utterly natural and his demeanor exuding arrogance. Were it not for the fact that this was not the Dark Lord himself, Samuel would have dared to consume the desk on the spot. I appreciate the professor taking the time to provide me with individualized guidance. Adherence to punctuality is a virtue every student should uphold, Samuel responded, his expression composed and his tone imbued with respect. Excellent. To return to the matter at hand, Mr. Gunter, I seek to understand your perspective on magic. In your view, what constitutes powerful magic? Chilo, unwilling to squander time, commenced the lesson with utmost directness. In my humble opinion, no magic is inherently powerful. The true strength lies within the wizard themselves. Samuel did not foolishly mention nature magic or ancient spells, for if ancient magic were indeed formidable, it would not have been supplanted by modern forms. Indeed, Mr. Gunter, you have not disappointed me. Even a spell as formidable as the Killing Curse relies on the wielder's prowess. If cast by a first-year student, I believe that, with your capabilities, you could triumph even with a disarming charm. Professor, I wish to inquire whether certain spells become potent when mastered to a profound degree. Samuel, too, was disinclined to engage in frivolous banter, choosing instead to pose his question directly. While that may be true, human limitations persist. It is akin to individuals who dedicate their lives to developing a Lumos spell. What does it yield? Dark magic does not surpass white magic in strength, yet it begins from a higher baseline. A thorough study of a particular dark spell can yield extraordinary enhancements to one's power. At this point, the Dark Lord wore a proud expression, who in all of Britain could rival him in the study of dark magic. So, Professor, Could you perhaps teach me some powerful spells? Samael asked forthrightly. Mr. Gunter, Hogwarts prohibits young wizards from studying dark magic, the Dark Lord replied, his expression inscrutable. After a brief hesitation, he declined. Samael, disappointed, turned away, rolling his eyes dramatically, thinking to himself, if you were not attempting to lead me astray, I would write my name backward. Professor, I believe I am referring to powerful magic, not dark magic. The two men locked gazes, with Samael unabashedly revealing the fervor in his eyes. I think, Mr. Gunter, you have successfully persuaded me. The Dark Lord's expression brightened, and as Samael drifted into contemplation, he discreetly waved his wand. This shameless individual was attempting to pry into his memories. Fortunately, the wail of the banshee safeguarded his mind, or he would have surely suffered. Samael, with a calm demeanor, assisted Chilo to the sofa, inquiring with concern, Professor, are you unwell? I'm fine, merely a bit dizzy. Here is the list of books you need to review, along with the authorization for the restricted section. I hope to see a more advanced version of you when you return next week, Chilo stammered, as if confronted by a plague, stuffing the note into Samael's hands before hastily ushering him out of the office. Samael stood momentarily in shock, but as he regained his composure, the veneer of pretentious pride quickly vanished, replaced by an enigmatic smirk. Chapter 42, The Teaching of Dark Magic. Goodness, one can utilize spells in such a manner? Samael suppressed his astonishment as he perused the volumes provided by Chilo in his dormitory. He diligently analyzed the merits and demerits of dark magic versus white magic. Indeed, as Chilo had asserted, dark magic does not commence from a lowly foundation. Particularly, the compendiums of the Melos Poison Curse and the Abyssal Curse unveiled a plethora of toxic and malevolent spells, entirely opening a new realm for Samael. The peculiar incantation techniques, intricate poison curse rituals, coupled with esoteric magical theories, ensnared Samael in their allure. Had Samael followed the directives of the old Voldemort, he would inevitably have traversed the path of corruption, succumbing to the malevolent thoughts of dark magic. Regrettably, he had not foreseen the existence of systems within this world. As long as Samael's spells were recorded by the system, he could wholly liberate himself from the reliance on emotions that plagued their execution. The so-called malevolent thoughts would have no bearing on him. However, he was not foolish. The study of magic had always been a gradual process. Only a fool would embark on their magical education by attempting to master the unforgivable curses from the outset. Lesser curses, such as the Teeth-Sticking Curse, the Tarantaligra, and the Wombat's Escape, were documented in texts, and even if not found in the curriculum, they circulated widely among young wizards. Samael would not underestimate any spell. The longevity of their existence inherently suggested a valid purpose. Among them, the Wombat's Escape was a summoning curse that fell within the realm of transfiguration, conjuring a venomous serpent that was not merely a manifestation of magical energy, but a tangible, corporeal creature. Samael was aware that Draco was quite adept at this spell, though he had yet to demonstrate it in Samael's presence. However, upon examining the materials at hand, a new plan began to form. Proios, Dramener. Phias Samael recited the intricate incantation, and in his right hand, a potted plant withered at a visibly accelerated pace. With a flourish of his wand, he conjured an unsightly scarecrow, its form enveloped in a crimson glow, which coalesced into a semblance of blood, swiftly absorbed by the scarecrow. As if deprived of energy, a piercing wail erupted, and Samael distinctly sensed the scarecrow becoming restless. The disordered straw rapidly penetrated Samael's flesh, siphoning his blood. He casually discarded the creature, interrupting its actions. And indeed, the scarecrow settled down considerably, obediently standing beside Samael's leg. Possessing intelligence, yet exhibiting restlessness, Samael regarded the fidgeting scarecrow with an icy demeanor. This errant creation was merely an experimental subject for the puppet curse he had just studied, composed of readily available straw intermingled with some withered vines, augmented by a few drops of magically infused blood. This blood, of course, was not his own, as he deemed that extracting some from the robust coal would aid in his circulation. The constructs generated by the puppet curse might intimidate some muggles, yet for wizards, they were hardly a challenge. What fascinated Samael was the essence of magical energy conversion. The life force of the potted plant transformed into the vigor of the scarecrow. If he could absorb the entirety of Hogwarts' magical essence, would the resultant creature be even more fearsome? Or could he, in moments of dire injury, recuperate by assimilating the magical core of other beings? If feasible, achieving the so-called immortality would not be an insurmountable task. In any case, myriad thoughts swirled within him. Yet the realization of such ambitions necessitated further experimentation and materials. At present, Samael can only record his whimsical thoughts, leaving them to be resolved in due time. Samael, what are you doing? Just as Samael was casually jotting down his notes, Draco burst through the door. Before he could approach, several withered vines swiftly emerged from the Scarecrow's hands, coiling toward Draco. Well, Tinner, one might think I've done something to you, Samael remarked calmly. Puzzled by Draco's booming voice, a ball of flame soon enveloped the Scarecrow, reducing it to a mere wisp of ash in the blink of an eye. He had never held much affection for such intelligent yet untrustworthy entities. The puppet curse? Samael, I strongly advise against studying such dark magic at Hogwarts. It is exceedingly terrifying, Draco said, his pallor betraying his lingering fear. You know of it? Samael was astonished that Draco was familiar with such an obscure charm. Of course I do. I've even performed it. It requires minimal spell-casting ability, yet it is quite dreadful, Draco replied with a sense of pride, though he had not realized the extent of Samael's knowledge, which was not depicted in the original narrative. Dreadful? Samael felt puzzled. It should not be particularly harmful to wizards. Indeed, it is terrifying. This curse not only feeds on the flesh and blood of living beings, but also siphons magical energy, which could spell disaster at Hogwarts. Draco stated with utmost seriousness. Samael absorbed this information. The mere fact that it could drain magical energy was enough for him to abandon the thought. Samael, are you studying dark magic? Draco inquired, though he seemed unconcerned. It would be peculiar for a Slytherin student not to delve into some malevolent curses. Just familiarizing myself. Samael replied candidly. And these books? Hogwarts possesses such a tome? Is this the Melos poison curse? Goodness, this must be a rare edition of the Queen Tatiana Scream. As Draco examined Samael's reading list, his excitement grew, his expression filled with fervor. Samael, this is truly magnificent. Where did you acquire these books? Could you possibly teach me? Draco gazed longingly at Samael, genuinely enamored with such magic. Although his family owned some, his father always forbade him from perusing them on account of his young age, leaving him to learn in secret. Yet he was not foolish. He understood that recklessly studying dark magic would lead to being tainted by its malevolent essence. So he did not ask to borrow the books, but instead sought Samael's guidance. Observing Samael's brilliance, he was certain that he could swiftly master these spells. Sure, you can start by looking at my notebook. I've highlighted the key points and noted how to avoid the corruption of dark thoughts. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Samael generously tossed his notebook to Draco. In a fit of excitement, Draco began to gesture animatedly, then suddenly recalled something. Oh, and remember to dispose of that pot of withered flowers along with the pot. Why? Samael asked, perplexed. The flower before you bears an uncanny resemblance to the dream flower that Belife had just transported to the common room, now that it has vanished. Belife is currently venting her frustration. Draco, upon finishing his humorous remark, cast a glance at Samael with amusement. In astonishment, Samael waved his hand, transforming the flower pot into a brooch, which he affixed to Draco's attire, the implication unmistakable. Although Draco wished to decline, the adage of being beholden to others held him back, compelling him to privately resolve to discard the trinket into the Black Lake upon departure, seeking to obliterate all traces of it. Chapter 43. A Moonlit Dash. Observing Draco diligently studying, Samael found it hard to reconcile this image with the ostentatious, proud scion of the Malfoy family he had come to know. Stretching his somewhat numbed limbs, Samael rose and made his way outside. The Slytherin common room was particularly eerie at this late hour, quiet and desolate, save for the occasional whispers of infatuated upperclassmen, with only Theodore opting to linger. The reason was simple. Draco's incessant chatter kept him awake, while his bodyguard snoring was far too thunderous during slumber. Thus, he preferred the common room to the dormitory. Still awake, Samael? Theodore inquired, rising, despite having asked numerous times. He held a profound respect for Samael. Can't sleep. Would you like to take a stroll? Samael stretched lazily, extending the invitation. Certainly, without hesitation or inquiry about their destination. Theodore's unwavering trust in Samael was evident. As they traversed the empty corridors, Hogwarts had seemingly succumbed to slumber. Even the portraits were snoring softly. The moon tonight was exceptionally full, casting a gentle glow through the glass, illuminating the path ahead for the duo. Are we heading to the Forbidden Forest? Theodore couldn't contain his curiosity after they exited the castle. Let us embark on a moonlit dash, Samael proposed. Theodore, captivated by the boys shimmering under the moonlight, nodded eagerly, a smile of sheer happiness gracing his features. Theodore paused momentarily, then asked, Aren't we bringing Draco along? No. I certainly do not wish for his loud voice to disturb the native inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest. Upon hearing this, Theodore nodded in agreement. They both understood just how loud Draco could be. Samael first summoned the 4 titans through necromancy. For the dangers of the Forbidden Forest at night far surpassed those of the day. With chakra coursing beneath his feet, he dashed forward with remarkable speed. The 4 titans unfurling their forms, surrounding him in a protective formation. Theodore, unwilling to lag behind, as the most loyal companion who diligently trained with Samael each day, was not one to be left out. Samael had generously imparted the method of chakra refinement to him early on. However, he was astute enough to realize that the system's skills were unique. Even if Theodore had the methodology, he still required Samael's direct guidance to master it. Moreover, even if Theodore wished to teach others, they would be incapable of learning without Samael's assistance, signifying that this skill could only be acquired by Samael and those he deemed worthy. After several days of practice, while Theodore was not yet adept at climbing trees or walking on water, he had successfully mastered the basics of running. Samael, familiar with the terrain, leapt gracefully among the trees, as agile as a monkey, while Theodore toiled behind, desperately pursuing him. The 4 titans seemed to act as guardians for Theodore. Your weapons, all petrified. The obstacles are numerous. Samael did not relent. These spells, though not overwhelmingly powerful, inflicted considerable distress upon Theodore. In the midst of their rapid movements, his mind remained taut, ever vigilant against Samael's attacks. The entire experience was arduous, yet the progress was unmistakable. As they ran faster, Theodore learned to seek cover and evade. He no longer chased after Samael blindly, for being struck by those spells was undeniably painful. Howl! Just as they were engrossed in their practice, a piercing wolf howl echoed from afar, and Samael faintly heard the rustling of leaves. Werewolves? Damn that full moon, Samael suddenly realized, cursing under his breath. Typically, he harbored no fear of such creatures, but on a full moon night, their combat prowess surged tremendously. He positioned Theodore behind him, from massive serpent heads raised protectively. It would not be long before they faced a full-force attack. Werewolves would never appear alone. Samael wisely cautioned, and Theodore, with a solemn expression, scanned their surroundings. Soon enough, they spotted their quarry, 7 werewolves, not as imposing as he had envisioned. Though larger than them, they appeared rather frail. Armored shield. Samael first enveloped the 2 in a protective barrier, quietly observing Theodore. Thorny vines. Blazing flames. Realizing Samael's intention, Theodore unleashed his most adept spell. The thorns, released with full force, rooted themselves in the ground and swiftly spread outward like serpents. However, the werewolves, under the moonlight, moved with remarkable speed, evading the spell's grasp without issue. The fire spells incessantly disrupted the werewolves, yet, in terms of potency, they proved insufficient to harm them. Seeing that his magic had failed to inflict damage, Theodore grew anxious. Merge, he shouted, as the flames collided with the thorns, igniting them. Instead of burning away, the thorns fused into a more robust form. They rapidly thickened and cracked, flames swirling within their fissures, sharp spikes enveloped in black mist, flickering with firelight. The true extent of their power remained uncertain, yet their appearance was undeniably spectacular. Oh, this bears the essence of ancient magic. Over time, Samael's knowledge had vastly improved, allowing him to discern certain truths. The thorns accelerated swiftly, ensnaring one werewolf tightly. Amidst its agonized cries, it was rapidly reduced to cinders, disintegrating into ashes. The remaining werewolves, their eyes ablaze with fury, charged towards the duo, the moon stripping them of most rationality. Theodore stepped beyond the iron armor spell's range, standing amidst the flames, directing the fiery thorns. Though evading the werewolf's attacks was somewhat clumsy, it was evident that his combat experience was swiftly advancing. The tension in the air was palpable. The sharp claws raked across the sound formed by the ironclad spell, causing Theodore's hair to stand on end. Had it not been for Samael's intervention, he would have surely been torn to shreds. With a flourish of his wand, Samael commanded the gnarled branches of the surrounding trees to swiftly transform into a metallic texture. The branches elongated, morphing into a cage that ensnared the remaining werewolves. Observing this, Theodore conjured a massive thorny tree, which pierced upward through the feet of the werewolves, securing them firmly. The razor-sharp branches began to grow towards their limbs, and under the influence of the thorn flames, the werewolves' bodies experienced a rapid rise in temperature, turning from a deep red to charred black, before crumbling to ash and falling away from the thorns. The remaining werewolves met the same fate, their anguished cries echoing as they succumbed to death. Well done, filthy beasts, Samael praised Theodore, who was panting heavily. In truth, he held a certain fascination for werewolves. Their high magical resistance, great strength, and swift speed were commendable, not to mention their decent spellcasting abilities outside of the full moon. However, the complete loss of rationality, leaving only their primal instincts, extinguished any thoughts he had. Furthermore, their appearance was far from the glamorous portrayals seen in television dramas. Chapter 44. The Werewolf Branson. Samael strolled through the forbidden forest with a weary Theodore, their demeanor remarkably relaxed, as if they were mere tourists. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All right, I know you can handle those werewolves, but it is the night of the full moon after all. I cannot guarantee what changes might occur if you were to be bitten. Samael soothed the grumbling four heads. During their confrontation, he had refrained from allowing the four heads to intervene, wary of the werewolves' venom, although they could easily overpower the werewolves in terms of size. If anything were to go awry, Samael would have nowhere to lament his fate. Do you wish to become wolf snakes? He queried, causing the four heads to fall silent. Save for Rebecca, who muttered about how insufferable her master was, expressing her disdain for the prospect of transforming into such a ghastly form. Samael affectionately stroked Finn's head, playfully teasing the only unattractive serpent by his side. Finn excitedly flicked his tongue, tasting Samael's hand. Among the four heads, Cole was brash, Rebecca was willful, and Elijah exuded a gentle yet ruthless demeanor, while Finn was obedient, though he was somewhat superficial, rarely focusing on anything other than appearances. Despite this, Samael's fondness for him had never waned. As Samael frolicked with the serpents, the stillness of the forest was occasionally pierced by the low whispers of ordinary demons, sending shivers down one's spine. The youth was filled with joy as the serpents danced, creating an oddly harmonious scene. Behind them, Theodore's cold visage softened slightly with a hint of a smile. He wished to protect the boy's smile at all costs. Master, werewolves are approaching rapidly, but there is something different about them, Rebecca swiftly informed Samael, her keen serpentine senses alerting her to the unusual presence. Samael's expression sharpened, as he too sensed a shift in atmosphere. Samael, what is happening? Theodore inquired, recognizing the concern etched on Samael's face. Before an explanation could be offered, a humanoid shadow hurled Theodore away at alarming speed. He scarcely discerned the nature of his visitor before being utterly eliminated from the fray. The four titans, heads held high, swiftly advanced toward the shadow, only to be deftly evaded, leaving them anxiously encircling Samael. This was Samael's first encounter with such a phenomenon. Even with his formidable prowess, he could merely glimpse a pair of crimson eyes that exuded madness and ferocity. He had not even had the chance to unleash his ironclad charm. Curse it, he had been careless. Samael brandished his wand, the reverberating explosions echoing as they forced the shadow back. He bent to assess Theodore's condition and, upon discovering him merely unconscious from impact, felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a thunderous explosion, Samael bellowed in fury, finally rendering the intruder unconscious. What manner of creature is this? A werewolf, perhaps? Samael at last discerned the visitor's identity. Sharp claws, a wolf-like head, and a silver mane imbued with an untamed essence. This was, indeed, the werewolf he had envisioned. In comparison, the ones he had previously encountered resembled emaciated skeletons. Ah, a male! How absurdly exaggerated. As Samael cast a fleeting glance, he observed the werewolf's wounds mending at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, aside from the bloodstains, no evidence of injury remained. It was worth noting that Samael's explosive spell could rival that of an aura, and this extraordinary regenerative ability ignited his curiosity about the intruder's physique. The creature soon regained consciousness, its fierce gaze fixed unflinchingly upon Samael, the intent to kill unmistakably evident as it lunged at him. The werewolf moved with remarkable speed, yet Samael's incantations were swifter still. Casting without uttering a word was indeed a formidable craft. After the 10th fall, the werewolf's regenerative power diminished noticeably, a glimmer of clarity piercing through its ferocity. Samael Gant? The werewolf inquired, evidently taken aback. To retain one's sanity on a full moon night. Are you a student of Hogwarts? Samael was astonished by the werewolf's transformation. He had never heard of a werewolf capable of maintaining their wits during such a night unless they had consumed wolfsbane. Yet the earlier circumstances did not align with that notion. Moreover, this creature recognized him, undoubtedly a student of Hogwarts. Branson Hall, a second-year student of Ravenclaw. The werewolf regained its mobility, twisting its neck as the massive wolf head morphed back into human form, retaining only its sharp teeth and claws, its red eyes exuding an otherworldly allure. Who? Branson Hall? Initially taken aback by this transformation, Samael realized that if this were to become known, it would undoubtedly mark a groundbreaking discovery within the magical community. It took him a moment to comprehend that this individual was indeed the alchemical prodigy Percy had mentioned. "You know me?" Branson queried, astonished that a figure of Samael's stature would take note of him. "I do. Percy should have extended an invitation for you to join my organization." Samael's expression remained inscrutable, making it difficult to ascertain his thoughts. "Indeed, I was invited, but I declined." Branson's understanding dawned, his demeanor betraying a sense of nonchalance, recalling that Percy had not even mentioned Samael's name before he had turned down the offer. "Why?" Samael inquired, intrigued. "I have offended certain individuals and lack the inclination to partake in childish games." Branson spoke through clenched teeth, his eyes betraying an uncontainable hatred. "What if I could grant you the power of vengeance?" Samael did not inquire further into the specifics. Instead, he extended an invitation in a voice imbued with a unique allure. "I shall join," Branson replied, momentarily dazed, then nodded resolutely, eschewing any appeals to charisma or grand promises. It was simply because he was Samael within the lower grades. That name stood as a potent symbol of strength. "Would you kindly introduce yourself?" "To be frank, I sought you out because I am aware of your genius in alchemy. Beyond that, I know nothing." Branson, appropriately, retracted his claws and fangs. "I hail from a Hall family in America, belonging to the Morning Moon Werewolf clan, one of the 12 werewolf tribes. Can you maintain your sanity on a full moon?" Samael, seemingly unfazed by the mention of the 12 tribes, was instead intrigued, as this revelation challenged his understanding. In truth, members of the 12 werewolf tribes could retain their reason during the full moon and even maintain their human form, though this required training. Samael nodded. It was clear Branson had not mastered this skill thoroughly. As Branson spoke, he took the unconscious Theodore from Rebecca. After all, he was the one who had inflicted the injury, and he felt a twinge of guilt. As for the werewolves in England, they are said to be favored by the moon goddess, yet here they are referred to as those cursed by the moon. The entire werewolf community refuses to acknowledge the existence of the English werewolves, Branson expressed with disdain. "What is your level of strength?" Samael was concerned about his magical abilities. After all, a significant portion of a werewolf's magical power would be absorbed and transformed by their physical form, rendering them generally mediocre in spellcasting. "Top of my second year," Branson proclaimed proudly, his fatigue dissipating at the mention of his status as a Ravenclaw prodigy. "You need not regard me with such skepticism. I am not like the English werewolves. I was born a werewolf, and my mother is the queen of the Morning Moon clan. While my strength may not rival yours, it is assuredly formidable." Branson answered every query without reservation, having committed to this path, for it was his own choice. As the two conversed while walking, the bright moonlight elongated their shadows. "What? You could transform into a wolf?" Samael mused. "There is indeed a possibility." Chapter 45, The Communication Ring. On that bright morning, even within the confines of the Slytherin common room, Samael sensed it would be a sunlit day. Since the previous night, a smile had been gracing his lips. He had learned that Branson's alchemical talent was indeed impressive. The basic alchemical products posed no challenge for him. Most crucially, he was still young, and it would not be an exaggeration to say his future held limitless potential. To recruit such a genius into his organization brought Samael immense satisfaction. As for aiding Branson in his quest for vengeance, he was confident that after graduation, he would possess sufficient capability to confront such matters. With a smile playing upon his lips, Samael ambled forward, humming an unknown tune. "Samael, what transpired yesterday?" Theodore approached, rubbing the swollen back of his head and swaying slightly. "It was an uneventful day, yet once again we found ourselves besieged by a werewolf, rendering you unconscious. Together, Branson from Ravenclaw and I managed to vanquish the creature." Before Branson could reveal his true identity, Samael opted to guard this secret for him, leaving Theodore in a rather uncomfortable position. "Branson? The very Branson Hall? How'd he end up there?" Theodore exclaimed, astonished. He was well aware that Branson was a prodigy they sought, yet he never anticipated his presence in the Forbidden Forest. Clearly, it was not only us Slytherins who flouted the rules, but Ravenclaw as well, Samael remarked matter-of-factly. Theodore was on the verge of inquiring further, but ultimately held his tongue. The two companions made their way to the vicinity of the Black Lake, engaging in their customary practice of magic, an established routine for them. Theodore still had much to learn regarding the application of chakra, and Samael frequently offered him guidance. Both being exceptionally gifted, his comprehension was naturally keen, and some concepts were grasped with mere hints. However, rather than heading towards Slytherin, they opted for the neighboring Ravenclaw long table. Even within the peculiar assembly of Ravenclaw, Branson stood out as somewhat of an individualist, Thus, he was surrounded by a sparse company, making it convenient for both him and Theodore. "Good morning, Branson," they greeted. "Good morning, Samael and Theodore," Branson replied, unfazed, responding to Theodore's surprised gaze. "Percy must have already paid in galleons. How do you plan to design it?" "Initially, I intended to create a simple communication coin just to satisfy you. But now I have a far superior idea," he candidly expressed, revealing his initial intention to merely appease Theodore. "Could you elaborate?" "Of course. I have just received word that my family has replicated the technology for a double-sided mirror. I plan to present it in the form of a ring, which will not only include basic communication features, but also an added projection capability." "Goodness, that sounds like a magical version of video chat. This exceeds my expectations tremendously," Samael exclaimed with palpable excitement. "How long will it take?" "It won't take long. At most 3 days for completion. However, I will require a substantial amount of dragon crystal, which I currently lack the means to acquire." "I need you to assist with that," Branson stated calmly, exuding confidence about the matter. "What on earth is that?" Samael inquired, having never heard of such a thing, yet intrigued by its lofty name. "Obsidian," Branson patiently clarified. "I have some on hand." Samael sighed in relief, recognizing that it was merely volcanic glass formed by rapid cooling after an eruption. While it wasn't particularly abundant in the magical realm, it was plentiful in the Muggle world. His owl, Kate, had been absent for quite some time since delivering a message, and he figured she must be having a grand old time outside. This would indeed serve a purpose. The group continued to fervently discuss the design of the ring, their conversation growing increasingly animated. Percy and Cedric arrived in the hall and, upon noticing the lively discussion, eagerly joined in. Had they been at the Slytherin table, they would never have engaged in such merriment. But Ravenclaw was different. This house welcomed all exceptional individuals without exclusion. Ultimately, all members reached a consensus regarding the design of the ring. Perhaps in the future, female companions might join. And they specifically sought the opinion of Penelope from Ravenclaw. The spirited discussion among a few individuals inevitably attracted the attention of most of the students from the four houses, even causing the professors at the staff table to glance over frequently. It was unavoidable. This group, clad in identical attire, was simply too captivating in both skill and appearance. The elegant and formidable Samael, the composed and aloof Branson, the melancholic and indifferent Theodore, the sun-kissed and handsome Percy, along with the cultured and affable Cedric, and the beloved Hufflepuff darling, Derek, collectively represented the creme de la creme of their respective houses. Even the often overlooked Branson could not have his talents denied within Ravenclaw. From a distance, Draco observed this scene, his fists clenched, and suddenly, he seemed to recall something, hastening forward. "Samael, Travers has sent the house elves. Come and take a look." Upon seeing the bag Draco brought, Samael was momentarily enlightened, having nearly forgotten about it. The Travers family truly displayed a lack of sophistication. One would expect a more refined container rather than such a shabby bag, Draco remarked sarcastically, yet Samael was quite pleased. He had always needed a portable storage solution, and here it was, readily available. Contrary to Draco's disparaging description, the bag was far from shabby. Its black material adorned with purple patterns exuded an understated elegance. "Goodness, they truly know how to exploit loopholes," Samael exclaimed as he opened the bag, unable to restrain his frustration. The interior was spacious enough, but the 4 house elves inside were less than satisfactory. He had requested 4 young house elves, yet these appeared excessively juvenile. 2 looked barely weaned, while the other 2 stumbled about, clearly still immature. Curious, Draco leaned in to observe the scene, unable to suppress his ire towards the avaricious nature of the Travers family. After a moment of assessment, Samael found solace in the fact that the 2 younger house elves were of both genders. Should they breed, it would not be a complete loss. This was, after all, typical, as house elves held the majority of secrets within pure-blood families, and most circulating in the market were of such a tender age. Theodore, noticing the situation, took it upon himself to explain to Draco, which quelled his anger somewhat. One might have thought these were his spoils of war. He even contemplated assigning these house elves to the Hogwarts kitchen, teaching them how to be competent servants. While he admired Dobby's courageous spirit of rebellion, it did not imply that he desired his own house elves to emulate such behavior. After finalizing the time for their evening gathering, the group gradually dispersed. Chapter 46. I, Malfoy, am not inferior to anyone. In Transfiguration class, Samael's progress was nothing short of despairing. Both the classroom content and Professor McGonagall's supplementary assessments were executed flawlessly. Professor McGonagall expressed her profound satisfaction, wishing she could immediately swap students with Slytherin and Snape. She even gifted Samael her own notes from her years of studying Transfiguration, which elicited envy from Draco and the others. However, witnessing Samael transform a mere lightweight parchment into a lavish sofa. The stark contrast left them envious, yet unable to express it. "Samael, could you elevate my transfiguration skills further?" Draco approached, somewhat diffidently inquiring. The last time Samael guided him, it bestowed upon him a newfound comprehension of transfiguration, significantly enhancing his abilities. Yet, observing Samael's remarkable progress made him restless. How could such a feat be achievable? "Aside from transfiguration class, I have never seen you employ this art." Samael cast a disdainful glance at him. He was no wish-granting tortoise, to simply ascend upon request. Nevertheless, Draco adhered diligently to Samael's principles in transfiguration, albeit with an air of arrogance, as if he were the foremost authority. He even noticed Beverly attempting to cast malevolent hexes upon him several times, though she restrained herself. It was hard to fathom that the glory of the Malfoy family could instill such unwavering resolve within him. Samael, uninterested in further engagement, swiftly made his way to the Quidditch pitch. Although Quidditch held no allure for him, this field was his daily sanctuary. He relished the warmth of the sun upon his skin. Derek, having finished his class, acknowledged Samael, and they shared a tacit understanding to refrain from disturbing one another. To stave off potential boredom, Samael summoned Cole to join him in play while he quietly perused his notes. This week promised to be anything but leisurely. Not only was there Professor McGonagall's study notes, but Percy had also provided his class notes. While it was indeed a busy affair, he believed that mastering these two sets of notes would significantly elevate his magical prowess. Additionally, a meeting was scheduled for Monday, followed by specialized training for Theodore and Derek on Tuesday and Thursday, and on Saturday, he would endure the beloved teachings of Chiral. Only Wednesday and Friday afforded him any respite, leading Samael to ponder whether regular assignments still needed attention, spells required practice, and dark magic demanded research. As these burdens loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. "Samael, I see you are here. I wish to join your organization," Draco declared as he sprinted from afar. Casting a glance at Samael. "What do you mean?" Samael hesitated, wanting to decline, but upon seeing the determination in Draco's eyes, he ultimately refrained from voicing his refusal. "You must understand, even if you do not join, it will not affect our friendship." "I know, but I still wish to join," Draco asserted with unprecedented conviction, insisting that the Malfoys were not inferior to anyone, and why should others be permitted to join while he could not? "Very well, but the Dream Circle is an organization of mutual aid and growth. It will be prudent for you to contemplate what your dreams are and what you can contribute to the group. A vote will be held. If a majority consents, I shall agree to your joining. If the group does not recognize you, even as my friend, I cannot approve." Though Samael was the founder of this organization, he was no autocrat. He would not permit Draco's inclusion to sow discord within the ranks. "Rest assured, I, Draco Malfoy, possess abilities that you have undeniably underestimated. Do not regard me lightly." As he ran, Draco shouted with unwavering confidence. The moonlit night illuminated the potions classroom, where a resonant voice echoed throughout. "I am Draco Malfoy, scion of the illustrious Malfoy family, one of the Sacred 28, and the future heir of my lineage. Those present should be well aware of my identity and the considerable wealth and influence my family wields within the magical realm. My aspiration is to elevate the Malfoy name to unprecedented heights. Beyond the advantages I can offer you all in the future, my magical prowess is equally commendable." Observing Draco's self-assured and earnest introduction, akin to a primary school student, Samael and Theodore struggled to suppress their laughter. They had already exchanged pleasantries, and everyone was cognizant of Draco's intentions. However, witnessing his earnest demeanor proved irresistible. Even the newly joined Branson was stifling a chuckle. Samael remarked that he would gladly dub him the strongest social butterfly of Hogwarts, while expressing skepticism regarding Draco's purported magical abilities. Theodore, concealing his amusement, tilted his neck and began to inquire. Being most familiar with Draco, he understood Samael's reservations. Indeed, had Draco exhibited any notable talent, his acceptance into their ranks would be a foregone conclusion. "Dare you accept my challenge?" Draco, recognizing this as an opportunity to showcase his skills, boldly issued the challenge. "Do not injure him." Samael, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, quietly observed the unfolding spectacle. Yet he was acutely aware of Theodore's true capabilities and hastily offered a cautionary reminder. Both participants appeared somewhat restrained, their exchanges lackluster in combat, and the so-called duel, in Samael's eyes, was riddled with flaws. Percy and Cedric exchanged disapproving glances, knowing that even Derek could easily best the two of them. Samael cast a knowing glance at Theodore, who then intensified his spellcasting. The spells no longer limited to trivial jinxes like knockback jinx or tickling charm. Flames erupted, In stark contrast to the diminutive flames conjured by the other young wizards, Theodore's fire spell was significantly more potent, causing the entire classroom to heat rapidly. As crimson flames expanded outward from his center, Samael was compelled to raise a transparent shield for everyone as protection. Smoke charm? A variant? Witnessing Draco being forced back by the flames, a substantial cloud of black mist erupted from his spell. Samael was astonished. This was a form of magic he had observed in the Melos poison curse just yesterday. He had not anticipated that Draco could master it overnight, even altering its casting form. It seemed Malfoy was on the verge of defeat. Percy, noticing Theodore casting the Thorn Curse, recognized that the outcome was all but assured. While he was unaware of Theodore's full capabilities, he was acutely aware of the true power of the ancestral magic of the Knot family. Others nodded in agreement. I beg to differ. Samael's expression shifted slightly as he faintly discerned the sounds of venomous serpents hissing within the black mist. The conclusion of the battle came with surprising swiftness. As the dense fog dissipated, Theodore gazed in disbelief at the long wound adorning his arm, blood cascading down to the ground. Draco, drenched in perspiration, weakly propped himself against the table, clutching a lifeless venomous serpent. The joy radiating from his eyes was nearly overwhelming. I, Malfoy, am not inferior to anyone. Chapter 47, Draco's Talent. How could this be possible? Theodore remained ensnared in the aftermath of his recent failure, unable to comprehend how he had been defeated. Cedric prepared to heal him, yet the wound stubbornly refused to mend. Dark magic? They were all top students from their respective years and could easily discern the gravity of the situation. A flock of birds. Samael summoned a swarm of crows, which eerily encircled Theodore, creating an unsettling scene. The others remained silent, observing Samael's actions, with one hand gripping Theodore's arm and the other caressing the crows. Samael recited an intricate ancient incantation. The crows wailed, their bodies withering and exploding, as a purplish-black light coalesced around the remains. Percy discreetly cast a silencing charm with his wand. The commotion and spectacle would surely spell disaster if witnessed by the professors. The purple light intertwined and surged into Samael's right hand, vanishing into thin air. A vibrant green light, signifying life, enveloped Theodore's wound, and his injury rapidly healed. The onlookers marveled at the spectacle before them. Had it not been for the scattered feathers littering the ground, one would have been hard-pressed to discern what had transpired. A curse, a puppet curse. How underestimated you are, Draco. Samael's tone was calm, leaving Draco feeling unnerved, unable to decipher whether it was praise or reproach. A curse? Cedric and Percy furrowed their brows, casting peculiar glances at Draco. They were no strangers to dark magic. Indeed, advanced defense against the dark arts classes often included targeted training to counteract such sorcery, with curses being among the most formidable. Curses far surpassed hexes and jinxes in their terror, often delving into the realm of the soul. Even seasoned dark wizards seldom mastered curses. It was difficult for them to fathom that this fool, who frequently clashed with Harry Potter, possessed such a talent. The most astonished was in fact Samael. To him, Draco seemed only capable of learning a few dark spells from the Melos poison curse. According to the study methods noted in his journal, the taint of malevolence might exist, but it was certainly not significant. He had never anticipated that this individual would delve into the contents of the Abyssal Curse, a text notoriously obscure. Even Voldemort had not held high hopes for him, merely wishing for him to gain a bit of understanding. Each time he studied, he could hear demons whispering in his ear, causing him great discomfort. Draco had somehow managed to execute the spell with remarkable proficiency, innovatively combining it with the puppet curse. He first summoned a black snake with a blunder, then resorted to self-harm using the method of the life-linked curse, intertwining his fate with Theodore's. They would share the pain. However, mutual destruction has never been his intention. He is exceedingly cunning, directly siphoning the life force of the puppet curse onto the black serpent. Thus, the vitality of the black serpent mends his wounds, while Theodore's injuries not only remain unhealed, but are compounded by a layer of the curse from the black serpent. A masterstroke indeed. Were it not for their sparring, Draco could have easily transferred the wound to Theodore's neck, and at that moment, Theodore would likely have met his demise. By the gods, you actually resorted to foul play, Draco exclaimed, dodging side to side as he ran, offering apologies. For there is no such thing as a risk-free trial of curses in practical combat. Draco, your talent has earned my recognition. I grant you permission to join our organization. Samael was not only astonished by the prowess displayed in this regard, but was also surprised that Draco remained untainted by malevolent thoughts, maintaining an air of innocent simplicity. I concur. So do I. When it came to Cedric, he hesitated slightly, but ultimately consented. Draco, initially anxious, glanced at Percy, only to find him agreeing without a moment's hesitation. One must understand that the Malfoy and Weasley families have long harbored animosities. Percy's ease and acquiescing left Draco feeling quite uncomfortable. He silently resolved that when opposing Ron Weasley in the future, he would refrain from disparaging the Weasley family. Percy's agreement was easily comprehensible. Pure-blood families tend to be rather lenient in such matters. After all, which family is without a few unsavory curses? The unforgivable curses abound, and this was merely a trivial curse. Furthermore, with the inclusion of Malfoy, Samael felt increasingly assured of the splendid blueprint he envisioned. With the support of the Gunner family, the Knott family, the Malfoy family, and the amiable young lady of the Crouch family, it seemed that the dreams he pursued were drawing ever closer. Draco, if you wish to join, I must convey a few stipulations. Draco was taken aback. There are requirements? Very well, speak on, he replied, compelled to concede under Samael's stern gaze. Firstly, you're not to delve too deeply into dark magic without my express permission. Samael felt compelled to impose this restriction, recognizing that Voldemort's educational arrangements for Draco were evidently flawed. A skyscraper rises from solid ground. Establishing a strong foundation is essential for mastering any form of magic. Following his notes and learning incrementally is the most suitable approach for him at this moment. Draco, not foolish, understood this was for his benefit and promptly nodded, intrigued by some of Samael's hypotheses recorded in the notes. Secondly, do not showcase your abilities in front of anyone outside our circle, especially not to Harry. Before Samael could finish, Draco erupted. Part of his motivation for growing stronger was to humiliate the boy who lived. Finally, having found a direction, Samael was now forbidding its use. Samael shook his head in exasperation. The mere mention of Harry sent Draco into a frenzy, a veritable tempest of frustration. Do not flaunt your foolishness. This year, Dumbledore's attention will undoubtedly be focused on the Savior. If you wish to avoid expulsion, you must temper your actions. Samael spoke with a grave demeanor. In his previous life, he had admired the reckless audacity of foreign youths, especially considering that this group possessed formidable powers. Who knew what kind of chaos they might unleash? Very well, for your sake, I shall restrain myself, but only if Scarhead does not provoke me, Draco replied reluctantly. Samael could tell from Draco's attitude that he had not absorbed the lesson. As far as he knew, Harry would never instigate trouble with Draco. However, the words had been spoken, and he no longer cared. One can teach a lesson only once, after all. When it came to matters concerning Harry Potter, Draco could not be awakened by mere words. He had to learn through painful experience. Only by tasting the bitterness of failure would he truly remember. Samael observed the arrogant Draco, uncertain whether allowing him to join was a wise decision. Chapter 48, Training. Draco, spread your legs a bit further. Focus your attention, and keep your gaze on me. Relax your waist a little more. Look at me. If you make another mistake, I shall not hold back, Samael instructed. Please, Samael. Spare me. Let me rest for a moment. Switch to Theodore. Draco gasped, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground, his body marred with gruesome scars. A testament to the torment he had endured. No, you must attack with full force. I permit you to utilize your strengths, Samael replied, nearly at a loss for words. This fellow possessed considerable talent, yet his willpower was exceedingly frail. After only a short while, he was either crying out in pain or pleading fatigue. With the mindset that whether tending to one sheep or a flock, Samael decisively placed Draco on the special training roster. He did not coddle him, repeatedly sending him flying. He would not allow him to retreat until he had genuinely reached his limits. Voodoo symbiosis. As his left hand rested upon a tree, it withered rapidly, and Samael's once smooth right hand became parched. Serpent's hand. The withered arm transformed into a serpent that coiled around Draco. Dark purple, cursed energy seeping from its fangs and biting into his neck. In Draco's eyes, filled with terror, his body below the neck began to shrivel. Those who toy with curses inevitably face their backlash. Samael swiftly approached, placing his hands on the ground, and a surge of vibrant life energy flooded into his being, restoring Draco's form. He was like a balloon regaining air. Nearby, Derek, watching the spectacle, turned to Theodore and remarked. Draco shot a glare at the two, exhaling softly. He understood his own curse well. If left unattended for too long, his injuries would become irreversible. All right, take a break. Over there, consume some restorative potions. And we shall continue in an hour, Samael stated, as Draco cast a resentful glance toward him before turning to Theodore. This location, on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, was the most suitable for practicing magic, belonging to Rebecca and her companions. Samael quickly tidied the area and transformed it into an appropriate training ground. To significantly enhance his companion's abilities, Samael invested heavily in procuring ample restorative potions and white moss, ensuring uninterrupted training to instill dodging and spellcasting techniques into muscle memory. The results are quite remarkable. Aside from a certain spoiled individual, the advancements of Derek and Theodore are particularly evident. In fact, Derek's performance has exceeded his own expectations. Having once consumed the blood of a mythical beast, he possesses immense strength and exhibits the fastest reflexes among this group. His control over spell potency and timing of casting are commendable. Even ordinary spells manifest formidable power in his hands. Notably, his mastery of the spell Flock of Birds has transformed it into something extraordinary. The sight of numerous towering avian beasts is enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Can one imagine the sensation of being besieged by a swarm of raptors, each with a wingspan exceeding 2.5 meters? Given such a size, even Samael's summoned ravens would stand no chance, easily overwhelmed by a mere charge from the avian beasts. Samael is reluctant to practice with him, primarily because he feels restrained. The mobility of his thorn spell is too limited, allowing Samael's agile maneuvers to evade it effortlessly, thus failing to unleash its true potential. As for the fire spell, it requires no elaboration. Ever since Samael acquired the water release technique, his mastery over water-related magics has significantly improved. Even a seemingly simple water source spell, which can only provide a cup of clear water, has unwittingly advanced to level 3, rendering Theodore's fire spell, at his current level, easily extinguishable. Samael believes that Theodore possesses greater talent for fire spells than for the thorn spell, and wishes for him to consider altering his developmental trajectory. After a moment of contemplation, Theodore decides to experiment with this idea. Each individual has their own strengths, and often, choice outweighs mere effort. Draco serves as a prime example, having made remarkable strides. He is confident in his ability to swiftly overcome Draco in direct confrontation, yet in subterfuge, he would undoubtedly falter. The curses of Draco, Cedric's growth spell, and Derek's talent for summoning are undoubtedly the most suited to their abilities, exhibiting far greater power than ordinary spells. Samael recalls the two individuals from Gryffindor, Harry S.'s ability to counter the killing curse with Expelliarmus, and the explosive prowess of Seymour, the Gryffindor Prince of Destruction. Can one fathom the terror of a levitation spell detonating feathers? Upon entering the magical realm, he realized how extraordinary these talents truly were. Therefore, in addition to nurturing the unique gifts of his companions, Samael places significant emphasis on their practical combat skills, resulting in each of them sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Benefiting from the enhanced reflexes granted by his level 4 free combat skills, he successfully dodges the majority of attacks from lesser wizards. To expedite their progress, he is compelled to employ such methods. Observing his companions, exhausted and panting, Samael can only silently express his apologies. Perhaps related to his misconceptions, he experiences an inexplicable sense of urgency. J.K. Rowling, a novelist, possesses little understanding of the intricacies of magic. The British magical community is far from a mere 2,000 individuals he had assumed. Magical duels are not as simplistic as merely casting spells like wielding a welding torch. The heritage of pureblood families and the excellence of pureblood wizards far surpasses his expectations. It comes as no surprise that pureblood families wield 80% of the power within the British magical community. Pure blood signifies antiquity and profound heritage. Their wealth, knowledge, and prestige are realms unattainable for an ordinary wizard in a lifetime. Pure blood is simply pure blood. Even the Weasley family, who are somewhat close to Muggles, would never truly engage with them. Otherwise, Arthur would not have inquired about what a rubber duck is. Samael urgently seeks strength to confront all future challenges and to explore this enigmatic world to the fullest. He harbors neither Voldemort's ambition nor Grindelwald's grand aspirations. He merely desires those around him to be strong and content. Having been granted a second chance at life, accompanied by a unique advantage, he hopes to live splendidly. Having once been a member of society's lower echelon, in this life, he chooses to attain both reputation and wealth. Though it may seem somewhat mundane, is not the grandly mundane indeed a form of elegance? Chapter 49, Arrogance. Samael, why are you eating so slowly? Beverly inquired, her brow furrowed as she observed him at the Slytherin table. What is the rush? Chewing slowly aids digestion, Samael replied leisurely, sipping his milk. Soon, a flurry of owls arrived, scattering feathers everywhere, which certainly detracted from the appetite. Moreover, he recalled seeing Zabini's cereal tainted with droppings from an owl, which was quite nauseating to think about. Beverly shuddered at the memory, making a retching gesture. I recall it was you who handed it to him, Samael remarked, regarding the pretentious young lady with a peculiar expression. Beverly was taken aback. She and he expected to be caught. As they spoke, a multitude of owls flocked in, creating a grand spectacle, feathers raining down. Some students who had yet to finish their meals grumbled in annoyance. With a snap of his fingers, a silver shield appeared above him, protecting him from the dust and feathers, allowing him to continue his meal undisturbed. Though the commotion was attention-grabbing, he was accustomed to it. It was certainly preferable to eating dust. Professor Flitwick beamed with delight from the staff table, amazed that a first-year student could wield the ironclad charm so exceptionally, a feat not even many adult wizards could accomplish. Professor Snape glanced at the smiling Dumbledore, his expression inscrutable. He would swear that even the Dark Lord at this age would not surpass this Mr. Gunter. He could only hope Dumbledore would open his eyes wide. Samael, is that your owl? Beverly stammered, observing the large owl. Samael looked up to see Kate soaring above the other owls, regal as a king surveying his domain. The other owls trembled beneath his wings. This is Kate. Did you not see him on the train? Samael remarked calmly, glancing at the item clutched in Kate's talons. But he wasn't this large then, she replied, astonished. It was no wonder she was surprised. Normal owls did not possess such size. The wingspan exceeding 3 meters and the sharp talons made her momentarily believe it was some rare magical creature. Had it not been for the distinct features of an owl, she might have acted rashly. Perhaps he had simply grown, or perhaps he possessed some lineage of magical creatures. Samael was taken aback when he summoned Kate in the woods. He had not anticipated that merely adding a Morning Witch's Wailing Rune would elicit such a significant transformation. The initial decision to choose it stemmed from 2 reasons. One was for experimentation, and the other was a sense of affinity. In his previous life, he had heard a saying that it is better for an owl to cry than to laugh. He felt this skill resonated well with the owl, as it bore an ominous connotation, though he had not considered it would also lead to a change in size. However, this was not a matter of great concern, as his preference for pets consistently adhered to the notion that larger is better. Kate's condition perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. Shifting the topic, after casually feeding Kate some meat chunks, Samael quietly opened his satchel. Perhaps due to Kyle's impressive carrying capacity, he had brought along quite a number of items to save time. Dragon crystals, feather quills, various restorative potions, and letters from home. While the other items were manageable, it was his dear Father Daniel's cold and indifferent tone in the letter that expressed his ire. As Samael had only sent a letter to his mother and neglected to write to him, implicitly, he alluded to his yearning for magical snacks. Though he dared not state it plainly, instead employing a cryptic acrostic, a unique form of communication between father and son. Samael harbored serious doubts that the focal point of the letter was indeed the snacks. Look, Draco has acquired a flying broomstick. Just as he pondered how to appease his father, Theodore glanced at Draco's satchel and called out to Samael. Upon seeing the distinctive shape, Samael confirmed it was undoubtedly a broomstick, likely sponsored by Draco's father after he had been selected as a seeker. See, Malfoy is off to pursue his beloved once more. Upon hearing Beverly's voice, Samael followed her gaze to the swaying figure. Foolish little brat, do not think you are the only special one. I formally notify you. I am now the seeker for Slytherin. As Malfoy's voice rang out, students from Gryffindor looked at him in astonishment. Oh, and I forgot to mention, my father generously donated 7 Nimbus 2000s to Slytherin in support of me. As Draco reveled in Gryffindor's shock, he tossed his hair back. Ever since Samael had intimidated him into overusing hair gel, which threatened his hairline, he had ceased its application. Was he truly unafraid of being struck? Even Theodore found himself unable to suppress the urge to give this fellow a piece of his mind. I believe it may happen soon. Just look at Fred. Although Theodore could not distinguish between the Weasley twins, he could see the hands concealed behind their backs. He was reckless like a foolish lion, yet perhaps expressing his affection for Potter in an unconventional manner. Daphne, observing this spectacle, joined the ranks of bystanders. Let us settle this on the field. Harry, witnessing Draco's antics, also felt the urge to strike him, yet he knew the professors were watching from above and dared not act directly. Oh, by the way, you were the first to meet Samael. I find it curious that he did not invite you to join his little circle. As Draco discerned that Potter had no intention of retaliating, he seized the opportunity to provoke Harry once more. Indeed, he relished in the act of taunting. After his training with Samael, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength, eager to showcase it to his worthy opponent. Samael was momentarily taken aback, never expecting the unfolding drama to involve him personally. Harry, upon hearing this, lowered his gaze slightly, fully aware of the illustrious reputation of Samael and his establishment of a society. Observing Draco flauntingly adjusting his fire cloud cloak, Harry could not help but feel a pang of envy. After all, he was the one who had encountered this situation first. So why should it be Malfoy who basked in the limelight? Moreover, the society's members were undeniably handsome. Was it possible that his own shortcomings lay in this regard? If even Malfoy could join, it was evident that the group was not particularly discerning. As Harry's loyal companion, Ron could not tolerate Draco's arrogance and shouted vociferously, his fervor akin to madness, fearing that others might not hear him. "What did you say, Weasley?" Draco's expression darkened instantly, his grip tightening on his wand as he glared at Ron. The Ravenclaw Blanson, Hufflepuff's Derek, Cedric, and Slytherin's Theodore all rose in unison, their gazes fixed on Ron with equal intensity. Percy's face was a spectacle of emotions. As a member of the organization, he never anticipated that his own brother would be the first to face external scrutiny. As prominent figures within their respective houses, their presence commanded attention, silencing the students of the four houses who now quietly observed the scene unfolding before them. Ron, unaccustomed to such confrontations, instinctively recoiled, while Harry, though anxious, resolutely stood in front of him. His determination to protect his friend was unwavering. Samael, wary of the situation escalating, merely waved his hand, alleviating the palpable tension in the air. He offered a smile in response to Harry's apologetic glance, acknowledging that he had never been particularly easy-tempered, but as Percy's brother, he felt it necessary to extend a measure of courtesy. Besides, he was not blind to Professor Snape's vigilant gaze from a distance. He understood that ostentation often led to an early demise, while discretion allowed one to thrive. He had already garnered enough attention. One Ron was hardly worth the trouble. Chapter 50. The classroom of Voldemort commences. Days had passed since Ron's provocation, and inexplicably, Samael's Dreamweavers organization had surged in popularity. Inquisitive youths frequently inquired about the criteria for joining, each too proud to admit inferiority. Samael did not ease his selection standards. Suitable candidates were already scarce, and he had no intention of recruiting members at present. Instead, he silently noted the names of those interested for future consideration. Notably, this list included Hermione from Gryffindor, yet she too failed to capture his interest. By the edge of the Black Lake, Samael dedicated himself to instructing the novices Theodore and Derek, observing the two still floundering in their efforts after such a lengthy period. Samael could not help but lament the fact that Theodore's magical control mirrored his abysmal performance in potions class, consistently subpar. His progress should ostensibly be the swiftest, yet he now finds himself tentatively treading water, occasionally sinking beneath the surface. Observing Draco's exuberant sprint across the lake, he cannot help but feel the inequity of this world, especially as even Derek's advancement has surpassed his own. Bang! Bang! Following the sound, Samael's gaze shifted to the distance. Branson, Percy, and Cedric were engaged in a fierce battle upon the Black Lake. While they lacked ninjutsu skills, they were armed with magic. As exemplary students of their respective years, they held a sense of pride in this regard, and indeed, their confidence was well-founded. Cedric's formidable strength was widely acknowledged, and even on the water's surface, his transfiguration spells exhibited remarkable potency. Water serpents, formed from condensed water elements, persisted relentlessly, proving to be quite troublesome. Wielding immense power in this environment, a realm of elemental transfiguration that Samael had yet to enter. Although Branson, as a werewolf, refrained from transformation, he possessed speed and reflexes that far exceeded those of ordinary humans, evading most of the spells aimed at him through his beastly instincts. The most unexpected contributor was Percy. Lacking any particularly dazzling spells, he nonetheless adeptly countered the duo's combined attacks, and even redirected one of their spells against the other, leaving them in disarray. The commotion caused by Samael and his companions drew the attention of onlookers, and he made no effort to conceal it, providing some reassurance to those watching. Never did they imagine that their prefect would be so powerful. Percy, as the prefect, was well acquainted with many, yet they were astonished by his newfound strength. As some Gryffindor students remarked, "George, slap me. Am I hallucinating? Is that really Percy?" Fred quipped, jesting with George. Crack! A resounding slap landed on Fred's cheek. George, casting a look of incredulity, replied flatly, "I've never encountered such a request in my life." Indeed, that is Percy. The brothers were well aware of Percy's excellence, yet they had not anticipated it would manifest so dramatically. Ever since Percy donned that attire, he seemed transformed, not only reducing his interference with them, but also greeting them with a cheerful smile, which sent shivers down their spines. After successfully dispatching the troublesome Draco, Samael once more entered the dark arts defense classroom. Indeed, today was Saturday, the day when old Voldemort imparted lessons to Samael. "Good morning, Professor," Good morning, Mr. Gunter. That was truly an exhilarating duel. Once again, it was a dull and dispassionate greeting. Quirrell had several times, both intentionally and unintentionally, inquired about his elemental magic, all of which Samael deftly evaded. Samael thought to himself, what audacity! Why should I divulge anything to you? Do you think you can bully me because of my age? Perhaps you should inquire with Lord Nate about the core of the Thorn Curse and see how he responds. May the professor commence today's lesson? Samael asked with a smile, genuinely inquiring. Of course, with an air of elegance and confidence, the familiar old Voldemort was officially present. Mr. Gunter, would you mind demonstrating your learning outcomes for me? Certainly, Professor. Samael waved his hand, casting spells to showcase the fruits of his labor over the past week. Initially, his display was rather conventional, featuring spells like the Smoke Rope Curse and the Corrosion Curse, leaving Voldemort unfazed and indifferent. However, as the demonstration progressed, his astonishment gradually grew. Was this a connection between the puppet curse and a curse? A commendable concept indeed. Voldemort nodded appreciatively, acknowledging Samael's ingenuity. Oh, life transmutation? I must admit, Mr. Gunter, you have provided me with a remarkable surprise. Observing Samael's elegant hands withering before rejuvenating in an instant, Voldemort's expression was nothing short of captivating. Naturally, no one would raise concerns about the dragon claw plant that had been damaged in the process. Samael then aptly proposed a hypothesis regarding his understanding of immortality, addressing Voldemort as teacher instead of professor. Voldemort did not correct him, casting a cryptic glance before embarking on a thorough explanation. Achieving immortality is not a trivial matter. It transcends mere life energy and involves the intricate interplay of the body, magical transformation, the soul, and even the formidable force of time. In the medieval era, some powerful wizards would offer sacrifices to great entities, ensuring the immortality of their souls. However, such practices have long been lost to time. Even if they were to exist, they would inevitably alter a wizard's mindset and beliefs, ultimately leading them to devote themselves entirely to these so-called deities. After absorbing this information, Samael appropriately directed a gaze of admiration towards Voldemort. It must be said that had Voldemort chosen the path of the scholar instead of the Dark Lord, he would undoubtedly be the most erudite among scholars. Teacher, would the combination of the enslavement curse and the sacrificial spell yield a more effective outcome? Returning to the topic at hand, this inquiry was in fact posed by Samael on behalf of Draco. The life transmutation of the puppet curse forcibly siphons the vitality of living beings, akin to the earlier incident with the dragon claw plant. However, Samael's application of the plant's life energy was rather limited. Due to its instinctive resistance, most of the energy dissipated, and he only managed to extract a mere 10 to 20%. If an enslavement curse were employed to establish a contract, commanding the creature to fully devote itself as a sacrifice, the energy acquired would be significantly greater. Upon hearing this, Voldemort appeared taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Samael. Am I truly the Dark Lord, or are you the one? He mused, contemplating the purity of the Gunter bloodline. After a moment of reflection, he resumed his detailed exposition, with Samael's occasional probing questions illuminating even Voldemort's understanding. Although his ideas were somewhat naive, they represented a fresh endeavor. As a traveler from another realm, Samael possessed an abundance of boundless imagination. Chapter 51, The Blooming of the Blood Orchid. Teacher, do you think that combining the corrosion curse with a clear spring spell might result in a corrupted pool? Teacher, could the fusion of the explosive curse with the spatial runes and apparition cause a rupture in space? Teacher, if the essence of magic lies in the power of belief, would using transfiguration to create elements like uranium and plutonium produce the effect of a Muggle atomic bomb explosion? In their harmonious exchange of questions and answers, the rapport between teacher and student flourished, provided one disregarded the more outlandish inquiries. Apart from delving into the dark arts, Samael sought knowledge of transfiguration and spells, absorbing these arcane theories like a sponge, diligently noting key points in his textbook. Voldemort grew increasingly alarmed. He had initially hoped to corrupt Samael's spirit through the study of dark magic, luring him into the ranks of the Death Eaters. However, it became evident that such efforts were unnecessary, for this relative of his was darkly pure in every sense. Particularly, he exhibited a profound fascination with the forbidden realms of magic, especially concerning the soul. Samael cherished this opportunity for learning, meticulously recording notes, as such guidance from a great wizard was a rare treasure. Voldemort casually tossed the book aside, and Samael caught a glimpse of the densely packed notes on its pages. Thank you, my teacher. I shall endeavor to learn diligently, Samael exclaimed with joy, receiving the book with an air of elegance and respect, despite being drenched in sweat. The three unforgivable curses were inextricably linked to the subject of the soul. Exhausted, Samael departed from this place that evoked both love and hate within him. Master, my body can hardly endure this. Why squander energy assisting that boy? After Samael's exit, Quirrell weakly supported himself against the furniture. Are you questioning me? Came the rasping voice from behind, causing Quirrell to tremble involuntarily. This was soon followed by searing pain that pierced his very soul. I did not intend to doubt your decision. I merely wonder if he truly wishes to aid us. Quirrell stammered, his voice quaking. He will, for he bears the surname Gunter. Upon uttering this, Voldemort fell silent, and Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. Unbeknownst to Samael, a tumult was unfolding in his absence, yet even if he were aware, it would have held little interest for him. After indulging in a warm bath, he reclined comfortably on the sofa in the lounge, exuding an aura of contentment. Before Voldemort, he felt compelled to showcase immense talent to validate his worth, thus approaching every spell with utmost seriousness. The invasion of malevolent thoughts is an inevitable trial for anyone studying dark magic, and Samael was no exception. Fortunately, as long as the system recorded his experiences, he could bypass this ordeal, which afforded him some respite, though he still found himself utterly exhausted. Pansy looked at Samael with surprise. Samael gazed back at her in confusion, wondering if they were acquainted. In her pursuit of Draco, Pansy had long wished to join their circle, yet her sharp demeanor did not endear her to Samael. What I mean is, Professor Sprout has been looking for you, and we haven't seen you around. By the way, she's in the third greenhouse, Pansy said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Samael, puzzled but saying nothing, expressed his gratitude before hastily making his way, trusting that Pansy lacked the courage to deceive him. Mr. Gunter, I must inform you that the flower you desired has bloomed, Professor Sprout cheerfully announced upon his arrival, eager to showcase her delight. It has bloomed? So soon? Samael stood in astonishment, gazing at the dense array of blood orchids before him, feeling both shocked and elated. Their abundance far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, Mr. Gunter, what exquisite and formidable blossoms these are, Professor Sprout remarked joyfully. But how could this be? Samael inquired, perplexed. I utilized the blood of the bird snake, supplemented with that of the Niven snake, for irrigation, and the results have been astonishingly favorable. I suspect that the bird snake had recently achieved successful fertilization, which would explain the primal magical runes present in its blood, thus facilitating the rampant growth of the blood orchids. Furthermore, the Niven snake is at least 60 years old, its blood rich in energy. The synergy of these two factors has led to this remarkable phenomenon, Professor Sprout elucidated earnestly. I am immensely grateful to you, Professor, Samael expressed with deep respect. Mr. Gunter, I hope you can harvest all these mature blood orchids. Last night, when the flowers bloomed, they attracted a plethora of venomous snakes, including a fire ash snake. It took considerable effort for me to remove them, Sprout explained with a hint of exasperation, her affection for the beautiful flowers evident despite the trouble they caused. A fire ash snake? It seems I underestimated the allure of the blood orchids for serpentine creatures, Samael acknowledged, well aware of the exceptional medicinal value of such beings, which typically thrive in fiery locales, possessing a lifespan of no more than an hour away from flames. The lengths to which they would go for the blood orchids were astonishing. Professor, once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your assistance. It is of great significance to me, Samael said, visibly moved. Not at all, as long as you permit me to continue nurturing these little darlings. I am more than happy, Sprout replied casually, clearly enamored with the blood orchids. Of course, I could not wish for anything better, Samael remarked, thrilled to have such a professional tending to the orchids. By the way, Mr. Gunter, I must advise you that if you wish to cultivate your little pets, it would be wise to seek out Professor Kettleburn now. Due to the abnormal growth of the blood orchids, I fear their potency may diminish rapidly, she warned. Samael quickly attempted to place the blood orchids into the system's space, and upon confirming their efficacy, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he resolved to heed Professor Sprout's counsel and prepare to consult Professor Kettleburn. It had been quite a while since the last transformation of the four giants. Even Rebecca was stalled at the threshold of 15 meters. In his view, matters of expertise should be entrusted to those who specialize in them. The scientific and effective cultivation of magical creatures was of utmost necessity. Chapter 52, The Transformation Ceremony. Samael hurriedly traversed the halls of Hogwarts, appearing quite urgent. The students were unaccustomed to seeing him in such a rush. Those who approached him were deftly brushed off. Derek, please go to Hagrid and ask him to assist in locating Professor Kettleburn. Inform him that a miracle awaits at our training grounds. Upon encountering Derek, Samael decisively delegated this daunting task to him. He only knew that Professor Kettleburn's cottage was at the edge of the forbidden forest, though he had never laid eyes on it. However, he trusted that Hagrid would certainly know. What miracle? Is it the one I am thinking of? Derek was initially taken aback, then excitedly inquired. Indeed, it was precisely as you imagined. Samael disregarded his exuberant expression and made his way directly to the Slytherin dormitory. He was uncertain of the preparations required for the metamorphosis of magical creatures, so he ventured to the dormitory to fetch Cole beforehand. Although he possessed the ability to communicate with spirits, he pondered whether the subtle chakra energy produced during such communication might influence the outcome of their transformation. Without rousing the still sleeping Cole, he casually cast a shrinking spell, followed by a levitation charm, deftly bringing the startled Cole out. Among the 4 heads, the other 3 frequently exercised in the Forbidden Forest, their physiques slender yet powerful. Cole, on the other hand, spent his days either eating or sleeping, merely indulging in leisure within the dormitory. In a short span of 2 weeks since the term began, he had visibly gained weight. Upon reaching the training grounds in the Forbidden Forest, Samael was taken aback to find Professor Ketterburn had arrived so early. He had been prepared to make 3 attempts to visit the esteemed scholar. Strangely, the most graceful and lethal of the 4 heads, Ilya, was behaving quite obediently, resting beside the professor without a hint of restlessness. Rebecca and Finn observed him from a distance with disdain. Samael Gaunter, it is a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Samael greeted the professor, who was missing a leg and an arm, with polite reverence. Rumor had it that his injuries were sustained while caring for magical creatures, and he had always admired such scholarly dedication. I am aware of your reputation. You are quite renowned within the academy. I must say, your collection of pets is impressive. The elderly professor's demeanor remained aloof while speaking with Samael, yet his gaze towards Ilya was filled with warmth. Have you encountered them? Samael inquired, astonished. Indeed, I have contemplated capturing them, but these little creatures are quite elusive. However, through my exceptional charisma, I managed to win over one of them. It has grown quite fond of me, Professor Ketterburn replied, pride evident in his voice. I must clarify. Master, he coerced me. Should I disobey? He would jab me with a stinger from a creature known as the Billy Wig. Ilya interjected, a hint of grievance in his tone. Due to their conversation being in Parseltongue, the professor remained oblivious to their exchange. A smile tugged at Samael's lips as he envisioned the comical scene. A wizard stung by a Billy Wig often experiences dizziness and involuntarily levitates. Such minor adverse effects, however, do not affect large magical creatures. It was likely Ilya succumbed to the levitation, as Samael knew he harbored a fear of heights. Yet, why was it Ilya who was captured? Samael pondered, and a sudden realization flickered across his expression, prompting Ilya to curl up defensively. Professor, shall we commence? Samael stated, retrieving a significant haul of blood lilies, the quantity far exceeding his expectations, over 200 blooms. He extracted 100 or so without a hint of regret. There is no need for haste. It is not that simple, the professor remarked, producing an assortment of peculiar items from his pocket. Dragon dung, a horn from a venomous horned beast, spikes from a venomous pouched leopard, claws from a horned camel, tentacles from a grindylow, and was that the skin of a fire ash snake? Beside him, Derek gazed excitedly at the various items as if recounting treasured memories, and Hagrid, noticing his enthusiasm, drew closer. Samir, observing this interaction, couldn't help but admire the expertise on display. Were it him, he would have hastily stuffed the blood lance in his mouth. Professor, may I substitute it with the skin of a naga? Samir inquired, convinced that the naga skin would surely be more valuable than that of the ashen serpent. You know nothing, Professor Catterburn retorted bluntly. While the naga is indeed formidable, the ritual's essence is not solely determined by appearances. The ashen serpent has a mere hour to live outside of flames, yet within fire, it possesses remarkable vitality. This represents the very core of the ritual. It cannot be arbitrarily replaced. If you lack understanding, do not complicate matters. Samir held his tongue, recognizing the wealth of knowledge that justified the professor's authority, especially given the invaluable materials he had provided. He stepped aside, refraining from further interruption, while even Hagrid and Derek could only watch the professor's arrangements, eager to learn something new. All right, it's time to feed them, Samir said, shaking off his distraction and hurriedly tossing the blood lance into their awaiting mouths. By the way, Professor, may I add a little companion? Recalling his diminutive friend, he quickly summoned the little spicy strip. As a vibrant green snake crawled slowly from his collar, Professor Catterburn initially frowned but then nodded gradually upon observing the creature's size. Derek and Hagrid, unfamiliar with the little spicy strip, looked on with curiosity though Hagrid soon redirected his attention to the four titans, while Derek's eyes sparkled with fascination. In no time, the four titans and the little spicy strip began to undergo a transformation. The rapid growth resulted in the rupture of their existing skins, a process both brutal and bloody. The titans howled to the heavens, their tails relentlessly striking the ground in a desperate attempt to alleviate their discomfort. The agony was palpable, even to those unfamiliar with the serpentine tongue. The confined space of the ritual site forced the little spicy strip not only to endure its own pain, but also to evade the descending tails. Fearful of being crushed into a pulp, the scene was gruesome yet captivating, and Samir's gaze betrayed a hint of concern. An hour later, the ritual concluded, leaving the four titans sprawled on the ground, no longer the formidable beings they once were. The remnants of shattered skins and scattered scales bore witness to the ritual's ferocity. Yet it had ultimately succeeded. Before the ceremony was fully over, the little spicy strip had climbed onto Samir, instinctively seeking refuge from potential harm. It had swiftly evolved from an ordinary creature into a magical beast, its transformation outpacing that of the titans. While its appearance remained largely unchanged, its speed, defense, and scale armor had all seen significant enhancement. Of course, the most dramatic transformation belonged to the four titans. Their bodies now surpassed the 65-foot mark, truly embodying the essence of colossal beings. Their speed, defense, and vitality had undergone a qualitative leap, and most astonishingly, Samir discovered that these remarkable creatures possessed venom, fangs that were not the soft, delicate type connected to venom glands, but rather robust and sharp, akin to those of monstrous serpents. Professor Catterburn and the others approached to inspect the creatures, their eyes betraying an unmistakable affection. "Mr. Gunter, are you selling your snakes?" Professor Cater inquired curiously, with Hagrid and Derek also casting their gazes in his direction. "They are not merely my pets, they're my family." After bestowing the snake skins upon a few individuals, Samael hastily departed with the four titans, fearing they might succumb to the temptation of theft. Moreover, he wished to conceal the other abilities of the four giants. Chapter 53. Transformation and Punishment. Upon returning to the lounge, Samael initiated a thorough cleansing. The four titans immediately shed their disheveled appearances, transformed into forms that starkly differed from their previous selves, both in visage and physique, now imbued with remarkable strength. Once the stains were removed, their scales glimmered with a faint luminescence, strikingly vibrant. The robust figures beneath those scales radiated an overwhelming vitality, endearing them to Samael even more. "Pray tell, what other abilities do you conceal?" Samael inquired, suppressing his excitement with a measured tone. "Master, we are uncertain, but we sense an immense energy within our bodies." A warm and comforting sensation, Rebecca exclaimed eagerly, nuzzling him with her smooth head. Samael, in turn, caressed her, admiring the exquisite texture. "Very well. Relax your mind and concentrate on the core of energy within your being. Endeavor to unleash your instincts." Samael's voice flowed like a soothing lullaby, calm and serene, spoken in the serpentine tongue with an alluring charm. He observed Rebecca, who had fallen into contemplation, as her form gradually enlarged. Yet there was no indication of her scales fracturing. They expanded along with her body. Soon, this modest room was filled to capacity by her colossal frame, forcing the other three titans to the periphery, scattering notebooks, books, and various personal items across the floor. "Master, what is happening to me?" Rebecca exclaimed in disbelief, her voice tinged with fear. "Is this some kind of celestial phenomenon?" "No, that cannot be right." Samael, as if struck by a sudden realization, spoke with a shift in expression. "Rebecca, attempt to shrink your form, just as you did before." Suppressing her fear, Rebecca complied, the irresistible tone of the serpentine voice urging her to adhere to Samael's command. In an instant, her massive figure that had filled the room began to diminish. In the blink of an eye, the immense creature transformed into a small snake no larger than a pin, coiling upon Samael's hand. "Is this the ability of the avian serpent?" Samael marveled, astonished by the unexpected effect of the blood orchid nourished by the blood of the avian serpent. "This ability is remarkable, akin to the Chinese concept of celestial transformation. Furthermore, and most crucially, the enlargement of form was not superficial. The strength of the muscles correspondingly intensified. Truly formidable. What are your abilities?" Samael gazed expectantly at the other three titans. They remained silent, immersing their consciousness entirely in the core of energy within their bodies. In an instant, Samael found himself intimately acquainted with the wall as the vibrant forms of the titans filled his room to the brim. The once ineffective canopied bed was utterly destroyed, reduced to a pile of firewood. "Stop!" Samael halted the three foolish creatures. Upon hearing his command, they quickly shrank in size, obediently lying flat on the ground. Samael cast a displeased glance at them, causing them to shiver with trepidation. "We are sorry, master. It was not our intention." They collectively stammered, gazing at him with fearful eyes. "Oof." Samael dismissed them with indifference. Although he had acquired the abilities of birds and serpents, he felt no disappointment, for these powers were indeed formidable. Moreover, with the potent venom contained in their fangs, he could confidently allow them to survive in the Forbidden Forest. "Little spicy strip, what is your ability?" Samael summoned the creature, noting that its magical transformation far surpassed that of the original four titans. It would be unreasonable for it not to possess any unique abilities. "Master, I truly feel no special changes, only a slight itch in my teeth," it replied, opening its serpentine jaws to reveal its venomous fangs before Samael's eyes. After observing, Samael discerned no apparent alterations, presuming its power lay in its toxicity. All in all, he was quite pleased with the recent magical transformation ceremony, particularly the changes in the four titans. He too had become a rider, a dream he had harbored since acquiring the blood orchid. Standing atop the giant python, surveying all beneath him, the sensation was one that would awaken him from dreams with laughter. After indulging in such fantasies, Samael considered another matter. "Ilya, come forth." With a focused expression, he initiated a simple mind-reading spell to probe into Ilya's mind. Ilya, clearly aware of the reason for his summons, crawled towards Samael in fear. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a resounding explosion spell detonated around him, sending Ilya hurtling away. The remaining three titans lowered their heads, daring not to meet Samael's gaze. Before Ilya could recover, a series of explosions erupted again. The sudden wave of pain coursing through his body compelled him to scream. However, upon encountering Samael's indifferent stare, he wisely chose silence. Beneath his resilient scales, blood began to seep, indicating internal injuries. Samael was satisfied with the defensive capabilities of the scales, though he mused, "Who are you trying to impress with all that blood?" The sight of Ilya's plight made the three titans tremble, the long-dormant fear returning to envelop them. Meanwhile, Kor shrank his form once more, burying himself beneath a book. He vividly recalled that at the time of his birth, he had numerous companions, but one by one, they had dwindled down to just the four of them. The commands from their master, unless explicitly enforced, bore no weight upon them. Thus, some less clever and overly clever serpents began to challenge their master's authority. "Should I discover another instance of disobedience, you shall know the consequences," Samael stated coldly after dealing with Ilya. Observing the murderous intent in his eyes, Ilya trembled and nodded in acknowledgement, vowing never to defy him again. Samael was well aware of Ilya's murderous tendencies and cannibalistic inclinations. However, he had not anticipated such audacity in daring to strike against a professor. Samael did not mind his cannibalistic tendencies, for he was, after all, a beast driven by primal instincts. However, within the Forbidden Forest, apart from dark wizards, the only others present were likely professors and a few disobedient young wizards. If something were to go awry, he would be utterly incapable of shielding himself. To him, such actions were akin to courting death. Had it not been for his recent transformation and the significant power he had gained, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this individual on the spot. With a sigh, Samael, under the fearful gaze of Ilya, poured restorative and healing potions into his mouth. The other three little ones, trembling with trepidation, shrank their bodies and crawled onto Samael's hand, linking themselves together to masquerade as a ring on his finger, harmonizing with the large and unsightly communication ring crafted by Branson on his right hand. Shaking his head, Samael departed from the dormitory, casting a glance at Ilya that held a deeper meaning. Chapter 54, Dark Cuisine. As soon as he stepped outside, Samael encountered Draco head-on. "Samael, what are you doing here?" "Professor Sprout is looking for you," Draco stammered, glancing at the bloodstains dotting Samael's attire, while furtively eyeing the dormitory behind him. "I have already met with the professor." "Come, I have yet to dine," Samael said, pulling Draco along, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to look back repeatedly until they reached the dining hall. "Hey, what has to deal with dinner today?" "It looks rather peculiar," Draco remarked, observing the stark difference between Samael's meal and theirs. "Indeed, why is yours different from ours?" Belphoebe, nearby, chimed in with equal perplexity. Samael paid no heed to their inquiries, transfixed by the culinary delights before him, feeling as if he had entered a dream. Braised pork, pork stewed with potatoes, and his favorite spicy crayfish. Was he in paradise? Wait a moment. How did Hogwarts come to have Chinese cuisine? Although elated, Samael remained thoroughly bewildered. "It must have been prepared by your house elf," Theodore interjected. Having witnessed Samael hand over his house elf to the kitchen along with a mysterious cookbook. Sagan and Bambai, they have already learned to cook? Samael exclaimed, astonished. It had only been 2 weeks since he acquired 4 house elves, and aside from Bayu and Lala, who were still nursing, Sagan and Bambai had already begun to communicate. He had not anticipated such rapid growth. Such magical creatures typically experience a brief childhood to evade dangers in the outside world. Theodore explained earnestly. Whatever the case, today is a feast. Samael could hardly contain himself as he eagerly began to eat. However, the moment the food entered his mouth, his eyes nearly rolled back in his head, almost awakening the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. What kind of expression is that? Is it good or not? Draco inquired, watching Samael with curiosity. It's delicious, of course. Samael managed to suppress the urge to spit it out, feigning enthusiasm. Yet, inwardly, he was screaming in frustration. The last time he had encountered strawberries in his mapo tofu, he had nearly vomited up his overnight meal. Now, this braised pork was similarly distressing. Samael tentatively prodded the pork stew with potatoes, and, as expected, the pork was indeed pork, while the so-called potatoes were nothing more than peeled apples. He could not fathom which wretched soul dared to distort the culinary culture of his homeland. Anger surged within him as he recalled his hurried departure, during which he had only glanced at the first page of the detailed description for the oil-splashed noodles, leading him to mistakenly believe the entire recipe was legitimate. However, to his surprise, this dish was quite delectable. Crab, you should try this, he remarked, noticing that Draco was already relishing it with great enthusiasm, though he feigned his enjoyment to prank Crab. Crab, unconcerned, devoured the dish without hesitation. Upon tasting the harmonious blend of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors, he was instantly captivated, succumbing to the unique taste and indulging wholeheartedly. As Draco continued to add more dishes, Samael's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. It became evident that Draco was not merely pretending. Had their palates truly malfunctioned? How would they swallow this? Theodore, Beverly, I have plenty more for you to try, Samael declared, determined to test the British palate. Beverly, witnessing Draco's hearty consumption, thought little of it and picked up a piece to eat. Theodore, though slightly puzzled, chose to trust Samael's earnest gaze. Beverly, fearing Draco would finish everything, deliberately selected a large piece upon taking a bite. She cursed every unflattering word she had ever heard in her life. If a piercing gaze could kill, Samael would have been riddled with wounds long ago. Even Theodore cast a resentful look in her direction. Come on, why aren't you eating? Draco inquired, puzzled by their hesitation. You can take these 2 dishes away. I fear you, and Goyle may not have enough, Samael replied politely. Samael, you are truly the best. Please do write down this recipe for me. It is simply divine, Draco said sincerely while encouraging his 2 bodyguards to eat, enjoying their meal immensely. Though it would have been even better if he could ignore the looks of incredulity from Theodore and Beverly. After taking a sip of pumpkin juice, Samael's gaze landed on the last serving of spicy crayfish, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. He hesitated, wanting to taste it but reluctant to take the plunge. I cannot waste this. You shall brave it. Samael resolutely peeled the shell of the crayfish, though he was perplexed by the origin of these crustaceans in England. Yet, their presentation was undeniably appealing. With his eyes closed, he took a bite, and in an instant his eyes widened. The authentic, numbing sensation, the genuine spiciness, combined with the richness of the crayfish's fat exploding in his mouth, awakened his primal taste buds. At last, this is the flavor I've been waiting for. Samael continued to eat voraciously, discarding any semblance of elegance. Elegance? Perhaps, but it would have to wait until I finish. Theodore and Beverly, seeing his enthusiasm, also took a piece and mimicked his actions, peeling the crayfish. So numbing, so spicy, but absolutely delicious. The 2 individuals seemed to have stumbled upon a new world, hurriedly stuffing their mouths with food. There was no choice. Samael had already consumed half of the dish by himself. If he did not act quickly, there would be nothing left to savor. Samael cast a resentful glance at the pair, silently cursing how such delicacies were being devoured by these gluttons. In his heyday, he could easily devour 3 kilograms of crayfish, and this meager portion was hardly sufficient, especially with these 2 scoundrels stealing from him. Samael cursed inwardly. Go ahead. Eat yourselves to death. One who usually avoids spicy food, suddenly indulging so much. Let's see how you cope later. The 3 of them paid no heed to their appearance, their hands and mouths smeared with spicy oil, a sight utterly chaotic even by Slytherin standards. Not far away, the head boy Ian Bloke could no longer bear to watch and brought them new cutlery. Samael ignored him. Eating crayfish should be done this way. Using chopsticks would be soulless. I, as the lady of the Crouch family, command you to put down that last crayfish, Samael, Beverly exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she saw the final crayfish resting in Samael's grasp. Naturally, Samael responded with a dismissive roll of his eyes. Who do you think you are to command me? If you have the skill, do it yourself. Under Beverly's envious gaze, Samael triumphantly stuffed the crayfish into his mouth, wearing a victorious grin. Satisfied with his feast, Samael relished the moment, while Theodore and Beverly, though disappointed, consoled themselves with the thought of future opportunities to indulge, leaving Malfoy, who was still hungrily watching them, feeling left out. He hadn't even had a chance to taste it yet, but alas, he was already full. Chapter 55, Moonlit Night. The jade rabbit hung high, its silvery glow cascading over the earth, adding a touch of brilliance to the dim, forbidden forest. Bigger, a little bigger. The crisp voices of youth resonated, infusing vitality into the forest shadows. Samael stood atop Rebecca's head, shouting and laughing maniacally. At this moment, Rebecca had grown to an impressive 60 meters long, her smooth scales now adorned with sharp protrusions, and her venomous fangs glinted ominously, exuding an aura of menace far surpassing that of the infamous giant python. Samael's feet clung firmly to her scaled crown, arms outstretched as he reveled in the tumultuous winds of the sky. The madness in his gaze gradually subsided. It was here his dream mount. The giant python let out a resounding roar, and standing above its head, I surveyed the vast world below. What a sight it was! Who wouldn't he long for such grandeur? Rebecca focused intently ahead, and at that moment, Samael leaped down from her back. It's all yours, Rebecca. Samael was acutely aware of malevolent intentions lurking nearby. As a fool persistently lurked, their malice unmasked. The methods of attack employed by Rebecca and her kin had long surpassed mere constriction and fangs. He knew their tails were remarkably agile. With a flick of her tail, a tree several meters tall shattered instantly, revealing a middle-aged wizard clad in a plain black robe, fleeing in disarray. Crushed to pieces, the spell struck Rebecca's form, yet she merely swayed gently, dissipating the spell's force. Although unscathed, this act was sufficient to incite her wrath, her gaze transforming into one of bloodlust and madness. Do not be deceived by her imposing size. She is equally swift, launching relentless assaults from cunning angles. The wizard, filled with dread, recalled hearing from a black market trader in Hogsmeade about a breeding ground for eight-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, and had come to try his luck. It is worth noting that a pint of their venom fetches a staggering 50 galleons, making it immensely valuable. Even a single spider from such a breeding ground could ensure his financial security for 2 years. By Merlin's grace, he managed to capture one, acquiring not only a substantial quantity of venom, but also dozens of spider eggs. On his return to the village, he encountered a massive python supporting a young boy, an unfamiliar species that left him bewildered. As a professional poacher, while his strength may not be formidable, his knowledge of magical creatures is extensive. This unrecognized serpent could either be an entirely new species or exceedingly rare, igniting a greedy desire within him. In his understanding, a creature befriending a boy would not possess a strong inclination to attack humans. Yet, the reality proved to be the opposite. The terrifying force collided with his already fragile, ironclad charm, sending him sprawling. A piercing pain surged through him, as if it emanated from his very soul. Rebecca curled her form, twisting in agony, and then her body shrank, returning to her original length of 20 meters. As her form transformed, the faint glow on her surface reemerged, suddenly coalescing as if augmented. The pain diminished, and seizing the opportunity while the wizard was momentarily taken aback, she closed the distance between them at a terrifying speed. A vulnerability in her soul's defense? It appears there is room for improvement. Samael shook his head, carefully observing the unfolding battle without intervening. However, the sight of the glow on Rebecca's body sparked his interest. Was it an energy defense or a soul defense? Quite intriguing. Samael watched Rebecca's fight. It was a clash of strength and magic. The wizard continued to engage with Rebecca, his spells lacking in power, yet abundant in variety, making them difficult to evade. Amidst the chaos, he even managed to land a forceful strike on Samael, the shattering impact resonating in his ironclad charm, allowing him to feel the intense emotion behind it even from a distance. Samael disregarded him, instead focusing intently on Rebecca's performance. Foolish. Samael sighed, exasperated. Such abilities, even if granted to a pig, would not be employed so clumsily. Why not shrink? Why not dive into his mouth? Why not evade? Simply enduring damage with her body makes her a target. Samael was thoroughly dissatisfied with Rebecca's actions, and the incessant harassment from the wizard, akin to a bothersome fly. only heightened his irritation. With a flick of his wand, several broken branches transformed into serpents, encircling the wizard. The wizard, preoccupied with a massive python, remained oblivious to the capabilities of the young witch nearby. In a state of panic, he struck one of the massive serpents, sending wood shavings flying, while the other snakes swiftly encircled him, binding him tightly. "State your identity and purpose," commanded Samael, his gaze frigid, with a hint of dark mist swirling within his emerald eyes. Beside him, Rebecca exaggeratedly gaped her mouth, revealing her sharp, venomous fangs, a clear intimidation tactic. "I beg you, spare me. My name is Matt Decay. I mean no harm." The wizard stammered in desperation, resembling a celestial angel, yet at that moment appearing as a demon from the depths of hell, with the looming serpent seemingly ready to consume him whole. "No harm. I find that hard to believe." Samael snapped his fingers, causing the wizard to lose consciousness instantly. "Are you trying to deceive a child? Your malice is practically slapping me in the face." Maintaining a calm demeanor, Samael watched as the constricting snakes transformed back into mere branches, replaced by a gleeful Rebecca. She loathed the man who had inflicted pain upon her, and this slippery character had displeased her master with her earlier performance. For that reason alone, she yearned to end his life immediately. Rebecca's body coiled tighter, exerting tons of force upon the wizard's fragile frame. Blood surged through him, and the sound of cracking bones was unmistakable. "Professor, if you do not show yourself, this fellow may truly meet his end," Samael called out to the towering tree behind him. Suddenly, a wizard emanating a chilling aura appeared, his cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, perfectly embodying the essence of a final villain, his beloved professor, Snape. "It seems Mr. Gunter's disregard for life rivals that of dark wizards," Snape spoke in his unchanging tone, addressing Samael. "That is a grave accusation. I believe we all understand this gentleman's intentions." Samael smiled faintly, explaining with a subtle air of nonchalance that he was now attuned not only to malice, but also to Snape's imposing presence. Just as he was about to speak further, behind Snape emerged a wizard clad in white robes, his beard equally white. "Gandalf? Ugh, Dumbledore?" Samael's gaze sharpened, his expression betraying an uncharacteristic unease. Chapter 56. A Conversation with Dumbledore. "Good evening, Professor Snape." "Good evening, Headmaster." Samael forced a smile, feigning composure. Was he nervous? Of course, before this centenarian, even Voldemort would tremble. Having violated a regulation, he found himself face to face with the headmaster. "Mr. Gunter, you may simply call me Professor," Dumbledore said with a warm smile, in stark contrast to Snape's stern demeanor. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Dumbledore seemed oblivious to the chaos that had ensued, instead engaging him in casual conversation, which only heightened Samael's anxiety. "Though I am a student of Slytherin, I am not devoid of a spirit for grand adventure," Samael replied, maintaining his facade of calm, at least on the surface. Snape merely huffed, remaining silent. "Master, this one is quite the giant. He terrifies the snakes. We cannot oppose him." Rebecca released the now flushed wizard, trembling as she spoke. The instincts of beasts far surpassed those of humans, in Rebecca's eyes. The dense, magical energy emanating from the elderly man before her could terrify even a serpent. Of course, she did not forget to snatch the spatial equipment from the wizard's waist. Her master had taught her that wastefulness is a shameful act. "Thank you for your kind words." Samael felt a rush of astonishment. He had heard whispers that Dumbledore could speak in mermaid tongues, but to discover he could also converse in Parseltongue was unexpected. What, indeed, was beyond Dumbledore's capabilities? Even Snape regarded Dumbledore with a curious gaze. For a man exceeding a century in age, one might presume that possessing a vast array of knowledge is not unusual. Samael nodded in agreement, internally scoffing at the notion of normalcy. The breadth of Dumbledore's talents seemed rather eclectic. "What a splendid little creature you are. I believe you will forge a friendship with the child from the Scamander family," Dumbledore remarked, admiringly stroking Rebecca, oblivious to her subtle antics, while she feigned innocence. "Derek is exceptional. We are already good friends." Samael pondered whether Dumbledore was merely testing or genuinely reflecting, finding it hard to believe that anything could escape the notice of this legendary wizard at Hogwarts. Dumbledore glanced at Samael, the unconscious wizard floating behind him. "Professor, would you care to engage in an alternative adventure?" Samael cryptically proposed, his thoughts veiled in mystery. "Though I am advanced in years, I remain a Gryffindor at heart," Dumbledore playfully winked, sending chills down Samael's spine. In a low hiss, Samael summoned his serpentine companions, Finn and Cole, who suddenly enlarged, with Rebecca swiftly following suit. "Traveling by giant python? An intriguing idea," he exclaimed, leaping onto Rebecca's head. Dumbledore vanished and reappeared atop Cole. For Gryffindors possess a distinct fondness for the crimson and gold hues. As for Snape, he transformed into a dark ribbon, soaring to Finn's summit. An unappealing match, indeed. The trio of giant pythons sped through the night, scattering various nocturnal creatures in their wake. What a marvelous adventure this is. Although, I fear the centaurs may seek a discussion with me come morning, Dumbledore mused, a smile illuminating his face as he relished the recent escapade. Only Professor Snape wore a sullen expression, his greasy hair whipped back by the wind as if ravaged by a tempest. Mr. Gant, I would not hesitate to leave a permanent mark upon your eyes, Snape huffed, glaring at Samael. I believe Mr. Gant would not mind a conversation, Dumbledore interjected, timely alleviating the tension. Samael bowed lightly, readily acquiescing. He had no desire to face Snape's venomous remarks alone. Would you care for a drink? Upon entering the office, Samael meticulously surveyed his surroundings. It was his first visit to the headmaster's chamber. A glass of milk, and if it is not too much trouble, a bit of cockroach cluster as well, he requested without hesitation, feeling as at home as if he were in his own abode, dismissing any lingering nerves. Oh, it seems Mr. Gant shares my taste, Dumbledore replied, pleasantly surprised. Dumbledore exclaimed in astonishment, entirely disregarding the pale and nauseated Snape beside him. Indeed, Samuel had tasted the peculiar concoction known as cockroach clusters, where a crisp shell enveloped a rich chocolate filling. The initial crunch was followed by an indulgent sweetness that even captivated his father. However, it was essential to conceal this enjoyment from the enchanting Madame Claire. What then? Was Mr. Gunner's perspective on the current state of the magical world? Returning to the matter at hand, Dumbledore posed an exceedingly broad question. Samuel was taken aback. How was he to respond? Should he declare the British magical community utterly dismal? Perhaps he might share his views on the Ministry of Magic instead. Dumbledore paused, reconsidering his inquiry. In my opinion, intertwining politics with magic is an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Not only is the decision-making capability abysmal, but the current Minister of Magic is evidently a mere puppet, unable to stand firm. Samuel spoke bluntly, tearing away the veil that concealed the ministry's shortcomings. Dumbledore, surprised, sighed thoughtfully, expressing his astonishment at Mr. Gunter's insights into human nature and the prevailing circumstances. Professor, please feel free to speak candidly. I do not possess Grindelwald's lofty ideals, nor do I exhibit Voldemort's brutality. I cherish my family and am determined to protect my friends. My aspiration is to live life as Professor Slughorn does, perhaps with a touch more forcefulness. Yet that remains my goal, Samuel confessed with remarkable honesty. He was fundamentally a leisurely individual, one who savored life and would never squander energy on trivial matters. Mr. Gunter, please pardon an old man. Dumbledore began, but before he could finish, he noticed Snape's pallid complexion. He appeared weak and unsteady, a heavy curse of death looming over him. Dumbledore hastily supported him and seated him in a chair. As Samuel listened to the agonizing wails echoing in his mind, his eyes narrowed slightly. Professor Snape, I must say that invading another's mind is an exceedingly unethical act. Perhaps after all these years since the Second Wizarding War, you have merely aged, or perhaps your empty head has now acquired a bit of greasy hair. Samuel remarked without mercy. After delivering his retort, he bowed slightly to Dumbledore and turned to leave. No one would take kindly to having their mind invaded, and given Snape's condition, it was clear that he had exerted himself to the fullest extent. Severus, I can discern that this child speaks the truth, Dumbledore said earnestly, observing the interplay of pale and ashen hues on Snape's face after Samuel departed. Chapter 57. Halloween once outside, Samuel felt a twinge of regret. After all, this was Snape, a man not known for his leniency. What if he decided to make things difficult for him? Yet, he found the confrontation immensely satisfying. Surprisingly, in the following month of his studies, Snape did not trouble him at all, nor did he make any deliberate attempts to engage him. Though Samuel occasionally felt the weight of his scrutinizing gaze, the slightest infractions, such as taking books out of the library or tracking mud beneath his boots, could lead to deductions. The Gryffindor house points were plummeting in a downward spiral. Samuel, too, was not idle. He devoted all his time to subsequent training, understanding that to relish life, one must possess sufficient strength. Aside from the gatherings on Mondays and training on Tuesdays and Thursdays, most of his time was consumed by practicing magic or refining chakra. Notably, his transformation magic had reached level 4, allowing him to perform simple human transformations. Although he still fell short of becoming an animagus, the generous Professor McGonagall graciously exempted him from his transformation homework. In terms of spells, he focused more on the analysis of magical theory, primarily because the pace of the spell class could not keep up with his progress. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick also relieved him of his spell class assignments. What irked Samael the most was Quirrell, or rather, the Dark Lord. This fellow adjusted Samael's learning pace in an exceedingly unreasonable manner. He was compelled to allocate a significant amount of time to practice dark magic and study its theories, even mastering the 3 unforgivable curses. Had it not been for the assistance of the system, he might have succumbed to madness under the influence of malevolent thoughts. The so-called unforgivable curses were not particularly difficult to learn. Otherwise, their Wu-N-Ti beat so many dark wizards proficient in them. If one harbored extreme emotions of killing or harming others, the spell was half successful. However, which well-meaning individual would allow a first-year student to study such magic? Each class left him utterly exhausted, necessitating a drink of chocolate milk to alleviate his dismal mood. Indeed, watching cockroaches drown in the milk, their little legs twitching as they struggled, gradually dissolving into the liquid, Samael found this to be a surprisingly effective stress reliever. Currently, the Dark Lord had slowed his systematic instruction of dark magic. He was not foolish, as exposing Samael's existence would be too easy if he truly went mad. This rare relaxation allowed him to commence his studies of the vanishing spell and the disillusionment charm. With a ready master at hand, it was not in his nature to miss the opportunity to glean knowledge. The vanishing spell is an advanced version of the stopping spell, presenting considerable difficulty. He pursued this spell to further learn the Fiendfire curse, which he had long coveted but dared not attempt lightly. The disillusionment charm was a requisite for Aurors, and for the sake of the restricted section he so ardently desired, he was studying with utmost dedication. Both spells posed significant challenges, and even with the Dark Lord's close guidance, Samael barely managed to reach level 3 proficiency. In the silent corridor, Samael tugged at the ever-dawdling Draco, expressing his impatience. "Draco, hurry up. Are you planning to skip dinner?" To bolster Draco's courage, Samael often took him into the Forbidden Forest at night. At the very least, he rarely heard the phrase, "My father is a board member. I will make him do something about you," anymore. As expected, their efforts yielded no results. For the magical creatures capable of vanishing to evade danger possessed formidable escape abilities, and Draco, with his limited skills, had no chance of capturing them. How could there be bats in the castle? Draco inquired, observing the occasional bats flitting from the ceiling with curiosity. Samael, uncertain, chose not to dwell on it. It wasn't until the two of them spotted the flickering light of a jack-o'-lantern that they realized the truth. It seems that should be the case. Draco was also uncertain. Their schedule was quite packed, leaving little room to notice the passage of time. The two hurried towards the hall, realizing that if they did not hasten, dinner would be lost. "Samael, do you detect an unpleasant odor?" Draco inquired, wrinkling his nose. "Of course. What do you expect to smell near the restroom? Perfume?" Samael shot him an irritated glance. Just as Samael pondered this, a sharp sound emanated from the girls' restroom, followed by the unmistakable sound of shattering glass reaching their ears. "Look, it's the Scarhead. Are they headed to the girls' restroom?" Draco remarked, observing Harry's furtive movements with curiosity. Samael's expression darkened. He swiftly advanced, intent on dealing with the troll. He held little concern for Hermione and Harry's fates, as the protagonists were unlikely to perish so easily. This was a pivotal scene marking the beginning of their friendship, and he was eager to see if he could trigger any system achievements. Is this a troll? How utterly grotesque! Draco's focus, much like his palate, was always peculiarly unique. However, Samael found the creature oddly endearing in its grotesqueness. Perhaps it was the newfound confidence from his enhanced abilities, but seeing Draco remain silent, Samael felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ignoring the eager duo, Samael waved his hand, summoning 4 water pipes from the wall. The pipes transformed into a giant serpent, firmly ensnaring the troll's limbs and pulling it into a constrained position. The troll paused momentarily, then began to roar with fury, thrashing violently against the constricting serpent. "Samael, leave this to me. Watch how I vanquish it," Draco exclaimed eagerly, producing a rather ugly puppet from his pocket. "Put that away. There's no need for such things at school," Samael admonished as he observed the troll's continued bellowing. He could not help but admire the creature's tenacity. Despite its considerable blood loss, it remained remarkably vigorous. Growing weary of the noise, Samael pointed his wand at the troll's head, and with a resounding explosion, the corridor fell into silence. The lifeless troll lay sprawled, blood splattered across the walls, while Samael and Draco were stained crimson, alongside 3 bewildered Gryffindors. The entire scene was eerily surreal. Chapter 58, The Troll Slayer. Harry and Ron stared at Samael in astonishment, fully aware of his strength, yet unprepared for such an extraordinary display. "Thank you, Samael," Harry expressed gratefully, casting a glance at the smug Draco, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Ron instinctively moved closer to Harry, regarding him with trepidation. Samael, unfazed, merely nodded with a smile. Even drenched in blood, his elegance remained intact. "My goodness. You all better explain yourselves," Professor McGonagall admonished, breathless, as she arrived with Snape and Quirrell. They paused, taken aback by the scene of bloodshed. Although McGonagall's tone was interrogative, it was laced with genuine concern. "It's all my fault," Hermione interjected, fearing McGonagall would hold them accountable, hastily taking the blame upon herself. "What did you say, Miss Granger?" Professor McGonagall was taken aback, uncertain of the true meaning behind the words of this exceptional student. "It was I who sought out the troll, having read about it in a book and mistakenly believing I could handle the situation. However, I was gravely mistaken. Had it not been for Harry and Ron finding me, I might have perished. I owe my life to the timely intervention of Professor Gunnar." Hermione discerned that Harry and his friends had come to find her, and she made a point to absolve them while also acknowledging the true hero who saved her. Nevertheless, such actions were exceedingly foolish. "I am quite disappointed in you, Miss Granger. Gryffindor loses 5 points due to your lack of prudent judgment. As for the two of you, I hope you recognize how fortunate you are to have escaped the troll's wrath." After reprimanding Hermione, Professor McGonagall addressed Harry and Ron sternly, commending their bravery in rescuing their friend, yet expressing her ire at their disregard for the prefect's instructions, resulting in neither points being awarded nor deducted. "It is a rare occurrence for a first year like Mr. Gunter to confront a troll. Thus Slytherin gains 20 points, though I also expect you to heed the prefect's directives." Professor McGonagall harbored no bias against any particular house and promptly awarded him 20 points. "I apologize, Professor. I missed the feast today and received no information," Samuel remarked, agreeing to the points but protesting against the accusation of disobedience, asserting he was not like that showy lion of yours. He also noticed Harry was intently staring at Snape's leg. Samuel thought to himself that Harry was overacting, unaware of the true reason for his father's demise. "Professor, if bitten by a three-headed dog, failure to seek prompt treatment could lead to irreversible damage," he cautioned, walking alongside Draco while observing Snape limping. "Mr. Gunter seems to possess considerable knowledge, yet I do not wish for you to flaunt your limited understanding in my presence," Snape retorted with a scowl, quickening his pace. Samuel shrugged and fell silent, while Draco, sensing the tension, wisely chose to refrain from speaking. Meanwhile, the trio seemed significantly more familiar after the recent events. "Professor McGonagall is exceedingly biased. We also came to rescue Hermione, so why were we not awarded points? I believe each of us deserves 5 points." Ron muttered as they walked, wishing fervently that he could have been the one to slay the troll. "Ron, do you truly believe that even if the three of us joined forces, you could defeat an adult troll?" Hermione, well-versed in her studies, was aware of what an XXXX-rated magical creature meant for young wizards and questioned him. Ron opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately choosing silence and trailing behind Harry with a sullen demeanor. Harry did not engage in this discussion. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Snape's injury, and his resolve grew ever stronger. Beside them, Hermione felt a tumult of emotions, reflecting on Samuel's prowess and grappling with an inexplicable sense of helplessness as the vague image from 2 years ago began to merge with his presence. "Samuel, why must we save that mud?" "Silence, Draco. Remember your noble status." Upon returning to the lounge, Draco was about to utter a certain word when he was sternly interrupted by Samael. "With Harry present, Miss Granger would be safe. A mere act of assistance could enhance our favor and add to our standing without any detriment. One should adopt a broader perspective. You must also recognize Miss Granger's exceptional qualities." Draco pondered this and, despite his reluctance, acknowledged Hermione's reputation for brilliance. At the moment when the troll was vanquished, the true benefits of Samael had already been bestowed. "Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the title of Troll Slayer. Reward: alchemical item, Eye of the Forest." Samael was pleasantly surprised. Having defeated numerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest, it was evident that a mere troll could yield such significant rewards, clearly linked to the so-called iconic moment. As Samael immersed his consciousness in the mental interface, a satisfied smile adorned his face. Host: Samael Gant. Profession: Wizard. Achievements: King of the Orphanage, Hero of the Streets, Rebellious Disciple, Vanquisher of Evil, Uncrowned King of Intermediate Slytherin, Hogwarts Serpent, Dogbane, Troll Slayer. Talent: Parseltongue, LV4. System Skills: Orochimaru's Ninjutsu Collection, Incomplete LV4. Water Release Ninjutsu Collection, Incomplete LV4. Free Fighting LV4. Snape's Gaze LV4. Mirror Traversal LV3. Ordinary Skills, Transfiguration LV4, Blue Bellflower Charm LV4, Clean Slate LV4, Flock of Birds LV4, Living Rope Binding LV4, Armor Protection LV4, Glimmering Light LV4, Levitation Charm LV4, Thunder Explosion LV4, Shattering Bones LV4, Heart Piercing LV4, Life Drain LV4, Soul Extraction LV4. Magical Items, Banshee's Wail X1, Eye of the Forest, Akatsuki's Fire Cloud Robe X7. Pets, Kate, Eagle Owl, Cole, Burmese Python, Rebecca, Forest Anaconda, Ilya, Reticulated Python, Finn, Rock Python, Little Spicy Stick Kivu Viper. As he toyed with the gemstone necklace radiating a verdant glow, Samael expressed his disinterest. Indeed, he had no desire for it. Primarily, he was not adept in natural magic, and, secondly, he held no fascination for druidic spells. It would be better to hand it over to Cedric for his study. If he were to discover something worthwhile, they could reap the rewards thereafter, which would be splendid. Chapter 59. Performance Conference. Question: what could be gained from slaying a troll? Answer: a wave of odd gazes. Throughout the day, Samael faced countless scrutinizing looks. While some gazed openly, others were furtive. Oh, who is that? George. Of course, it is the illustrious king of Slytherin, our very own troll slayer of Hogwarts. George and Fred exaggeratedly bowed to Samael, making onlookers wonder if they were performing in a play. Troll slayer? Have you both seen my system interface? Samael mused, a strong desire to perform surging within him. My loyal subjects, I pledge my eternal protection to you, your king. Samael spoke with an arrogant tone, embodying the presence of a proud monarch, leaving several passing Hufflepuff students momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, as long as you can safeguard my beloved family, I am willing to comply with any of your requests. Fred's theatrics escalated, adopting an exaggerated tone. You better follow through on your promises, otherwise I shall sever your tongues and affix them to each other's bodies. Samael's venomous tone sent shivers down the spines of the young wizards present. You are truly repugnant, Fred declared, unable to maintain his act any longer, both of them mimicking a retching motion. Did you seek me for something in particular? Samael inquired, puzzled, as these two jokers never approached him without a serious matter at hand. Is your organization still recruiting? Fred awkwardly asked. Speak your true intentions. I cannot fathom that the freedom-seeking Weasley twins would wish to join a group formed by others. Samael was wholly unconvinced that they wished to affiliate with anyone else. We aspire to establish a magical trick workshop and require investment. You, of course, are not lacking in funds, except for Percy. George candidly elucidated their situation. Very well. Prior to your graduation, I can allocate research funding for you. You shall devise ideas and handle distribution, with a profit split of 60-40. My favor, he stipulated. Deal. The twins hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. In truth, investing in them during their studies would hardly be profitable, especially considering the costs incurred from failed experiments. Samael handed Fred 500 galleons. This sum belongs to Percy. You may settle with him later. Samael dismissed the trivial amount, confident the duo would generate revenue. It was better to let them appease Percy, who, given that the money was his, would likely not obstruct their venture, thus fostering brotherly relations. Truly a win-win scenario. Can you believe Percy has become wealthy? Fred exclaimed dramatically. Smack. George delivered a playful slap to Fred's face, grinning as he remarked, I think it's true. Ignoring their antics, Samael proceeded directly to the meeting room. The gathering took place in a small chamber discovered by Blanson, adjacent to Professor Spinetti's office. Not only was it spacious, but it was also exceptionally discreet. To enter, one had to press a tooth of the guarding statue, which would then reveal the door. The chamber, decorated by Cedric, exuded warmth, with potted plants adorning every corner. Upon Samael's arrival, all were already assembled at the meeting table. Apart from Draco boasting about something, everyone was engrossed in their own tasks. Several spiders scurried across Derek's hands, prompting both Blanson and Cedric to keep their distance. This was indeed a trophy of Samael's, now entrusted to Derek for nurturing. Good afternoon, everyone, Samael greeted before seating himself. To be succinct, everything remains the same. Samael bypassed any leadership rhetoric and directly inquired about everyone's progress. Percy, at what stage is your thesis? Samael inquired about Percy's application of the levitation charm, an area in which he excelled and thus held a keen interest. The paper had been completed, and its feasibility conjecture had already been validated by Professor Flitwick. It had now been officially submitted to Innovations in Charms. After speaking, Percy demonstrated to a certain extent, rising effortlessly from the ground, quietly hovering in midair with an expression of serene composure. Samael, in a spontaneous gesture, hurled a potted plant at him, which was deflected away as if an invisible barrier had repelled the force. Having studied alongside Voldemort for so long, Samael's experience was far from lacking. Percy nodded in astonishment before taking a seat. Cedric, what about you? Samael, seeing Percy's astonished demeanor, feigned calmness and turned his gaze toward Cedric. My progress on the paper is minimal, Cedric candidly confessed. I have made considerable advancements with the growth charm, but replicating natural magic remains elusive. Do not fret, take this, Samael said casually, tossing the Eye of the Forest to Cedric. The bright emerald gem almost blinded him with its brilliance. Is this a crystal of natural magic inheritance? Blanson caught the gem necklace and scrutinized it closely, recognizing its significance at a glance. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Cedric promptly declined, aware of the gem's immense value. Take it. It will only gather dust with me. Should you discover anything, document your findings and report back to me. Remember, this is strictly for our internal exchange, not to be shared externally. As the gem necklace landed in Cedric's hands, it emitted a faint green glow, clearly indicating that entrusting it to Cedric was a wise decision, and Samael was careful to remind him of the value of knowledge. Very well, Cedric replied solemnly, donning the necklace with care. Blanson, what about you? Samael then turned to the laid-back werewolf. Me? I have no issues. I excel in weather charms. As I assumed you were aware, Blanson stated, conjuring a cloud that swirled ominously at his fingertips, crackling with lightning and unleashing a torrential downpour. I had no idea. Samael inwardly chastised him, though he maintained an impassive exterior. After all, one must accommodate a technical talent. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Samael, having conveyed everything necessary, was eager to leave and promptly declared the meeting over. There is no need to inquire about Draco, Theodore, and Derek's progress. He was fully aware of their learning, having guided them closely. By the way, Percy, in your name, I provided your twin brothers with a seed capital for their venture. They will share the profits with you. Remember to repay me if you earn money. If not, consider it a failed investment on my part. With that, Samael grasped Theodore and Draco, leading them towards the mirror of the conference room, traversing through it. With such a convenient skill, why bother walking? They left behind a group of stunned onlookers, including Percy. The members of the organization are generally decent, and though he does not restrict the freedom of others, the weight of indebtedness and human emotions is enough to compel them to stand by his side. Chapter 60, The Quidditch Match. Samuel, you will come to watch my match today, won't you? Draco's hopeful voice broke through the monotony of Samuel's breakfast. Of course. How could I forget that I'm the one supporting your selection of seekers? Upon hearing this, Draco joyfully dashed off with his broomstick in hand. You've already forgotten. Haven to you? Beverly, observing Samuel's expression, discerned his thoughts with ease. You remain as astute as ever, effortlessly perceiving the hearts of others. Samuel did not deny this, but instead regarded Beverly with admiration. Beverly rolled her eyes, but then happily took another bite of her bread. Every day, while basking in the sun, he could see Draco soaring through the sky. Branson, are we heading to the Forbidden Forest? Samuel asked softly while eating, aware that a werewolf's hearing is exceptionally sharp. Even from several meters away, Branson could hear him. Aren't you supposed to be watching Draco's match? Branson inquired, puzzled. The two moved swiftly through the Forbidden Forest. One adeptly leapt from branch to branch, while the other, suddenly transformed into a half-werewolf, displayed sharp fangs and claws. Swift as the wind, as a born werewolf, Branson could transform even on nights that were not full moons. They raced forward, startling a flock of birds into flight. It's you. You're the one who has imprisoned me here. A hoarse voice echoed from a distance, and 3 gigantic snake heads abruptly appeared before Samuel. A basilisk? Branson assumed a defensive stance, his lineage enabling him to recognize the creature, though he had never encountered one of such immense size. Last time, the basilisk had provided a vast amount of energy, leading to the flourishing of Blood Lotus. Such a valuable creature, Samuel was not one to let it slip away easily. Ignoring the enraged basilisk, Samuel calmly proposed, let us make a deal. What sort of deal? The basilisk, aware of its inability to resist Samuel, asked in confusion. Samuel enticingly replied, protect a certain location for me, and I shall provide you with a Blood Lotus each month. What do you think? Is that for real? Can you be so benevolent? The basilisk questioned, skeptical. Observing the basilisk's increased size, Samuel knew it was undoubtedly a beneficiary of the Blood Lotus. I could easily force you into submission, yet I choose not to, Samuel stated with an authoritative tone, for the truth was evident. It had no choice. Very well, it's a deal, the basilisk replied, dejected, never having imagined that a creature like it, a ruler of its own domain, would find itself enslaved. Samuel, what do you need the snake for? Branson inquired. Our gathering place is in need of a guardian. With this creature, I can rest assured. Currently, the shelves in the conference room are filled with numerous books and notes. Yet without supervision, Samuel felt uneasy. But what about Derek spiders? Branson asked, confused. By the time those spiders mature, it will be ages from now. And besides, are you not afraid of those things? Branson curled his lip, thinking to himself that this snake was hardly better than a spider. The two joined forces to cast a shrinking charm, stowing the serpent away in a bag. Henceforth, this snake would serve as his emblem, allowing outsiders to freely enter his private chamber, leaving him, as the leader of this organization, with little dignity. Some individuals, feeling cramped, cast irritated glances behind them, only to retreat further upon locking eyes with Samael. The pair advanced, and everyone in their path made way. Samael remarked, not surprisingly, that this was the territory of a scholar. The decorum here was exceptional. In the sky, Draco proudly patrolled the area on his broom, searching for the golden snitch, and even raised his chin arrogantly upon spotting Samael. It must be said that his flying skills were indeed commendable. Samael, who had observed the Slytherin seeker, found his performance neither exceptional nor lacking. As the most aggressive player, his display was rather ordinary. Draco, it seemed, was slightly superior to that fellow. Samael, behold the savior, Branson pointed out, and Samael followed his gaze to see Harry swaying precariously in the air at risk of plummeting to the ground. Had he been cursed? Is it your headmaster? Branson questioned, recalling that Professor Snape had always held a disdain for Potter, hence his inquiry regarding the incantation being uttered by Snape. Branson, one must not take things at face value, Samael replied, casting a glance at the seemingly nonchalant Quirrell. Indeed, being a professor, it was unlikely he would stoop so low. Samael scoffed. You are mistaken. Some professors are quite capable of such base actions. But what could be Quirrell's intention behind such behavior? To see Harry meet his demise? What a jest. With so many professors present, any student in their second year or above would easily know the cushioning charm. To attempt to kill Harry using such a spell was utterly absurd. Moreover, he recalled the incident in the three-headed dog-ass chamber, where Quirrell was the first suspect. If Harry had perished there, it would have caused tremendous upheaval. What was Quirrell truly thinking? His actions were becoming increasingly conspicuous. Did he not fear exposure? Upon reflecting on Quirrell's increasingly outrageous conduct, Samael suddenly realized. Clearly, he regretted his allegiance to Voldemort. It was understandable. Ever since aligning with Voldemort, he had gained neither knowledge nor glory, and his own health had deteriorated. Who would he feel remorse? Yet, could Dumbledore truly be oblivious to this? Samael found it hard to believe. His combined years of experience were still fewer than Dumbledore's. If he could perceive it, there was no reason the greatest wizard of this century could not. Thus, Quirrell was likely abandoned, a discarded pawn in Dumbledore's game to cultivate the savior, hardly worthy of concern. This thought sent a chill down Samael's spine, a stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere surrounding him. Samael, what are you daydreaming about? Branson asked, observing Samael's dazed expression with concern. Nothing, just pondering some matters. How is the match faring? The match has concluded. Potter seized the golden snitch just a moment ago. Branson shot him an exasperated glance, vowing never to watch a match with him again. Oh, let us hurry, for I may need to console Draco, said Samael, who expressed his reluctance to offer comfort, as it was far from his forte. Console Draco? Slytherin triumphed. Did you even watch the match? Branson retorted indignantly. What do you mean? The Slytherin Comet 2000 is leagues ahead of the Clean Sweep series. They were already leading by 160 points when Potter caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor merely lost in a more aesthetically pleasing manner. Having said this, Branson turned away, preferring silence over further conversation with Samael. Samael scratched his head, preoccupied with thoughts of Dumbledore, the White Lord, completely oblivious to the score. Chapter 61. The Forbidden Forest, Centaurs, and Unicorn. Samael joined the throng and entered Hogwarts Castle, observing Draco's ostentatious display with a shake of his head. How flamboyant! Slytherin ought to embody elegance and composure, coupled with formidable strength, yet considering Draco's youth, perhaps it was not entirely inappropriate. You dare to act so brazenly while Voldemort resides in your mind? Is the old fool growing impatient with life? It was baffling that the Dark Lord chose such a fool to do his bidding. However, since he dared to confront me, I shall ensure he does not find ease in his endeavors. Quirrell's current condition had deteriorated to the point where he required unicorn blood to sustain his life. If unicorns were needed, I shall drive them far away, thus preserving the bond between us as teacher and student. Samael, do you seek me for something? Cedric approached, holding a pancake in hand. I intend to venture into the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? What purpose do you have there? Cedric inquired, puzzled. I have received credible information that someone intends to harm the unicorns, and I must alert them. Isn't this more suited to Newt, given his expertise with magical creatures? Enough chatter, let's be on our way, Samael insisted, shaking his head as he pulled Cedric toward the Forbidden Forest. Samael was acutely aware that bringing Cedric along posed risks. The members of the Scamander family were known to become frenzied in the presence of magical creatures. He noted Cedric's dual nature of wanting to protect magical beings while harboring an inexplicable desire to collect them. The peculiar necklace around Cedric's neck, though odd in appearance, was in fact a young niffler, the kind that consumes treasures. Should Cedric's whims lead him to pilfer a unicorn or two, Samael feared he might never emerge from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Navigating cautiously to avoid Hagrid's patrol route, Samael entered the Forbidden Forest for the second time that day. He had forfeited his beloved history of magic class and sacrificed his afternoon nap for Quirrell's sake. He chose Cedric primarily due to his studies in natural magic, which imbued him with an aura of nature and a pure soul. Those like him and Theodore, tainted by the essence of dark magic, would undoubtedly be unwelcome among unicorns. As for Branston, despite his self-proclaimed nobility as a child of the moon, his identity as a werewolf would forever place him in opposition to the unicorns. Presently, Cedric appeared to be the most suitable companion for this endeavor. Both individuals moved with remarkable swiftness, and Cedric demonstrated an exceptional mastery of chakra application. The inherent magic endowed him with a profound control over magical forces, rivaling that of Samael. Halt! The centaurs bear no malice towards the little pony, but you have harmed Carlos. The Forbidden Forest does not welcome your presence. As they advanced, two towering centaurs obstructed their path, bellowing at them. I am unaware of the nature of your agreement with Hogwarts, but I have never been one to exhibit patience. The two remained unfazed, yet the centaur leader furrowed his brow, sensing an immense threat emanating from the young wizard before him. However, his position forbade retreat. Thus, he drew his bow taut, resembling a crescent moon, as if to convey that any movement from Samael would result in a swift arrow piercing through him. Utter nonsense. Samael's expression turned frigid. He did not even draw his wand. The slightly shorter centaur's hoof suddenly emitted a resounding explosion, contorting at an unnatural angle. Rather than a warning, he preferred tangible threats. The wails and whinnies reverberated throughout the Forbidden Forest. Observing this, the centaur leader released his arrow and swiftly closed the distance between them, attempting to engage Samael and Cedric in close combat. Just as the arrow was about to strike Samael, a thin defensive shield materialized, deflecting it. With a flick of his wand, Samael startled the centaur leader, who leapt twice to narrowly evade the danger. Cedric, I leave this to you. Samael regarded the centaurs with disdain, eager to witness Cedric's natural magic. Coincidentally, Cedric too harbored a distaste for these arrogant beings. With a wave of his wand, a multitude of golden seeds appeared in the air, hurtling towards the centaur like bullets. The centaur leader, agile in his movements, evaded most of the seeds, yet a few struck him, causing blood to flow profusely. Simultaneously, the centaur closed the gap between himself and Cedric, just as Samael contemplated intervening. The golden seeds, nourished by the centaur's flesh and blood, rapidly germinated, and tendrils began to ensnare him, enveloping him entirely. The centaur struggled mightily, attempting to tear the vines away, but each pull cost him considerable flesh and blood. In mere moments, his complexion turned pallid, clearly a consequence of excessive blood loss. Cedric remained vigilant, maintaining his spell as the vines sprouted sharp thorns and exquisite blossoms, crimson flowers shimmering with an ethereal glow. Observing the centaur's terrified expression, Samael felt a twinge of surprise. I did not anticipate you possessed such capabilities, Cedric. He discerned clearly that the pollen from those flowers bore parasitic properties. With each breath, the centaur inhaled the pollen into his body. This meant that, in addition to his existing wounds, the centaur leader before them was a veritable reservoir of sustenance for the plants. With a mere thought, Cedric could send him to meet death, transforming him entirely into fertilizer. Natural magic indeed? It is undeniably potent. Samael mused. While natural magic was powerful, its extraordinary efficacy was fundamentally attributed to the enhancement bestowed by the Eye of the Forest. Cedric smiled modestly, a warm expression that radiated a sense of comfort. Samael scoffed, remarking that unless one witnessed it firsthand, who would believe that the seemingly gentle Cedric could possess a ruthless heart? He scrutinized the necklace adorning Cedric's chest, and indeed, he observed the emerald gem glimmering faintly. A wave of envy surged within Samael. When this trinket had been in his possession, not only had it failed to bestow any legacy upon him, It had not even shone with a glimmer of light. Now, direct me to the unicorn's habitat. But rest assured, I shall not capture such a sacred creature, Samael said, gazing at the injured centaur with an indifferent tone. I have received word that dark wizards intend to hunt the unicorns, and I must warn them. He continued, unicorns do not entertain outsiders, especially not individuals tainted by darkness, such as yourself. They will not welcome you. The first injured centaur, eyes brimming with fear, resolutely replied. Very well, you may inform me, unicorns, but be sure to mention my name, Samael Gant. Samael was indifferent to who performed this task. However, he insisted that the favor be attributed to him, for he was not one to perform good deeds anonymously. This opportunity, which would irk Chilo while simultaneously earning the friendship of the unicorns, was one he relished. As Cedric dispelled the enchantment, the two departed from the centaur's anxious gaze. Chapter 62, Christmas Gifts. He found himself compelled to unleash an abundance of bellflower flames before retiring for the night. This pale blue flame, seemingly frigid yet emanating a faint warmth, alleviated Samael's discomfort. After disembarking from the train and bidding farewell to his friends, he was greeted by the sight of the Morgan couple, which stirred a wave of warmth within him. Claire also spotted him and rushed over to embrace him tightly, exclaiming, "You heartless one, you've left your dear mother and yet have gained quite a bit of weight. Have I been abusive to you at home?" Samael looked in astonishment at his robust physique, the affectionate retort that had been on the tip of his tongue suddenly swallowed, as he cast a forlorn glance at his mother. Meanwhile, his irreverent father showed no intention of embracing him, rather like a petty thief. He scrutinized Samael's suitcase as if eager to seize it. "My dear son, just as your mother said, you truly are ungrateful. Upon seeing your old father, why do you not promptly present your want? I have longed for it dearly." Samael and Claire exchanged eye rolls in unison, opting to disregard their eccentric father. Once aboard the vehicle, Samael quietly leaned against Daniel's shoulder, experiencing an unprecedented tranquility within. This was his family, absent of quarrels or strife, resembling friends more than mere kin. Their presence filled the void of familial affection within Samael's heart. Upon returning home, he indulged in a luxurious hot bath, conversed with his family for a while, and then donned loose-fitting pajamas as he strolled toward the woods behind the villa. The faint hissing of serpentine language echoed around him, and soon he was encircled by a multitude of both familiar and rare serpents, among which the infamous African black mamba was most plentiful. Embarking on a journey to Hogwarts, he was undoubtedly prepared with contingencies to safeguard his family. The serpents, a vigilant entourage, patrolled the vicinity of the villa daily, attuned to any malevolent intentions directed towards the Morgans. Although the venom of the black mamba may not be the most potent, its aggressive nature and remarkable speed render it the deadliest snake in Africa, a perfect amalgamation of attributes that pleased him immensely. After reaping the first harvest of blood orchids, Samael dispatched parcels home each month, instructing his father, Daniel, to pour substantial quantities of nourishing potions and powdered blood orchids into the lakes where the former 4 great heads resided. Without such provisions, the rabbits and mice he had previously nurtured would be woefully inadequate to sustain the burgeoning snake population. To date, the count of black mambas alone exceeded 3,000. Being a member of the cobra family, black mambas are known for their cannibalistic tendencies, leaving little room for smaller serpents in their domain. This assembly of snakes, catalyzed by the blood orchids, existed in a liminal space between magical creatures and ordinary muggle beings, reminiscent of the previous spicy snacks. Measuring approximately 3 meters in length, their bodies had not undergone a secondary growth phase, leading Samael to speculate that their venom might have intensified. The silvery gray scales, some flicking their tongues while others gaped their black maws, created a terrifying ambience. The congregation of black mambas exchanged narratives of their observations and experiences, from which Samael meticulously extracted the fragments of intelligence he lacked. One particular piece of information captivated him profoundly. An elderly man with a white beard had been surreptitiously observing them. Although the serpents did not recognize him, they sensed a palpable danger emanating from him. Samael was certain that this was none other than Dumbledore, his emerald-hued pupils glimmering with an ominous darkness. He chose not to dwell excessively on Dumbledore's matters. Without sufficient power, he could accomplish nothing. It was perhaps wiser to bide his time, focusing on strengthening himself before making further plans. After a refreshing slumber, he was awakened at dawn by a heavy weight pressing upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the 4 great heads of his serpentine companions resting heavily on him, occasionally extending their tongues to taste him. Once home, Samael released the 4 heads, instructing them to maintain their forms at around 2 meters. Following their transformation through the blood orchids, their appearances had significantly improved, Even Finn, once deemed unattractive, now exhibited a pure, earthy hue, appearing adorably quirky. Claire regarded them with curiosity rather than disdain, as it ultimately boiled down to aesthetics. Gently caressing their heads, Samael pushed them aside, donned a pair of shorts, and quietly contemplated the gifts at his bedside. The first to be unwrapped was a present from the Morgans. His beloved mother had gifted him a black knitted scarf. The uneven stitches bore the unmistakable mark of her handiwork, a fact Samael cherished, for it was imbued with her profound affection. Upon unveiling his father's gift, he was struck by the depth of Daniel's love. Inside lay a brand new revolver, and Samael mused that with his marksmanship, he could easily dispatch anyone, rendering him a formidable force in the magical realm. Immediately following were gifts from his companions. Draco presented him with a meticulously crafted suit, composed of the finest materials and fabrics, exuding a flamboyant charm. Surprisingly, upon wearing it, it fit him impeccably, transforming him into an elegant and dashing figure, radiating confidence and audacity. Beverly gifted him a brooch, the purpose of which remained unclear, yet it appeared undeniably luxurious. Theodore offered a sheet of paper, inscribed with the usage and insights of the Fiendfire curse, which was akin to a timely boon for him, especially as his mastery of various spells was nearing level 4. The other gifts were rather conventional. His friends were well aware of Samael's preferences. Hence most presented him with study notes or similar items. Harry's contribution was a large bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, but fortune was not on Samael's side, as he drew 2 beans that were either chili-flavored or stinky tofu-flavored. He promptly repackaged them, intending to gift them to his father later. Chapter 63, Assassination. Clad in the new attire from Draco, Samael descended the stairs with a swagger. "Dear father, come and behold the striking visage of your son. I dare say, in terms of appearance, I shall remain an unattainable pinnacle in your lifetime." Dressed impeccably in his suit, he radiated elegance and affluence, albeit with somewhat irksome words. "Good morning, Samael." Samael furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Behind him, the 4 formidable figures spoke in hushed tones. "Master, there are others in the house." Samael concentrated, extending his mental prowess, sensing a subtle malevolence directed toward him. Without a hint of alarm, he approached his parents, swiftly transforming them into 2 small snakes and concealing them in his pocket. The 4 figures rapidly enlarged themselves, encircling him protectively. With a flourish of his wand, Samael obliterated a nearby pillow, feathers cascading through the air, revealing an invisible silhouette before him. Aware of his exposure, the cloaked wizard materialized and brandished his wand. Avada Kedavra! The sickly green light surged towards Samael, who deftly sidestepped the curse. He launched a vigorous counterattack, forcing the tattered-robed wizard into a frantic evasion of his formidable spells. Samael's silent incantations were devastatingly efficient. As he wielded his wand, resounding explosions echoed, and soon the mysterious wizard was wounded, blood splattering across the living room. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was distracted, Samael executed a serpensortious spell, his right hand morphing into a robust python that lunged fiercely at the enigmatic wizard. The serpent coiled tightly around him, its sharp fangs piercing his arm, causing the wizard to wince in pain and drop his wand, abruptly ending the skirmish. "Speak. Who are you and who sent you?" Samael inquired coldly, his demeanor chilling. The wizard scoffed, remaining silent. Samael cast a binding curse, securing the wizard firmly to a chair, simultaneously shattering his hands. Indeed, it was not a clean cut, but an explosion. Samael had no intention of allowing him to slip into unconsciousness, nor did he plan on treating his injuries. A torment that pierces the soul. A piercing curse was unleashed upon him, awakening the unconscious sorcerer with a pain that pierced the very essence of his soul. A harrowing scream reverberated throughout the villa, as a gray mist began to emanate from the mysterious wizard. His once bound hands gradually transformed, sprouting sharp claws, while his eyes widened in fury, morphing into those of a beast. Samael was taken aback, realizing he was dealing with a werewolf. Yet he had no intention of relinquishing his grip, unleashing the curse once more with full force. Among the 3 unforgivable curses, Samael excelled in the piercing curse, one of the few dark magics he had mastered to a 4th level. "Filthy beast, I shall inquire once more. Who sent you?" "I will divulge nothing. Abandon that hope." The werewolf sorcerer retorted defiantly. Even his pain caused his eyes to roll back in his head, stubbornly withholding any vital information. "Soul extraction." Samael, unwilling to squander any more time, waved his hand, forcibly extracting a translucent spirit that mirrored the sorcerer's form. Employing Snape's gaze, he locked eyes with the bewildered spirit. Fragmented images began to coalesce in Samael's mind. A werewolf, family, the Traverse lineage, piecing together a coherent narrative. You two have kin. How dare you harm mine? You may choose to kill me for money, yet I can just as easily slay you in a fit of rage. Fear not. I shall reunite you with your family and friends, Samael stated coldly, his expression devoid of emotion as he uttered these cruel words. His left hand remained poised above the werewolf sorcerer's head, a tempest of magical energy gathering in his palm. Bang! The werewolf sorcerer's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering across Samael's face, which he chose not to wipe clean, letting the crimson liquid drip down his cheek. Two faint explosions echoed suddenly, and a tall wizard materialized before him, accompanied by a gaunt figure. Young sorcerer, enlighten me on what transpired here. The leading wizard's voice was icy and composed, his brow furrowing as he observed the werewolf sorcerer, whose neck still gushed blood. He then turned to the impassive Samael, who was once again loudly demanding answers. Gunter, if the Aurors of the Ministry are of your ilk, I believe I must question the true competence of the Auror office under Fudge, the leading wizard remarked. Gunter? Is it that Gunter? The Auror initially bristled, but upon recalling the surname, his expression softened. My apologies, Mr. Gunter. We merely seek to understand the occurrences here. The Ministry must thoroughly investigate any magical fluctuations in the Muggle community. Should magical creatures assault Muggle residences, it would undoubtedly heighten the risk of exposure for the wizarding world. A werewolf suddenly appeared in my home and cast a soul-stealing curse upon my parents. I trust you comprehend the necessary actions, Samael stated, directly handing over the resolution of the matter to the two newcomers. After spending considerable time at Slytherin, he had gained insight into the privileges afforded to pure-blood families. In the United Kingdom, the history of the Sacred 28 far predates the establishment of the Ministry of Magic, with even the Ministry's formation bearing the influence of these pure-blood families. This is the true reason why pure-blood families hold substantial power in Britain. Two Aurors, left with no choice, could only carry away the grotesque corpse of a werewolf, as the matter had escalated beyond their jurisdiction. If it were merely a straightforward attack, it would be manageable. However, should other pure-blood families be involved, it would devolve into a conflict among them, a scenario even their captain would prefer to avoid. After securing them in a suitcase on the second floor, Samael conjured a large bubble to encase himself and cast a disillusionment charm, flying directly towards the leaky cauldron. He was not one to be easily ensnared. Neither the werewolves nor the Traverse family would escape his retribution. Chapter 64, The Bloodbath. At the entrance of Nocturne Alley, a handsome and refined young man stood peering inside, softly inquiring of the ragged wizards within, Could any of you direct me to the gathering place of werewolves? His voice was gentle, imbued with an unmistakable air of nobility. It was none other than Samael. At that moment, several dark wizards loitering at the alley's entrance regarded him with predatory eyes, contemplating how they could not allow such a prime target to slip away. Little darling, have you lost your way? The werewolves are not a safe destination. Allow me to escort you to a better place. A frail, silver-haired witch approached him, her bony hands reaching toward his arm. Samael's smile faded, his right arm transforming into a thick, venomous python that coiled tightly around her frail body. A mere shake was enough to shatter her bones into fragments. The old witch attempted to scream, but the pressure on her insides rendered her voiceless. As she begged for mercy, the serpent's jaws clamped mercilessly around her neck. In just 2 breaths, she succumbed to despair and relinquished her life. Could anyone here enlighten me as to the whereabouts of the werewolf gathering? Samael asked once more in a calm tone, as if the earlier act of murder had not been his doing. The wizards at the alley's entrance dared not linger. This was no innocent lamb, but rather a wolf in sheep's clothing, a ravenous predator that feasted upon the unsuspecting. The wizards lingering at the entrance were of little consequence. Those of any real caliber were well within the inner circle, far removed from such sordid affairs. In a panic, they scattered, yet Samael was not inclined to let this free labor escape. Through his persuasion, a relatively robust young man agreed to lead the way. The dark wizard and Samael traversed the dimly lit alley, which was in a deplorable state, filthy and chaotic, more akin to a rat's nest than a black market. Samael pondered why these dark wizards lacked any semblance of sophistication. Engaged in illicit smuggling, one would presume they were well off, yet they appeared in such disarray. Along the way, there were those who eyed Samael with greed, but he deterred them with wandless spells, having no time to waste on such trivialities. Sir, ahead lies the lair of the werewolves. I shall refrain from proceeding further, the timid, dark wizard uttered. You have done well. Your life is spared. Upon hearing this, the dark wizard vanished from sight, fleeing like a wild stallion. Samael surveyed his surroundings. Even in the notorious upside-down alley, werewolves were equally unwelcome. Their den, though spanning an entire block, was rather remote, with both the houses and shops appearing exceedingly antiquated and dilapidated. The shops bore a desolate air, with scarcely anyone entering or leaving. Without hesitation, Samael waved his wand, unleashing a thunderous explosion that resonated throughout the entire district. He had never before exerted himself to this extent, and the tremendous, unrestrained blast echoed through upside-down alley. Glass shattered, buildings crumbled, and the air was filled with wails, curses, and cries. The residents of Upside-Down Alley, upon hearing the commotion, hastily shut their doors. After all, those audacious enough to cause a ruckus here were no ordinary troublemakers. In this place, curiosity could indeed be fatal. A group of young, vigorous werewolves quickly assembled, furiously casting spells at Samael with ruthless intent. Samael conjured an ironclad shield to envelop himself, occasionally utilizing a transfiguration spell to create a steel fortress for defense. He lacked the ability to withstand a lethal curse with mere iron armor. Who are you? Why do you attack us? The werewolves struggled to hold their ground. In terms of spell potency and casting speed, they were at a distinct disadvantage. It was not a full moon night, and their physical prowess was equally diminished, leaving them to endure the onslaught. How absurd! There were no virtuous souls among the werewolves of Upside-Down Alley. After Voldemort's defeat, the werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback had consolidated most of the werewolves, who were exploited by pure-blood nobles to carry out their nefarious deeds, including assassination, smuggling, and pillaging. The werewolf wizard Samael had just dispatched was a direct subordinate of Greyback. None among the assembled werewolves were free of blood on their hands. They merely served the pure-blood families, which is why none dared to confront them. Now, however, Samael had become their new adversary. Simultaneously, more werewolves emerged from the rubble, their feral eyes widening, filled with a fierce intent to kill. Though their circumstances were dire, no one would dare to slaughter werewolves in their own territory. Such hatred and humiliation could only be thoroughly cleansed with the blood of their enemies. A barrage of vicious spells flew towards Samael like a relentless downpour. Even with his formidable strength, he could only assume a defensive position, for the enemy was too numerous. Aside from the werewolves on external assignments, there were still over 100 present here. Excluding the elderly, weak, and infirm, at least 70 or 80 retained full combat capabilities. Although their magical prowess was not particularly strong, they were far from easy to dispatch. Their previous misfortune was merely a result of being caught off guard by Samael. This indeed proves to be quite a predicament, Samael mused with a slight smile, once again brandishing his wand. The 4th-level water spell allowed him to entirely bypass the need for hand signs while executing the water escape technique. A colossal cascade surged forth from his wand, the immense force enveloping the entire street. The torrent of water shattered the unity of the werewolves. Yet, their panic allowed Samael to exhale in relief. He once again waved his wand, conjuring a swirling torrent of water that rendered most of the werewolves unconscious. Embodying a philosophy of either committing fully or not at all, he summoned the serpentine formation of the myriad snakes. This time, he called forth the 3,000 black mambas from his forest, circumventing considerable magical expenditure. The black mambas, adept swimmers, swiftly entered the watery dome, their gaping black mouths poised to strike at the unconscious or struggling werewolf wizards. In mere moments, the werewolves lay decimated. Samael dispelled the water shield and dismissed the serpents. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed at the field strewn with corpses, feeling an inexplicable shock within. Is this the essence of power? In his past life, he had never taken a life, yet in this existence at the tender age of 11, he had already committed acts of slaughter after acquiring formidable strength. Samael's expression turned vacant as he shook his head, his resolve rekindling. Family is his ultimate line. The actions of these beasts, even if he were to choose again, would not soften his hand. Chapter 65. A Marvelous Convergence. Mr. Gunter, now that the werewolves have been dealt with, I trust you are no longer agitated? Just as Samael momentarily lost his focus, a wizard clad in a plain black robe approached, flanked by a cadre of fully armed sorcerers. The leader appeared refined, an incongruity amidst the chaotic surroundings. Who might you be? Samael inquired warily, scrutinizing the newcomer. Rodman Kotagarina, the individual replied with a slight bow, exuding the grace of a gentleman. Are you here to defend the werewolves? Samael's brow furrowed as a crimson flame surged from his wand, rapidly enveloping him in a massive circle of fire, serving both as a defense and a deterrent. The flames emanated an infernal heat, radiating an aura of destruction. That is the fiery curse. Everyone, take cover. A knowledgeable wizard in the crowd shouted, prompting a swift retreat. In this era, those who dared to wield such a curse were formidable indeed. While casting the fiery curse was not inherently challenging. After all, Draco's minions had successfully executed it. The true difficulty lay in controlling the raging flames. Samael had absorbed extensive theoretical knowledge of the fiery curse, and his initial casting was indeed impressive. He had been waiting for all spells to reach level 4 before unleashing it, but confronted with an unknown entity, he felt compelled to display his strength. Mr. Gunter has misjudged. I assure you, I have no intention of taking up arms for those vile beasts. The man quickly clarified. Then what is your purpose? Samael asked, lowering the protective flames and addressing him earnestly. The fiery curse carried the risk of spiraling out of control. Intimidation was sufficient, and conserving his magical energy for the present adversary was prudent. I wish to discuss a collaboration with Mr. Gunter, Rodman stated, his expression earnest. Collaboration? You appear to lack sincerity, Samael retorted. Rodman paused momentarily, surveying his surroundings with a serene smile. It appears I have made an error. My shop is just ahead. Shall we discuss matters in detail? Very well, replied Samael, maintaining his composure. He was curious to discern the intentions of the individual before him. However, before departing, he transformed the fin on his finger into a 5-meter python, instructing it to consume several valuable remnants from the ruins. He was not foolish. Anything that retained potent magical energy amidst the flames was undoubtedly of great worth. Claudia observed silently, and the two soon arrived at a modest shop. The establishment was small, lacking any enhancements from a concealment spell, and its state of disrepair was even worse than that of the werewolf shop. Mr. Katagarina, do you trade in medicinal herbs? Samael inquired, intrigued by the items displayed on the shelves, though he refrained from touching anything. Simply call me Rodman, he replied calmly, though a hint of arrogance was impossible to conceal. I primarily deal in rare materials that hold value yet are scarce in the market. I do not handle low-end goods. You seem to have mistaken me for someone else, Samael remarked indifferently. I am merely a first-year novice. I cannot assist you. Mr. Gunter, do not underestimate yourself. Rodman countered earnestly. I dare say that even the Dark Lord would not surpass your caliber at your age. Moreover, the collaboration I propose merely involves utilizing your surname. Rodman, no longer inclined to speak in riddles, earnestly urged, please elaborate. Samael's interest was piqued. Mr. Gunter may not be aware, but in this upside-down alley, aside from a few wandering wizards, most businesses operate under the shadow of pure-blood families. Establishing a foothold here has been no small feat for me. But without the cooperation of pure-blood families, I would struggle to survive, let alone maintain my shop. I have no desire to relinquish my profits to those parasitic leeches. Rather, I would prefer to collaborate with you. Rodman spoke with sincerity, and Samael grasped the underlying message. He felt oppressed and sought to leverage the Gunter name for survival. What can I gain from this arrangement? Samael inquired, intrigued to ascertain the terms he could offer. 20% of my profits, Rodman stated, a flicker of pain crossing his face at the thought of conceding such a share. After all, Samael had contributed nothing yet would reap half of his earnings. However, the reality was that he was in desperate need of this partnership and had to make sacrifices. 30%, Samael declared, holding up 3 fingers nonchalantly. What? Rodman believed he had misheard. His profit margins were already slim. While materials were indeed valuable, the costs of labor for hazardous tasks, such as collecting the spines of venomous leopards or the hearts of dragons, incurred losses that require compensation. No one would willingly undertake such perilous work without appropriate remuneration. Let us first review my proposal, Samael interjected, noting Rodman's growing impatience. I possess a property in Hogsmeade with a favorable location. You could transform it into a tavern and hold a monthly auction on the 2nd floor at the end of each month. The rare potion materials, though valuable, are often unsold in the market. Given your current sales strategy, it is likely that these materials will either stagnate or fail to meet their expected price. An auction format would be the most suitable, where the highest bidder prevails. Samael articulated his suggestion while casting a glance at him. Rodman felt a flicker of interest. Most of his goods, save for a few, were legal and could be openly traded. Who would choose to live like a rat in the sewers? Moreover, he was not alone. He had a substantial number of brothers to support. After a moment of internal struggle, Rodman clenched his teeth and ultimately agreed. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. He then produced a magical contract to record the terms they had just discussed, and both men signed their names, exchanging knowing smiles. By the way, do you have a howler and mature mandrake? Samael suddenly inquired, as if recalling something important. I have the mandrake, but not the howler. However, it can be easily procured, Rodman replied after a moment's contemplation. No matter, have your people acquire a howler for me, and also purchase an anonymous owl. I do not wish for either the owl or the howler to trace back to us, Samael instructed him with a serious tone. Are you preparing for? Rodman began, but his expression turned grave as he looked at Samael. Samael remained silent, merely offering him a sweet smile. The death of these werewolves would do little to shake the Travers family. Aside from serving as an outlet for his anger, it would cause them no real harm. Samael was not one to easily forgive. When things went awry, a price must be paid. The howler amplifies sound, while the cry of a mature mandrake can be lethal. The combination of the two would undoubtedly create a perfect storm. Normally, no unfamiliar owl could truly infiltrate the core of a pure-blood family, but today was an exception. Chapter 66, Sensation. Once Samael was fully prepared, he watched the owl soar into the distance. A sense of contentment washing over him as a smile of happiness graced his face. Samael chuckled softly. Rodman, observing from the side, felt a chill run down his spine, suppressing his inner trepidations. He chose to align himself with Samael, perhaps even seeing it as an opportunity to benefit from his endeavors. Yet, all such thoughts faded away in light of Samael's burgeoning magical prowess and mature mindset. Samael was not foolish. He was somewhat aware of Rodman's intentions, but he did not mind. With age, he felt confident in his ability to keep Rodman's ambitions in check. Furthermore, the prospect of a 30% profit each month was indeed enticing. Only a fool would shy away from such a risk-free transaction. He could make no promises, only assuring them that everything was proceeding smoothly, which allowed them to drift into a deep slumber. He would not cast a memory charm, nor did he wish for anyone to use one on his parents. As members of the upper echelons of British society, they possessed the psychological resilience to face such realities. Shielding them entirely would be unfair to both him and his parents. Besides, this ordeal was sufficient to alert the pure-blood families. Initially, the act of taking action against his parents had already breached their established decorum. They, too, had offspring studying at Hogwarts and could scarcely fathom the potential wrath of Samael directed at their progeny. In summary, they deemed it a foolhardy gamble to trade the lives of two lowly muggles for the safety of their descendants, a notion that clashed with their personal interests. That very night, the Travers family succumbed to a profound silence, punctuated by a harrowing scream, far exceeding Samael's expectations. The Christmas hall was strewn with bodies, the festive decorations contrasting starkly with the carnage. The amplified howling of the mandrake was no less formidable than the sonic weapons of the Muggle world. The servant nearest to the source of the howling was utterly obliterated by the tremendous sound waves, leaving a perimeter of 50 meters devoid of life. From the eldest patriarch of the Travers family to the most humble house elf, none were spared. Even a few intact corpses in the hall bled from every orifice, painting a gruesome tableau. After a fierce quarrel with her underachieving son, the matriarch of the Travers family took her precious grandson, John Travers, to her maternal home, thus narrowly escaping death. Otherwise, the once thriving Travers lineage would have faced extinction. Ironically, her family was one of the 4 targeted during Samael's previous assault, belonging to Nelson Rocher. By lineage, Nelson could be considered John's distant relative. Such is the absurdity of intermarriage among pure-blood aristocracy. Awakening early, Samael stretched lazily, his eyes drawn to the bold headlines of the Daily Prophet, a smile inadvertently tugging at the corners of his lips. The Travers family massacre, revenge or misfortune, and John Travers ascends to head of family. Coincidence or conspiracy? How foolish one must be to suggest that the perpetrator of a near genocide could also be the heir to that very family. As Samael perused the evidence presented, he mused on the editorial prowess of the Daily Prophet's chief. Though dim-witted, undeniably talented, crafting a narrative both vivid and engaging, infused with various conspiracy theories that, while not entirely accurate, compellingly urged readers to delve deeper. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic had also sprung into action early, seeking the truth behind the events. Yet their efforts yielded little. Upon learning that John Travers had survived, Samael, aside from lamenting the man's fortuitous survival, felt a sense of relief. He had never anticipated that a single howling letter could nearly annihilate the family. The notion of a family remaining whole was best left aside. He had no intention of further targeting John Travers, a man he had already bested, destined to gaze upon his back with fear for the remainder of his life. To obliterate the Travers family entirely would only incite a united backlash from pure-blood families and might even attract the attention of the Dark Lord. Such outcomes would severely undermine his future plans. By allowing John to live, he not only preserved a glimmer of hope for himself, but also drew the gaze of other pure-blood families. A mere Hogwarts student, yet wielding control over such an immense family fortune, is akin to a child brandishing gold in a bustling marketplace. It is undoubtedly not in their nature to refrain from taking a bite. Even his mother, Caroline Travers, oh no, it is Caroline Rocher, would endeavor to secure influence for her maternal lineage. Poor John Travers finds himself beset by pursuers and ferocious adversaries, leaving him little energy for thoughts of vengeance. However, should he harbor such intentions, Samael would not hesitate to eliminate him after satiating those pure-blood families. The world would remain unchanged without him. His absence would be inconsequential. On the following afternoon, the Aurors, after an exhaustive night of investigation, traced the remnants of magical residue from mandrake plants to uncover the truth behind the massacre of the Travers family. They were intent on identifying the true culprit, yet the owl responsible for delivering the message was obliterated amidst the chaos, leaving no trace behind. An inquiry at the Owl Emporium yielded no results. With countless owls sold daily, who could possibly remember the identities of buyers? Even if they could, locating the individual would be an impossibility. Upon discerning Samael's scheme, Rodman commanded his subordinates to employ the Imperius curse on a muggle to procure an owl, subsequently erasing the muggle's memories with a forgetfulness charm. In the vast sea of humanity, the Auror's search was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Naturally, there were those who speculated that Samael was the architect behind these events. At a gathering days prior, amid their mockery of the Travers family for failing to manage a Hogwarts student, the head of the Travers family had boasted, with an air of satisfaction, that he would soon subdue Samael Gunter. He intended not only to reclaim the Travers family's assets, but also to compel Samael, under the Gunter family's banner, to become a vassal of the Travers clan. Their laughter had echoed, deriding the Travers family as having lost their minds. Now, with the Travers family on the brink of annihilation, coupled with the tragic fate of werewolves in Nocturne Alley, and upon hearing the analyses of Samael Gunter's character from children and grandchildren, it was easily surmised that he was indeed responsible. Yet, lacking evidence, they would not step forward, and even other families, who had traditionally been amicable, remained silent. Moreover, the situation proved advantageous for them, rendering it unnecessary to invite discomfort upon themselves. Samael quietly spent another day in the company of his parents, and before departing, he remembered to message Rodman regarding the acquisition of mandrake. This substance was exceedingly effective. Tossing it in bulk could undoubtedly overwhelm even Dumbledore himself. In fact, without Samael's prodding, Rodman had already procured a substantial quantity of seeds upon encountering the news. The two shared an unspoken understanding in this regard. Chapter 67, Whirlwinds on the Train. Aboard the Hogwarts Express, Samael reclined leisurely in the carriage, his eyes clouded, as though a thin mist obscured his once emerald gaze. Dark clouds swirled at his fingertips, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and the onset of tempestuous winds and rain. With a casual flick of his wrist, a ferocious gust swept through the compartment, shattering the table, backrest, and glass of the door and windows. Outside, a colossal tornado formed in the sky, mirroring his actions. Since his retribution against the werewolves and the Trap family, a new achievement known as Avenger had emerged on the system panel. The reward bestowed upon him was akin to the superpower of Storm from the X-Men, granting him the ability to manipulate the elements of nature. Upon awakening this power, Samael could distinctly perceive the natural energy surrounding him. Clouds, mist, wind, rain, and thunder, elements that swirled around him like obedient soldiers awaiting his command. He no longer required a wand or incantations. Controlling these elements felt as instinctual as breathing. He would wager that Branson's weather spells would be utterly outmatched by his prowess. Ecstatic, Samael began experimenting with his newfound abilities. Suddenly inspired, he retrieved a finely crafted dagger from his satchel. This dagger was one of the spoils he had acquired from the ruins of the werewolves. It was crescent-shaped, its blade shimmering with a chilling luminescence, while the back bore serrated patterns that contributed to an exquisite yet uncanny aesthetic, seemingly carved from an unknown bone. From it emanated an aura of profound danger, as if merely grazing its edge could cost him his life. As he meticulously scrutinized the magical runes inscribed upon it, he found no discernible insight. The overwhelming malevolence clung to it like a persistent shadow, instilling a deep sense of caution within him. In addition to the dagger, he possessed 3 eggs from unknown creatures. Although Samael had his suspicions, he refrained from making any hasty conclusions, as he was no expert in magical fauna. He resolved to consult Hagrid upon arriving at Hogwarts for clarity. The journey was lengthy, and fatigue washed over him as he leaned his head on the table, succumbing to a brief slumber. Finn, transformed into a 2-meter guardian, stood watch at the doorway, his presence deterring the students who traversed the corridor. Whenever a student dared approach, they would be startled by his appearance, dissuaded from advancing. In truth, there was no need for intimidation. The mere sight of Samael was enough to invoke an instinctive retreat from the young witches and wizards. For the aura of the school bully was far too formidable for ordinary individuals to approach. Yet, there were always those lacking in discernment. Theodore, whether tripping or otherwise, stumbled in unexpectedly, crashing directly into Samael. The impact startled Samael to the core, nearly provoking a visceral reaction. After a taxing day in Diagon Alley, his nerves were frayed, and his tolerance for dark magic was waning. Noticing the displeasure etched on Samael's face, Theodore hastily offered his apologies, feeling a chill run down his spine under Samael's penetrating gaze. As he apologized, he also pried Finn off the glass where he had become stuck during the collision. The suddenness of Theodore's entrance had caught him unprepared, and he had not anticipated the impact against the glass. Samael, however, bore him no ill will. He merely instructed him before returning to his slumber, feeling particularly drained that day. In truth, today had seen an abundance of oblivious individuals. Just as he was dreaming of delivering a punch to Dumbledore, he was jolted awake once more by an unexpected weight pressing down upon him. Draco, clumsily rising from where he had inadvertently landed on Samael, shuddered upon meeting his murderous gaze. The two lackeys behind him, sensing the tension, wisely retreated into the adjacent compartment. Samael, Draco said awkwardly, "I didn't mean to." With a casual wave, Samael cast him out of the compartment and turned to detach Finn, who had once again stuck to the glass. Indeed, the unfortunate Finn had been slammed against the glass once more. As Samael caught a glimpse of Finn's sorrowful gaze, he averted his eyes, relieved it was he who had caused the mishap. Had it been Rebecca or Elijah, they would surely have retaliated. While comforting Finn, he conversed with Theodore, yet his gaze remained fixed on Samael. Samael had never divulged the transformation of the four pillars to them, aside from Derek. They all assumed he had acquired a new pet. The four pillars, being of considerable size, had maintained their distance, even if they did not exhibit overt aggression. With the arrival of the smaller creature, they naturally became more amiable. Startled by their presence, Samael found himself wide awake, uncertain if more intruders would soon arrive, and could only listen vacantly to their chatter. As anticipated, soon after, Beverly and Derek entered, and Samael felt a twinge of gratitude for having stayed awake. Finn looked at them with appreciation, for they had entered without a collision. The other young wizards outside regarded him as if they had seen a ghost. "Samael, was that truly you?" Draco, noticing Samael's disengagement from their conversation, steered the topic towards him. The room fell silent at his words. All ears turned towards Samael, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and calm, devoid of fear. The pure-blood families were not to be trifled with. Their conclusions were not deliberately concealed. Thus, this version of events became widely circulated among the Sacred 28. "I did not kill the person," Samael replied, his demeanor composed as he regarded them. "The death was caused by mandrake, which was brought over by an owl, purchased by Roman's subordinate. What connection do I have to that? Besides, even if there were a connection, such words could not escape my lips." Draco's countenance darkened. "What are you pretending for? Did I ask you about murder?" He thought this but dare not voice it. Just as he contemplated rephrasing his inquiry, Beverly tugged at his sleeve, silently shaking her head. Draco suddenly understood and fell silent. To avoid an awkward pause, Samael proactively engaged in their conversation. Each companion held their own stance, yet none distanced themselves from him, which filled him with warmth. In truth, prior to today, he had braced himself for inevitable isolation. Knock, knock, knock. A series of insistent knocks interrupted the lively discourse. A golden-haired youth timidly pushed the door open. Under the gaze of the gathered company, he tightened his collar. "Blaise, what brings you here?" Theodore inquired, noticing the anxious demeanor of Blaise. In fact, Theodore and Blaise had been childhood friends. Had it not been for Blaise's earlier indiscretion with Samael, their friendship would likely have continued. "I have come to apologize to Mr. Gunter," Samael observed Zabini, realizing that in his calmer moments, he was indeed quite endearing. "You may simply call me Samael. In truth, I have long ceased to harbor any anger. It has been over 3 months since Samael's last reckoning, and his belated apology likely stems from something his mother has heard. He shows no interest in squabbling with a child. Besides, during their last encounter, he had been provoked merely with a few words and had retaliated with considerable force, ultimately suffering no loss. Now, few are those who dare approach him. Lacking any extraordinary prowess, he sees no need to cultivate an atmosphere of animosity. The solitude of a master is palpable, yet he has not yet reached that level. The carriage, already cramped with 5 individuals, became even more so when Blaise, after exchanging a few words, tactfully chose to depart. Chapter 68, The Dragon Egg. As December unfolds, Hogwarts remains cloaked in a silvery shroud. A thick layer of ice has formed upon the Black Lake, much to the delight of the students who glide across its surface. Young men, with hands and feet lacking restraint, wrap their arms around their female classmates' waists, while the more bashful among them simply hold hands, reveling in their merriment. However, a few senior boys are seen embracing one another, a sight Samael chooses to ignore. At mealtime, as anticipated, even the Slytherin students keep their distance from him. According to their family's counsel, he is a man of true ruthlessness, and it is best to avoid provoking him. They share no camaraderie with Samael, thus opting to maintain a respectful distance. Slytherin behaves this way, and other houses are no different. They avoid him whenever possible, and if unavoidable, they walk with their heads bowed, daring not to meet Samael's gaze. Yet, Samael does not feel isolated. Members of his organization willingly take seats beside him. To ensure ample space, he has chosen to sit at the Ravenclaw table. Even Beverly, disregarding Daphne's admonitions, has come over, drawing attention as the sole female in their small group. What intrigues Samael most is Blaise Zabini, who seems oblivious to the peculiar glances cast his way, lingering to converse with them for quite some time before departing. No one could decipher his intentions. "Samael, what do you reckon is going on with Blaise?" Draco inquired, his gaze following Blaise's retreating figure, a sense of suspicion lingering in his tone. "Why concern yourself with him? Do you not possess the confidence to deal with him?" Samael replied, casting a teasing glance in his direction. "That one? What a jest! I am the illustrious heir of the Malfoy family. A mere Zabini does not intimidate me," he declared, brandishing a grotesque puppet in front of Samael, eager to flaunt it. Samael cast a nonchalant glance and noted that this hideous puppet had undergone changes. Additional magical runes adorned it, and the ominous aura of magic was growing ever more potent. This fellow possesses a certain talent. Having mended the broken runes and inscribed them upon his cherished toy, Samael found himself concerned for Draco's mental state. Should he truly succumb to malevolent thoughts, the consequences would be dire. Yet, observing the comically foolish expression on his face, it was evident that he was not embroiled in any significant trouble. Moreover, this fellow now bore an elongated needle in his right hand, poised to pierce the puppet. Samael was puzzled as he contemplated how a distinguished heir from a prominent family could suddenly transform into a figure reminiscent of Aunt Rome. The scene was overwhelmingly striking. After finishing his meal, he observed a group of friends fervently completing their homework, ignoring their forlorn expressions. He resolved to seek out Hagrid. If Hagrid had homework too, he could offer some guidance to his companions. The issue was that Hagrid had no assignments at all and could provide no assistance. Moreover, Samael had ventured out solely to assess the 3 mysterious creature eggs in his possession, and knowing Derek, he had no intention of bringing him along. Samael knocked vigorously on Hagrid's hut. When there was no response, he forcefully kicked the door open. Hagrid was still fast asleep, snoring thunderously, with an array of empty bottles strewn about his bedside. Noticing Hagrid showed no signs of waking, Samael settled down to wait. Spotting a rock cake on the table, he cast a softening spell, instantly transforming the hardened biscuit into a delightful, tender treat. To be honest, it had been quite some time since he last indulged in such a flavor, and he found himself missing it. "Samael, when did you arrive?" Just as he was savoring the cake, Hagrid awoke, rubbing his bleary eyes and looking at him with confusion. "I just got here and didn't want to disturb your slumber," Samael replied apologetically, acknowledging his uninvited presence. "Is there something you need?" Hagrid inquired, aware that Samael was not one to be rude. "I have 3 magical creature eggs, and I am uncertain of their nature. I would like your assistance in identifying them." Samael stated directly, revealing his purpose. "What eggs? Hurry, show me," Hagrid exclaimed, his fatigue suddenly dissipating. When Samael presented the eggs, Hagrid's already large eyes widened even further, overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. "It's a dragon egg. How did you come by a dragon egg?" Hagrid managed to constrain his voice, fearing others might overhear. "A dragon?" Samael had long suspected, for only a fire-based magical creature could emit such intense magical energy under extreme heat, in his estimation. It could only be a dragon or a phoenix. "You two, do you possess a dragon egg as well, Hagrid?" Samael was taken aback, suddenly realizing the implications. Looking at Hagrid with curiosity, Hagrid paused, his expression of delight quickly solidifying into a state of bewilderment. Samael knew he was not adept at lying and began to rummage through his belongings. "Is this the egg of a Norwegian ridgeback?" Upon spotting the dragon egg near the hearth, Samael's hazy memories resurfaced, prompting him to inquire. "Samael, it seems you possess considerable knowledge about dragons." This egg was won from a sneaky fellow during a drinking game. As if he were eager to hand it over to me, Hagrid's voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Samael understood that Quirrell had purposefully lost to Hagrid to glean information about the secrets surrounding the three-headed dog, not wishing to partake in the cultivation of a savior. I only know a bit from occasionally reading about Norwegian ridgebacks. As for the type of this egg, I am uncertain. Yours should be an electric tail dragon. The electric tail dragon is a small dragon species capable of generating electricity from its tail, typically found in Japan. They are known for their remarkable speed and primarily feed on birds and lizards, with their population being quite scarce. Most notably, they're the only dragon species permitted for domestication, a fact that has taken Hagrid considerable time to discover. How, then, should these electric tail dragons be incubated? Samael, lacking knowledge in dragon incubation, was more familiar with snakes. A warm environment should suffice. If it is convenient, could you allow me to assist in the incubation? Hagrid expressed his eagerness, as this was a long-held dream of his. I possess 3 dragon eggs. Once they hatch, I shall gift you one as a belated Christmas present. Hagrid also presented him with a bracelet woven from unicorn tail hair, a feat that seemed astonishing considering his carrot-like fingers. In the spirit of reciprocity, he felt compelled to offer something in return, and this was a perfect opportunity. Is that true? I cannot thank you enough. This is the finest gift I have received to date. Hagrid laughed and cried simultaneously, realizing that he would soon be a dragon owner. He was no fool. He understood that he could not keep the Norwegian ridgeback for long, as it would eventually have to be sent away, and Dumbledore would not permit him to keep it. However, the electric tail dragon was different. It would truly belong to him. Seeing Hagrid's joy made Samael smile as well. If it were a phoenix, he would begrudgingly keep it. As for dragons, Hagrid, Derek, and Draco would each have their share. A mere winged lizard could hardly be compared to his 4 formidable companions. Chapter 69, Voldemort's Summons. Since handing over the dragon eggs to Hagrid, Samael frequently visited. Each time, even Theodore's desire to accompany him was ruthlessly denied. The sight of a blabbermouth like Hagrid was already overwhelming enough, and adding another or 2 would be like shouting through a megaphone in the hall. Once a secret is known by more than 2 individuals, it ceases to be a secret. Hagrid, why does the incubation of the dragon eggs take so long? Samael inquired, while feeding some fish snacks prepared for Madame Dolores Tiaya. This creature was not picky at all and enjoyed its meal heartily. Previously, he had even seen Hagrid use some rock cakes for it to chew on. In truth, the incubation of dragon eggs does not require such an extensive period. It is merely that I cannot replicate the temperature of dragon fire, which is why it is taking longer, Hagrid patiently explained. Temperature? I can perform the incendio spell. Let me help. Upon hearing this, Samael's spirits lifted, thinking he should have mentioned this sooner, as it was a specialty. What? Hagrid was taken aback, thinking he had misunderstood. I meant the fire spell. I am quite adept at conjuring flames. Samael quickly clarified, performing a nonverbal spell to manipulate fire into various shapes in his palm. Though it appeared to be a display of skill, it was, in fact, a nervous attempt to cover up his uncertainty. Hagrid, assuming he had misheard, chose not to dwell on it. Electric tail dragons possess a lightning attribute. Why not use lightning to strike? In an effort to divert attention from his earlier comment, Samael introduced a new topic, though he regretted it immediately after speaking. What sort of foolish individual would pose such a mindless question? Although dragon eggs are quite resilient, they're certainly no match for a lightning strike. Frank Focameron, the dragon trainer from Denmark, has successfully hatched thunderbirds using remarkable weather spells. I believe it should be feasible, though I'm not adept in such advanced magic. Hagrid spoke earnestly, displaying an impressive level of expertise regarding magical creatures. Why didn't you say so earlier? This is precisely within my capabilities. Before Hagrid could react, Samael conjured a spark of lightning at his fingertips and placed it upon the dragon egg. The egg remained unscathed, instead emanating a faint magical glow, teeming with life. While he may lack proficiency in weather spells, controlling the elements felt second nature to him at this moment. Indeed, it is possible. Samael, you are truly a genius. Hagrid beamed with joy. Initially apprehensive, he now delightedly caressed the eggshell upon witnessing this development. I'm aware of this, Samael replied with a proud smile, relishing the fact that throughout Hogwarts, he was now recognized as a prodigy. If you practice daily, you can certainly hatch it within a week. Hagrid, you. Just as Samael was about to continue, the sound of hissing serpents filled the air, causing his fingers to twitch with unease. A sudden urge to venture to certain places surged within him. Voldemort? Samael was taken aback, and Snape's penetrating gaze instinctively triggered, suppressing the tumultuous feelings within. He vividly recalled his first encounter with Quirrell, during which Voldemort had stealthily cast a subtle, soul-sucking curse, attempting to influence his thoughts, unwittingly planting a seed in his mind. Though the seed was concealed and faint, Samael effortlessly extinguished that will with minimal resistance. Samael turned his gaze toward the figure at the edge of the forbidden forest and began to walk in that direction. Hagrid, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to see you tomorrow. Professor, are you seeking me? As Samael approached Quirrell, he suppressed the overwhelming stench of garlic and spoke respectfully. Mr. Gunter, being as astute as you are, I trust you could deduce my identity. Voldemort spoke with an air of feigned profundity, his every movement exuding a scent that repelled Samael, akin to being near a foul, garlic-infused creature. Realizing the implications, Samael understood that only the great Dark Lord could execute the killing curse silently within a magical realm. He remained remarkably composed, revealing no signs of distress. I trust that meager soul-sucking curse is insufficient to sway you. What grants you the audacity to confront me? Voldemort's gaze bored down on Samael. Even without the use of legilimency, he possessed the uncanny ability to see into the hearts of men. In a magical world, I believe that following the great Dark Lord is not disgraceful. With your support, I am confident that power, influence, and wealth will be within my grasp. Samael responded earnestly, speaking a truth that resonated within him. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that he could achieve his goals without relying on Voldemort. However, with the opportunity presenting itself, Samael saw no harm in taking a shortcut. You are quite candid. Once I have fully regained my strength, I would not mind assisting in realizing your aspirations. Thank you, Professor. Samael did not trust a single word of Voldemort's lofty promises. A product born from a love potion knows nothing of love itself, not to mention its kin. Even if his mother were resurrected, the Dark Lord would hardly be swayed. Meanwhile, I find myself deriding Chilo for his utter foolishness. Is this pathetic ruse truly enough to deceive a talented Ravenclaw such as yourself? Where has your wisdom gone? Did the three-headed dog consume it? You have brought disgrace upon Ravenclaw. Chilo's wretched form is indeed infuriating. I require your assistance in capturing a unicorn. As he spoke, the Dark Lord's voice gradually faded, relinquishing control of the body back to Chilo. My wand is crafted from a combination of birch wood and unicorn tail hair. Yet the core of the unicorn tail cannot unleash its full power when harming the unicorn. I need your cooperation. Chilo wore an expression of indifference, unwilling to engage in conversation with Samael. Were it not for the Dark Lord's instruction, he would not be in such a weakened state as to require unicorn blood for sustenance. Very well, Professor. Chilo's reluctance to converse did not deter Samael, who had no desire to waste his breath on Chilo's cold demeanor. The two continued in silence, diligently searching for traces of the unicorn, while Samael took the opportunity to admire the serene beauty surrounding them. Despite having visited numerous times, he found himself still captivated by the tranquil splendor. Meanwhile, he mused to himself, search all you want. I have already arranged for the unicorn to depart. If you find a single hair, then come to me. Suddenly, as he indulged in his idle thoughts, Chilo's voice rang out triumphantly. Found it. Observing the faintly glowing mane that had clearly been left not long ago, Samael cursed aloud. Damn it, I had everything planned. How can there be such a foolish unicorn? Are the unicorns here pets of Gryffindor? How thick-headed can they be? Regardless, his intentions had already been conveyed. The Grim Reaper does not advise the damned. If he were to truly find this unicorn, he could only resign himself to fate. Chilo cast the disillusionment charm, continuously scouting the surroundings, while Samael employed his signature bubblehead charm, floating above the forbidden forest, surveying the area. Regardless of whether they would uncover anything, one must maintain appearances. This way, Chilo declared, having determined a direction, and called out to Samael as he proceeded. Professor, cannot you use the trace reveal charm? Samael regarded Chilo with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself that this fellow's intellect must be lacking. It was no wonder he had been recruited by Voldemort. Chilo paused, fixing an intense gaze on Samael, sensing that this young man was intentionally attempting to humiliate him. Of course, he could employ the trace charm, but using it now would tarnish his reputation as a professor. He could only stubbornly proceed in the direction he had determined. Chapter 70. The Blood-Cursed Beast. Mr. Gunter, I implore you to take this seriously. Observing the leisurely Samael in the forbidden forest, Chilo could no longer restrain himself. That wandering figure was hardly investigating. It was clearly here for a sightseeing tour. Can a unicorn hide in a tree hollow? I am quite serious, Professor, Samael replied innocently, wearing a harmless expression. Regardless of your thoughts, you must diligently fulfill the master's task. After speaking, Chilo chose to ignore Samael and walked away. Samael curled his lip, musing that the creature was, after all, your master and had no bearing on his own affairs. Why should he kneel in servitude to one who was so eager to lick his boots? Oh, but then again, Voldemort seemingly had no need for shoes. Just as Samael was about to utter another word, he noticed Chilo crouching down, gradually concealing himself. A spell shot forth from his wand, aimed at a point not far away. Samael focused intently, spotting a robust unicorn leisurely nibbling on raspberries. It radiated a soft, ethereal glow, exuding purity and sanctity. Samael was entranced. He had ventured into the forbidden forest on multiple occasions, yet this was his first encounter with such a creature that embodied both beauty and strength. It seemed a divine creation, so exquisite that it rendered all other beings envious. Samael marveled at the unicorn's beauty, and as it transformed into a mere distraction instead of a lethal force, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Act swiftly," Chilo shouted, noticing the unicorn's vigilant gaze fixed upon them. He could already envision the dire consequences awaiting him should this mission fail, particularly since his body was nearing its limits. Without the unicorn's blood, he would undoubtedly be forsaken by the Dark Lord. Samael brandished his wand, unleashing a series of terrifying explosions near the unicorn's hooves, while errant ropes intermittently disrupted its movements. He was merely tasked with causing a diversion. It was Chilo's duty to slay the unicorn. Binding ropes. Chilo, no fool himself, recognized the futility of aggressive spells and directly employed the binding rope curse. His incantation was commendable, yet his aim was to ensnare the unicorn. The wand resisted, yielding little effect. Before long, Samael witnessed the might of a top-tier magical creature. A colossal beam of light began to coalesce upon its horn, radiant and unwavering, the immense magical turbulence nearly blinding him. Realizing the peril, Samael swiftly distanced himself from the fray as the massive beam struck Chilo, sending him hurtling through the air. Observing Chilo's head strike the ground, Samael pondered who truly felt the pain, Chilo or Voldemort. Chilo quickly regained his footing, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty intensity. An ominous green light gathered at the tip of his wand, enveloping the forest in an atmosphere fraught with deathly dread. Avada Kedavra! The core of the unicorn's tail furiously resisted his spell, and numerous fine cracks began to mar his wand. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Samael discerned that it was indeed the Dark Lord himself whose essence Chilo sought to emulate, an aura so terrifying that imitation was futile. He swung his wand, casting a dreadful explosion spell that struck the unicorn's hindquarters, instinctively triggering a reflexive dodge. Just narrowly, he evaded Voldemort's death curse. This was the advantage of silent casting, always a step ahead of one's adversary. "My apologies, Professor. I did not anticipate striking the unicorn," Samael said with a semblance of remorse. After all, he had painstakingly orchestrated a friendship with the unicorn. How could he so easily bring about its demise? As the two conversed, the unicorn leapt from the encirclement, making a swift escape. As a premier magical beast, it clearly possessed innate talent in the art of running, leaving behind only a trail of blood. "Professor, shall we pursue?" Samael offered a remorseful smile and inquired. "It is surely too late to pursue now. This is more than sufficient." Old Voldemort replied calmly, waving his wand. As an abundant stream of silvery blood detached from the ground and ascended, gradually coalescing into a luminous silver sphere. Samael's explosive curse was not inferior to that of the Aurors, striking the unicorn directly and causing it to bleed profusely. Observing as Voldemort swallowed the blood sphere, anguish contorting his features, Samael began to pray for Chilo. Anyone who consumed the blood of a unicorn would be condemned to a cursed existence, neither truly alive nor dead, shrouded in the emptiness and chill of the soul for the rest of their days. He could not believe that Voldemort would choose to bear the curse of unicorn blood himself. Curiosity piqued, Samael wondered about the efficacy of such a potion. If it proved potent, he would not mind acquiring it for future use against his adversaries. "Mr. Gunter, I believe I require an explanation from you." Chilo, oh no, old Voldemort, with a solemn countenance, turned his gaze towards Samael. "I do not comprehend your meaning, Professor." Samael maintained a calm demeanor. To address him as Professor at this juncture seemed somewhat feigned. "After such an extensive period of study, I have nearly forgotten your progress in the art of curses." Voldemort did not regard Samael's expression, but instead inquired unusually about his academic advancement, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. I have completed the abyssal curse. The wails of the soul are too profound. I'm still studying that." Samael was bewildered by Voldemort's abrupt shift, having prepared a retort. Nay, an explanation, but he nonetheless conveyed his learning progress truthfully. "Excellent. You truly possess remarkable talent. However, I believe the most effective method to master curses is to experience them firsthand." Voldemort's words were colder than a December wind, penetrating to the very marrow. Before Samael could respond, a sanguine spell struck him. An excruciating pain surged through his soul, compelling him to double over. He felt as though his bones were shattering, his body contorting in a grotesque manner. Both the foreheads and the little spicy strips fell to the ground, with the foreheads transforming into a 60-meter-long python that lunged toward Voldemort at astonishing speed, while the little spicy strips coiled among the branches, baring its fangs and exuding a thick cloud of toxic mist. Voldemort glanced at them with curiosity, unperturbed. He evaded the attacks through apparition, instead observing Samael with keen interest. It was only when Samael's form morphed into a white serpent that Voldemort smiled and departed. Enjoy my final lesson, dear student. It will serve you well for a lifetime. Samael lay weakened on the ground, his cold serpentine eyes fixated on Voldemort's receding figure. The four heads entwined, forming a protective wall of serpents around Samael, while the little spicy strips channeled its meager magical essence, striving to contain the spread of the toxic mist. In the forbidden forest, under the moonlight, the serpent throng presented a surreal tableau infused with Samael's tremendous wrath. Chapter 71. Transformation and Retribution. The night deepened into silence, as the nocturnal creatures of the forbidden forest began to stir. The presence of the four titans, combined with the toxic haze of the little spicy strips, has rendered this area a veritable wasteland of life. Any creature daring to approach is inexplicably reduced to a mere pulp by an unseen force. Samael has finally regained his strength, his serpentine head held high, bathed in the cold luminescence of the moon, his icy vertical pupils radiating a murderous intent. If I do not slay you, Voldemort, I vow I shall not walk among men, Samael silently asserts. He initially believed that aligning himself with Voldemort would serve as a fortuitous ride towards his ultimate goal. However, this so-called ride has proven to be nothing more than a harrowing path to oblivion. Blood-cursed beasts? Bloodline curses? No solutions? I refuse to believe that with the assistance of a system, I can be thwarted. Samael rides his pale, serpentine form, his jaws agape, revealing sharp, venomous fangs. He then morphs his new form, his pallid serpentine body reshaping into a humanoid figure. However, his once ebony hair has transformed into a striking white, emanating an ethereal glow, while his dark green pupils have shifted to emerald vertical slits, exuding an aura of chill. His entire demeanor has undergone a dramatic transformation, now exuding an eerie and sinister charm. Samael retrieves a mirror, sighing in silence. Both his hair and pupils are imbued with magic, and at his current level, he cannot sustain such magical metamorphosis for long. While the white hair is undeniably striking, it irks him, imparting an impression of being overly avant-garde. Lowering his gaze after shedding his trousers, he can only hope that future endeavors do not disappoint him. Is it not commonplace for a student to report to a teacher when wronged? In the corridor, even the ever-affable Madame Loris keeps her distance, sensing the shift in his aura. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoes from Snape's quarters as the door, never approached by any student, splinters under a forceful kick. Good evening, dear headmaster. Samael greets with a smile, regarding Snape, wand drawn, with admiration for the wizard's war-hardened reflexes. Furthermore, does he not sleep in his clothes? Mr. Gunter, had you not been a Slytherin student, I would have expelled you from the school, Snape coldly states, his gaze sharpening upon the drastically altered Samael. Your vigilance is equally impressive. You truly embody the legendary figure who has navigated the treacherous waters between Voldemort and Dumbledore. I wish to propose a bargain. Samael remains composed, his eyes fixed intently on Snape. What did you say? Snape falters momentarily, his wand flickering ominously, suggesting a palpable danger. Relax, headmaster. It is merely a transaction, and I assure you, my terms will be most agreeable. Samael maintains a prudent distance from Snape. I find it hard to believe you possess anything that could persuade me. Snape scoffs dismissively. What if I could grant you another meeting with Lily Potter? Oh no, I meant Lily Evans. Samael deftly evades Snape's grasp as he reaches for his collar, altering Lily's surname under the weight of Snape's deadly gaze. What do you know? Do you comprehend what you are insinuating? Snape's eyes turn frigid, seemingly capable of freezing Samael, yet there lingers an unacknowledged glimmer of anticipation in his tone. I possess a certain understanding of your past, and I have no intention of provoking a master of potions. I seek merely a transaction. Samuel's tone was strikingly candid. What transaction? Snape inquired, uncertain of the extent of Samuel's knowledge or its origins. However, he recognized that this youth exhibited a level of magical prowess that many adult wizards could scarcely attain, his strength and wisdom shrouded in an aura of mystery. Even if there existed but a 1 in 1,000 chance, he was willing to take the risk. Samael remained silent, his form twisting in an uncanny manner, transforming into a colossal white serpent. The serpent, reminiscent of a viper, stretched an impressive 15 feet in length, appearing neither entirely like a python nor entirely unlike one. Adorned with razor-sharp scales and elongated fangs, its cold gaze identical to that of the earlier Samael. Blood curse orc? Snape mused, aware enough not to confuse an animagus with a blood curse orc. Travers? Or perhaps Rosier? He demanded angrily, though dissatisfied with Samael's penchant for chaos. He could not remain indifferent to such occurrences involving his own student. Neither, it is the Dark Lord, Samael replied, reverting to human form, breathless. How could this be? Snape struggled to maintain his composure, astonishment etching his features. Our illustrious Dark Lord resides within Professor Quirrell's mind, and I have uncovered the secret to his immortality. Samael had no intention of revealing the foolishness of his studies under Voldemort. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? Snape's emotions surged once more as he attempted to penetrate Samael's memory with the legilimency spell. Professor, I shall divulge no more. We can forge a pact. You will assist me in resolving the blood curse, and I shall facilitate your reunion with Lily Evans. Samael's countenance was icy, his displeasure at Snape's actions palpable. Agreed, Snape asserted, rising with gritted teeth. Samael, wary of an unbreakable oath and desiring to keep their transaction discreet, inscribed a particularly malevolent curse upon the clause of betrayal. Professor, I believe it is prudent for us to be forthright. Prince, Samael remarked, his expression unchanged as he observed Snape sign his name. Mr. Gunter certainly knows me well. With that, Snape re-inked his name, omitting his middle name this time. I never engage in unprepared battles. Tomorrow morning, you and I shall venture out. Perhaps we can arrange for you to see your beloved before dinner. He had never been one to exhibit magnanimity. As for the Horcrux, he would begrudgingly accept it. After all, the Resurrection Stone rightfully belonged to Gunter, did it not? By the way, it will be best to keep this matter from Dumbledore. If I were you, I would not place too much trust in him. If even you can sense something amiss with Quirrell, do you believe Dumbledore remains oblivious? The Potter family, while ancient, could they truly wield such profound, ancient magic? Could Lily Potter's love alone repel Voldemort's killing curse? Was the death of the Potter family worth the price of Voldemort's demise? Was he truly unaware of Quirrell's predicament? Perhaps in his eyes, Quirrell is merely a pawn in the cultivation of Savior. A series of questions left Snape in a daze, as he departed with a certain nonchalance. Before leaving, Samael could not resist casting aspersions upon Dumbledore, ensnaring him in the conspiracy theories of his past life, regardless of their veracity. The state of affairs he found himself in was a consequence of his own actions, yet he could not fathom that Dumbledore would be oblivious to Quirrell's approach towards him. Thus, he believed that Dumbledore was indirectly responsible for his current predicament. Indeed, this was the case. Chapter 72, The Gunter Manor. At the Ravenclaw long table, Samael had become a regular fixture, currently disinterestedly consuming his breakfast. Even the invigorating elixir struggled to lift his spirits. It was understandable. After all, anyone who practiced the Fiendfire curse all night would hardly be full of energy the following day. He possessed considerable talent for this particular spell, and after a night of rigorous practice, coupled with his mastery of the all-ending spell, he could now manage it with some semblance of ease. He intended to use this curse to extract Voldemort's soul while preserving the Resurrection Stone intact. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable loss, and he shuddered at the thought of Snape discovering his failure and the potential torment that would ensue. Samael, where did you get that hairstyle? It's absolutely stunning. Samael was startled by the sudden voice. Beverly was curiously examining his hair, hesitant to touch it. In truth, nearly everyone had noticed Samael's transformation that very morning, mainly due to its striking nature. His white hair and serpent-like eyes, combined with his previous exploits, rendered him flamboyant and self-assured. Aside from the professors who raised their brows slightly, everyone gaped at his metamorphosis. Wow, there's even a faint glow. Is it shimmering? You must teach me how you achieve this. Unable to contain herself, Beverly reached out to touch it. Samael sighed in resignation. This was what one might call a flashy entrance, a spectacular display that he would have preferred to forego. His metamorphosis and transfiguration had seen modest progress, as he had attempted basic human transfiguration. Samael offered a vague response, opting not to elaborate further. Before long, his companions began to arrive, all intrigued by his new appearance, except for Draco, who remained silent, his demeanor somewhat awkward. Samael, are you all right? Draco inquired with concern, aware of the curse's intense radiance that had nearly blinded him. Rest assured, I am fine, Samael reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Just as Draco was about to speak again, a massive bat appeared before them. Good morning, Professor. Samael greeted Snape with an air of casualness. Snape said nothing, immediately pulling him towards the castle's exit, evidently unwilling to waste time. Samael cast a reassuring glance back at his friends before extricating himself from Snape's grip. "Professor, we shall split up. I need to search for some magical creatures while you capture a dark wizard. Let us reconvene in half an hour." Samael delivered his instructions with a calm demeanor, which only served to darken Snape's expression further. "Mr. Gunter, it seems you truly care little for the lives of others." Snape let out a cold snort, refraining from inquiring what he intended to do with the wizard. "Am I a saint, compelled to care for the lives of strangers? Does the professor believe that pilfering souls from the very eyes of death incurs no consequence? Now, he must prepare meticulously for whatever lies ahead." With another disdainful scoff, Snape vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Samael leisurely approached Hagrid to borrow 3 goats. Despite the Gunter family's impoverishment, they were a lineage steeped in a millennium of heritage. Perhaps they had some hidden advantages. Using the goats to scout the path seemed a prudent choice. "Is this the marvelous creature you have prepared?" Moments later, Snape beheld the goats before Samael, his expression turning ashen. Gazing at the smug face of his companion, he ultimately chose silence. After placing the goats into his suitcase, Snape proceeded to apparate them to the ancestral home of the Gunter family. The experience was utterly harrowing. Unable to contain himself, Samael pushed past Snape and began to retch violently. The sensation of being thrust into a tube and then pulled out was overwhelmingly distressing. Lacking the adaptability of his predecessor, Samael continued to vomit until he finally regained his composure. Snape remained silent, even the faintest trace of a smile barely discernible. Samael almost doubted his perception. Upon closer inspection, that subtle expression morphed into unabashed disdain. Is this the Gunter ancestral residence? How dilapidated it truly is. Surveying the surroundings, Samael discovered that apart from the neighboring forest, this so-called ancestral home was even inferior to a werewolf's dwelling. Legally, Samael should be the sole heir to this estate. "You've never been here? How can you ascertain that what you seek lies within?" Snape's expression suggested he was on the verge of cursing. "I have my own channels of information. It is of no concern to you." He couldn't help but reflect on why the Gunter family had garnered a reputation for madness. The skeletal remains adorning the door were unmistakably serpentine. Who would affix a snake to their entrance? The waist-high weeds, coupled with the dust-laden tiles, could easily convince one that they had stumbled upon a decrepit temple. The two scoured the premises but found nothing of value. Not even a table or chair was uncovered. Snape attempted to employ the trace spell, but perhaps due to the prolonged abandonment of the residence, no traces materialized. Hiss! Samael suddenly had an idea and began to summon serpents in Parseltongue. While common snakes hibernate, magical serpents remain quite active. It would be advantageous if any magical serpentine creatures lingered to guide them. After failing to detect any serpentine presence, Samael resorted to uttering a series of incantations in snake language, invoking phrases like "open sesame," lest there be any mechanisms unknown to him, a descendant of this lineage. This effort bore fruit. To Snape's astonishment and Samael's delight, a hidden door appeared behind the fireplace, revealing a dark corridor beyond. "Dear little goats, the next steps are up to you." Samael released the goats from the suitcase, using magic to urge them onward. "Mr. Gunter, you truly embody hypocrisy to the fullest." Snape scoffed. "Why not take the lead yourself, Professor?" Samael retorted, disinterested in him, and continued observing the goat. "Haha, it seemed there are no issues." As he watched the goat safely reach the end of the corridor, a smile crept across Samael's face. "If your eyes haven't been donated to the giant, you might as well take a good look at these poor creatures." Snape sneered, his gaze fixed ahead. Samael felt a twinge of regret for bringing Snape along. Not only was he unhelpful, but he also incessantly spewed venom around him. His attention shifted to the goats ahead, where several appeared distinctly lethargic. Black mist creeping up their white legs, swiftly enveloping their bodies and rendering them to char. Samael was taken aback. "What the hell is this?" "Fly over," he exclaimed. Snape remained remarkably composed, gravely studying the floor, quickly identifying the source of the problem. Chapter 73, The Resurrection Stone. Samael stood at the center of the bubble, advancing steadily. While flying, he meticulously examined the magical runes on the floor, an ominous aura enveloping him. It was evident that Snape had a profound affinity for dark magic. "Professor, would you like me to gift you a piece?" Samael remarked, intending to tease the prostrate Snape, only to find him nodding thoughtfully instead of retorting. Every pureblood family possesses unique magical legacies, carefully concealed from outsiders. Samael's offer was indeed a pleasant surprise for Snape. "Let us proceed, Professor." Samael, feeling a touch of boredom, urged Snape to move forward, having grown fond of their banter. Beyond the corridor lay a singular room, sparsely furnished. It resembled a treasure vault more akin to a well-equipped lounge, complete with sofas, beds, a potion brewing station, and practice dummies for spell work. Samael surveyed the surroundings, particularly intrigued by the enormous bookshelf, which, to his dismay, was devoid of books or even a single sheet of paper. It was evident that those prodigal heirs had sold them off. Some of the pureblood family's treasured tomes held considerable collectible value. Professor, let us split up. The target is small and should fit in a small box. Samael refrained from disclosing specifics to Snape, who showed no concern, casting a probing charm to commence his meticulous search. Samael, too, was not idle, hissing softly in serpent tongue, attempting to locate a reaction. The result was fruitless, leaving him to manually rummage through the area. He even lifted the carpet, but found nothing, not even a single hair, let alone a ring. The two maintained intense focus for a full 2 hours, growing weary. Samael began to doubt his memory. Was the resurrection stone truly hidden here? Professor, if you were Voldemort, where would you conceal something? Samael languidly leaned against the sofa, questioning with a hint of curiosity. Professor? Snape, staring vacantly at a vase, appeared engulfed in pain and regret. Samael concentrated, casting an explosive charm that shattered the vase, porcelain shards scattering across the floor, among which lay a black ring. With the emergence of the ring, a profound regret etched itself deeper upon Snape's visage as he recklessly lunged towards it. The figure radiating a hazy luminescence before the ring was none other than the one he yearned for relentlessly. He had an abundance of apologies he longed to utter to her. With a mere wave of his hand, Samael sent Snape hurtling against the wall. Struggling to regain his footing, Snape repeatedly called out for Lily. The fervor of his madness left Samael astounded. Professor, regain your composure. Observing the situation, Samael cast a subtle Cruciatus curse that struck Snape directly. The excruciating pain shattered the deep-seated enchantment, restoring clarity to Snape's gaze. Mr. Gunter, you have successfully secured a spot for further studies in Azkaban. Slytherin loses 10 points. Snape gritted through clenched teeth. Samael paused, taken aback, for it was the first instance he had witnessed Snape deducting points from Slytherin, shaking his head with a wry smile. Professor, this is not Hogwarts. You cannot penalize me, and you will come to appreciate my actions. As he spoke, Samael assisted Snape to his feet, unceremoniously opening Snape's trunk and dragging out an unconscious dark wizard. Where am I? The dark wizard, having just been roused by Samael, fell under the influence of the Imperius curse, involuntarily moving toward the ring. Samael had no intention of wasting time explaining. Snape narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. The individual he grasped was inherently unclean, often luring muggles into dark magical experiments, notorious throughout Nocturne Alley. After administering a vial of Veritaserum, the scoundrel divulged even his childhood transgressions of spying on a widow while she bathed. A vile creature whose demise was of little consequence. The dark wizard advanced rapidly. The closer he drew to the ring, the weaker the Imperius curse became, his expression frenzied. And even without Samael's control, he instinctively adorned the ring. Samael observed the wizard's transformation, an immense dark aura enveloping him, spreading throughout his being, exuding an overwhelming sense of deathly stillness. A shriek pierced the air, and the wizard was utterly reduced to a pile of charred remains, his eyes reflecting boundless agony. Samael exhaled in relief, thinking, now this is as it should be. Dumbledore has a phoenix, yet even legendary wizards suffered grievous losses with the Resurrection Stone. Under the assistance of Potions Master Snape, he too is left with but a year to live. There is no reason a mere minion should survive. Snape's gaze narrowed. Had it not been for Samael, that heap of ashes could have easily been his fate. With no time to acknowledge Snape's transformation, Samael casually gestured, the ring landing in his palm, stripped of its terrifying curse. Before him lay merely a Horcrux of Voldemort, its power significantly diminished. Snape gasped in astonishment, finally at ease upon realizing Samael was unharmed. Samael scrutinized the ring for a moment, then exhaled a torrent of crimson flames from his mouth, enveloping the ring tightly. A scream emanated from the flames, morphing into a gigantic crimson serpent ready to strike at Samael. You dare to use my own magic against me? Have you truly sunk to such depths, Tom? Samael's expression remained unchanged as he wielded his wand, unleashing a greater flame that transformed into a colossal serpent. The two serpents entwined and tore at each other. Nearby, Snape kept his distance, recognizing the glimmer of confidence in Samael's eyes, thus harboring no intention of offering assistance. In an instant, the two serpents exhausted themselves in their collision. Without magical support, the fierce flames dissipated like rootless weeds. Samael was hardly a match for them. The Jutsu melted into molten iron amidst the flames, leaving only a dark, ancient gem suspended in the air. The killing curse, the soul curse. One could easily surmise that should Mr. Gunter ever wield the killing curse before me, it would hardly take me by surprise. Snape's words carried a weight of significance as he approached the resurrection stone. Professor, spare me your ramblings and come witness the freshly forged resurrection stone. Samael, unwilling to engage in his discourse, knew that he too could cast the killing curse. What? The resurrection stone? Are you jesting? Snape's expression contorted with rage. Anyone educated in the magical realm had perused the tales of Beetle the Bard. Among the three brothers, the second, Cadmus Peveril, was the first master of the resurrection stone. But was this not merely a fairy tale? Are you jesting? Professor, do not measure this world by your ignorance. This is indeed the resurrection stone, Samael asserted with unprecedented conviction. Chapter 74, Hatching. Samael smirked at Snape, his spirits lifted, and, observing Snape's dazed expression, he placed the resurrection stone into his hands. His ultimate goal was to vanquish Voldemort. While the resurrection stone was precious, it held little utility for him at present, akin to a mere trinket. It would be more beneficial to allow Snape to explore its applications. Rumor had it that the spirits summoned by the resurrection stone were a substance more tangible than a soul, yet more ephemeral than a corporeal form. Not true souls at all. But what of it? His agreement with Snape was merely to allow him a final glimpse of Lily, not to resurrect her. Furthermore, all Snape required was a sincere apology. Resurrection had never been a hope of his. Should Samael be fortunate enough to acquire the ability of the impure world rebirth, he might seek another transaction with Snape. But by then, the terms would be far more complicated. Though he had squandered a little, it was preferable to alerting the Dark Lord with a trace spell. Rather than confronting the legendary wizard head-on, he preferred to undermine him from the shadows. After lying on the grass and retching for a while, Samael watched Snape retreat, silently cursing that he would never gain Lily's forgiveness. If he had managed to deceive Snape with the resurrection stone, there was no reason why he would not pursue the diadem of Ravenclaw. Wasting no time, while everyone else was in class, he ascended to the 8th floor and located the room of requirement, expending considerable effort to find Ravenclaw's diadem. In terms of material, this object was far inferior to the resurrection stone. Samael dared not attempt to forge it, fearing he might inadvertently damage it. Instead, he temporarily placed it in his suitcase, encasing it in layers of protection and curses to address later. The subsequent academic life returned to normalcy. Samael's pace of study far surpassed the curriculum, allowing him to forego most assignments, much to the envy of his peers. This ultimately deprived Slytherin of a significant point-earning opportunity. Both the male and female class monitors expressed their dissatisfaction, but were merely brushed aside by Samael with a smile. Snape remained his usual self, deducting points from all houses except Slytherin, and even Slytherin students were not spared from his venomous outbursts. His spiteful words and peculiar behavior opened Samael's eyes, earning him the title of the most unpopular person at Hogwarts once again. Everyone speculated that he had lost his mind, but only Samael, gazing thoughtfully at the resurrection stone necklace around his neck, pondered the implications. Since that incident, old Voldemort had not seen him, and Quirrell gazed at him during defense against the dark arts class with a gleeful malice. Samael suppressed the urge to retaliate and focused intently on his studies. While enjoying his lunch, he listened to Beverly spreading rumors about Draco and Harry, finding the meal quite delightful. An owl flew to his side, dropped off a note, and departed. He did not recognize the owl, but he could read the words. The dragon egg is about to hatch. Hurry to Hagrid. Realizing the urgency, Samael quickly notified Derek and Draco via the ring. As the future master of the Electric Tail Dragon, he deemed it essential for them to witness the event firsthand. What is the matter, Samael? You seem so mysterious, Draco queried incessantly along the way. Ask one more question, and you can forget about coming, Samael retorted, seeing through Draco's feigned urgency, which was merely an attempt to assert his presence. Samael seldom left Theodore behind, and it was clear that Theodore had long wished to become Samael's deputy. This opportunity had finally presented itself. After Samael's warning, he became noticeably quieter, though his smug expression remained unabated, prompting Derek to chuckle in amusement. Samael, you've arrived, Hagrid greeted while busily attending to his tasks, casting wary glances at Draco. The Malfoy family's background would undoubtedly raise Hagrid's suspicions. They're the future masters of the Little Dragon. I brought them to witness it. And I hope you don't mind, Samael stated earnestly. Not at all. Not at all, Hagrid replied warmly, feeling reassured that there was no need for suspicion among companions. What dragon? Where is it? Draco, overhearing their conversation, eagerly pushed them aside and began to scan his surroundings with greater enthusiasm than Derek. While Derek adored all magical creatures, Draco's obsession was solely with dragons. Why is this dragon egg so small? Could it be an electric tail dragon? Draco, well-versed in dragon studies, immediately identified the type of egg and began to caress it with excitement. Who? Samael's expression shifted as his arm morphed into a massive python, lunging toward the corner. Samael. No, it's Harry and the others. Hagrid exclaimed, anxious that they might inadvertently be harmed by Samael. If you invited friends, you could have just told me. After all, Harry's my friend too. Since becoming a blood-cursed beast, Samael had developed thermal, sensing abilities akin to snakes, allowing him to effortlessly detect hidden foes. In the corner, Harry and the others, still shaken, removed their invisibility cloak and wiped non-existent sweat from their brows. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Samael, Ron and Hermione remained uncharacteristically silent. In Ron's eyes, there was only fear. He had narrowly escaped an attack from the giant python, its venomous fangs almost grazing him. My apologies, Samael. I worry you may be displeased, Hagrid expressed with remorse. In truth, Samael was indifferent. Among all present, it was likely only Draco who would care. Samael refrained from further conversation, summoning tiny bolts of lightning to strike the eggshell, providing the final surge of energy for the hatchlings. Crack! A faint sound reached the ears of those gathered, as a delicate fissure appeared on the round eggshell. Simultaneously, the other two dragon eggs began to crack open, the fractures widening to reveal the forms of the young dragons. Curiosity piqued, the onlookers leaned in closer and beheld the newly hatched creatures, wrinkled and adorned with crimson scales, reminiscent of congealed blood, complete with two adorable spiraled horns atop their heads. What could this mean? Hagrid and Derek gasped in astonishment. This was not a Thundertail dragon. Although it bore a resemblance, the fiery red scales and sharp dragon horns were decidedly incongruous. Could be a mutation? The thought struck both simultaneously. Goodness, is that a fiery breath? Draco, who had been playfully teasing the young dragon's tail with sparks, was suddenly met with a burst of flame directed at him. Though fleeting, he recalled his father's descriptions of the fiery breath. Thanks to someone's heroic exploits, he had indeed recognized it correctly. The group focused intently, realizing the truth. With a tail that sparked electricity and a breath of fire, this dragon was nothing short of extraordinary. Samael hesitated. He typically wouldn't care about a mere Thundertail dragon. But could they truly control a dragon capable of breathing fire? Who would be responsible if something went awry? Observing Samael's expression, the others understood his concerns, casting sympathetic glances in his direction. Resigned, Samael could only reiterate the precautions. The group cheerfully embraced their dragons, while the three little ones remained, feeling bittersweet, unable to decide whether to stay or leave, enviously watching the others. Chapter 75, The Cunning Draco. As the examinations approached, students of all years at Hogwarts were engrossed in intense revision. However, there were always exceptions, notably the Dream Realization Organization led by Samael. Through Samael's rigorous training, the members of the organization excelled in the release of magic and timing in combat, standing out among their peers. With Percy and Cedric's study notes at their disposal, they were well equipped. Indeed, Hogwarts' curriculum was not overly demanding, allowing ample free time. While others indulged in leisure, this group dedicated themselves to relentless study and training, creating a significant gap in their abilities, especially since they were already the cream of their respective years. At the Ravenclaw table, observing Derek as he fed his dragon was a familiar sight to the others. Upon learning that the young dragons had been distributed, they felt nothing but envy. Samael tenderly stroked the scales of his growing dragon, cherishing these little creatures immensely, uncertain whether it was due to his exposure to fierce flames or subsequent strikes from thunder. These little creatures exhibited an extraordinary closeness to him. This peculiarity piqued the curiosity of the four giants and the spicy little strip. Blanson cast a mournful glance at Samael. He, too, had a fondness for such ferocious beings. Had he known days earlier, Draco would have had no claim to them. He had heard whispers of their ability to breathe fierce fire. Proficient in meteorological spells, thunder and flame were his forte. Possessing such a combat pet would undoubtedly bolster his prowess. Unable to withstand Blanson's gaze, Samael hastily shifted the topic. Where has Draco gone? Ever since acquiring the dragon, Draco had displayed a rare moment of wisdom, securing a breeding license for the electrical tail dragon overnight through his father, ensuring that he took the dragon wherever he went. Samael pondered with confusion. How could Draco miss such a rare opportunity to flaunt in a restaurant? I wager he has gone to provoke the savior. If not, I shall consume the long table, Blanson proclaimed as he continued to eat. The tale of Draco and the savior's romance had reached even his ears in Ravenclaw. Theodore shot him an incredulous look, harboring grave doubts about whether this man was merely indulging in free food and drink. Before knowing him, he had been the aloof god of Ravenclaw. Now, he appeared increasingly foolish. Good news, good news. While the group was engrossed in their meal, Braze materialized among them, nearly becoming a target of their spells. They had been training diligently over the past few days, almost achieving muscle memory, and were particularly unaccustomed to such sudden appearances. Noticing the group discreetly stowing their wands, Samael spoke gently. Let us hear the good news first. Wesley, what brings you here? Braze inquired, puzzled upon seeing Percy. Cut the chatter, Samael said, his gaze fixed intently on Braze. Ever since he had transformed into a blood-cursed beast, an air of feral fierceness surrounded him, making Braze feel uneasy. It's that Draco fellow who got injured. He is currently in the school hospital. Braze felt a surge of delight. Ever since receiving Samael's forgiveness, Draco had been casting him odd looks, and his instincts warned him that Draco harbored ill intentions. In the hospital? Who did this? The others at the table, though aware of Draco's flaws, knew he was generally good to his own. Their expressions shifted, growing increasingly unfriendly. It's not a serious injury. He merely went to provoke his boyfriend, and Ron Weasley is far worse off, Braze explained hastily, sensing the rising tension. Ron is injured? Apart from Percy, who was genuinely concerned for his brother, everyone's minds raced with thoughts of betrayal, infidelity, and the ensuing drama. Interest peaked, Beverly shoved through the crowd, eager to be at the forefront of the unfolding tale. Discussing this matter had certainly revived her spirits. I'm not entirely certain of the details, but it appears that Draco routinely provokes Potter, prompting Ron Weasley to confront him. Somehow, a brawl ensued, with no magic employed by any of the participants. Strangely, Draco did not flinch from Potter's punches. Instead, it was Weasley who sustained severe injuries, lamenting loudly. Blaze possesses a remarkable talent for storytelling, delivering it with great emotion. Life sharing? A puppet substitute? Derek and Theodore exchanged knowing glances, both realizing the implication. Clearly, Draco had made advancements in the puppet curse, deliberately provoking Potter while using Ron as a stand-in. The harder Potter struck, the more harm Ron suffered, while Draco emerged unscathed. And then? Beverly was impatient to learn what happened next. There was nothing further. Professor Snape arrived just in time to deduct 20 points from Gryffindor. Beverly was evidently dissatisfied with this outcome and rushed to the Slytherin table to share her own version of events. The others lost interest in checking on Draco, knowing his cunning nature would prevent him from suffering any consequences. Even Percy returned to his seat, reasoning that it was merely a children's scuffle, devoid of magic. So there was little to be concerned about. He was more troubled by the deducted 20 points. You were puzzled by Percy's presence here, wondering about the reason. Samael recalled Blaze's reaction to seeing Percy, aware that he was part of their group and that there must be an issue. Oh right, I almost forgot. Blaze exclaimed, slapping his forehead excitedly as he spoke to Percy. Percy was taken aback. It was said that editor Ephias had greatly praised him, claiming that his work provided a groundbreaking inspiration for the modern replication of ancient magic, though I must admit I do not fully comprehend it. Samael's eyes lit up. Indeed, that was the case. Ancient magic is both powerful and uncontrollable, with some incantations being quite intricate. Percy's thesis focused on the levitation charm, a spell even first-year students can master. Yet through his research, he demonstrated exceptional prowess in both defense and counterattack, even generating a versatile ability akin to telekinesis. If that is the case, the editor's comment holds merit. Employing modern magic to unleash the might of ancient magic indeed represents a significant leap forward in the magical academic realm. Samael felt genuinely happy for him, recognizing that this honor would serve as a stepping stone in Percy's future political career, solid gold, no less. Percy's face flushed crimson as he repeatedly affirmed his commitment. The others gathered around to offer their congratulations, which further solidified their sense of belonging within the organization. They all understood who had proposed Percy's thesis topic and who had guided the research direction. Chapter 76, Celebration. How long can a small group united by shared ideals endure? The answer is dishearteningly brief. The Dream Realization organization established by Samael has illuminated their future. The founder of the organization possesses the capability to realize everyone's dreams. The Ministry of Magic's paperwork arrived even more swiftly than anticipated, whether it be the mischievous Weasley twins or Ron Weasley lying in a hospital bed. They were all taken aback by the news, their minds reeling. Although they did not particularly favor their power-hungry brother, they still felt a sense of joy for his accomplishments. Arthur Weasley from the Ministry of Magic was the first to receive the news, proudly boasting about his son to anyone who would listen, and doing so with an air of nonchalance. Though his old friends from the Ministry remained speechless, They couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy in their hearts. If only their sons could achieve such success, they would awaken from their dreams with smiles upon their faces. This afternoon, we shall celebrate Percy. Samael left a message on the communication ring, informing us of a splendid new pub that has opened at Hogwarts, and I shall take you to experience it. Percy was elated. Having recently earned a bit of money, this delightful news was an added bonus, allowing him to temporarily set aside the school rules. Among the 7 of them, Samael, Percy, and Cedric were all proficient in the disillusionment charm, making a visit to Hogwarts quite manageable. Samael did not decline, merely smiling, for he had no intention of revealing that this pub was one of his ventures. Since collaborating with Rahman had refurbished the premises in Hogsmeade according to Samael's design specifications, drawing inspiration from various Muggle styles. Named Aurora, the establishment featured soft music, a pristine environment, and exquisite beverages, evoking a dreamlike atmosphere. Samael was pleasantly surprised that within just 2 days of opening, the pub had already gained a reputation. As they walked together, Percy remarkably brought along his 2 lively brothers, who were well-versed in the many secret passages, alleviating any concerns. Draco, despite his ailing condition, blended into the group. Had it not been for the celebration, he likely would have spent another night in the infirmary, as opportunities to mock the Weasleys were few and far between. Though it was their first visit to Hogsmeade, they did not gaze about in wonder. It was merely a village formed by wizards, after all. It was still early, and Aurora had yet to open its doors. But as the proprietor, Samael enjoyed certain privileges and boldly pushed the door open. The others marveled at his audacity, while only Theodore appeared contemplative. This is not Theodore realized, about to speak, only to be silenced by Samael's glance. Others may be unaware, but he certainly was not. He had personally handed the lease to Samael. "What would you like to drink, Mr. Gunter?" Carl inquired with a friendly smile. Being Roman's right-hand man and somewhat familiar with Samael. "A cup of chocolate milk," Samael ordered, eliciting a look of surprise from Carl at this unexpected choice. "I must remind you, even within the wizarding community, it is exceedingly unethical to allow young wizards to consume alcohol." Observing Carl's flustered expression, Samael smiled warmly. He would confidently assert that Aurora boasted the most comprehensive beverage menu in England, featuring a variety of milk teas, coffees, red and white wines, and even cola. Let them sample all the Muggle drinks, monitor their consumption, and deduct the cost from my dividends. I shall check on Rahman upstairs. After arranging for everyone, Samael ascended alone. The ambience, music, and drinks were all of the highest caliber, and naturally, the corresponding prices were not inexpensive. With Percy's financial means, treating everyone to a splendid time might considerably lighten his wallet. "Rahman, it appears you are faring quite well." As Samael ascended the staircase, he beheld Rahman seated upon the sofa, seemingly lost in contemplation. Rahman, noticing Samael's arrival, was not particularly surprised, for he had been informed of it by someone downstairs. With a hint of melancholy, he tugged at his hair. "You've arrived. I was nearly at my wit's end. Shall we converse?" Samael leisurely settled into a nearby seat. "Our latest shipment is ensnared by the American Ministry of Magic. Their regulations are stringent. The bureaucratic process cannot be completed in less than a month. And with merely half a month until the auction commences, we are in dire straits." To them, the tavern below seemed a trivial affair, with the monthly auction being of paramount importance. Samael retrieved the auction list from beside him. It comprised Roman's previous inventory. Although commendable, it lacked the necessary elements for a resounding debut. "I possess the venom of the basilisk and its shed skin, as well as the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider. These should bolster your reputation. Furthermore, I have some unicorn blood." Samael extracted an array of vials from his bag, leaving Rahman utterly dazzled. "That is sufficient. These items alone will be enough to establish a formidable reputation," Rahman exclaimed, his surprise palpable. "This is blood orchid, a newly discovered magical plant capable of extending the lifespan of serpents. Should a potion master eliminate its inherent flaws, it may lead to the creation of a life-prolonging elixir. The specifics of the auction depend on your strategy." Samael presented 2 additional blood orchids, not exaggerating, for Snape's Christmas gift had indeed included this, and he had subsequently procured more, believing in its potential. At that moment, Rahman found himself at a loss for words. Despite holding a high regard for the young man before him, he was nonetheless profoundly astonished. They then descended the stairs, for Rahman felt a twinge of concern for their rowdy companions. Indeed, his apprehensions were justified. A throng of individuals was engaged in frenzied revelry, swaying to the most exhilarating music. The usually composed Cedric and Percy were entwined in a wild embrace upon the dance floor. Theodore staggered and inadvertently stepped on Derek's foot, who protested loudly, insisting on feeding him his niffler. Draco brandished his puppet, prepared to pierce it with a needle, vociferously declaring his intent to vanquish the wealthy heir. Only Branson remained sober, attempting to restrain Draco. You must pull him back. If that needle pierces, he will undoubtedly spend a considerable time in the infirmary. Samael regarded Carl with exasperation. Didn't I instruct you to supervise them? How did they end up in such a state? You told me to keep an eye on them, but you did not prohibit them from drinking. And it was the twins who spiked their drinks. Carl innocently replied. The Weasley twins? Where are they? Samael sighed, realizing he should have anticipated this. They fell asleep in the restroom. I had Ian keep watch. Carl chuckled to himself. Chapter 77. Inebriation. One of the greatest advantages of Hogwarts is the lack of bed checks. Otherwise, all the headmasters would have undoubtedly gone mad last night. The reason being that the most outstanding first, second, third, and fifth-year students had all mysteriously vanished. It was particularly inappropriate for Slytherin, given its exclusivity, especially with a show-stealing Gryffindor amongst them. Samael, in a state of resignation, had no choice but to confine them within the secluded chamber of the Dream Organization. The space was ample, and after conjuring a grand bed to accommodate them, he chose to rest on the sofa. With a fixed biological clock, he awoke each day at the break of dawn, only to be greeted by a most distressing sight, accompanied by a pungent odor that filled the air. Percy and Cedric were tightly entwined, their garments marred with numerous stains, unmistakably remnants of the previous night's excesses. Whether they had vomited upon themselves or upon each other remained uncertain. Derek seemed oblivious to the warmth of the night, having stripped down to merely his undergarments, with the bashful and charming Draco nestled in his arms. Most strikingly, he and Theodore were entwined by their fingers, and at first glance, Samael could only remark on the chaotic entanglement of their circle. As for Fred and George, their sleeping positions were even more comical, heads at opposite ends, embracing each other's thighs and sleeping soundly. Samael extracted a crystal ball, capturing the absurdity of the scene before him. This very orb had been acquired from Carl the previous night, who found the antics of these youngsters amusing and had recorded their disgraceful states for future enjoyment. Samael, unwilling to grant him such satisfaction, had decisively pilfered it. Above, the three-headed Naga on the beam alternated breaths, as the room's odor was truly overwhelming. Observing Samael's actions, they deemed him rather dark-hearted and silently resolved never to offend him again. Cries of dismay echoed in succession. Draco glared at Derek. Derek's commander, you had better pray that you did not do anything to me last night. Draco's expression was one of profound humiliation and fury. I did nothing at all, Derek protested, feeling utterly wronged, though his words lacked any persuasive power. Even Theodore cast him a disapproving glance, as the latter's grip on his hand was painfully tight. Percy, Cedric, and the others began to awaken, their expressions reflecting mutual disdain. Even though the fire cloud robe had some cleansing effect, a lingering odor remained, leading them to suspect they had indeed vomited upon one another. The Weasley twins, however, remained unfazed, surveying their surroundings as if ready to flee at any moment. Samael had no intention of allowing them to escape, swiftly binding the two with a living rope charm. With such collective ire demanding an outlet, Samael disregarded their behavior and waved at the crystal ball, conjuring a massive light screen that captured everyone's attention. They bore witness to the Weasley twins as they clandestinely spiked their drinks, nearly shattering their molars in shock. Mortified by their own disgraceful antics, they wished to burrow into the earth, especially the Weasley twins, initially amused by the sight of their companions. Their interest waned upon seeing their own folly, leading them to fervently kiss the toilet seat in utter embarrassment. Samael then compelled them to observe their morning slumbering postures before decisively departing, leaving the group to bicker amongst themselves. He surmised that George and Fred would likely face a beating, though with Percy present, it was unlikely to escalate too far, yet they would certainly not escape unscathed. Even Percy might find himself compelled to deliver a few kicks. In truth, the plight of Gemini far exceeded his expectations. When he encountered them again in the afternoon, not only were their bodies marred with bruises, but their faces bore the ghastly sight of festering sores that looked as though they could burst at any moment. This was under the premise that everyone had shown restraint. Simultaneously, the camaraderie among several individuals had significantly deepened. They had not only shared the same window and shared drinks, but had also shared a bed. Even though their first experience with alcohol was less than pleasant, they did not deny the beauty of the emotions they had felt at that time. Samael, wait for me. Watching Samael head towards Hagrid's hut, Derek couldn't help but call out to him. Samael, curious, inquired about his presence. I have no choice. I'm currently evading Draco and Theodore, as they're seeking me out for a duel. Derek replied helplessly, firmly believing he had done nothing wrong. By the way, How is it that you possess such remarkable physical strength? Samael wondered, recalling how this fellow had been quite intoxicated the previous day, effortlessly swinging Draco and Theodore around as if they were mere weights. Branson, attempting to intervene, had been thrown aside. I drank the blood of a Riem bull, which grants me great strength, Derek said nonchalantly. Is it that golden giant bull? Samael exclaimed, aware of this mythical creature. However, he knew that the supply of Riem bull blood was scarce, and it was rarely available in the open market, making it quite difficult to obtain. What? Why didn't you mention it earlier? How was I to know what it was without even a note? Samael exclaimed in frustration, questioning whether Derek truly understood the value of such a substance. Didn't I? Perhaps I simply forgot, Derek replied, his innocent expression inciting a rare desire in Samael to strike him. Before long, the two arrived at Hagrid's hut. The thunderclap dragon had been affectionately named Mimi by Hagrid, a name that she found utterly disgraceful, leading her to consistently sulk around him. Yet, Hagrid remained convinced that Mimi was merely playing with him, and he reveled in this notion. As he observed the fleeting flicker of her fiery breath, Samael furrowed his brow. Concerned for Hagrid's safety, Mimi settled on Samuel's shoulder, exposing her elongated neck, demonstrating complete trust in him. This skill of expelling fiery breath, which he referred to as flickering flame, existed for but a fleeting moment. It mitigated the risk of uncontrollable fire while rendering the flames profoundly concentrated. Thankfully, she was aware of her limits and did not ignite the dwelling. Hagrid greeted Samael warmly, as his daily task involved warming the eggs of the Norwegian Ridgeback with blazing flames. The birth of the thunderclap dragon had provided Hagrid with a shortcut, leading him to readily acquiesce to Samuel's request. Samael, taking the matter seriously, refrained from mentioning the flickering flame, as he was already pleased with the success of that singular attempt. If he were to accidentally cook the dragon eggs, he had no idea how he would compensate Hagrid for the loss, as he was least adept at comforting others. Chapter 78. The Small Man Struck by Lightning. Even though he could always detect the enticing aroma of frying eggs, he could still feel the overwhelming vitality emanating from the dragon egg. Hagrid's anticipation for this egg surpassed Samuel's expectations. He would invariably cradle it immediately after Samuel's heating, claiming it was to allow the dragon baby to feel the love of its Hagrid mama. Although he already had Mimi, her physique was rather limited, reaching a maximum of around 1 meter. It was the formidable and massive appearance of the Norwegian Ridgeback that captured his heart. Samael and Draco quietly observed Hagrid's series of enigmatic actions, wishing to express their thoughts, but ultimately refraining from voicing any opinions. Today was supposed to be the hatching day for the dragon hatchling, and they were eager to witness such a ferocious creature. A few childish voices could be heard outside, clearly indicating that Hagrid had invited more than just them. Harry, do you think Hagrid has invited Malfoy and the others? Spoke Ron, who showed no restraint in his curiosity. He probably has. That fellow is quite knowledgeable about dragon breeding and shares a good rapport with Hagrid. Moreover, Samael is their friend and would likely attend. Indeed, those who know you better than friends are often your foes, Harry pondered seriously. If you truly care for Hagrid, you should persuade him to abandon this dragon egg. This is a Norwegian Ridgeback, not a cute little Akami. If the Ministry of Magic discovers it, Hagrid will be in grave trouble. The stern voice was unmistakably Hermione's, and the two younger boys were aware of this truth. However, Gryffindor bravery would not allow them to concede. They could only pretend not to hear. As the sounds drew nearer, Draco exhibited great excitement, gesturing animatedly to Samael like an animated monkey. Samael seemed to have guessed his intentions and exchanged a knowing glance with Hagrid before tapping his wand lightly. The two of them vanished in a twist of light. Ron pushed the door open and glanced around, relieved not to find Samael's presence. Unbeknownst to him, although Samael had not threatened him directly, every encounter with him left Ron feeling as though his legs were turning to jelly, especially after Samael had changed his appearance, looking at him as if he were prey ready to be devoured. Good afternoon, Hagrid. After greeting him, the group approached Hagrid, eyeing the dragon egg in his arms. Hagrid appeared somewhat awkward, his gaze darting behind the three young ones. Hagrid, what is wrong? Is your eye bothering you? Harry inquired, puzzled. I'm fine. Perhaps just a bit dazzled. Hagrid sighed helplessly, wishing for the first time that Harry could be a bit more like Lily. Has Malfoy not come? It's probably for the best. They're all troublemakers, possibly with ulterior motives. Ron, noticing Malfoy's absence, began to vent his frustrations, recalling how the last encounter had been particularly tormenting for him. Hagrid chose not to engage, instead coughing repeatedly, as though he had been choked by his own saliva. Samael, observing Draco's eagerness to act, squeezed his hand, signaling him to remain calm. Jealousy twisted Ron's features. He had yet to visit Hogsmeade, despite hearing upperclassmen rave about the excellent pubs there. If it weren't for the Weasley twins sending him a spider as a threat, he would have been tempted to report them to Professor McGonagall. Ron, I believe Percy has been rather kind to you. After all, when you were in the hospital wing, he brought you some sweets, Hermione reminded him. Hermione could no longer tolerate the foolish ramblings of the imbecile and interjected, "That candy is." Just as Ron was about to retort, a loud shout interrupted him. "Look, it's about to hatch." Harry adeptly diverted the attention of the two from their argument, focusing it on the dragon egg. Hagrid placed the egg on the table, his joy palpable as he observed the cracking shell, while the two hidden figures leaned in closer. "Wow, it's absolutely stunning," Hagrid exclaimed, reaching out to touch the tiny creature. "This is far more beautiful than the electric dragon that Samael sent. Just look at how adorable it is," Ron praised, his hand also moving to caress the hatchling. Everyone except Hagrid couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Are you blind?" they thought. Hagrid's admiration was clearly biased, stemming from a maternal perspective. The creature, covered in dull brown scales and wrinkled skin, was hardly appealing, and such comments evidently expressed discontent toward Samael. "I believe you should steer clear of that Slytherin serpent," Harry suggested. "If he genuinely considered you a friend, he ought to have presented you with a dragon, rather than gifting it to Malfoy." Ron, increasingly animated, intensified the pressure of his touch on the little dragon, feeling a sense of responsibility as a friend of the Savior to unveil the true nature of certain individuals. The group frowned, and though Harry wanted to counter, he refrained from speaking. I trust Harry knows the sort of friends to choose. Besides, speaking ill of others behind their backs invites misfortune, he mused. The sudden appearance of Samael startled them. Ron even leaped several meters back, inadvertently getting his finger bitten by the hatchling. The little dragon seemed to think, "What a feast! How dare you challenge a magnificent dragon? I shall not refuse such a treat." Samael smiled as he held the grinning Draco, quietly observing the scene. "Samael, Ron didn't mean to," Harry stammered, his embarrassment evident as he realized his words had been overheard. "Not a problem, but the teeth of a Norwegian ridgeback are likely venomous. You should take your friend to get it checked," Samael said, maintaining his smile as he watched the hurried departure of the group, his amusement fading as he bid farewell to Hagrid. Hagrid, wholly absorbed in the hatchling, paid no heed to their quarrel. "Why not let me teach that Weasley a lesson?" Draco questioned, puzzled, for such behavior was uncharacteristic of Samael. "He's merely a pitiful creature seeking attention. It's unnecessary." Yet, despite this dismissal, the ominous glint in his serpentine eyes was veiled in a mist of white. The atmosphere at Hogwarts grew tumultuous, a vast natural power converging around Samael. Dark clouds churned, fierce winds howled, and terrifying lightning danced through the sky. A thunderous bolt descended, exploding beneath the feet of Harry and Ron, while sparing the innocent. Observing the two in their frantic retreat, Samael allowed a smile to grace his lips. "I've heard the probability of being struck by lightning is only 1 in 10. Shall we test it?" He mused. "What if someone were to perish? I'll let fate decide." With that thought, the tempest unleashed its fury. From a moment Harry refrained from defending Samael. The latter silently concluded the friendship between them. After a brief interval, the storm clouds dispersed, the raging wind subsided, leaving only Miss Beaver's frantic cries. "Ron, struck by lightning. Someone help." Samael turned and walked away, leaving a dazed Draco, who pondered, "Is this what you call unnecessary?" Chapter 79, Retribution. The news of Ron Weasley being struck by lightning swiftly spread throughout the school. The Weasley family had become quite renowned at Hogwarts, although their fame was divided between glory and disgrace. Naturally, Percy Weasley represented the former, while the identity of the latter was all too evident. This incident garnered significant attention from the school authorities, based on Harry Potter's account. The headmasters quickly identified Samael as the prime suspect. Samael, with nothing to hide, graciously allowed the professors to examine his wand. There were no traces of meteorological spells upon it, nor any findings on Draco Malfoy's wand, leading to the conclusion that it was merely a matter of natural occurrence. Ron was simply an unfortunate victim. Severus Snape was aware of Samael's remarkable ability to cast spells without a wand. Yet the sheer magnitude of the thunderstorm witnessed by all left Snape skeptical of Samael's capabilities. Most perplexed was Madame Pomfrey, the esteemed nurse of Hogwarts, who wore a face of bewilderment. After years of tending to peculiar injuries, she found this one particularly bizarre. It was one thing to be struck by lightning, but why were there dragon bite marks on his fingers? Was it conceivable that a dragon had swooped down during the storm to take a bite? Fortunately, she knew Gryffindor's reputation for troublemaking and refrained from further questioning, focusing instead on providing care. Among those receiving treatment was the illustrious Harry Potter. Though he had not faced the lightning directly, he bore minor burns. For Samael, this incident was merely a fleeting distraction. His life returned to a state of tranquility. As for the so-called savior, respect was conditional. Should he fail to show proper regard, who was to prevent the possibility of a confrontation? Of course, he maintained the facade of their relationship. Friendship could be absent, yet the benefits could not be ignored. Samael reclined leisurely on the sofa in the common room, basking in the warmth of the fireplace alongside Ilya. "Samael, you cannot imagine what I have done." Draco burst into the room, clamoring. Ilya shot him an irritated glance, disliking the intrusion upon his cherished moments with his master. With a slight flick of his tail, he targeted the electric tail dragon perched on Draco's shoulder and, with a swift motion, sent it into the fire. The dragon, with its thick, scaly hide, was impervious to mere mortal flames, emerging from the flames unscathed and casting a reproachful look at Ilya. After all, the electric tail dragon was indeed a creature of legend. To say its wildness was rare would be an understatement. To prevent them from igniting anything with fierce flames, Samael had enlisted the guidance of 4 professors to ensure proper training, and Ilya's influence played a pivotal role in their obedience. Their robust scales rendered fleeting flames incapable of inflicting any genuine harm. "If you have matters to discuss, do so. If not, be gone." Samael was acutely aware of his virtues and spoke without mercy. "I was docked 50 points for my nocturnal escapade and received a detention," Draco proclaimed with undeniable pride, clearly holding back further details as he awaited Samael's reaction. "If you do not speak, I shall inform Professor Snape. He places great importance on house points. Should he learn of this?" Very well, I shall divulge. Although I lost 50 points, I managed to have Gryffindor penalized by 200 points. Gryffindor has now been utterly transformed into Gryffindor-less," Draco boasted, pushing Ilya aside to sit before Samael. A flicker of interest ignited within Samael. Hagrid's foolish dragon had grown too large to conceal and had to be sent away. That fool Weasley contacted his brother Charlie, who raises dragons in Romania. However, this imbecile arranged the transfer of the hatchling on the rooftop of the tower, practically broadcasting Hogwarts' illegal possession of a Norwegian ridgeback to the world. I reported them to Professor McGonagall. Although the dragon was dispatched, Potter and his band of fools were caught red-handed. Draco enthusiastically dramatized his own accomplishments. Each of the trio lost 50 points, totaling 150. But who else? Samael voiced his curiosity. "I know this one, it's Neville Longbottom. I heard he went out searching for Potter and the others, only to forget the password to the common room and found himself locked out, fortuitously discovered by Professor McGonagall, who promptly deducted another 50 points. Truly foolish. Draco, you shall become a hero to all of Slytherin." Although Samael knew Dumbledore would ultimately restore the lost points, he couldn't help but commend Draco's cleverness. He realized that Draco was enacting revenge, not only for himself but also for Samael. Observing Draco's triumphant demeanor, Samael returned his focus to the notes in his hands. The following day, when Samael entered the Great Hall, he indeed beheld Gryffindor's pitifully low score of gems. The trio hung their heads, acutely aware of the seething glares from their fellow housemates. "Wow, Potter, you truly are our Slytherin hero. I believe all of Slytherin should pay you their respects," Draco exclaimed, his words piercing through like arrows. Laughter erupted from Slytherin, who displayed great enthusiasm for Draco's performance. Meanwhile, Gryffindor was filled with the desire to pummel Draco, their gazes towards Potter and the others growing increasingly hostile. Over the months, they had come to realize that the so-called savior, like them, was merely an ordinary student, exceptional only in his flying abilities, not superior in any other regard. Thus, Harry experienced the overwhelming contrast of basking in glory while being scorned. Ron reveled in the sense of accomplishment from aiding Hagrid. Among Gryffindor, aside from Harry, he had little desire to forge friendships. Poor Hermione and Neville, with few companions to begin with, found themselves ostracized at the edge of the long table. Is this truly what Gryffindor is like? It is rather disappointing, indeed. Samael gazed upon the members of Gryffindor and was compelled to initiate his own performance. "Draco, what would you do if our house were to lose a substantial number of points because of me?" "Well, we would certainly strive to regain those lost points," Draco replied, his tone rather insufferable. "Would you ostracize me then?" "Of course not. You are a member of Slytherin and my closest friend. Only a beast would act so disdainfully." The two engaged in a witty exchange, vividly illustrating the essence of mockery. Their inability to empathize with Gryffindor's predicament was evident, as neither was particularly concerned. Samael simultaneously derided Gryffindor's virtues while surreptitiously garnering favor from Harry Potter, before turning away with a nonchalant flourish. As for Gryffindor's opinions, he was indifferent. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the Black family's collection, the invisibility cloak, and more. Wait for me, my treasures. Chapter 80. The Benevolence of the Master and the Filial Piety of the Disciple. As night fell, Samael only then realized when Draco mentioned his intention to venture into the Forbidden Forest for detention. At that moment, old Voldemort was also in the forest. What if they were to cross paths? Rest assured, Samael, we have traversed the Forbidden Forest numerous times. Nothing will go amiss, Draco assured him, misreading Samael's concern and attempting to comfort him. Hold this. Samael carefully extracted his previous spoils, a dagger, from his small satchel. Unlike his earlier nonchalance, he was now notably cautious. This weapon, known as the Blade of Samael, traced its origins back to the era of the four great founders. Its former owner was a dark wizard named Samael, forged through the vengeful spirits of hundreds of wizards, combining the dragon's breastbone with the magical essence of a venomous leopard. It was responsible for the massacre of numerous vibrant ancient elves a millennium ago. Not only was it reviled by nature, but it also harbored a multitude of curses. Even wizards of Dumbledore and Voldemort's caliber would meet their demise from a mere scratch. Samael felt fortunate that he had not tested the blade's edge. Had it not been for his concern for Draco's safety, he would not have dared to reveal such a relic. Exercise caution. Should anyone harbor malevolent intentions approach you, you must strike first. He felt compelled to remind Draco, once this blade draws blood, even Dumbledore cannot save you. Witnessing Draco's foolish antics with the weapon, he quickly urged him to be careful. Seeing Samael's grave demeanor, Draco cautiously stowed the dagger away, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. If Hagrid instructs you to split up, you must follow him, whether by charm or by cuteness. Never accompany Harry. Harry possesses a knack for attracting disaster. And should he encounter Voldemort, I fear he might foolishly attempt to confront him. Samael had every confidence that Draco would be capable of such recklessness. After sending the apprehensive Draco on his way, Samael commenced his own endeavors. He had no interest in confronting the Dark Lord in the Forbidden Forest. With the main antagonist absent, it was the perfect opportunity for a little thievery. As the saying goes, a lean horse bears a heavy hoof. A son stealing from his father is no thief. How different can a teacher be from father? Before long, old Voldemort will flee, and Quirrell will be no more. It is both reasonable and just for his disciple to inherit the legacy. He has long coveted Quirrell's collection. He has conducted investigations, and the various tomes of curses, hexes, and jinxes certainly do not originate from the restricted section of a library. They must belong to either Voldemort or Quirrell's personal collection. Moreover, Quirrell possesses a dragon egg to tempt Hagrid. Who knows what other precious items may lie hidden? Samael cast a disillusionment charm and a silencing charm upon himself. Cautiously traversing the corridors of Hogwarts, he tested the effect and found that even the approaching Filch remained oblivious, while even Mrs. Norris merely caught a familiar scent, failing to detect his presence. Samael skillfully made his way to Quirrell's office, where everything felt so familiar. He even found himself reminiscing about the days spent learning dark magic with Voldemort. He proceeded directly to the innermost chamber and cast a detection spell. At a glance, he spotted the area where Quirrell lingered, gradually approaching a box nestled in the corner. A box that seemed to be a no-trace extension charm? Alohomora, open sesame, shatter and scatter. Had he not feared making too much noise, he might have resorted to an explosion spell. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With a sigh, Samael uttered the command to open in Parseltongue. The previously sealed box sprang open with such force that it startled him. How cautious Quirrell was. Was this the Slytherin Locket Box Plus? Samael dared not enter, but leaned over the edge of the box to scrutinize its contents. Shelves of books, a magical research laboratory. The bones of unknown creatures, eggs of fantastic beasts, and an array of magical artifacts, all haphazardly arranged. The overall layout closely resembled Samael's own suitcase, albeit on a much grander scale. The magical training area was 5 times larger than that of his suitcase. Dear teacher, allow your student to inherit your estate. A splendid day begins with thievery. Samael chuckled as he levitated the box away, setting aside whether 1 or 2 items would satiate his appetite. The mere fact that the box could only be opened with Parseltongue meant that, should anything be removed, the inscription Thief Samael would be etched into the office. After all, in Voldemort's mind, the only ones capable of opening the box in all of Hogwarts were he and Samael. Unless Voldemort were to believe he had sleepwalked and ransacked his own possessions, he knew precisely who the thief was. Voldemort was not so foolish. Leisurely strolling down the corridor, he occasionally glanced out the window. If Draco had nothing amiss, this night would be utterly perfect. The return was bound to be far more lively than his departure. Samael spotted Blaze engaged in a kiss with a Hufflepuff upperclassman. Observing the two as they entwined tongues, Samael felt exasperated. Even though Blaze was doused in a copious amount of cologne, Samael could still detect a whiff of scoundrel about him. This lad was indeed handsome, but also notoriously fickle. This marked his fourth girlfriend of the semester. Despite being of the same age, this little fellow had yet to fully mature, yet he possessed a remarkably rich romantic history. Most importantly, Samael had heard no rumors of any of his ex-girlfriends causing a stir. It is evident that this individual possesses remarkable expertise in navigating emotional matters. After a quiet scoff, it wasn't long before he spotted the same couple from the last time, the senior embracing the other while gliding on ice. The pair, employing somewhat clumsy disillusionment charms, were passionately kissing, seemingly both students of Hufflepuff. Just from their silhouettes, Samael recognized them. Observing the glimmer at the corners of their mouths and their dreamy gazes towards one another, it appeared they were on the verge of engaging in an inappropriate act. A chill ran down Samael's spine. He hastily pushed aside his suit of armor nearby, the resounding clatter echoing through the corridor. The two startledly rose, glancing around before grasping each other's hands and dashing towards Hufflepuff House. The scene was indeed striking, a true testament to the vibrancy of England's youth. Meanwhile, the box remained hidden within the mirror, classified as contraband before old Voldemort's demise. Samael, feeling a lingering unease, was unsure whether it stemmed from the stolen box or the sights he had just witnessed. Chapter 81. The Emerald Serpent's Triflower Eyes. Within the confines of Hogwarts, the only one as resilient as the Savior, besides Malfoy, was none other than him. That evening, apart from the annoyance of having his dagger pilfered, Samael was otherwise unperturbed. After Draco's playful antics and relentless persuasion, Samael reluctantly decided to gift it to him. In Draco's words, he would stab anyone who displeased him, and observing his infuriating expression, Samael found himself somewhat intrigued. The dagger had never been particularly easy for Samael to wield. Who among the great wizards would stand still for him to jab? Even with the flying charm, he might not be able to reach them. If something were to go awry, he would have nowhere to lament. Since Draco desired it, he might as well pass it on, as it was better than allowing it to gather dust. Samael had always been generous towards those he respected. He had already gifted Percy a thesis topic, Cedric the Eye of the Forest, and Derek and Hagrid a dragon. A mere dagger was of little consequence. However, Samael reiterated emphatically that it must not be used within the school, except in dire circumstances. He trusted that if he did not caution him, Draco would undoubtedly attempt to use it against Harry. Fortunately, Draco took his words to heart. Otherwise, Samael would have been quite uneasy about entrusting him with it. Life followed a rather predictable rhythm until the dreadful final examinations concluded, granting him a moment to relax. "Samael, how did you fare?" Blanson inquired, noticing that only Samael occupied the long table. The first-year courses posed little challenge. Samael shot him a look, fully aware that everyone knew of his true capabilities. Blanson was clearly pretending to be oblivious. Except for flying lessons, all other subjects were a breeze for him, whether theoretical or practical. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had both awarded him an O. Even in astronomy, a class he rarely attended, he managed to achieve commendable results based on the foundational knowledge acquired in Muggle school. While full marks were unattainable, an O was certainly within reach. However, noticing Blanson's eager expression, he relented and posed a question. If he didn't allow him a moment of pride, Blanson would surely persist in conversation until the topic was revisited. Samael found it perplexing that such an exceptionally talented individual could be so loquacious. Shouldn't a researcher embody the essence of Severus Snape from his school days? A solitary figure, ensconced in a corner, perfecting potion formulas, isolated from the world, and taciturn. How could this fellow be so foolish? Setting him aside, the members of the Dream Fulfillment Organization exuded confidence in their achievements, even if one subject fell slightly short of excellence. This was akin to Samael's own flying class, Theodore's potion class, and Draco's history of magic class. Listening to Branson's lengthy diatribe extolling his own brilliant intellect left Samael utterly speechless, fervently hoping that he was not, in fact, as brilliant as he claimed. By the gods, what is wrong with your eyes? Branson, in his exuberance, inadvertently locked eyes with Samael, causing his demeanor to become disoriented, as if his very soul were on the verge of departing his body. Although he had encountered serpent-like pupils before, he now noticed 3 deep green spots prominently adorning Samael's irises, subtle enough that one might overlook them if not scrutinized closely. Despite the slight alteration, the potent aura of magic was undeniable. Branson waved his wand, conjuring a magical circle through which he meticulously examined Samael's eyes. "Human transmutation? Quick, let me take a closer look," Branson exclaimed, eager to investigate Samael's ocular features. Samael, exasperated, kicked him away and rolled his eyes. Are you blind? What nonsense about human transmutation? These are my natural eyes. Branson, puzzled, crawled closer to Samael and began to pry open his eyelids. Samael, irritated, swatted his hand away, mindful that he had just indulged in a donut without washing his hands. Who knew what bacteria might lurk there? If given the choice, Samael would have preferred to avoid such transformations altogether. After pilfering Voldemort's chest, he had inadvertently unlocked the achievement of a master conjurer. Samael speculated that this so-called achievement was likely a culmination of all the events surrounding Voldemort. After all, even the destruction of a Horcrux had not warranted any corresponding reward, let alone the theft of a chest. The system rewarded him with a pair of emerald serpent tricolor pupils, a feature reminiscent of fantastical tales such as Battle Through the Heavens. Their ability rendered them a bane to nearly all serpentine magical beasts, forging a unilateral bond of control over such creatures. Furthermore, they allowed for the confinement of beasts or individuals within a space created by the emerald serpent tricolor pupils. Although the size of this space was limited, it would expand with the user's growing strength. Any beasts or individuals ensnared within this space would gradually have their power absorbed by the user. While he possessed no magical beasts, he had an abundance of serpentine creatures. Samael attempted to draw in the 4 great heads and little chili into the pupil space, discovering that this process of absorption was rather limited and slow, though the interior space was quite substantial. Samael was unfazed. The space was the most significant advantage of this ability, allowing him to carry the 4 great heads and the thousands of venomous snakes from his home with ease. An army of ants could indeed slay an elephant, and with enough serpents, vanquishing a dragon might not be out of reach. Moreover, these were no ordinary snakes. The peculiar energy emanating from the emerald serpent tricolor pupils could usurp control over another's body, akin to a rudimentary, soul-stealing curse. Last night, Samael directed Crabbe and Goyle to engage in rigorous physical training in the common room, encompassing push-ups, duck walks, and sit-ups, among other exercises. Draco regarded these 2 gluttons merely as meat shields. Without a robust physique, they hardly qualified as even that. The 2 hefty fellows lamented their plight, their bodies trembling in the morning despite the restorative potions they consumed. They regarded Samael with an expression akin to that of a creature confronting a monster. These abilities were exceptionally potent, and Samael took great satisfaction in them. However, the dilemma arose from the fact that his serpentine form, stimulated by this surge of energy, had grown even more formidable, now spanning a full 20 feet. He was required to maintain his serpentine physique for no less than 3 hours daily. Failing to do so would accelerate his transformation into a snake. Furthermore, both his venom potency and bodily defenses had significantly enhanced, leading to irreversible changes within his human form, with faint, intricate scales becoming discernible beneath his pallid skin. According to Snape's analysis, the moment he reached adulthood, he would irrevocably become serpent. Most notably, the blood lily in his common room flourished with far more brilliance than that of the basilisk's guarded blood lily. This indicated that Samael's serpentine aura surpassed that of the basilisk by a considerable margin. Chapter 82. Subduing the serpent monster. The atmosphere at Hogwarts post-examinations was filled with a sense of ease and joy, while the students remained oblivious to their scores. They managed to glean some information through various informal channels. Members of the Dream Fulfillment Organization were unconcerned. Their gap from the ordinary students was indeed significant, ensuring they remained on an excellent starting line. Gathered at the Ravenclaw long table, they deliberated on the forthcoming holiday. Samael and Branson had received an invitation from Percy to attend his award ceremony. It is worth noting that each award recipient could bring along 11 companions, be they close friends or family. Given the Weasley family's size, this opportunity was quite precious. The Slytherin crowd, with their affluent backgrounds, had their own means of securing attendance. Cedric's father held a high position within the Ministry of Magic, facilitating easy access. As for Derek, the Scamander family also boasted significant connections within the ministry. Only Branson, hailing from America, and Samael, who currently lacked substantial ties, found themselves in a more challenging position. Percy, considerate of their circumstances, personally delivered the invitation to them, expressing his hope for their presence. Samael, what do you suppose those heroes are up to, sneaking around like that? Branson inquired, noticing Harry and Ron's figures and casting a curious glance at Samael, aware of his keen interest in Potter's activities. How should I know? Perhaps they are preparing to guard the Philosopher's Stone? Samael replied nonchalantly. The Philosopher's Stone? Is it the same one I have heard of? Hogwarts actually possesses a Philosopher's Stone? Branson asked in rapid succession, astonished as he turned to Samael. If you had followed the news, you would know that Nicholas Flamel's residence was attacked by dark wizards, likely in pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone. Given his friendship with Dumbledore, it is reasonable that he entrusted its safekeeping to him. The forbidden corridor on the 4th floor must surely serve as a safeguard. Why didn't you say so earlier? As the pinnacle of alchemical creation, it is imperative that we take a look, Branson exclaimed eagerly. What are you looking at? If you desire, come to my place tonight and study it thoroughly, came the response. At your place? Branson was even more astonished. Potter believed that Professor Snape would attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, claiming a sense of justice in his mission to protect it. Concerned that Snape might find this sacred responsibility too burdensome, he opted to retrieve the stone in advance. With them, protecting it? Branson queried, perplexed. The stone was quite small and easily transportable. Why then the need for obstacles? Dumbledore had chosen to conceal the stone within the mirror of Ariste, which was scarcely different from handing it directly to Samael. Since the mirror's transdimensional capabilities had reached level 3, he could traverse between any mirrors within a certain range without leaving a mark. Had he not feared Dumbledore's suspicions regarding this ability, he would have replaced all the mirrors in Hogwarts with towering ones. Never mind them, Branson. You and Cedric will accompany me to a certain place shortly, Samael said mysteriously. Where now? Branson asked, somewhat reluctant. Whenever Samael sought him out, it was usually for some laborious task. Whether you wish to go or not is up to you. No. I shall go if that is what you want. Having recently mastered the ability of the basilisk's 3-colored eyes, it would truly be a disservice to this newfound skill if he did not poke around the looming antagonist of the next semester. However, the basilisk's gaze possessed lethal capabilities, and Samael was loath to gamble on which was stronger. Thus, he decided to bring along Branson and Cedric. One would attack, the other control, with Samael providing support. Even if it were the basilisk, potentially allied with Voldemort, it would still have to contend with their formidable arrangement. After securing their agreement, Samael promptly set off toward the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor. Whether Dumbledore was genuinely absent or merely feigning ignorance, with Harry Potter involved, no one would pay attention to their movements. Samael, what brings you to the girls' lavatory? You can't possibly have a peculiar interest, can you? Branson and Cedric looked at him with disdain. Ignoring their jibes, Samael unleashed a raspy voice in Parseltongue, and a vast passageway appeared before them. Ignoring their astonishment, Samael boldly entered the deep, hidden chamber. Only he could awaken the basilisk without making direct eye contact. The trio gazed at the foul cavern, littered with the remains of various creatures, feeling a chill of revulsion. Samael had already informed them of their foe, and he caught a glimpse of Branson, the crafty one, rolling up a sizable piece of serpent skin and stowing it in his bag. Even Cedric appeared to be on a treasure hunt, looking more like a tourist than a combatant. Over here, Cedric whispered, pointing at the slumbering creature by the edge of the pool, cautious not to disturb its rest. Gazing upon the robust and imposing figure, Samael could not help but caress it. Despite its corpulence and grotesqueness, he felt an inexplicable thrill of excitement. A series of detection spells cascaded over the serpent's body, the magic gentle enough not to rouse it from slumber. Yet, upon observing the golden patterns swirling around its magical core, Samael's heart sank. He realized that the creature had been bound by contract. The familiar essence of magic emanated from his beloved mentor. Samael exchanged a glance with his companions, who promptly waved their wands. Cedric scattered numerous seeds around the serpent, which burst through the floor and swiftly grew, ensnaring the beast tightly. Meanwhile, Branson concentrated the thunder in his palm, exerting his full power from a concealed position. Although he could not exert complete control over the serpent, commanding it to close its eyes was a feasible task. Instantly, the serpent's eyelids grew heavy. Despite its desperate resistance, it was to no avail, as its eyes were firmly shut. Samael unleashed a powerful explosive spell, yet the serpent's formidable magical resistance absorbed the blow, leaving only minor wounds. However, that slight injury became the pivotal point of its downfall. Cedric waved his wand, causing immense blossoms to bloom upon the resilient vines, with their pollen infiltrating the creature's flesh, transforming it into sustenance for the magical vines. In pain, the serpent thrashed violently, but Branson was undeterred, unleashing the full force of his thunder, rendering the creature numb and powerless. With a mournful cry, the serpent succumbed to the ground in defeat. Samael's eyes widened as his immense mental energy connected with the serpent's gaze through its eyelids, an instant rigidity coursing through him. The green flecks in his pupils began to whirl rapidly, as a surging tide of magic dispelled the sensation of stiffness. The serpent's colossal form was swiftly drawn into the vortex of his gaze, howling in distress, appearing quite pitiable. Samael observed the dissipating contract formation and silently exhaled in relief. He held a certain disdain for the serpent as a species. Despite their formidable abilities, their shortcomings were glaring. The crowing of a rooster could spell death for a young serpent, forcing it to flee in terror even after a millennium of existence. However, with the presence of the blood orchid, a divine entity capable of compensating for biological deficiencies, he found himself contemplating its cultivation. After all, the ability to slay with a mere stare was irresistibly alluring. The group collectively sighed in relief as Samael summoned the serpent once more to heal its wounds. Chapter 83. The holiday approaches. As the holiday drew near, the atmosphere at Hogwarts reached a crescendo. The conclusion of this semester's academic journey was tantalizingly close, awaiting only the final mundane Quidditch match. Listening to the raucous shouts of Slytherin students echoing across the grounds, Samael found himself perplexed by the popularity of a game that so overtly showcased individual heroism. "Professor, you enjoy watching Quidditch matches as well?" he remarked, deliberately provoking the darkly expressioned Snape beside him. "Has Mr. Gunner begun to oversee your private life? Even a troll would not be so unreasonable." Snape, feigning indifference, did not acknowledge Samael's jest and responded with an air of composure. "Did you steal the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of Erist?" Snape stated bluntly, wishing to avoid the irritating visage before him. "The term steal is rather excessive. Such a grave accusation warrants evidence, or I might have grounds to sue for defamation." Samael feigned seriousness, maintaining an air of gravitas, before swiftly shifting his tone. "However, the Philosopher's Stone is indeed in my possession, not stolen, but rather safeguarded. It would be a disservice to allow someone as reckless and feeble as Potter to partake in its protection. As the most accomplished student of Hogwarts, I could not bear to see the institution suffer such a loss, and thus took it upon myself to secure it first." Samael subtly reminded Snape not to show favoritism. If Harry could do it, why could he not? Mr. Gunter's thick skin remained unchanged, as impenetrable as a giant's warhammer. "State your terms." Snape was pleased with Samuel's choice of words, describing Potter as weak and reckless, though he concealed his satisfaction. Protecting the school's precious treasures was indeed the duty of an exemplary student, yet I find myself quite intrigued by the Mirror of Erist. In truth, Samael was uncertain as to what terms he should propose. Anything too precious would be unrealistic, while something too mundane would be of little interest. Coincidentally, the mirror aligned perfectly with his aesthetic. In recent days, Samael had harnessed the residual magic within the stone to transform an artificial hill into a mountain of gold. In terms of wealth, he would never exhaust his fortune. The elixir of life held no allure for him, being merely 11 years old. Branson had come to study the stone several times, merely sensing its vast magical power, but had not derived anything further. Nonetheless, the opportunity to observe the works of his idol was exhilarating enough. After a moment of contemplation, Snape turned to leave, only to hear Samuel's voice in his ear. "Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore is truly remarkable, capable of wielding genuine affection as a shackle." Snape paused momentarily before hastily departing, while Samael shook his head, sighing at the enthusiastic cheers resonating within the hall. The competition concluded. Observing the disparity between the two teams, Samael mused that it was only fitting for Slytherin to triumph. They possessed both beauty and strength, coupled with superior equipment, decisively besting Ravenclaw. The only member of Ravenclaw with commendable prowess was Autumn Zhang. The rest were hardly noteworthy. "Samael, did you see how impressive that trident formation was? You cannot even begin to comprehend." Throughout their journey, Draco incessantly boasted about himself, even attributing the captain's accomplishments to his own merit. The Quidditch captain beside him felt awkward, wishing to counter but fearing to offend the heir of the Malfoy family, opting instead to silently grit his teeth. Due to his injuries, Harry Potter ultimately missed the match against Hufflepuff, even though Gryffindor's overall strength far surpassed Hufflepuff's. Lacking a seeker resulted in a 20-point deficit, leaving Hufflepuff to secure third place. Fortunately, Harry managed to arrive just in time for the final celebration. Samael found himself curious. Given the current disparity between Gryffindor and Slytherin, to what extent would Dumbledore show favoritism in order to elevate the savior status? The moment Harry made his entrance, all gazes turned toward him with the reverence reserved for heroes. Even those upperclassmen who had previously resented him for the significant points he had cost them were not stingy with their admiration. Praising his valiant act of vanquishing the Dark Wizard Quirrell, Dumbledore announced the final scores. Gryffindor 210 points, Hufflepuff 352 points, Ravenclaw 426 points, and Slytherin 500 points. With the absence of the Quidditch championship title, Gryffindor's score was over 200 points lower than in the original text. Observing Draco's smug expression upon hearing the scores, Samuel silently prayed that he would not succumb to despair. I still have the final points to award. Just as everyone prepared to celebrate, Dumbledore's resounding voice echoed from afar. Samuel had underestimated the audacity of the White Lord, noticing Snape's complexion visibly darkening. Ms. Hermione Granger, during a time of peril for others, displayed remarkable composure and ingenuity, earning the house 50 points. Ron Weasley executed a game of wizard chess unparalleled at Hogwarts for many years, earning 50 points. Harry Potter, for his brave act of ridding us of the dark wizard Quirrell, is awarded 50 points for his courage and extraordinary valor. Dumbledore continued eloquently, even adding 50 points for Neville in recognition of his steadfast principles and bravery in standing up for his friends. Gryffindor ultimately triumphed over Slytherin by a mere 10 points. The Gryffindors embraced one another in joyous celebration, oblivious to the sour expressions of the other houses. Samuel had long anticipated this day, having previously spread rumors of Dumbledore's support for the Savior. The other houses, apart from acknowledging Harry Potter's 50 points and Percy Weasley's 100 points, rejected the rest of the scores entirely. What nonsense is this international wizard chess? Has Dumbledore lost his wits? What absurd justification is this? How can that merit 50 points? Once the Gryffindors regained their composure and noticed their peers from other houses glaring at them, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had heard the ridiculous rumors. Yet when confronted with the reality, they found no desire to dispute it. After all, honor was at stake, and who would truly refuse such recognition? Samuel witnessed Professor Snape storming off, followed by the dejected exit of Slytherin as a whole. Save for one fool who shouted about reporting to his father to the board regarding Dumbledore's alleged unfairness. The other houses, witnessing this scene, lost their appetite and departed as well. Dumbledore was taken aback, having intended to bolster Harry's reputation, never anticipating that it would lead to the collective rejection of Gryffindor by the other houses. Professor McGonagall, feeling awkward to the point of wishing to dig a hole and hide, realized for the first time that this honor felt somewhat embarrassing. She wanted to explain to the other heads of houses, but struggled to find the words. Chapter 84. Home. Do not ask. The answer is that I did not sleep a wink last night. He first ventured to the edge of the forbidden forest, exhuming the buried carcass of a unicorn. Through Draco's description, he clearly knows the precise location of the burial. Wastefulness is not a commendable habit. The horn atop the unicorn is extraordinarily precious. The powdered form possesses immense medicinal value, making it a premier ingredient for potions. After cleaning, Samuel placed it in his chest, even if it were not to be sold. It would serve as a splendid collection. Additionally, he prepared a copious amount of food for the Niven serpent in the organization's secret chamber. It is impossible to let it go free, as the numerous blood lilies it nurtures still require its care. Such free labor is too valuable to let slip through his fingers. After a semester of study, the house elves successfully transitioned out of their juvenile phase, significantly improving their culinary skills, and they could even manage apparition, albeit clumsily. Samuel did not intend to keep them in the Hogwarts kitchen any longer, so he packed them up to take with him. Noticing Banbai's reluctant gaze, Samuel granted him ample time to bid farewell to his former companions. Staying behind was out of the question. With such free labor at his disposal, there was no reason for him to endure his mother Claire's culinary whims. Following a heartfelt farewell to Hagrid, Samuel found himself at a loss while observing the spectacle before him. The dialogue unfolded as follows. Samuel, may I visit your home? I do have a house, but I no longer possess a home. What about your father? I have never met him. And your mother? She passed away long ago. Do you have any relatives left? In my lineage, only my uncle remains, but he is rather irresponsible, indulging in revelry while expecting me, a 12-year-old, to cater to his whims. Through their exchange, Samuel gleaned some understanding of Blanson's familial situation and somewhat ambiguously consented to his request. Compared to the fellow's fear of solitude, he was more convinced that this character sought to meddle with his basilisk. Recently, this individual had been coming around, studying the creature and even expressing a desire to pluck a scale, all of which he had firmly denied. Samuel shook his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet he believed that this fellow's foolish nature would undoubtedly allow him to coexist joyfully with Daniel's father. After disembarking from the train and bidding farewell to his friends, Samuel, alongside Blanson, struggled to pull their luggage. Having signed an agreement before the holiday, both were under surveillance and forbidden from using magic in front of muggles. Fortunately, their physiques were extraordinary, otherwise they would truly struggle with the burden of their belongings. Blanson, fearing that Samuel's parents might disapprove of him, forcibly seized his suitcase and hoisted it onto himself. Samuel rolled his eyes, silently lamenting how little his family understood. His school friend was indeed a nuisance. It soon became evident that the nuisances he knew were not limited to just one. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted Daniel's father rushing toward him in excitement. Unable to bear the thought of him falling, Samael had no choice but to let himself be tackled to the ground, observing him with curiosity. "Son, is that new hairstyle in your eyes the latest trend in the wizarding world?" Daniel ruffled his hair with his large hand, examining him thoroughly, a serious glimmer flickering in his expression. Samael observed the crowd, casting occasional bewildered glances in his direction, prompting him to gently push aside the scrutiny with a nonchalant tone of explanation. Daniel, casting a subtle gaze, regained his composure. As a lawyer, he possessed the acumen to discern whether individuals were being truthful. He was well acquainted with his son, fully aware of the minute gestures Samael exhibited when he was being deceitful. However, sensing his son's reluctance to speak, Daniel chose to bury his concerns deep within his heart once more. "You must be Branson, Samuel's esteemed friend. It is a pleasure to welcome you to our home," Daniel remarked, noting the palpable distinction in his son's demeanor towards Branson compared to that of Harry Potter, displaying an unmistakable warmth. "Greetings, Mr. Morgan. I hope to impose upon you for a brief while," Branson replied, both men curtailing their more frivolous traits in light of their initial encounter. Upon spotting his mother, Samael hurried forward to envelop her in a hearty embrace. Failing to do so would surely provoke her ire, and he would be forever branded a thankless wretch throughout the holiday. To outsiders, the connection between the two appeared to embody the essence of a true father-son relationship. As they engaged in lively conversation, Claire, too, was intrigued by Samuel's transformation, and he sought to persuade her with similar reasoning. Yet, he underestimated her earnestness regarding the matter. As she insisted, he divulged the specifics until she was satisfied. Even Branson found himself subjected to a round of questioning to ascertain the veracity of Samuel's words. Reclining in the comfort of his familiar room, Samael stretched languidly, perplexed by the outdated and sluggish transportation methods within the wizarding realm. The antiquated train had rendered their journey a tiresome ordeal, leaving him with aches and pains. With a mere thought, he summoned the 4 colossal serpents, creating a long-awaited serpentine bed around him. Their undulating strength eased his stiff muscles, providing a soothing balm to his weary body. Branson had initially intended to share a room with Samael, but upon entering and witnessing 4 massive pythons entwined with a graceful youth reclining atop them in pure bliss, his intentions evaporated. Internally cursing the absurdity of the scene, he wondered who would be frightened by such a spectacle. Had it been Draco, perhaps he would have found it less alarming. Even as a werewolf, he found the scene unsettling. Seeing Branson emerge in a state of disarray, Daniel's curiosity piqued, and he peeked in, only to find himself equally unnerved. Yet, he ultimately trusted Samael, knowing that the pythons posed no threat to him, one of which even bore a familiar visage. Daniel forced a stiff smile as he greeted Cole, who enthusiastically nodded in encouragement. Indeed, Daniel was somewhat oblivious. Emboldened by the encouragement, he unceremoniously seated himself upon the serpents, surprisingly finding it quite comfortable. After a moment of indulgence, he exhaled deeply with a sound of relaxation, eventually asking Samael to make space for him, fully reclining to experience the unparalleled luxury of a serpentine massage. Branson, observing this peculiar father-son duo, shuddered and promptly turned to flee. Chapter 85, The Serpent's Offering. Samael lay comfortably on his bed, blinking awake with drowsy eyes, having enjoyed a deeply rejuvenating slumber. A gilded nest or a silver haven pales in comparison to one's own humble abode. He had lain upon this bed for several years, and during the last disturbance caused by the Travers family, he had been too preoccupied with comforting his anxious parents to bid farewell to his beloved bed. He absent-mindedly reached beside him and sighed in resignation. As expected, his wand had vanished yet again. Despite the fact that he could not wield magic, his father remained inexplicably fond of the wand. He had even stuffed it into Cole's mouth, and it was impressive that it could still be misplaced. After inquiring about their specific circumstances, Samael felt a sense of exasperation, particularly with Branson's involvement, which did not surprise him the least. After all, this fellow's character was predictable. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. That particular item was capable of completely shielding magical fluctuations within a kilometer radius of his home. This meant that the Ministry's surveillance of trace magic was ineffective against him, allowing him to practice spells at home with peace of mind. As Samael emerged from slumber, Branson looked on with bemusement. Could you not don some clothing? Why must it be bare? Yesterday, he had bravely pilfered the wand, nearly touching something he ought not to have. Samael shot him a glance. Are you blind? I am not entirely unclothed. I am wearing underwear. He then disregarded Branson's comments and simply dressed. With both parents off to work, the absence of adults allowed Branson to exhibit a rather relaxed demeanor, which was characteristic of his personality. Samael even feared that Daniel might forge an alliance with him. "What plans do we have for today?" Branson asked casually. Samael remained silent, his pupils swirling with a white mist. Branson raised his gaze to the window, where he beheld the forest shrouded in a thin veil of mist, appearing enigmatic and inscrutable. "Let me show you my collection. It will broaden your horizons," Samael said with an air of mystery. A distorted space appeared in his serpent-like pupils, and a massive python abruptly materialized before them. It was the basilisk he had recently tamed. Although this creature had lived for a millennium, its abilities and physique had long stagnated. Before leaving school, Samael had administered copious amounts of nutrient solution and blood orchid, effectively reopening the door to its evolution. However, the creature's body bore inherent flaws, which Samael intended to rectify. In Samael's estimation, the original basilisk measured about 17 meters, which, while not insignificant among the myriad magical serpents, hardly justified the title of Serpent King. In terms of sheer size, Samael's four-headed serpent could easily dominate this so-called king. After the catalysis of the blood orchid, Samael gazed upon the basilisk before him with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. It remained as unsightly as ever, with its dark green scales and chilling fangs. A clear archetype of villainy. Dashing as Samael was, he had no desire to be associated with such a role. At that moment, the basilisk's corpulent form began to transform, becoming elongated and more proportionate. Its overall length had reached a terrifying 25 to 26 meters. Through their communication, Samael learned that the basilisk spent the majority of its time in slumber. Even when awake, it could only consume feeble creatures within the confines of its lair. Thus, in a state of malnutrition, the serpent creature, despite the copious amounts of nutrients administered, would be deemed abnormal if its body did not grow. Branson, gazing at the serpent with its eyes tightly shut, felt a surge of interest. He approached, repeatedly caressing its dark green scales, almost tempted to pry a few off. This was a serpent that had grown for a millennium, its worth immeasurable. Each scale could serve as an excellent alchemical medium. If only he could extract its eye, that would surely be a prize. At this thought, it seemed the serpent sensed his malevolent intent, stirring uneasily. Its tail swung, inadvertently tripping Branson. He cast a curious glance at Samael, momentarily feeling a pang of guilt. Magical creatures possess a heightened sensitivity to malevolence, far surpassing that of humans. Even Samael had nearly been overwhelmed by the thick aura of ill intent, let alone the serpent itself. "I must tell you, Buck is now my family. Do not entertain any sinister ideas." Samael, aware that Branson wouldn't act against the serpent without his consent, nonetheless felt compelled to issue a warning. "Not at all. I merely wish to touch it due to its adorableness," Branson replied vaguely. He knew well that this ancient serpent could comprehend human speech, should he speak his thoughts aloud. They might lock eyes, and he would find himself meeting his maker, Merlin, not God. Recognizing Branson's understanding of the gravity of the situation, Samael refrained from further admonition, emitting a low, raspy hiss as he gradually moved into the forest. The serpents within the woods were intimidated by the overwhelming presence of their kin. Obeying Samael's command, they slithered towards the center of the lake. The gathering of serpents, accompanied by the rustling sounds, created an eerie and haunting atmosphere in the dimly lit forest. Branson followed closely, his scalp prickling. Even with his formidable resistance to toxins, it was uncertain if he could traverse this woodland unscathed. The shadows of serpents trailing behind Samael multiplied, other creatures within the forest paralyzed by the immense aura. Some fled in terror, while others stood frozen. The serpents, however, showed no inclination to halt, seemingly uninterested in their prey, continuing to advance in pursuit of their king's silhouette. Samael first gathered the thousands of black mamba serpents stained with blood into the space of the bisnake three-flowered eyes, then dispersed some rare and precious species of snakes. Under his command, the remaining serpents entwined and bit one another, gradually forming a colossal serpent ball. Buck consumed them. The birth of the Serpent King could not occur without the baptism of blood, and the sacrifice of the serpents was the most crucial element. This was an ancient and gruesome ritual. Ever since mastering the transformation spell, he had thoroughly studied the forbidden texts on the cultivation of magical serpents. This method would significantly enhance Buck's Serpent King aura. The idea of hurting the serpents had long been in Samael's mind, as the excessive number of serpentine creatures in this forest severely impacted the survival of other beings. Some snakes had even disturbed nearby inhabitants, forcing Samael to make painful sacrifices. Witnessing the frenzied serpent creature, struggling amid the mire of flesh and blood, filled Branson with dread. He had never before encountered such a blood-soaked scene. This experience markedly contrasts with their primal, visceral battles as werewolves, and they're simultaneously struck by the brutality of the carnage, a flicker of crimson flashing in their eyes. Chapter 86, Molting. Following the sacrifice of the serpent, the aura of the Serpent King emanating from the snake monster grew increasingly potent and intense, imposing a tremendous bloodline pressure upon ordinary serpentine creatures. Even the little spicy strip trembled in the presence of the snake monster. Naturally, the four titans remained unaffected, indulging in their usual revelries without any sign of distress. As long as the snake monster kept its eyes shut, the four titans could easily overpower it in combat. The effects of Blood Orchid became increasingly pronounced in recent days. The dark green scales of the snake monster were veiled in a faint gray hue, its armor softening to a slightly wrinkled texture. Samael understood clearly that Buck was preparing to molt. Life for Samael and Branson continued as usual, with a considerable amount of holiday assignments from their teachers. However, for the two of them, these tasks posed little difficulty. They completed them within a week, dedicating the remaining time to extensive magical practice and contemplation. Upon discovering Samael's prowess in meteorological magic, the two shifted their focus of exploration towards this field, marveling at the awe-inspiring power that wizards could emulate from nature, a truly terrifying existence. Daniel, brimming with excitement, yearned to partake in the endeavor. Yet the complexity of weather spells deterred him. Even with their confidence, they hesitated to allow Daniel to venture into the realm of magic unsupervised. Daniel's father, feeling somewhat resentful, refrained from speaking to them for 2 days. Until the third day, when Samael realized that his father was no longer as angry following the loss of his wand. In a timely manner, he presented a meticulously prepared gift to cheer him up, producing a statue of a dog-headed humanoid. After Branson's modifications, Samael replaced its original teeth with those of the snake monster, ensuring that whoever was bitten would meet their demise. This was a defensive tool prepared by Samael and the Wymorgans, capable of providing effective protection even against wizards. Daniel took great delight in this statue, adorning it with warm colors and dressing it in his own suit, rendering it akin to a butler with a dog's head from a distance. The snake monster's molting proceeded as the two had anticipated, thus no tumult ensued. This ancient creature, having lived for a millennium, did not experience any so-called weakness phase, akin to merely shedding a layer of skin. Under Samael's serious gaze, Branson awkwardly divided the snake's skin, knowing he could not possibly give it all away. He wouldn't do so even under duress. After Buck had completed his shedding, Samael noted an uncanny resemblance between his condition and Buck's. Upon waking, his eyelids felt hazy, and despite rubbing his eyes vigorously, a sharp pain persisted, compelling him to reluctantly assume the form of a white phosphorus python. In the corner of the box, he rubbed his scales against the surface, blood seeping from his armor, yet providing an oddly comforting sensation. The intense pain continuously stimulated Samael, eliciting involuntary screams and contortions, as his upper body transformed uncontrollably into human form, shedding half of the snake's skin that cascaded to the ground. Branson, upon hearing Samael's anguished cries, rushed over and was taken aback by Samael's condition. A failed transformation into an animagus? A blood-cursed orc? None of it seemed plausible. With a profound heritage and knowledge of many secrets within the magical realm, he had never encountered a situation akin to Samael's. Samael, indifferent to his presence, was overwhelmed by a sensation akin to his bones shattering, far more painful than his initial transformation into a serpent. Observing Branson curiously touching the scales on his body, Samael gritted his teeth and swiftly lashed out with his tail. At that moment, the serpent scales on his lower body exploded, blood gushing forth as the remnants of his serpentine shedding burst apart. His emerald eyes emitted a dazzling light. Despite the grimness of his appearance, Samael felt a newfound lightness, letting out a sigh of relief. After a brief respite to dry the sweat from his body, he scrutinized his transformation. He was aware that the three-colored eyes of the emerald serpent could emerge from the bloodlines of both humans and snake people. Yet he had never heard of a case like his own. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld his striking visage, with an enchanting gaze and a robust physique, complemented by a powerful yet graceful serpent tail, an intriguing blend of beauty and strength, both contradictory and harmonious. As he studied his reflection, a sense of disorientation enveloped him. "Are you all right, Samael?" Branson, who had nearly been knocked breathless moments ago, finally regained his composure and entered with concern, his gaze becoming entranced by Samael's current form. "You look stunning, Samael." Samael shot him a glare, sending him sprawling once more. After revealing the secret of the blood-cursed orcs, Samael detected only profound concern in Branson's expression, which prompted a sigh of relief from him. Blood-cursed orcs were deemed lowly beings in the magical community, not even worthy of the title wizard, and he genuinely feared that Branson would look down upon him. Branson, evidently grasping Samael's thoughts, shook his head with a wry smile. Do you really think a werewolf would disdain a blood-cursed orc? Samael paused, then felt a sense of relief. While he was unaware of the situation in America, he knew that in England, werewolves faced dire circumstances, with extremists advocating for their eradication. Their identities, one a werewolf and the other an orc, created an atmosphere of mutual acceptance. Once Samael regained his strength, his human form and serpent tail exhibited remarkable agility, both in speed and defense, vastly superior to before, with his reflexes also significantly enhanced. Upon reverting to his human shape, the symptoms of his serpentine transformation vanished completely. Aside from his pupils, the once faint scales on his body had disappeared, leaving his skin considerably paler and his stature notably taller. Do you intend to flaunt your bare body? Branson remarked, reminding Samael of his current state. Samael, unperturbed, turned away, dismissing Branson's comment as self-consciousness. Chapter 87. The Award Ceremony. The Morgans had naturally taken note of Samael's transformation. Such an incongruous change could not be deemed normal, even within the magical community. Although they harbored concerns, the serene expressions of Branson and Samael assuaged their fears, leading them to tolerate the fabrications. A certain self-proclaimed master of deceit appeared utterly transparent in the eyes of his parents. Samael recalled Percy's award ceremony and candidly inquired if something was amiss. The duo maintained their composure. Samael, displaying maturity and decisiveness, always spoke with purpose. Daniel was astonished that a student could attain such a prestigious honor. Samael took Branson away, opting for a more efficient means of travel, as flying on bubbles was both exhausting and time-consuming. Fortunately, he had placed mirrors in a secluded spot in Diagon Alley, allowing for instantaneous transportation. As Branson stepped into the mirror for the first time, he felt a chilling sensation envelop him, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. He envied Samael's extraordinary ability, though he knew it was not something he could easily acquire. In a flash of green flames, a figure lunged toward Percy. Dearest Percy, I've missed you terribly. The Weasley family observed the embrace with peculiar expressions. Is that truly our Percy? Mrs. Weasley awkwardly glanced at her husband. It must be, he replied. In his memory, Percy was the epitome of propriety, stern and humorless, even mastering the pure-blood etiquette that had fallen into disuse among their kind. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Samael greeted, disregarding Branson's antics. He had long been accustomed to such antics at school. Branson, disliking Percy's serious demeanor, often teased him, leaving Percy flustered, even causing his genuine girlfriend, Penelope, to question their relationship. Hello, Samael. It's wonderful to see you. Percy speaks highly of you. Mrs. Weasley warmly enveloped him in a hug. Samael was taken aback. He was not fond of such intimate gestures, yet he did not resist this embrace, sensing the gratitude behind it. In contrast, Mr. Weasley remained composed, offering a restrained handshake while subtly preventing Ginny from getting too close. Samael feigned ignorance, aware of his reputation, although there was no concrete evidence. Most heads of pure-blood families were privy to the near demise of the Travers family being orchestrated by him. After a brief exchange, they proceeded inside. Breaking apart the still-embracing duo, Samael found himself besieged by the Weasley twins. Wow! Percy's official boyfriend and his rumored beau both make an appearance. They surrounded him in an exaggerated, comical manner, their bright crimson suits paired with the Weasley family's signature red hair, making them appear as if they were ablaze. Samael rolled his eyes, uninterested in their antics. Ever since he had supported the twins with 500 galleons under Percy's name, they had suspected he shared some clandestine secret with Percy. Percy and Branson's ill-timed embrace evoked memories of their brother Ron's interference in Harry and Malfoy's romantic saga. Should any impolite thoughts cross your mind, I shall certainly compel Percy to withdraw his support for you. Observing the pensive duo, Samuel felt compelled to issue a threat. Fred chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head in denial. With the newfound funding, their research experienced significant breakthroughs, and Percy, keen to avert losses, continually urged them to create while extolling their virtues to their mother, ensuring a comfortable existence for them. What? The awarding ceremony has concluded? As they advanced, Branson's astonished voice rang out, prompting even Samuel's surprise as he turned toward the group. Indeed, it had ended, apart from Minister Fudge's lengthy self-congratulation. The entire ceremony lasted scarcely 10 minutes. Percy found the situation exceedingly awkward. Could it be? Samuel pondered the Weasley family's precarious standing among purebloods, speculating aloud. Percy, with a sense of resignation, replied. Had the British Ministry of Magic succumbed to such depths of corruption that even such honors had lost their meaning? Blanson expressed his shock and dissatisfaction. Mr. Weasley, standing behind them, felt deeply embarrassed. As a ministry official, he was expected to uphold the dignity of the institution. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter the criticism. He too felt discontent with the farce, deeming it a disgrace to academia. The banquet commenced. Mr. Weasley conversed animatedly with his friends, an unmasked expression of pride upon his face. Mrs. Weasley, meanwhile, indulged her children in the ministry's culinary delights, vigilantly overseeing the mischievous twins who contemplated pilfering some wine. A palpable enchantment seemed to envelop Samuel and Blanson, deterring anyone from approaching. They relished the solitude, savoring the ministry's fine wines while enjoying the fiery glares of the envious Weasley twins. Samuel, so this is where you are, a voice called out, heralding the arrival of Draco, Theodore, Beverly, and Derek. This small entourage instantly captured the attention of the crowd. The heir of the Malfoy family, the heiress of the Crouch family, the scion of the Knott lineage, and the grandson of the Scamander family. This motley crew quickly attracted the second generation of the magical community. Everyone fell into contemplation. Such a scene was all too familiar, reminiscent of the illustrious followers surrounding that individual in years past. Samuel paid no heed to the thoughts of others, raising his glass in a distant salute to Lucius and the others. Regardless of the schemes of these old foxes, their tolerance of his association with Draco and the rest warranted respect. The group engaged in conversation, remarkably refraining from excessive drinking, and not a single glass was raised until the banquet's conclusion, a stark reminder of the psychological shadows cast by their previous experiences. Chapter 88, Combat and Farce. Cole, you fool. Do not confront him head-on. Learn from Elijah and burrow into his ear. Finn, focus on defense. Exploit your advantages. His most powerful attacks are mere tickles for you. Why are you dodging? Charge in. Rebecca, do you comprehend the concept of a flanking ambush? A surprise attack? Can't you diminish your size? Is your mind akin to swine dung? Samael observed the confrontation between the four little ones and Branson, his face increasingly etched with fury. He would not permit the quartet to falter against a mere wizard. These individuals resembled the characters in the legend of Jean Huan, merely boasting stature without any semblance of intellect. 60 meters, save for the likes of dragons and phoenixes, they could face most magical creatures head-on, and even giants might not be beyond their grasp. However, they relied excessively on their physical forms, engaging in sheer brute force without employing their abilities with finesse. Thus, Samael persistently trained them in combat against various wizards, igniting the primal predator genes within their bloodlines: stealth, ambush, and unrelenting resourcefulness. Branson was exceptionally skilled, his magical prowess formidable. With weather spells, he moved with a grace rivaling that of a fully grown wizard. Should he further harness the advantages of his lycanthropy, his agility and regenerative capabilities would ascend to new heights, making him an exemplary sparring partner. The four giants coordinated seamlessly, weaving through the forest, alternately enlarging and shrinking to evade Branson's onslaught. They wished to withstand his attacks, yet their master forbade it. Branson's eyes glowed crimson, revealing sharp fangs and claws. His speed so great, it almost left an afterimage. He dared not pause, fearing that one moment of inattention would allow Elijah to infiltrate his body. Rebecca, I wasted my efforts on you. How could you truly bear to bite me? Branson lamented, dodging while approaching a large black python. Rebecca, feeling a touch of shame, turned her head away. Seizing the moment, Branson leaped onto a branch, and bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, silver serpents dancing amidst the swirling dust. As the four giants attempted to move, they found their bodies paralyzed. Branson, panting heavily, leaned against a tree. This was his most powerful strike. Yet the long charging time left him seeking the opportune moment, which Rebecca had graciously provided. Humph. Samael cast an exasperated glance at Rebecca, weary of further conversation. He found it difficult to admit that this creature could be so foolish. Elijah is quite ruthless, attempting to infiltrate my very being, Branson seethed, glaring at Elijah as he uprooted a sapling the size of his wrist to wield as a weapon. Elijah remained unfazed, shyly shrinking his form and climbing onto Samael's neck. Samael merely smiled in silence, secretly pleased with Elijah's behavior, reminiscent of a sly fox, which endeared him. The time is nigh. Shall we proceed directly to Diagon Alley or await the arrival of our elders? With the school term approaching rapidly, they had yet to gather all their supplies, and Branson felt a sense of urgency. Had he not wandered outside, the messenger owls would have surely fallen prey to snakes. No need to wait. Let us depart at once. Samael contemplated and resolved not to bring them along, as the scrutiny upon him intensified, making it imperative to minimize his parents' exposure. Furthermore, today's Diagon Alley promised to be tumultuous, with the possibility of Daniel, the elder, becoming embroiled in the chaos. Samael, do you think this year's defense against the dark arts professor is unhinged? The reading list is filled with novels, such as Breaking Ties with the Female Ghost. Can we truly glean anything of value from them? Blanson couldn't help but voice his discontent as he surveyed the titles on his list. Mine is Adventures with Ghouls, and I suspect this year's professor is akin to Gilderoy Lockhart. Samael was well aware that this year's instructor was a charlatan, yet he remained indifferent. These books could serve as light entertainment, their prose rather commendable. Alas, Headmaster Dumbledore truly seems to be aging. Blanson sighed, shaking his head. Samael pondered whether Dumbledore was genuinely oblivious to Lockhart's ineptitude, or if he wished to seize this opportunity to teach Harry not to be enraptured by the immense fame of being a savior. The series of actions by this centenarian left him perplexed. This year, he did not intend to disrupt the established narrative. Indeed, he might even release Buckbeak to assist young Voldemort. Playing the role of a puppet master from behind the scenes could prove to be quite amusing. The immediate concern was to collaborate with Snape to resolve the issue of the blood curse and the orcs. Everything else paled in comparison. Just as the two were preparing to head to the bookstore, a cacophony of sounds reached their ears. Had a brawl erupted? Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley? Blanson, utilizing his remarkable hearing, quickly grasped the situation and tugged Samael to the front row. Dad, kick his backside. Dad, listen to me. Poke his eyes. The Weasley twins, disregarding their mother's warning glare, fervently cheered on their father. Arthur clearly heard them, but paid no heed. A powerful punch landed squarely in Lucius's abdomen, causing him to double over. As Arthur drew near, Lucius retaliated with a swift, underhanded attack. Mr. Weasley winced in pain, and the two exchanged blows with great fervor. No wonder Draco is so sinister. He inherits his father's temperament, Samael mused, and Blanson beside him wholeheartedly agreed, feeling sympathy for Mr. Weasley in light of that underhanded maneuver. The two combatants refrained from employing magic, and from the information gathered from the onlookers, it was evident that this was not their first clash. Even the families of the Weasleys and Malfoys had no intention of intervening. Mrs. Weasley merely urged Arthur to maintain some dignity in front of their children. Mrs. Malfoy elegantly adjusted her hair and discreetly vanished from the periphery of the fray. As the spectators reveled in the fierce contest, Ron, unexpectedly emerging from the crowd, rushed in and landed a punch on Draco, momentarily stunning him. Draco's eye instantly darkened, revealing the severity of the blow. Reacting swiftly, Draco's extensive combat training under Samael proved its worth. His agility exceeded Ron's expectations. A swift left kick followed by a right roundhouse sent Ron sprawling to the ground. I told you not to ambush me, to fight fairly. Draco, not yet satisfied, mounted Ron and delivered a series of punches, each one transforming Ron's eye into a panda's. The Weasley twins, unable to bear the sight any longer, finally intervened to separate the two. They harbored intentions to ambush Draco. Yet upon noticing his readiness to draw his wand, they hesitated. A sharp click echoed as a photograph was taken, prompting the group to rise instantly, restoring their previous composure. Aside from the scars upon their faces, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. The onlookers, discerning the atmosphere, began to disperse. Chapter 89, Thunder Strikes the Car. On September 1st, aboard the Hogwarts Express, Samael held a newspaper, admiring the imposing figures of Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. Draco, I must say, your father possesses quite the prowess, Theodore remarked with a smirk. Indeed, this is a hallmark of the Malfoy family, Draco replied with a hint of pride, eliciting intrigued murmurs from the others. As he recounted his glorious triumph over Ron, the remnants of dark circles under his eyes prompted stifled laughter among his peers. Percy had successfully attained the position of student council president this year and was outside, convening a meeting with the prefects. Otherwise, he would surely have been reprimanded. No matter how favored he was, he remained a brother. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of urgent glass tapping captured their curiosity, prompting them to look up. This compartment had become their exclusive domain, with even Slytherin students refraining from intruding, except for the oblivious Blaise Zabini. Come in, Miss Granger, Samael said, gesturing as the glass door swung open automatically for the eager Hermione. Her hair remained as disheveled as ever, though it seemed somewhat softer than the previous term. Ilya stretched, resting his head on Samael's shoulder, his serpentine posture unwavering as he fixated on the girl before him. Even the little nibbler stirred from his perch, peering at her with curiosity. Hermione, have you seen Harry and Ron? They haven't boarded the train, she asked, her anxiety palpable. The presence of the two serpents was undeniably intimidating, even if they were rather beautiful. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of their whereabouts. But it shouldn't pose a significant issue. If they miss the train, professors will likely come to retrieve them, Samael replied nonchalantly. All right, thank you, Mr. Gunter, Hermione said, her disappointment evident as she hurried away, the atmosphere here decidedly uneasy. Samael, did Potter not board? Draco inquired with evident excitement, his interest in Potter always pronounced. Probably not. You might want to search for him, Samael remarked absently. Do you know where Potter is? After Draco departed, the others turned their curious gazes towards Samael, recognizing his unusual demeanor. Cedric, do you think Hogwarts would protect you if you violated the international statute of wizarding secrecy? Samael posed a question unrelated to their conversation. It depends. If a muggle inadvertently witnessed magic, my father could shield me, but if it were a deliberate exposure of the wizarding world, not even Hogwarts could contain it. The ministry would struggle as well. Cedric pondered before decisively responding. If you were in Harry's place, do you believe Hogwarts would safeguard him? The group fell into contemplation. Hogwarts may falter, yet Headmaster Dumbledore remained steadfast. At an opportune moment, Derek spoke up, for his family was well versed in this legal matter, especially with their distinguished elder. Upon this realization, he slightly regretted interjecting. The others, oblivious to his change in demeanor, contemplated his words. Dumbledore's prowess lay not merely in being the headmaster of Hogwarts, but rather in his esteemed position as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards and as the greatest white wizard of the present age. Samael, do you harbor any dislike for Harry? Derek queried, puzzled by his reference to Harry Potter. It is not dislike, but caution. I advise you not to naively seek proximity to the Savior, Samael warned the group, aiming to make them aware of the chasm between themselves and the hero, lest they unwittingly become pawns in Dumbledore's game. I can assure you, Harry Potter is in the air. They missed the Hogwarts Express and chose to ride in the Weasley family's flying car. Their actions constitute a breach of the wizarding world's secrecy, and I wager Dumbledore will shield him. As his words echoed, the group craned their necks out the window, scanning for the Savior's silhouette. Observing the indistinct form of the flying car and hearing the exultant cries of its occupants, Cedric furrowed his brow. Goodness, has Ron lost his senses? If what you say is true, Mr. Weasley will surely face severe repercussions. Cedric gazed at the swaying vehicle in astonishment. What is this? Ignorance of the law is no excuse. I even question whether Ron is truly one of their own. This is not how one should be led astray. Should we not assist in concealing their actions, if only for Percy's sake? Branson suggested with a knowing glance towards Samael. Indeed, the others chimed in, fully aware of Branson's expertise in weather charms. With a flourish of his wand, thick fog began to billow forth from its tip. A tempest arose, shrouding the flying car from view entirely. It was only when they noticed the flickering lightning within the clouds that they sensed something amiss. Isn't this supposed to be a concealment? Why is there thunder? This is hardly assistance. It is more akin to a lesson, they exclaimed. Why do you look at me like that? Weather charms are inherently unpredictable. If you doubt me, ask Samael. Besides, the train travels at high speed, and the flying car is even swifter. Achieving this is no small feat, Branson replied, feeling the weight of their scrutiny. Is that so? Save for Derek, who appeared somewhat perplexed. The others remained unconvinced. Had they not heard the anguished cries from within the flying car, they might have accepted his explanation. It is well known that metal vehicles conduct electricity. Thus, the duo's electrocution was hardly surprising. However, the sustained wailing was decidedly abnormal. This fellow clearly possessed the ability to manipulate the power of the lightning within a precise range, allowing it to torment them at will. Inside the car, Harry no longer bore a spirited countenance. His clothes were tattered, and even his hair stood on end, resembling a figure of sharp elegance. The deep-seated numbness he experienced brought to mind the last time he had been struck by lightning. It must be that wretched Malfoy. I can think of no one else. Thus, apart from him, there could be no one else. Poor Draco once again bore the brunt of someone else's misdeeds. Ron fervently wished for this attention-grabbing escapade to come to a swift conclusion. The sensation was simply unbearable. He felt as though he might lose control. Chapter 90. The Collision of Heroes. How outrageous it was for that wretched Potter to arrive at Hogwarts in a flying car. It was only upon disembarking that Draco discerned the truth of the situation. His tone was filled with indignation. Despite the reproach, it was evident that envy simmered within him. If one desires to soar, they might as well have Samael carry them aloft in bubbles. Equally impressive, Theodore jested, observing the scene. Envy him? Envy him? What nonsense! Draco retorted, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke imaginable. Goodness, is it going to plunge into the water? Samael gazed at the swaying vehicle. preparing to observe the movements of the Whomping Willow, when the flying car suddenly plummeted straight towards the Black Lake at an unimaginable speed. "Quick, quick, use the cushioning charm," a voice from the crowd cried out, casting spells at the airborne automobile. The car evidently possessed commendable magical resistance, as the spells merely sparked harmlessly, achieving nothing. Whether due to panic or some other reason, Ron inadvertently pressed down on the brake, causing the car to careen wildly towards the lake surface. Samael noticed Percy nearby, his complexion ashen, teeth clenched as he glared at the two inside the vehicle. Unconsciously, he began to levitate, a surge of magical energy coursing through him. A massive repulsive force suddenly erupted, advancing with an unstoppable momentum. The surface of the Black Lake was plowed as the tremendous impact sent the car flying, almost tearing the doors off. Samael vaguely observed the vehicle hurtling towards Professor Sprout's beloved Whomping Willow. Young wizards yet to enroll watched in astonishment, eagerly inquiring about Percy's name. Draco, witnessing Percy land, instinctively swallowed hard. Levitation charm, armor protection, cushioning charm. Has Percy reached such a level of mastery in spellcasting? Branson remarked in astonishment. Samael remained remarkably composed. He had previously elucidated the principles of the gravity well to Percy, never anticipating it would be developed to such an extent. In the banquet hall, following Percy's display, all eyes, save for those of the newly admitted young wizards, were riveted upon Harry. The latest edition of the Daily Prophet reported that a flying magical car had been exposed to the gaze of numerous muggles, threatening to unveil the magical world. How could such a monumental incident not result in expulsion for those two? Everyone found it unbelievable. Derek and the others recalled Samael's words, further solidifying their resolve to steer clear of the Savior. None wished to invite trouble upon themselves. However, the Gryffindor lot was unexpectedly exhilarated, perceiving this as a glorious and thrilling event. The two were on the verge of becoming heroes of Gryffindor, and seeing their despondency, they incessantly cheered them on, providing immense comfort. The explosive little prince, Ron, even boldly declared his intentions to emulate grand ambitions next semester. However, there are exceptions, whether it be Percy, the Weasley twins, or the freshly enrolled Ginny. All of them fixed their gaze intently on Ron, fully aware of what this meant for their father. This fool, Ron, did he not realize that this might lead to their father's potential unemployment? Watching Ron regain his composure amidst the crowd and begin to boast of his valiant deeds, Fred gritted his teeth in frustration. It was evident that with a brain scarcely larger than that of Troll, he was oblivious to the implications. George regarded his only brother with an expression of bemused disbelief, unable to suppress his ridicule. "Ginny, why not sit with your classmates? It would be beneficial for you to make new friends," Percy suggested, casting a reassuring glance toward his beloved sister as he bid her farewell. Such troubling matters should not mar his sister's excitement for the new school year. The Weasley family undoubtedly dotes on Ginny, providing her with brand new wands, robes, and various school supplies. Especially with Percy and the twins having money this year, they would not skimp on their only sister. As for Ron, well, let's not dwell on that. How could there be such a fool in the Weasley household? At the Slytherin table, Draco observed Ron prancing about like a clown, filled with confusion. Though he outwardly disdained the Weasley family, he secretly held a degree of admiration for them. After all, the saying goes, your enemies often know you best. Bill and Charlie may have already graduated, yet their achievements and abilities are beyond reproach. One is passionate about uncovering mysteries, while the other is dedicated to the study of dragons. Percy, needless to say, is a remarkable member of their shared circle, and Draco is more aware of Percy's merits than most. Although he has had limited interaction with George and Fred, he acknowledges that these two have their own aspirations and are willing to work for them. Their new clothing and materials this year were not funded by Samael's money, but rather generated through their own creativity and sales, showcasing their astute business acumen. Moreover, though he may not wish to admit it, these two have garnered considerable popularity among Gryffindors. Ginny, the little newcomer, may just have entered the school, but his intuition tells him that this girl is not to be underestimated. Only Ron leaves him utterly perplexed, arrogant, reckless, and foolish, embodying all the flaws of Gryffindor. Perhaps it is insecurity that drives him? Samael swallowed his steak and remarked lightly, drawing the attention of those around him. Lacking the wisdom of Bill and Charlie, the talent of Percy, and the charm of George and Fred, if he were the youngest of the Weasley clan, perhaps he would receive a larger share of his brother's affection. Alas, he is not. A year after his birth, the Weasley family welcomed another little princess, rendering him increasingly invisible. He yearns for attention and glory, yet lacks the corresponding abilities. Have you not noticed? Thus far, when Ron is mentioned, the first impression people have is of him as the friend of the savior, Harry, which perhaps explains why he so eagerly trails in Harry's footsteps. Samael seldom articulates his thoughts so extensively, yet when he does, they are indeed heartfelt. In his eyes, the character of Ron is profoundly contradictory. Despite possessing numerous virtues, Ron's jealousy displayed during the Triwizard Tournament in Harry's 4th year renders him quite unlikable. The audience fell silent, as this explanation seemed to elucidate the matter entirely. I heard from Percy that the twins once pranked Ron by suspending him from the ceiling, and it was only the following day that the family discovered they were missing a child. He is indeed rather neglected. Theodore shared his insights, noting that a family cannot be composed entirely of elites. The emergence of 1 or 2 underperformers is hardly surprising. Samael ordered another steak and candidly expressed his thoughts. Chapter 91. The Blood Curse. The late-night atmosphere of Hogwarts remained eerily tranquil, save for the sound of snoring portraits. Samael traversed the desolate corridors, his green, serpent-like eyes emanating an uncanny glow. Behind him, 4 formidable figures slithered, the little spicy strip occasionally rising to report, creating an unsettling scene. What could be more exhilarating than herding a throng of serpents within Hogwarts? Were it not for the concern of startling the amorous couples hidden within, he would have eagerly released the thousands of black mambas residing in his eyes. With keen hearing, Samael detected a disturbance ahead. His serpent eyes warped the space around them, concealing his companions. A rather peculiar cat entered his line of sight. Long time no see, Mrs. Loris. Unfazed by her gaunt appearance, Samael instinctively gathered her into his arms. Mrs. Loris feigned a momentary struggle, but soon succumbed to his skilled touch, rolling over in submission. With gentle hands, Samael sat on the steps, meticulously untangling her matted fur. Once refreshed, she transformed remarkably. Did Mr. Filch fail to care for you properly? Here, have a sip of this. Samael retrieved a vial of nutritional serum from his bag and administered it to her. Mrs. Loris sensed no malice, not even resisting. After affectionately rubbing against Samael's chin, she vanished in a puff, her fluffy form reminiscent of a little lion. Samael shook his head and continued onward, refraining from releasing the little cuties once more. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Professor Snape's lounge door was forcefully kicked open, the impact startling even the patrolling Filch. "Good evening, dear Professor," Samael greeted politely with a bow, the moonlight illuminating his white tousled hair, enhancing his genteel demeanor. Snape, with an expression of annoyance, clad in a black nightgown, casually waved his hand to shut the door again. Put away that repulsive tone. Snape gritted his teeth. Samael smiled, his form beginning to twist grotesquely as a fleeting expression of anguish crossed his face. And in an instant, a snow-white venomous python emerged, its fierce visage fixated on Snape, its sharp fangs glistening ominously. The python coiled around Snape, the sound of its scales rasping against the floor, combined with its cruel gaze, compelled Snape to grip his wand tighter. The venomous python twisted violently, its scales on the head beginning to unfurl and shatter, as its upper body reverted to that of Samael. "Good evening, Professor." Samael greeted Snape weakly while maintaining his hybrid form of human and serpent. His skin and the surface of his scales radiated a soft glow, complemented by robust abdominal muscles and a sinuous tail, embodying both femininity and masculinity. After observing for a moment, Snape, with a grave expression, inquired, "When did this occur?" "During the holidays, I began to shed my skin, and after one shedding, I transformed into this," Samael replied candidly. "Professor, does this mean that if I shed my skin several more times, I might break this curse?" A glimmer of hope tinged Samael's voice. "Stop uttering nonsense. Have you lost your mind?" Snape ruthlessly extinguished Samael's optimism with a flick of his wand. Samael felt an overwhelming lightness, akin to being struck by the soul-sucking curse. "Are you delving into forbidden studies?" Samael exclaimed, a tremor of fear in his voice. In the entire magical realm, both soul and time are deemed taboo, apart from a select few silent individuals within the Ministry of Magic. No one is permitted to engage in such research. Snape glared at Samael in frustration, aware that while other students took pride in their professors, his own pupil remained oblivious to his achievements. Please continue, Professor," Samael chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had momentarily forgotten this matter. "The curse of blood beasts first emerged from the dark magic of Africa. It appears to stem from bloodlines, yet it directly affects your soul. A serpent's soul will manifest within you, and when it completely devours your own soul, your transformation into a serpent will become irreversible, rendering you a beast with human intellect." Snape, unwilling to argue, patiently elucidated. My initial plan was to extract the serpent's soul through soul severance, but an unforeseen force has greatly amplified your soul. Currently, your instinct is consuming the serpent, and once you have entirely absorbed the serpent soul, you will inevitably become a monster with a human upper body and a serpentine tail. Snape spoke solemnly, noticing Samael deep in thought as he produced a syringe to draw his blood. Samael surmised that this force must originate from the mental energy bestowed by the triflowered green serpent eyes, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. This unsolicited power had not alleviated his predicament, but rather exacerbated his condition. While contemplating, he discreetly evaded the second syringe and shot Snape a significant eye roll, thinking it absurd that he was treated as a mere lab rat. "Professor, do you have any other methods?" Samael felt sufficiently handsome as he was. He had no desire for either his serpentine form or his human-snake hybrid appearance. "None. You have already begun to merge with the serpent's soul," Snape replied with resignation. "Professor, does the transformation of an animagus involve the soul?" Samael pondered for a moment before speaking. His current soul resembled a serpent-shaped tumor. If an animagus extends into a new body, he could potentially place this soul tumor into an entirely new form. It was as if a doppelganger, under his control, had been birthed within his very being. Snape's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he seized Samael, subjecting him once more to a series of blood extractions and scale removals, even requesting a portion of Samael's serpent skin and delving into relentless experimentation. Should his endeavor succeed, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire realm of magic. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Snape meticulously arranged his vials and jars, exclaiming in wonder. A smile could hardly be contained on Samael's face. This was promising indeed. Before he could utter another word, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing Samael to feel as though all space was retreating. Resigned, he shook his head and departed. Chapter 92. The Transfiguration Club. Ever since Samael found his direction, his dedication to the study of transfiguration had intensified. The second-year transfiguration curriculum was not particularly arduous. The entire semester revolved around the transformation of living beings into inanimate objects, the conversion of magical properties, and secondary transformations of magic. Samael had mastered these concepts the previous year, and as he gazed at the pitifully pleading Ilya, his expression remained inscrutable. This honor had belonged to Cole last year, and it was now his turn. With a mere snap of his fingers, Ilya transformed into a crystal goblet emanating a soft blue luminescence. The entire process was seamless, leaving no trace of serpentine characteristics upon the cup. "How did you manage that, Samael? Why doesn't my method seem to work?" Draco lamented from the side, looking despondent. "Do you truly believe that the Malfoy family is divine within the magical community, my dear lord? The technique Samael taught you last year was meant to instill a clear determination towards your transformation goals. It does not exempt you from the necessity of studying magical theory while relying solely on that arrogant approach to spell casting," Beverly remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Draco. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Transfiguration is a rigorously precise discipline. Last year's lessons were relatively straightforward. Yet Draco persisted through the semester with an attitude of entitlement, as if proclaiming, "I am the illustrious heir of the Malfoy family. I command you to transform." This year was different. Both material analysis and magical transformation were exceedingly tedious, and he could not simply coast through. "Exquisite transformation, Mr. Samael. Slytherin gains 5 points." Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement as she beheld Samael's transfiguration results. She recognized the value of his work. Unlike others' pets, the serpent in Samael's possession was a genuine magical creature, involving biological magical material transformations typically covered only in the 4th year. "Samael, you never cease to amaze me. However, if you wish to be excused from your homework, you must strive to excel even further," Professor McGonagall said, unusually omitting his surname and instead encouraging him in this peculiar manner. "Of course, Professor. The prospect of avoiding homework is undeniably enticing," Samael replied, waving his wand. The crystal goblet suddenly morphed into a large raven, its glossy black feathers and keen eyes scrutinizing Professor McGonagall intently. With a knowing glance from Samael, the raven soared through the air, emitting a harsh, discordant cry. It collided with the wall, seamlessly merging into the structure, and in the blink of an eye, re-emerged at the base of the wall, transformed into a menacing lizard. The lizard twisted its body in a comical manner, attempting to dispel the lingering magical essence of Samael. "Have you already mastered elemental transfiguration?" Professor McGonagall expressed her astonishment. This student's talent for transformation was remarkably potent, far surpassing that of any pupil she had previously instructed. "I have only skimmed the surface," Without delving deeply into the study, Samael modestly replied, discreetly accepting the invitation that Professor McGonagall had surreptitiously passed to him. He was well aware of the study group formed by the professors at Hogwarts, which served as an advanced preparatory class, offering insights that transcended the current curriculum. Filled with profound and esoteric knowledge, perfectly suited for him. Samael had anticipated this opportunity since last year, and this was his first invitation. Professor McGonagall, a paragon of propriety, ensured that every student received equal attention in her classroom. Even when Samael excelled, she could not neglect the progress of others. Samael carefully tucked away the invitation and earnestly instructed Draco in the art of transfiguration, where, among the group, he undoubtedly lagged behind. Fortunately, the students in this small circle were not slow learners. Under Samael's guidance, they successfully transformed one after another. Professor McGonagall generously awarded them points, albeit modestly, yet sufficient to incite envy among the Gryffindor students. Hermione asked, "Harry, aren't you friends with Samael? Why not seek his guidance?" Hermione, exasperated, cast a glance at the two jesters. As a top student, she had succeeded, but these two appeared utterly devoid of talent. Despite her meticulous guidance, they showed no signs of improvement. Hearing that Harry's father possessed remarkable transfiguration skills, she wondered how Harry had inherited none of that talent. Harry, while waving his wand, glanced at Samael with a sense of disappointment. He was envious of Samael's effortless mastery demonstrated moments ago. They were peers, and he was the renowned savior. The disparity should not be so pronounced. Why? Ron, diligently wielding his wand, blurted out a question, regretting it immediately. Harry looked at him quizzically. "You don't know the reason?" Over the past year, Ron had tirelessly disparaged Slytherin and harbored a particularly unfavorable view of Samael, constantly suggesting that he would become a dark wizard and urging others to steer clear of him. Initially, Harry felt uneasy, as if he were merely a pawn in Ron's narrative, but the incessant remarks had subtly influenced his own perceptions. Why not give it a try? Didn't you stay at his house last year? He wouldn't ignore you. Hermione encouraged Harry, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the points awarded to Slytherin, suggesting that Samael might possess some convenient method. Harry hesitated for a moment, but decisively approached Samael. As the savior of Gryffindor, he must strive for glory. "Samael, could you offer me some guidance?" Harry inquired softly, eyeing the unfriendly Draco. Samael glanced at Professor McGonagall, who was correcting Seamus's technique, and reluctantly replied, "Of course." Draco was on the verge of losing his sanity. Despite being the first to arrive, he was the only one among the group who had not succeeded. His already volatile temperament was now at a boiling point. Thankfully, Theodore was firmly holding him back. Harry, in front of Samael, first practiced the spellcasting process. If it weren't for the faint magical glow, Samael might have thought Harry was merely jesting with him. Hedwig showed no signs of transformation whatsoever. Even Draco was nearly able to transform, yet Harry lagged significantly behind. Draco mercilessly mocked him. "Potter, are you demonstrating how to use the Lumos charm to kill an owl?" Harry wanted to retaliate, but managed to restrain himself, furrowing his brow as he looked expectantly at Samael. Samael shook his head in exasperation. He had never anticipated that Harry would fall so far behind. Throughout the previous year, Harry had been merely toying around, dedicating most of his energy to Quidditch. However, that was no excuse. Draco also had Quidditch training, but would subsequently practice magic more diligently, fearing being left behind. Yet, how long this determination would last remained uncertain. Chapter 93. Lockhart's debut at noon in Hogwarts. Samael and his companions sat, as usual, at the Ravenclaw long table, which had become their stronghold. It was unexpected that one could still purchase a howler. Observing Ron being tormented by the howler, Theodore removed the protective ear muffs and looked quizzically at Samael. Ever since the near extinction of the Travers family, this item had become a non-tradable commodity. Perhaps it was merely a leftover from their stock. Unable to withstand the odd gazes from the others, Samael casually remarked, "By the way, Samael, how many invitation letters did you receive?" Noticing Samael's reluctance to elaborate, Theodore changed the subject. "2, one for the Transfiguration Club and one for the Charms Club." "How about you?" "Only one," Theodore replied, somewhat dejected. While his transfiguration skills were decent, they were merely adequate, and he was still a distance away from qualifying for the advanced class. It was hard to believe that Beverly had also received 2 invitations, including one for the Potions Club. The gossip king of Slytherin, Blaise, approached in astonishment. "The Potions Club? I didn't see that silly girl possessing any talent in that area." Samael, too, was puzzled. Snape was notoriously stringent when selecting club members, and he had nearly thought that no one would be joining this year. "I know about that. I've heard she has been secretly brewing Wolfsbane potion in her dormitory," Theodore said, as if seeking credit for the information. Samael was bewildered. Is it really that competitive now? Brewing wolfsbane potion in the second year? And wait, how do you know about this? Can boys freely enter the girls' dormitory? Samael questioned, perplexed. By the way, where's Draco? Samael looked around, but could not find Draco, feeling slightly out of sorts. He is probably in detention, Blaze said gleefully. Samael asked in confusion, detention? Why? You should have seen him, with that face full of boils paired with his emerald green eyes. He looked just like a toad. It was quite the spectacle. Blaze felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction, unable to bear the thought of Draco thriving, yet harboring an even greater disdain for Potter. What a farcical so-called savior. How could he possibly rival the prowess of our Slytherin leader? The onlookers cast a glance at Samael before bowing their heads to commence their meal, their thoughts perhaps aligning with the underlying reason, jealousy stemming from the transformation class. It was hard to believe that this fellow was our defense against the dark arts professor. Draco, while consuming his food, couldn't help but voice his critiques as he observed the walls adorned with countless selfies. The punishment of detention had caused him to miss lunch, though Samael had graciously saved him a portion. The current classroom for defense against the dark arts was vivid and flamboyant. One might mistake it for a theatrical stage, if unaware. The group nodded in agreement, expressing their discontent towards the new professor. Beverly glared at them, convinced they were merely envious of Professor Lockhart's charm and intellect. She had chastised them multiple times for what she deemed a lack of taste. Engaging in debate with such a love-struck individual seemed futile. Led by Samael, the group collectively rolled their eyes at her. Upon entering, Lockhart immediately launched into a series of ostentatious speeches. Did the magical world truly still bestow absurd awards like the most charming smile? How dreadfully tedious. Observing the self-proclaimed modest peacock, Samael was inundated with sarcastic remarks. However, he soon shifted his entire focus to the content of the tales being recounted. He could even discern the valuable insights embedded within the narrative, listening with heightened attention. Only when the flamboyant peacock mentioned exceedingly dangerous magical creatures did he lift his gaze momentarily. A Cornish pixie, hardly a significant threat. These creatures thrived on mischief, lacking strength, but possessing a rather irritable temperament. Samael found it utterly tiresome to comment on Lockhart's panic-stricken expression as the pixies escaped their confines. What need was there for a hairstyle during combat? And where was your wand? The absurdity of it all rendered him unsurprised at Lockhart's hasty retreat. The pixies flitted about with agile wings, wreaking havoc in the classroom, even lunging at the young wizards to tear at their garments with utter malice. On the Slytherin side, they were temporarily spared from disturbance, thanks to the fierce aura emanating from the Ilia coiled around Samael's arm. The Gryffindor side, however, was in disarray. Not only were their books shredded, but Neville Longbottom found himself suspended in midair. The sounds of chaos, running feet and desperate shouts, mingled as wands appeared more as mere decorations. The pixies, not yet satisfied with their antics, gradually turned their attention to the Slytherin side. Though terrified by the palpable aura, they soon discovered it elicited no response, emboldening them. Alas, they had misjudged their adversary. The members of Slytherin, having undergone Samael's rigorous training, possessed remarkably swift reflexes. Armor up, Draco conjured an oval-shaped shield to protect his peers, casting a triumphant glance towards the Gryffindor students. These diminutive blue creatures, reminiscent of a petulant child, incessantly collided with the shield, their sharp claws scratching against it, producing a cacophony of harsh sounds. Samael furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Beside him, Theodore waved his wand, summoning a robust thicket of thorns that sprouted behind him. The thorns entwined, transforming into a menacing thorny tree, whose expansive canopy overshadowed the Slytherin students, piercing through Draco's fragile shield. Just as the mischievous fairies prepared to launch a surprise attack through the gaps, azure flames ignited from the thorny tree. Although it was fire, it emitted no warmth. Had they not witnessed the fairies turn to ash amidst the flames, they might have remained oblivious to the peril. The stark black trunks, sharp elongated thorns, and ethereal blue flames created a scene that felt surreal. Compressed flames? Cold fire? Is this the fruit of your holiday endeavors? Samael placed his palm against the tree's trunk, keenly sensing the fluctuations of magical energy, exclaiming in delight. Observing Samael's expression, Theodore nodded with immense pride. With renewed vigor, he waved his wand, causing the thorny structure imbued with blue flames to proliferate wildly, obliterating all the fairies. Realizing that attending class was no longer an option, Samael reluctantly led the Slytherin students away, ensuring to dispel the fiery thorns to avoid harming the young wizards. The remaining Gryffindors exchanged glances, profoundly grasping the concept of disparity in that moment. Chapter 94. The exaggerated Derek. Samael sat alone in the assembly room, observing the growth trend of the blood lily. The dense clusters blooming like a wall of flames filled him with immense joy, and after bestowing praise upon the Niven snake, he retrieved 2 complete deer carcasses from his pocket, granting it a week's leave. Having spent the entire holiday confined within the cramped chamber, consuming only nourishing potions, it was high time to afford it a brief respite. Watching the creature flee in disarray, Samael felt he was indeed a commendable capitalist. However, he realized that the small chamber needed expansion. Otherwise, the rapidly growing Niven snake would soon outgrow its confines. Once everyone had gathered, the meeting commenced. In the absence of the Niven snake, the assembly room felt particularly spacious. Observing the attendees lounging, sprawled, and surreptitiously plucking flowers, Samael felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He focused his gaze on Derek, who had mysteriously hinted at presenting him with a surprise after class. The surprise could wait. First, let them witness my achievement. Derek, feeling somewhat uneasy under Samael's scrutiny, retrieved a suitcase from behind him. Emerging from the case were several enormous spider legs, causing Samael to tense involuntarily, while the dozing Branson instantly erupted with goosebumps. A giant 8-eyed spider? Has it already matured? As the massive spiders filled the room, Draco and the others tightened their grips on their wands. Regardless of their capabilities, their appearance was indeed unsettling, and only Derek regarded them as treasures. Tada! Isn't it splendid? Derek gleefully showcased his creation to the audience. Have you mastered their soul seals? Samael inquired, astonished. The soul seals bear a resemblance to the soul enslavement depicted in fantastical novels, extracting a fragment of the soul to exert complete control over magical creatures. Otherwise, even a domesticated 8-eyed giant spider would not remain indifferent upon encountering a young wizard. It is well known that this species favors wizards as their preferred sustenance. This is the fruit of my research over holiday, but since it pertains to the realm of souls, I ask everyone to keep it a secret. Derek introduced with a carefree demeanor. And what is this surprise you speak of? The success of the soul seal was already beyond his expectations, and he was curious to uncover what the true surprise might be. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and the entire lounge was enveloped in a chilling frost. Visible frost began to coat the blood orchid. Derek, you actually tampered with a Dementor? You brought that thing to school? Percy was utterly astonished. Is this even a typical second-year student? Tell me your plans. Samael exhaled in relief. Moments ago had been truly terrifying. He lacked the knowledge of the Patronus charm, and if caught off guard by such a creature, even he would struggle to withstand it. I apologize, aside from my spells. My performance in other subjects is rather average, lacking any remarkable aspects. I aspire to become the Beastmaster you described, commanding a legion of creatures with a mere gesture. And this is my chosen path, Derek articulated with clarity. Observing his rapidly advancing companions, he could not deny the pangs of envy. He yearned to amplify his accomplishments in magical creatures to the utmost. The Dementor and the 8-eyed giant spider were precisely his initial choices, highly damaging, easy to rear, and quick to breed, making them perfectly suited for him. Furthermore, his father was developing a special mental potion for him, serving as sustenance for the Dementor, alleviating any concerns regarding its daily diet or breeding. Since you have made your decision, I will wholeheartedly support you. Feel free to express any needs. But do prioritize your safety. Samael envisioned the scenario of Derek commanding Dementors and 8-eyed giant spiders, descending upon them in a formidable wave. Isn't that a bit too perilous? Cedric hesitated, and the others nodded in agreement. They all understood Samael's leniency towards Derek, yet none anticipated it would extend to such an extent. After all, it was a Dementor, and a single misstep could lead to tragic consequences. I trust that Derek has sufficient confidence in his decision, and as friends, we should support him. Samael's voice was resolute, reflecting his stance. The group hesitated, but found themselves at a loss for further words. The subsequent meeting was rather straightforward. Draco and Theodore had each identified their own paths for improvement, requiring no oversight from him. Blanson was also progressing in a methodical and orderly manner. When it was Cedric's turn, his tone brimmed with confidence. My thesis is complete and has already been submitted to Professor Sprout for review. The outcome, the Eye of the Forest, had granted him the legacy of natural magic, equivalent to receiving an answer key in advance. What need was there to replicate anything when the original was readily available? Do not confine your achievements to a singular position. You should continue to cultivate your network, as academic education serves as the swiftest route. Samael cryptically remarked. What should I do? Percy exhibited a palpable urgency. No parent could resist the allure of their child becoming the next you. Imagine if you meticulously compiled your study notes, gathered this year's examination papers, and highlighted key points alongside correct answers. Believe me, it would undoubtedly become the most sought-after supplementary textbook of the year. Observing Samael's eloquence. A glimmer of realization sparked in Percy's eyes. He was no fool and swiftly grasped Samael's intent. Samael refrained from elaborating further. They were all astute individuals, and repetition was unnecessary. Cedric, standing nearby, also brightened at the prospect. Although he did not pursue a political path, such a method would equally benefit his achievements in herbalism. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Samael, it's a pity you don't venture into politics." Samael merely smiled and shook his head, remarking that being a ruler was far less liberating than wielding power over rulers. Chapter 95. A Vicious Beating for Draco. As days passed, aside from the occasional stirrings between Slytherin and Gryffindor, Hogwarts was a remarkably pleasant place. Samael spent his days either practicing magic or delving into various theoretical studies, leading a rather leisurely existence. He had no desire to involve himself in the disputes of the two houses, but relished the spectacle, content to be a spectator amidst the unfolding drama. Among the most captivating narratives was the tumultuous relationship between Harry and Draco, where love turned to enmity, resulting in a flurry of spells exchanged and chaotic confrontations, much to the detriment of their house's scores. Samael neither favored Draco nor antagonized Harry, maintaining a friendship that remained comfortably superficial. The afternoon sun radiated warmth, penetrating deeply into the heart. Samael reclined leisurely on the Quidditch pitch's grass. Beneath him coiled Cole, the serpentine creature that writhed gently. When it came to massage techniques, none could rival the expertise of the adorable Cole, whose pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, but just right. This peculiar scene had become a common sight for Hogwarts students. Some daring upperclasswomen would even seize the opportunity to stroke Cole's smooth scales while Samael dozed, captivated by the creature's cool touch and striking appearance. Of course, whether their intentions were to caress Cole or to glimpse the exquisite visage of the younger student remained a matter for debate. Samael stirred from his slumber, his drowsy eyes catching the discord between the Slytherin team captain and the Gryffindor squad, interspersed with Draco's brazen voice. "It is already a tremendous honor for someone of your filthy bloodline to study at Hogwarts. How dare you?" Witnessing Draco's arrogant demeanor and Hermione's distressed expression, Ron could no longer contain himself and brandished his wand, intent on retaliating. A slimy slug oozed from his mouth, prompting all but Harry and Hermione to retreat in disgust, including his own brothers, the Weasley twins, who wore expressions of disdain. The trio fled in disarray, presumably heading to Hagrid's hut. "Do you consider Muggle bloodline to be despicable?" As Draco boasted, Samael, maintaining a calm demeanor, posed a question. "I apologize, Samael. That was not my intention, I swear." In Slytherin, who was unaware that Samael was raised by a pair of Muggle parents. Even those who subscribed to blood purity would never dare utter such words in Samael's presence. "Come now, defeat me, and I shall hold no grudges." "Samael, Draco truly meant no harm," Theodore interjected anxiously. He relished the prospect of Draco's embarrassment, yet he did not wish to witness a rift between the two. "You two, join in, defeat me." Samael's tone was resolute, emanating an aura of chill, his words imbued with an irresistible force. Theodore, feeling a sense of trepidation, could only follow closely behind Samael. In truth, Samael was not as enraged as he appeared. He perceived Draco's remarks regarding blood purity as an exceedingly perilous sign. Even though members of their society hail from all four houses, the undeniable reality remained that they were predominantly pure-blood wizards. The words of men can be fearsome. While he himself may not care, could Dumbledore truly be indifferent? The reason for bringing Theodore along was merely to prevent any potential harm to Draco. Samael brandished his wand, unleashing a colossal water dragon from its tip. The art of water manipulation had greatly inspired his elemental transformation. If he did not take the initiative, these two would undoubtedly hesitate to strike first, a conclusion drawn from countless prior practices. Their reactions were swift, easily evading the initial onslaught. However, Samael deliberately sought to challenge them. The water dragon shifted its trajectory, sending Draco hurtling through the air. Though it was merely water, its force equated to that of a vehicle's collision. "Draco, hurry!" Flock of birds. Theodore, aware of his inferiority to Samael, hoped to divert Samael's attention with the incantation, summoning a multitude of swift falcons. The falcons flew at an astounding speed, reaching 100 meters per second. Even Samael's summoned ravens would be rendered inconsequential in comparison. With his right hand, Samael conjured a transparent, circular shield, securing himself firmly against the falcon's relentless onslaught. With his left, he summoned an abundance of water, molding it into serpentine forms. which danced in unison to assail Theodore. Draco furrowed his brow, the initial impact having at least fractured 2 of his ribs, causing cold sweat to pour forth. This was far more severe than during their training sessions. Life drain. Draco pressed his hand against a tree, an eerie force emanating from his palm as the towering tree began to wither and decay at a visible rate. An immense vitality surged through him, swiftly mending his broken ribs. A peculiar puppet materialized beside him, and Draco's tone turned grave. Samael, I'm about to get serious. Samael paid him no heed, focusing intently on Theodore as bizarre thorny vines pierced through the watery veil towards him, while a pale blue flame ignited upon the surface of the water. Draco fixed his gaze on Samael, intoning an unusual incantation as the puppet's likeness began to increasingly resemble Samael. Draco waved his wand, and a beam of light struck the puppet's arm, instantly carving a deep gash into Samael's flesh, blood erupting forth, causing him to nearly drop his wand in agony. Melas voodoo? Draco, I must admit, you've pleasantly surprised me. Draco did not relent, furiously wielding his wand with greater fervor. Samael, with a wild gleam in his eyes, released his wand with his left hand and reached towards a nearby tree, draining its life force with the same method. The process was more violent, as the tree was reduced to powder under the gentle caress of the breeze, and each wound it bore healed almost instantaneously. Samael raised his left hand slightly, unleashing a terrifying explosive curse that shattered Theodore's thorny tree, sending wood chips flying, while a massive wave of water formed a fearsome shockwave, extinguishing all flames. Under this overwhelming force, Theodore succumbed first, promptly knocked out of the contest. To combat me with my own magic, I must say, you are rather naive. The beams of light Draco conjured never struck the puppet. A sense of panic crept into Draco as he watched Theodore fall, a profound sense of helplessness swelling within him. The brilliance surrounding Samael faded. A powerful curse rebounded upon Draco, inflicting numerous wounds upon his body, with the lacerations on his arms particularly prominent. Blood spattering as he fell grievously injured. Weakly, he sank to the grass. Chapter 96, The First Attack. Samael, could you assist me with some healing? In the Forbidden Forest, Draco clung to his robes like a shadow, with the unconscious Theodore trailing behind him. His bloodied appearance bore a tinge of pitiable desperation. Samael, with no other option, produced a healing potion and some white herbs he carried. While it wouldn't restore him completely, at least it staunched the bleeding. Madame Pomfrey has had a tough time. Could you mend me as well? Draco implored, gazing at the gruesome bloodstains that resembled a centipede's crawl across his skin. Samael looked at him speechlessly. He had explicitly forbidden Draco from delving into this particular magic, yet here they were. However, given the circumstances, it seemed he had employed it quite well, remaining untainted by dark magic's malevolence. It was also high time to learn the Patronus charm, both to counter the Dementors next semester and to fortify the good intentions of those around him. Otherwise, with this lot's tendencies, they would inevitably find themselves at Azkaban for remedial lessons. Today's events served as a lesson. Such remarks should never cross my ears again. Samael stated with a serious expression. Should I seek out Granger to apologize? Draco asked, bewildered. He was adept at fighting and causing trouble, but lacked experience in the art of apology, especially toward the girl. It's up to you. You may disregard others, but what about Hagrid? He is aware that the trio ended up at Hagrid's hut, meaning he has heard your words. After a year of interaction, they often exchanged experiences in dragon care, with Hagrid gifting Draco any fascinating materials he found in the Forbidden Forest, forging a deep friendship between them. Perhaps it would be wise to explain things to Hagrid. Draco found himself momentarily resenting his own tongue. On this particular night, Samael, as was his custom, ventured out under the moonlight. His spirits lifted as he treaded upon the shadows cast by its glow, with Rebecca trailing closely behind. The small serpent nestled at the nape of his neck flicked its tongue, and by now, herding snakes had become one of his few remaining pleasures. Tear apart, eliminate you, end you. The time has come. A series of intermittent raspy sounds echoed from behind the walls, and a faint, inexplicable smile tugged at the corners of Samael's lips. Has it finally begun? Little Foo, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Although Buck was compelled to follow Little Foo's commands due to the serpent's influence, Samael knew he could turn him back at any moment should he desire it. Master, is that Buck? What has happened to him? Rebecca inquired, having also heard the hissing sounds. It is Buck. He is temporarily under someone's control, Samael replied calmly. Who? Allow me to eliminate them. Rebecca's serpent head rose defiantly, an aura of menace radiating from her, though they had only been acquainted for a little over a month in her mind. That ugly serpent had already become one of them. Those who dared to control her companion would soon learn why the flowers bloom so vividly. Remain calm. As long as I wish it, your master can be freed from this control in an instant. Now, let me take you to witness a spectacle, Samael asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Rebecca instantly shrank in size, concealing herself within Samael's hair. Samael stepped onto the slick floor, and, as he rounded a corner, he encountered Harry and his friends, who were staring intently at a cat that had already been petrified, none other than Mrs. Norris. Samael couldn't help but marvel at the protagonists. They always seemed to find themselves in perilous situations. Samael, let me explain. It wasn't me, Harry stammered, noticing the strange look in Samael's eyes. It dawned on Samael that Harry had once again skipped his astronomy class. The group gasped as they beheld the bloodied words upon the wall. The entrance to the hidden chamber had been revealed. The enemies of the air should be wary. Observing the panicked Harry and then glancing at Samael, whose demeanor remained unfazed, the onlookers began to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Step aside. What has transpired here? Potter, what have you done? Filch squeezed his way into the crowd, eager to confront Harry, only to freeze upon witnessing the scene before him. Mrs. Norris? You have slain my cat. I shall exact vengeance upon you. Filch shouted, his fury directed at Harry, startling everyone around him. Mr. Filch, I believe it was Mr. Gunter who harmed your cat, Dean Thomas from Gryffindor whispered softly. Even though his voice was barely above a murmur, in the stillness of the moment, it resonated as loudly as a clarion call. Instantly, several icy glares fixed upon him. It was as if everyone had suddenly grasped the truth. Indeed, there were only two groups present. One represented the renowned savior of the magical world, while the other was the infamous heir of the Gunter family. The perpetrator was all too clear. Ron, one of the trio, let out a sigh of relief, unable to endure the scrutinizing gazes any longer. In truth, when I arrived, Lady Loris was already in such a state, and Harry and his companions had arrived before me. Samael, rendered speechless, candidly remarked that he never anticipated the gossip to ensnare himself. It was said that he was a friend of Potter, yet he so shamelessly slandered his companion. It was utterly revolting. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Samael's gaze sharpened, emanating an aura that was both haunting and compelling. Theodore and Draco cast disapproving glances at the speaker. Such remarks originated from the Slytherin ranks. The kind of words uttered were reminiscent of a madman like Gunter. Yet they could never have come from Samael, as they were aware of his camaraderie with Filch and his frequent offerings of treats to Lady Loris. Most importantly, Draco bore the scars of his own bloodline prejudice, a painful reminder that still ached. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Dumbledore, accompanied by Professors McGonagall and Snape, arrived promptly, resembling the law enforcement of a regal eagle nation, not forgetting to bring along a rather unworthy sidekick. Throughout the journey, Samael silently observed his headmaster, contemplating the nature of his gaze. He compared it to Professor McGonagall's, pondering the fundamental trust that should exist between individuals. Filch, more anxious than Harry, had maintained a ghastly demeanor ever since Dumbledore had reassured him that the cat was not dead, merely petrified. Nevertheless, deep down, he suspected that Potter was the culprit, as he found no reason to doubt Samael. Although their interactions were few, the affection for Lady Loris was genuine and undeniable. Filch firmly believed Potter was to blame, leading to a heated dispute between the two, while Ron, with a flushed face, argued passionately, his comical appearance reminiscent of a pig with a sore tail. Had I encountered them sooner, I would have known how to resolve such incidents. The peacock, standing tall and confident, intervened in their quarrel. Though when faced with Dumbledore's profound gaze, he instinctively took a step back. Potter and his friends might have found themselves at the wrong place at the wrong time. The condition of that cat required an exceptionally advanced mastery of curses. Rarely did Snape come to Harry's defense. Yet his underlying mockery was unmistakable in the latter part of his statement. Harry, initially taken aback, soon wore a grim expression, defiantly meeting Snape's gaze, as if to say, "Who do you look down upon? Fool!" Samael scoffed internally, sharing a glance with the master of the Patronus charm, uncertain whether to commend his bravery or lament his folly. Clearly, Snape's words reignited the crowd's suspicions towards Samael. "What do you all stare at me for? I would never resort to dark magic," Samael declared innocently, his expression radiating the utmost grievance. The professors exchanged exasperated glances. Did he not see his own reflection? His pale hair, his otherworldly eyes, each glimmering with the essence of curses, nearly blinded them with their intensity. At this moment, Snape appeared as if he were choked, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He could hardly claim that no one in Slytherin dabbled in dark magic, for that would be akin to slapping his own face. Furthermore, before they delved into the resurrection stone, the vile curse outlined in their agreement was enough to send shivers down even Snape's spine. "How dare you feign innocence here?" Samuel, noticing their disbelief, sincerely gestured to his own brain, inviting Dumbledore and Snape to inspect it at their leisure. Samael thought to himself, come, let us see who has the audacity to look. I would welcome it. Of course, he also promised Filcham Mandrake, both as a token of gratitude for his trust and because he genuinely held affection for Madame Loris. Samuel dismissed the concerned Theodore and others, succumbing to sleep, entirely oblivious to what awaited him the following day. Upon awakening, Samuel was once again treated as he had been at the beginning of the school year. Not only did pure-blood Slytherins avoid him, but even students from other houses steered clear of his presence. The eyes of all were filled with dread, particularly those of the Muggle-born wizards. Wherever he roamed, it was as if a vacuum surrounded him. Even students at the Ravenclaw long table, who usually dined with him, kept their distance, wary of his gaze. Fortunately, his comrades in the Dream Fulfillment Organization continued to trust him unwaveringly. The reason was simple. Samuel had not concealed his practice of dark magic from them, let alone the act of killing a cat, especially considering that the cat was still alive. They candidly expressed that only a fool would doubt a friend, which provided Samuel with immense comfort. Just as he believed it would not be long before the young wizards forgot this matter, he was swiftly confronted with reality. During the afternoon's Transfiguration class, when Hermione mentioned the Chamber of Secrets, Professor McGonagall's reference to the heir of Slytherin and the monster of the chamber instantly elevated Samuel's suspicion to its zenith. Was he not the very embodiment of the heir of Slytherin? What further doubts could remain? Was there a more legitimate heir than one descended from Slytherin himself? Consequently, no young wizard was willing to approach him in any class, leading to a peculiar phenomenon wherein a vacuum zone consistently surrounded Samuel, with the exception of Theodore and Draco. Even upperclassmen regarded him with suspicion. Thankfully, Samuel's remarkable prowess and his past achievements were so formidable that he believed if it were not for those, someone might have hurled rotten eggs at him. By nightfall, Samuel had heard numerous versions of the cat abuse tale, two of which were relayed by Ron, delivered with such vivid detail that their authenticity was almost convincing, leading him to question whether he had indeed perpetrated the act himself. I once aimed my heart toward the bright moon, yet alas, the moon shines upon the gutter. Samuel pondered under the moonlight. He had never been a magnanimous person, steadfastly adhering to the principle of repaying enmity. Thus, the following day, Dean and Ron found themselves thoroughly infamous. Help! Dean Thomas has fallen upstairs and knocked himself out. Oh no! Dean slipped in the restroom and fell headfirst into the toilet. Good heavens! Ron Weasley has been struck by lightning again. According to revelations from Simon, there are matters regarding Ron and Dean that cannot be overlooked. It is astonishing that Ron Weasley and Dean Thomas, who share a dormitory, are entangled in an ambiguous relationship. A series of sensational news has reached everyone's ears, prompting some to revel in the drama, while others ponder the uncanny coincidence. Consequently, a portion of the onlookers cast more horrified glances towards Samael. Samael, in turn, warned the crowd, daring them to continue spreading rumors. Should they choose to do so, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Debunking these rumors was of no interest to him. He challenged them to attempt their fabrications. The thought of using the three-flowered snake to compel Ron and Dean to kiss publicly was undeniably exhilarating. He even had Beverly ready with a camera, just shy of launching a grand publicity stunt. For the first time, he relished the privileges of being a school bully. However, the protagonists of this tale found themselves in dire straits, suffering both mentally and physically, and were compelled to report the situation to Professor McGonagall. Samael remained remarkably composed in the face of their claims, asking, "Do you have evidence?" When they did not, he dismissed their accusations as slander. The outcome was ultimately inconclusive. Of course, Samael would not go too far. Under the professor's stern warnings, he merely ensured that they faced continual misfortunes. As for the member within Slytherin, he had already uncovered the truth, but would have to wait until he had the opportunity. A simple nonverbal spell might not suffice against that individual. Moreover, human beings only learn from pain. Chapter 98, the Potions Class Accident Scene. Following Samael's retribution, life settled into a calm routine, allowing him to enjoy the privileges of a school bully. Wherever he went, the crowd parted, and a cadre of sycophants, members of his organization, followed closely behind, amplifying his presence. However, the attention of the masses soon shifted to the impending Quidditch match. Draco immersed himself in the intense training regimen, rising earlier than the roosters and retiring later than the dogs. He effortlessly executed various advanced flying techniques, soaring through the sky while a throng of Slytherin admirers cheered wildly behind him. In the crowd, Samael spotted Lucius, and it was only fitting. As the team's chief investor, how could he not keep a close watch on his son? In stark contrast, Harry's situation was rather dismal. he found himself constantly constrained during flights. And Draco's incessant interference was a source of irritation. The greatest variable was Harry, thus Draco's mission was to thwart him at every turn. Prioritizing the team's lead over capturing the golden snitch. Amidst the sounds of Slytherin accumulating points, Harry could not feign indifference at this rate. Even if he caught the golden snitch, victory would slip through his fingers. His talent for Quidditch was indeed formidable, and as he and Draco engaged in their aerial skirmishes, he swiftly detected the golden snitch's whereabouts. What followed was a fervent chase, with Draco embodying the spirit of competition, his year of training and mental fortitude fueling his vigor. Yet, the cautious nature of Slytherin and their strategic acumen rendered him lacking in a desperate mindset during the Quidditch match. In the final, exhilarating dive, Draco faltered, thereby forfeiting his chance to seize the golden snitch. Harry, without a doubt, was elated. He had captured it, despite enduring a broken arm from the frenzied bludgers. His inner excitement scarcely diminished. However, upon Lee Jordan announcing Slytherin as the champions, he stood momentarily stunned. Wood and the others hung their heads in shame. The foundational score had Slytherin surpassing them by over 200 points, with a golden snitch merely softening the blow of their defeat. Harry stared blankly at the golden snitch in his hand, as the bludgers raged around him, their violent force threatening to split his head open. Fortunately, Hermione and others arrived just in time to rescue him. Samael also witnessed the embarrassing spectacle of Gilderoy Lockhart squeezing into the crowd, insisting on treating Harry's arm despite his protests. With a flick of his wand, Harry's bones were instantly extracted, leaving him like a limp piece of meat. Samael, did you see that? I want to learn that. I want to learn that. Draco, instead of sharing the joy of victory with his father, fixated on Samael, his eyes reddening at the sight. This was more ruthless than any dark magic. Samael was equally intrigued, but replicating such a feat would require considerable time. Relying on Lockhart to perform it again was likely beyond his capabilities. During the afternoon potions class, Harry, as anticipated, was absent, much to Snape's dismay, as though his only source of amusement had been cruelly snatched away. Samael wisely took a seat in the back row, wishing to avoid becoming the target of Snape's venomous tirades. Mr. Knott, do restrain your revolting gaze and concentrate on your potion grinding. Theodore, lost in thought for just a moment, was swiftly caught. Samael and Draco covertly observed Hermione and Ron, who appeared to be scheming something clandestine. Given the context of the original text, it was evident they intended to infiltrate Snape's storeroom to pilfer the ingredients for Polyjuice Potion. The potion was prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, and its original materials were exceedingly difficult to procure. While Draco meticulously brewed the potion, he cast furtive glances, seemingly flustered. There was little he could do, considering his partner was the school bully. Professor Snape, in unusually high spirits, nonetheless made the audacious request to taste his own brewed potion, compelling him to exercise caution. Mr. Dunphy, I would not mind leaving your eyes permanently in this classroom. Ms. Will, if your mind hasn't been stung by a boggart, you should be adding the powdered venom at this final moment. Mr. Longbottom, increase the flame. That feeble flicker wouldn't even singe your hair. Snape's expression grew increasingly sour as all the students were exceeding expectations, exacerbating his mood. Samael could not help but admire Snape's extensive vocabulary. Not a single phrase was repeated, and the sharpness of his words and the venom of his language left him in awe. At this moment, Ron was visibly restless, betraying a hint of anxiety. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Originally, the plan was for Simon to maintain a steady performance and create some chaos. Yet today, he exhibited an unexpected level of composure, resulting in no incidents whatsoever. Ron, perhaps it is better if you take over. Simon has proven unreliable, Hermione stated anxiously. Why can't you do it? Ron protested stubbornly. Hermione furrowed her brow and replied, Do you recognize those potion ingredients? Then I'll handle it, Ron conceded, somewhat disheartened. Weasley, do you intend to place that porcupine quill into the cauldron? Draco's voice, loud as a shout, instantly drew everyone's attention to him. Ron abruptly halted his action of adding the quill. Snape shot Draco a glare and coldly remarked, Weasley, should you insert that quill, expect a month of detention. No sooner had he spoken, Snape's face turned ashen as Ron, whether out of fright or defiance, tossed the quill into the cauldron. The potion erupted rather than simply splashed. With the exception of a few, nearly all Gryffindor students were struck down, their bodies swelling with large, oozing blisters. Fool! Gryffindor loses 5 points, while Slytherin gains 5. Snape bellowed, casting a glance at Draco, who was maintaining the shield charm for Slytherin. He then led several students towards the infirmary, while Samael noticed Hermione seizing the chaos to approach Snape's collection room and quickly followed. He could not miss the opportunity to witness someone else taking the blame for Snape's wrath. Chapter 99. The Siege. The forest under the moonlight was astonishingly tranquil. Trees intertwining as beams of light filtered through the gaps, casting tiny stars upon the ground. Occasionally, distant calls echoed through the night, while pairs of eerie green eyes lay in wait within the thicket, revealing the presence of nocturnal predators. With white hair and serpent-like pupils, Samael relished the solitude of the forest, accompanied by a thick mist that bore a hint of strange sweetness. The little spicy strip coiled tightly around Samael's arm, its scales contracting, its forked tongue flickering nervously as it undertook its first protective task. The potency of the toxic mist had little effect on Samael, yet it could obscure the gaze of smaller predators to some extent. Samael's senses sharpened as he deftly evaded a dark spider spear, its surface lined with sharp barbs. An eight-eyed giant spider? Samael snapped his fingers, scrutinizing the colossal creature before him. The toxic mist produced by the little spicy strip was evidently ineffective against such inherently venomous beings. With his left hand splayed open, the eight-eyed giant spider appeared as if yanked by an unseen force, suspended in midair. It struggled desperately, only to realize the pulling force was increasingly formidable. Watching helplessly as its legs were systematically torn away, it emitted a pained shriek, its green, viscous blood splattering the ground, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread. Samael had no desire to engage in a prolonged struggle. With a snap of his fingers, the spider's head was instantaneously obliterated. Enticing me when I am in a foul mood, it is no wonder you meet such a fate. Today, Samael, accompanied by Hermione, ventured into Snape's collection room. The haste of their intrusion left them with little of value. The mundane items failed to capture his interest, while the precious ones were undoubtedly hidden away in secretive locations, leaving him empty-handed. Carlos, it has been a while. Samael greeted the vigilant centaur peering through the mist. He remembered him well as the first centaur he had encountered, one whose wrist he had once playfully severed. Carlos, feeling somewhat unsteady, found himself at a loss, weapon raised but unsure whether to wield it or lower it. The aura emanating from this impish figure had grown more formidable. Even their commander had sustained injuries in previous encounters. Fear not. I mean you no harm. All I require is the location of the Acromantula's lair. As far as I am aware, you are at odds with them. Samael spoke softly and gracefully, which eased some of Carlos' trepidation. In silence, Carlos led Samael until they arrived at a realm ensnared in white spider silk, at which point he hastily departed. For a newly adult centaur, Samael's presence was indeed daunting. Samael paid little heed to the centaur's retreat, instead etching this crucial information into his ring. He then retrieved a tall mirror from his bag. In mere moments, his arm transformed into multiple serpentine forms that surged into the mirror, pulling forth several disheveled figures. Samael, are you going to let anyone get any sleep? Branson grumbled, rubbing his eyes in irritation, while the others cast him disapproving glares. Were we? Draco mumbled, vaguely perceiving dark shapes rushing towards them. Samael sighed inwardly. Draco was a classic case of someone who could barely perceive the obvious, missing even the massive acromantula. It's a practical lesson. Eliminate the acromantula within. Samael, disinterested in further explanations, levitated into the air, conjuring a circular shield to protect himself from all angles. Seeing this, the others quickly assumed battle readiness. Percy mirrored Samael's approach, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. Then, with a firm grip, he crushed an acromantula that lunged at him, its form mercilessly reduced to a gruesome pulp, all while maintaining an air of elegance. Cedric summoned an abundance of plants around him, the eyes of the forest radiating brilliant light. Each time a spider approached, blood-red flowers would sprout instantaneously from the acromantula's body, both eerie and natural. Each flower released countless pollen particles, silently absorbed by the giant spider. Upon nearing Cedric, the spider would extract its flesh and blood to nourish itself, blooming in mere seconds. Having spent ample time with Samael, the elegance of combat had become second nature to both. Branson, unwilling to let his companions claim all the glory, attempted to cast a weather spell, but was swiftly halted by Samael. Do not use the weather spell. The noise will attract unwanted attention. Branson shot Samael an annoyed glance, his eyes suddenly gleaming crimson as he transformed into a blur, charging towards the acromantula. Wherever he passed, spider limbs shattered, and enormous eyeballs were rent asunder by razor-sharp claws, sending forth a spray of viscous fluid. A ferocious aura emanated from his being, striking terror into the hearts of those who beheld him. While his other abilities were relatively easy to comprehend, His terrifying regenerative power had long raised suspicions among his companions, leading to the early revelation of his lycanthropic identity. It was the first time the group had witnessed him fully transform into his wolf form. Branson, reveling in the chaos of battle, underwent another transformation, his upper body now unmistakably exhibiting the characteristics of a werewolf. His claws elongated, and his head morphed into a fearsome wolf's visage, silver-white, first standing erect like steel needles. Both his regenerative capabilities and his speed and strength had ascended to new heights. Apart from Samael, the others found it increasingly difficult to perceive his presence. Turning to Theodore, Samael, with a pained expression, remarked, "Theodore, I am aware that you have mastered the Fiendfire spell, but this is not the appropriate setting for its use." He then brandished his wand, conjuring a water serpent that extinguished the flames raging upon the thorns. "Are you not aware of the consequences of reckless fire? Setting the mountains ablaze could lead to dire repercussions. Should the Fiendfire spiral out of control, the confines of Azkaban's grim edifice would become your new dwelling." Theodore's eagerness to showcase his prowess was promptly doused by Samael's water serpent. Left with no choice, he, along with Draco and Derek, took a defensive stance back-to-back, employing basic spells to fend off the encroaching spiders. One was ill-equipped for group combat, while the other was adept in that arena, but had yet to unlock the necessary forms. Thus, they were left to hone their fundamental spells. Fortunately, their solid foundation allowed them to cast an increasing number of spells, deepening their understanding of the underlying principles, and they gravitated towards silent incantation. The trio worked in harmony, successfully preventing the spiders from closing in. "Little wizard, I can sense Hagrid's essence within you. I too am his friend. Why do you turn against my offspring?" An ancient voice resonated from the depths of the spider's lair, revealing the form of an elderly giant spider. The ensuing carnage escalated in intensity. Truth be told, the slaughter of 1,000 eight-eyed giant spiders was indeed a taxing endeavor. Chapter 100, The Duel Club, Part 1. The group, panting and weary, was visibly exhausted. Even the elegant Cedric and Percy shared in their fatigue. The ground lay strewn with the mangled remains of the eight-eyed spiders, while Derek, gleefully collecting the remaining spider eggs, stood behind Samael. Samael nodded silently, his emerald serpent-like eyes glinting with a peculiar light. The very fabric of space began to warp, revealing countless black mamba snakes in the open area ahead. "Devour my children." After the start of the school year, the blood lily had become plentiful, and Samael had fed most of it to the black mambas within his gaze. Now, these black mambas had grown to approximately 7 meters in length, adorned with silver-gray scales. Their speed multiplied fivefold, and their fangs perpetually exuding a terrifying mist of venom. They were but one magical ritual away from becoming fully fledged magical creatures. Yet Samael lacked the time for such formalities. However, the consumption of numerous magical beings could expedite this process, and now was the opportune moment. The black mambas obeyed Samael's command, ravenously devouring their prey, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Thousands of venomous serpents writhed before them, their gaping maws resembling the abyss, incessantly devouring flesh and blood, instilling a sense of dread even in the heart of Derek. Some, driven by urgency, allowed their own bodies to be pierced by the legs of a spider, yet they continued to rigidly follow Samael's commands. The battle prowess of the serpentine horde was terrifying. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the scene was left utterly cleansed. Samael gathered them all into the emerald-hued, three-petaled eyes, patiently awaiting their metamorphosis. Before departing, he did not forget to instruct Theodore to incinerate the spider's nest, ensuring that no traces remained, and casually tossed a jewel-encrusted necklace into Branson's astonished gaze. The following day, when the populace learned of the petrification of Colin, Harry Potter's little admirer, it became evident to all that Hogwarts was no longer a sanctuary. Aside from the members of the Dream Fulfillment Organization, everyone seemed to have come to a consensus that Samael was the perpetrator. What had once been mere avoidance or an instinctual reluctance to meet his gaze had now escalated to a point where they would flee at the mere sight of him, leaving Samael somewhat speechless. "Have you heard the news? The school is reopening the dueling club, purportedly to enhance everyone's ability to withstand danger," Draco exclaimed with excitement, fantasizing about defeating the scar-headed boy once more. "I suspect it must be organized by Professor Flitwick. He was a champion fighter in his youth." Theodore, a member of the Charms Club, noted, fully aware of Flitwick's formidable prowess. Samael smiled quietly, saying nothing, anticipating the expressions of the two when they uncovered the truth. Indeed, when they beheld the flamboyant peacock on the dueling platform, their expressions resembled that of having ingested something vile. Gilderoy Lockhart, flamboyantly draped in an extravagant cloak, rambled incessantly about how he had gallantly protected himself in the face of danger, simultaneously promoting his latest book. At the height of his self-indulgence, he flung the cloak into a throng of girls, inciting a frenzy of competition, including Beverly. Samael was perplexed. One cannot blame her. I detected a hint of an intoxicating perfume laced with a love potion on that cloak. Branson, invigorated, remarked to Samael, his keen werewolf senses having picked up on the scent. An exaggerated jewel necklace adorned his chest. Despicable, shameless. Within their small circle, the expressions of all turned grave, their gazes towards Lockhart growing increasingly hostile. Samael, thank you for the necklace you gifted me. Branson puffed out his chest, seemingly addressing Samael, yet truly seeking to capture the attention of the others. Samael, this is terribly unfair. Why did you not bestow a necklace upon me? Draco, unwilling to engage with the pretentious Branson, looked at Samael with a faux pout. Samael felt a shiver run down his spine. Then return to me the blade of Summerheld, Samael said expressionlessly, extinguishing Draco's enthusiasm in an instant. He had seen countless jewels. Could the Malfoy family possibly lack such trinkets? A mere necklace could not compare. Samael, disinterested in their banter, recalled that the necklace he had gifted Branson, named Wings of the Heavens, was part of a set with Eyes of the Forest, which amplified the power of weather spells. It had been a reward from the system for achieving the Spider Slayer accomplishment during the massacre of the eight-eyed giant spiders. Samael possesses the extraordinary ability to control the weather, developing it to such an extent that he can even provoke solar storms. To him, this power is tasteless, yet too precious to discard. Thus, he decides it would be better to bestow it upon Branson, alleviating the latter's incessant complaints about Samael's perceived favoritism. Now, I would like to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, who has generously agreed to assist me in a demonstration. However, fret not. After the demonstration, I shall return to you a fully intact potions master. The flamboyant peacock passionately delivered his speech, redirecting the audience's attention back to the stage. How could the professor possibly acquiesce to such a request? Draco's mind raced in disbelief as he gazed at the figures on stage, subsequently adopting a look of mere amusement. The two drew their wands and bowed to each other, a gesture that, in Samael's eyes, resembled little more than a slight nod. Expelliarmus. Snape's movements were precise, and his incantation was articulated with clarity. This level of spellcasting posed no threat to Draco, who effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Just as the audience began to perceive this as a jest, Lockhart unexpectedly soared through the air. Indeed, he flew. Laughter erupted from everyone in attendance, save for the girls. Lockhart struggled to rise, maintaining his rigid smile. An excellent demonstration, Professor Snape. However, if I may be so bold, your intentions are quite transparent. If I wished to intervene, it would require little effort. Lockhart's audacity was remarkable, attempting to salvage his dignity while simultaneously undermining Snape. Snape's expression darkened. He was about to retaliate when a thought struck him, and he stated, I believe we should first teach the students how to defend against malicious spells. An excellent suggestion. Professor Snape, let's have two students come forward, Potter and Weasley. It shall be you two. Lockhart, seizing the opportunity, scanned the crowd before fixing his gaze on the equally renowned Harry. Weasley's wand, even when wielding the simplest of spells, often faltered. He might inadvertently confine Potter into a matchbox and send him to the hospital. Perhaps I should find him a more suitable opponent, Draco thought, casting a disdainful glance at Ron and mocking, with your inadequate skills, it's a wonder you haven't yet injured yourself. Ron's face flushed crimson, brimming with the desire to duel the old bat. Snape surveyed the assembly before settling his gaze on a group set apart by a 2-meter barrier. The older students were quickly dismissed. Gunter is out of the question. That fellow is far too dangerous. Nod is also unsuitable. He is too cold. And I would prefer not to witness a fatality. His eyes landed on Draco. Snape was clearly in a quandary, torn between the fear of Potter's potential demise and the concern that Draco's performance might not be sufficiently entertaining. As longtime adversaries, Draco was the most fitting choice. Chapter 101, The Dueling Club, Part 2, chosen to be the opponent of the infamous Scarhead, Draco's delight was palpable, his grin stretching nearly to his ears. Percy, may I borrow a drop of your blood? Once he regained his composure, Draco adjusted his attire, delaying his ascent to the stage as he made this request to Percy, who, puzzled, shot him a disapproving glance, but ultimately acquiesced. Draco stepped gracefully onto the stage, exuding an air of confidence. The thought of confronting him made Harry feel a twinge of apprehension. However, he steeled himself, unwilling to believe that Malfoy would resort to dark magic in front of such a crowd. Scarhead, I shall show you my true prowess. Ron felt as though Draco's gaze was fixed upon him, sending shivers down his spine and causing an unnatural warmth to envelop his body. The audience became intrigued. After all, this was the star couple of Hogwarts, and every house had its share of admirers. Some turned to Ron, noticing his flushed face, interpreting it as embarrassment over being a third wheel, their expressions revealing a sense of knowing. Expelliarmus, Harry shouted, summoning his signature spell. Perhaps it was a natural affinity, but the incantation in his hands radiated a fierce energy. Draco did not resist. He even refrained from using his wand. Instead, he levitated off the ground, enveloped by a transparent shield, a spell that Percy had mastered. The spell collided with the shield and ricocheted into the crowd of Gryffindor students. Striking an unfortunate individual who was sent flying, would quickly organize the students to retreat, clearing a wide area. Harry, momentarily stunned, glanced apologetically at the student who had been struck before intensifying his assault on Draco. Waves of formidable magical energy surged forth, yet none inflicted harm upon Draco, who remained composed and taunted him. Pathetic, did you skip lunch? Even swatting a mosquito would be a challenge with such meager strength. Draco feigned yawn. Percy, you traitor of Gryffindor. Ron finally recalled the source of the spell after a brief moment of contemplation. During the holidays, Percy frequently employed this spell for flying and defense. And Fred, too lazy to walk, had once sought to learn it, only to be turned down mercilessly. Who would have thought it would resurface in the hands of an adversary? Percy shot Ron a glare, uninterested in offering an explanation. In truth, the spell's origin lay with Samael, and the knowledge within the Dreamweaver organization was shared among its members. Cedric often updated his notes on natural magic, which were stored on the shelves of the chamber, accessible for all to peruse. Potter, it's my turn to attack. Draco, uninterested in Ron's banter, snapped his fingers, and Harry was suddenly propelled backwards by an overwhelming force. He had often observed Samael casting spells in this manner, finding it quite impressive, and had unconsciously begun to emulate it. Strangely, Ron was also thrust backwards in an unusual manner, colliding with a group of Ravenclaw upperclassmen. Draco seized the opportunity, pulling Harry with sudden, immense strength before he could regain his footing, nearly knocking out his teeth. Ron followed closely behind Harry, careening through the crowd and drawing ire from students of other houses. What embarrassing display in the midst of their romantic rivalry. A Hufflepuff upperclasswoman exclaimed as Ron inadvertently stepped on her foot, further reddening his face. Don't you think Draco can be insufferably punchable at times? Samael could hardly bear to witness the unfolding scene and remarked to those around him, expressing that it was not merely occasional, but rather a frequent occurrence that Draco was exceedingly insufferable. Cedric, the one to voice this sentiment, elicited astonishment among the crowd, yet his words resonated with undeniable truth, prompting nods of agreement. As he surveyed his surroundings, Samael noted that only Snape bore a smile upon his countenance. Enough. Let this end. Percy, unable to contain himself any longer, mimicked a snap of his fingers, casting an explosive charm that shattered Draco's already precarious shield. Draco staggered, regaining his composure to confront Harry once more. Percy's intervention not only breached Draco's defenses, but also severed the connection between Harry and Ron. Prepare to be defeated, Draco boasted, exuding arrogance, seemingly unperturbed by Percy's interruption. In an instant, a black cobra shot forth from the tip of his wand, aggressively lunging towards Harry. Such a level of dark magic was deemed acceptable within the confines of Hogwarts. Harry remained motionless, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the serpent. Stand still, Potter. I shall deal with it. Snape, noticing Potter's dazed expression, approached with a sense of satisfaction. Allow me, Professor Snape. The flamboyant Lockhart, eager to outshine Snape, cast a spell that, to Samael's eyes, appeared hardly magical at all. The cobra, clearly agitated, focused its fury on the nearest Justin, adopting a menacing posture. Harry, still in a trance, emitted a low, raspy, hissing sound akin to that of a serpent. Parseltongue? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, their fear palpable as they turned to him. Even Snape exhibited a rare moment of surprise. Vanishing serpent. Snape swiftly performed a vanishing charm, causing the cobra to disappear, casting an odd look at Harry. What trickery is this? Justin, visibly distraught, shouted in frustration, recalling how he had nearly soiled himself during the serpent's menacing glare, his legs still trembling. As the commotion subsided, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of speculation. Samael could hear Harry repeatedly imploring not to attack, but what did it matter? Just as Harry had chosen not to defend him when Dean spread rumors, Samael felt no inclination to offer explanations on Harry's behalf. After all, Parseltongue was to some extent a mark of dark wizards. Harry, the tides have turned. It is your turn now.